Chapter 1 The President's Fiancé. The bright sunshine cast a warm glow upon all, effortlessly lifting an esprit into state of joy and lightheartedness. However, at that moment, Jianmen's mood was far from pleasant. In Helluo City, Jianmeng was a household name, unmistakably recognizable. Countless men harbored dreams of Harris, their unattainable goddess, be white-collar workers, young heirs, or individuals so fallages no neku dresses their allure. Despite the rampant desires of many, none dared to manifest their feelings in her presence, for Jianmeng was a group renowned for her decisiveness and efficiency. She approached every task with unwavering resolve. Since assuming control of the corporation, she had seen 3 to 4 dozen individuals dismissed, from security guards to department managers, handling each case with honor and fist. Such formidable methods commanded respect and installations of a cautioninal will cross at her path. Yet now, Jianmen's expression was dark and foreboding, reminiscent of Teskiter Ningaminus before a storm as dark interest to herajul demeanor attribute entirely to Themons aided before ear slendrin build and cladina grayish whitey trenchcoat, hixuditable and off mixed fragrance as to twaf differentier. Had this mix been associated with another man, she might have a brush adidicide. However, the fact the type belonged to Herfio made Heracuvlia wario fa profound truth thick night in a whitest not necessarily a prince may very well be. Seemingly oblivious to the atmosphere, Helisier Lipora dimsel facupov coffee, savor and jit with an exaggerate expression of delight. This is rather good and exquisite to Hung Pao, he exclaimed. Instinctively, Jianmeng leaned back, her face revealing her disdain. She had little patience for individualities like whom disgust was disgust, and she harbored no desire to warmth, unlike a Thurswell might play the role for sake of appearances, no matter their connections. It appeared that the man had finally noticed her apologies. I got a bit carried away last night and didn't fave to meet a change. Where did you get this to Hung Pao? It's delightful it like Hito takes him home. Asha spoke Heisen sincere apologies. Jianmen felt the irritation build within her exquisitenos wrinkling verso slightly. Surely he did not mistake her premium blue mountain for the Hung Pao. Couldn't the differentiate between coffee and tea? Haravergianto Duan Feng intensified. Currently, emanating in pleasant aroma of kagaradas mingled with the distinct scent of women's perfume. It seemed evident they had indulged tumic, possibly in a more disreputable establishment. Duan Feng casually lit a cigarette, and after several moments of restraint, Jianmeng finally snapped, "What is your name?" "Duan Feng." "And Holdario?" "About the Samizia." "Where do you hail from?" "Old Tortoise Mountain." Jianmen felt an inexplicable Sergio Fangeris realized that Duan Feng was merely deflecting her questions. She could not fathom what her brother had chosen to bind her to such a libertin, nor could she comprehend their father's agreement with his arrangement. With that or my expression, Jianmeng regarded Duan Feng, hormone disturbing like unfazed by her presence. His gaze bore into her with a confidence that suggested he found her intriguing, confirming her brother's positive reference as to her beauty. Clad in affided, light grey business suit that accentuated her shaped figure, her right bune accentuated the elegant curvio of her neck, adding an air of nobility and aloofness, her delicate featuresque compelled lingering glances, yet presently her lips curving downward and Harrelman shaped as reflected dozens of indignation. Noticing Gersolence, Duan Feng continued. "I was rather curious about what sort of woman Chi Peng's sister might be hoping she wasn't Samita nos or how'll never find a switter and resort of wasting herself upon me as it turns out. You're not bad, it seems reasonable enough to marry you without being laughed at." His remark left Jianmeng momentarily, almost collapsing onto her desk. Shine Haleti plied to steady herself, striving to maintain her composure. "Let me be perfectly clear, I will never marry you. Whoever agreed to his marriage, it wasn't me." "You refuse?" Duan Feng replied, taken aback. "Absolutely." "Excellent." His expression shifted to enough excitement. "So you're the honor refusing. Just so you know, when I tell you our fatheritis Mihado isn't wanna marry buddy o how and budge, it preferidify it and treat out me regarding gone problematic matters." "Shesho them a dark glare, what do you mean with that?" "Think about it, Samiono Fio, your stature must prioritize a career of romance. Amen desires warmed hand understanding, not Samion you with a perpetual frosty demeanor," he explained. "Besides, a wealth of hierarchy such as yourself is bound to hover quirks. Wouldn't it be foolish to take in a princess with a capricious temperament?" Jianmen's emotions flickered between anger and confusion. Did it truly believe her to be such a tyrant? Could it possibly be playing hard to it? She scrutinized him, searching for an indication of any hidden motives, but his face remained impassive, save for a glimmer of amusement in his eyes as if it were a jest on it wanther. Had she truly become so undesirable? For the first time, Jianming started questioning her own allure. Suckus the nature of women when Ammon shows his interest, they grapple with self-doubt when Ammon expresses interest, the demi malachar. Duan Feng Orianoda where I thought there were enough men in Helluo City a howled line up to Marim, her porcelain-like complexion darkened to store my way, her brows knitting closely as he gritted her teeth, enunciate in jetword. "I am aware," Hera pleaded nonchalantly. "Then wouldn't you want to Marim?" This question emerged from mere confusion. In her view, Almeen were driven by carnal desires, with no honorable intentions. Because I have not a zarito been in mito ever a man in Halua City, nor do we wish to marry a woman as frigidas in this bird, let alone a queen to serve, Duan Feng retorted, nonchalant life-licking gash from a cigarette, seemingly indifferent to her frustration. Fine, Jianmen grinded her teeth together, a sound echoing sharply, fenched out. I can leave, but first, you are warangi ajib form. I'm back in Halua City currently unemployed, Heracline casually, continuing to smoky and sifis coffee. Im nothering genyo ni themament, she declared pointedly. Yet I hold a 10% share in Watai Group. Doesn't that qualify me as a stakeholder? How can you treat a shareholder this way? Hizeas Neroidashi praised her. Xian Meng gelted in dispelif, processing Wathi ha just revealed my brother transfer the share stoya? Indeed, Xi Peng anticipated this very scenario and made arrangements for him. Duan Feng smirked with a glimmer of mischief. What sort of position do you seek? Xian Meng gritted her teeth, recognizing that if she didn't hand Letha's manto day, the prospect of working would become a distant dream. Duan Feng pondered for a moment how Obudia declare me out your personal secretary, with Mickerman capabilities, having me will surely turn heads wherever I go. Xian Meng sputtered, nearly choking on her coffees. He gaped at them incredulously. Emily secretary, did she vanidone, what would she require Imola secretary for? Dream, what do you think? Duan Feng bantered without an ounce of shame. The instant Xian Meng heard dim address Shara's dream, her expression shifted to no facile displeasure. Duan Feng don't attest my patience, or I shall learn the true meaning of a woman's scorn. Duan Feng paused, puzzled at Ashalukadathered dream. What's the matter? Did I say something wrong? Do not call him dream, she snapped. What should I call you, then? He said, tousling his messy hair. Just address me my full name. As Qian Meng fumed, Duan Feng's gaze involuntarily drifted onward, half-out back aloft, for throughout here heat exchange, Qian Meng had completely forgotten her attire. I can arrange for Iato Havioja but beauty o cannot calm dream. Qian Meng felt that continuing this conversation might lead to her losing her sanity. Very well, I want Kali Outfit no, but he shall survive for later, Duan Feng replied, struggling to suppress a grin. Then tell me, will ya wish to work at Watai Group? She inquired, her narragan in jits assertive clarity, embodying her least head determined businesswoman. Upon hearing her question, the playful demeanor vanished from Duan Feng's face, replaced by a somber silence. Helatanother cigarette, the air around him growing heavy with an almost bitter gravitation of sorrow. This if caught Qian Meng Gofkar disdemeanor had transformed entirely. What lay beneath that carefree exterior? Was there a deeper story, a hidden ambition perhaps? Surely someone who had gained both her father's and brother's esteem could not be as superficial as she initially appeared? Chapter 2 of the fiery female officer Duan Feng exhaled a heavy cloud of smoke, his voice suddenly taking on a hoarse quality. Having navigated through society for so many years, I have finally come to realize the stark reality of the world. It's a harsh place. Upon arriving in Halua City, I found myself with few acquaintances, and given that you are to be my future wife, alongside my significant holdings in Huadai Group, it would be foolish not to leverage such advantageous circumstances, wouldn't it? Shi Yanmeng held a delicate coffee cup, her slender fingers trembling slightly from indignation. Struggling to suppress the urge to hurl the cup at Duan Feng's head, she gritted her teeth and retorted, so, you have come for that reason? Indeed, with a wife as wealthy as you, why on earth would I go work for someone else? Am I mad? Duan Feng replied with an air of entitlement. Given Shi Yanmeng's background and status, it was inevitable that she would disdain being with a man devoid of ambition, particularly her future husband, who seemed content to exploit connections while waiting idly for sustenance. His words dripped with a sense of entitlement that filled her gaze with contempt. At that moment, Shi Yanmeng truly pondered what redeeming qualities this man possessed and why her father and brother insisted she marry him. Very well, what skills do you possess? She inquired. Charming women. Duan Feng blurted out without a moment's hesitation. A dark cloud passed over Qi Yanmeng's face at his response. Is that all? Does drinking count? He scratched his head sheepishly, observing Duan Feng in that moment. Qi Yanmeng sighed in exasperation. She was at a loss as to which department he could possibly fit into administration. Planning or research, public relations, marketing, none seemed suitable. The company had high standards for expertise, requiring professionals to manage and execute operations. With Duan Feng's apparent lack of training, placing him in any department would undoubtedly be disastrous. With a heavy heart, she sighed once more, massaging her temples. It was indeed a conundrum. She thought it might be best to have him assist her, as he was, after all, her fiancé. You sigh, you can be my assistant, responsible solely to me. Your workspace will be a sigh. In my office I will arrange for a desk and chair in that corner for you. Shortly, I will ask my secretary to take you to the HR department to complete your paperwork and obtain your ID badge, then to the logistics department for your desk and computer. Isn't an assistant just a male secretary? Duan Feng asked, looking at Qi Yanmeng. Not at all. A secretary handles office duties and daily tasks, while an assistant can issue commands in my absence. Qi Yanmeng clarified. Though an assistant appears to wield considerable authority, in reality, Duan Feng's role would merely be ornamental, as Qi Yanmeng was often present at the company. Please go find my secretary now. She will arrange all necessary procedures for you. Understood. Duan Feng responded without hesitation. Just as he was about to exit, Qi Yanmeng suddenly called out to him. Duan Feng, Huatai Group is a reputable company, and employee appearance is crucial. You'd best wear something appropriate tomorrow. Your current outfit, not to mention its quality, is quite laughable. I hope not to see it again. Duan Feng paused, glancing down at his attire, realizing he indeed wore black shoes with white socks. What if I don't have any money? Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback, sighing in resignation. This was before his first day, yet he was already causing her distress. She opened her drawer, retrieving a stack of cash and tossing it to him, her tone cold. This money is a loan from the company. I will deduct it from your salary. Remember to coordinate your attire well and do not embarrass the company. Duan Feng casually accepted the money, looking at Qi Yanmeng as he remarked, coordinating outfits is indeed important. Qi Yanmeng raised an eyebrow. Indeed, so sensual black stockings are quite challenging to pair with a pink Hello Kitty outfit. Qi Yanmeng froze, her fair complexion gradually shifting to a deep shade of purple, her eyes glaring at Duan Feng as if they could ignite flames. Just a personal observation, merely a suggestion for mutual encouragement, Duan Feng chuckled, quickly exiting the office. Bang! A loud shattering sound echoed from within the office. Qi Yanmeng glared at the spot where Duan Feng had just vanished, infuriated. How dare he sneak a peek at her? She would not let him off easily. Upon exiting the president's office, Duan Feng encountered Qi Yanmeng's secretary, Dong Xianfeng. It must be noted that the current president's secretary was quite impressive. For instance, Dong Xinfeng had smooth, fair skin, a cherubic face, and wore glasses. However, she seemed less than fond of Duan Feng. Upon seeing him emerge from the president's office, she immediately averted her gaze and continued with her work, as if he were invisible. This left Duan Feng perplexed. Did she truly not notice such a striking gentleman? He approached Dong Xinfeng directly. Miss, the chairman instructed you to assist me in obtaining my ID badge, and then, before he could finish, Dong Xinfeng interrupted, President Qi has already informed me. Everything you need will be arranged for tomorrow. Duan Feng was taken aback. This level of disregard was rather astonishing. Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng stood up from her comfortable office chair, her phone pressed to her ear, exclaiming, Dad, that's not acceptable. On the other end, a deep, authoritative voice echoed, laden with gravity. I, Qi Tianhan, always speak with conviction. You now dare to mention a divorce? Do you expect me to swallow this shame? Should you choose to break off the engagement, consider yourself no longer my daughter. Qi Yanmeng's heart sank, sensing her father's seriousness. He offered no opportunity for refusal. If she were to call off the engagement, it would mean severing ties with him entirely. Understanding her father's temperament, she knew he was resolute, his word was law, and defiance was not an option. Dad, you need not say more. It's either a severance of our father-daughter relationship or marrying Duan Feng. The choice is yours. I have business to attend to in Sanya, and I have lent our house to Uncle Li. You may stay at Taoyuan Xiaoyuan. With that, Qi Tianhan hung up, leaving no room for argument. As Duan Feng stepped out of Huatai Group, a sharp command suddenly pierced the air, prompting him to look up. Stop him! The female officer cried out upon spotting Duan Feng. While he was struck by the fierceness of the female officer, his attention quickly shifted to a young man, perhaps in his 20s, sprinting towards him with a woman's handbag in hand. Though uncertain of the situation, it was clear enough that the young man, with his shifty eyes and the handbag, was likely a thief. Get out of my way! The man noticed Duan Feng as he approached, bellowing fiercely and attempting to shove Duan Feng aside. However, Duan Feng simply stepped aside, and as he retreated, he swiftly extended his leg, lightly tripping the man, who went flying several meters away. The female officer, witnessing the scene, paused momentarily before continuing her pursuit. Upon seeing the man attempt to rise and flee, she delivered a kick, declaring, Think you can run? Get down! Duan Feng felt incredibly fortunate today, having just encountered a pink monkey, now a pure white one appeared. The officer, oblivious to the flash of her skirt, swiftly subdued the man, handcuffs in hand. You scoundrel, I chased you for 3 blocks, now, try to run. Sir, thank you for your assistance earlier. Please accompany me back to the police station to provide a statement. The officer turned to Duan Feng after securing the thief. At this moment, Duan Feng finally took in the officer's features, her willow-like eyebrows and phoenix eyes. That might not be necessary. I really didn't do anything. Duan Feng shook his head as Zhang Shooting, initially charmed by Duan Feng's willingness to help, especially in a society where few dared to assist the elderly, now felt her admiration wane as she caught him staring brazenly at her chest. "What are you staring at? Haven't you ever seen anything like this?" Zhang Shooting snapped. "I truly haven't seen anything like this," Duan Feng replied candidly, nodding. He felt that this weapon before him was likely not a 36D. It seemed far larger. Could it be silicone? How else could it be so ample? Duan Feng mumbled under his breath, entirely unaware that Zhang Shooting was on the brink of fury's silicone. She possessed a natural endowment, untouched by enhancements. Many women envied her for it, yet this man dared to suggest otherwise. "Would you like to touch it and see if it's silicone?" Zhang Shooting asked through clenched teeth, her face pale with anger. "Yes." Duan Feng instinctively nodded, raising his hand as if to reach out, preparing to act on his impulse. "You shameless rogue!" Zhang Shooting's fury erupted as she lunged for his hand with swift precision. Duan Feng's eyes brightened at her skill, impressed by the explosive power of this voluptuous officer. As he instinctively prepared to counter, he suddenly had a thought and allowed her to seize his right arm. Feigning resistance, Duan Feng struggled briefly before she secured his arm behind his back, holding it firmly. What are you doing?" he stammered in panic. After subduing him, Zhang Shooting felt no triumph. To her, this was merely her duty. Unless one was a trained criminal, no one could hope to resist her expertise in restraint. "Were you not enjoying the view earlier, still wish to touch it? What now, are you no longer interested? You are a police officer, how can you use violence against a civilian? Do you have no respect for the law?" Duan Feng feigned a look of distress. "I suspect you are in cahoots with this thief and likely possess stolen goods. I must search you," Zhang Shooting declared with utmost seriousness. Chapter 3 The Pursuit of Home. "I indeed bear arms, but they are of a man's kind. Are you certain you wish to search for them?" "Rogue!" Zhang Shooting's face flushed crimson upon hearing Duan Feng's words, yet she had resolved to administer a proper punishment to the scoundrel before her today. "Now, immediately crawl up against the wall." Zhang Shooting slowly released her hold on Duan Feng. "Officer, it seems you too have a fondness for this position." Duan Feng obediently leaned against the wall, his tone laced with a hint of mischief. At that moment, Zhang Shooting wished she could snip off Duan Feng's tongue with scissors, wondering how he would spew such nonsense afterwards. However, she was quite taken aback by his willingness to cooperate. With a haughty snort, Zhang Shooting sauntered over, extending her hands to search Duan Feng's person. How solid his muscles are. Although separated by merely a jacket, Zhang Shooting could instantly perceive the powerful musculature of Duan Feng. The sensation stood in stark contrast to the delicate softness of a woman's touch. "Officer, if you intend to search, please refrain from indiscriminate touching." Just as Zhang Shooting was lost in thought, Duan Feng's voice broke through, causing her cheeks to redden further as she retorted, "Enough nonsense, spread your legs." As she spoke, she forcefully widened his stance. Upon hearing her command, tears streamed down Duan Feng's face. Such words were typically ones he directed at women, and now they had entirely turned on him. But if he were to utter such a phrase himself, it would surely be a pinnacle of enjoyment. Zhang Shooting's delicate fingers slid downwards, a delightful sensation accompanied by a faint, alluring fragrance that was an irresistible temptation for any man. "Ah, delightful." Duan Feng could not help but vocalize his pleasure. "Silence." Zhang Shooting's face burned with fury as she heard Duan Feng's suggestive sounds, her complexion becoming even more flushed. I wonder, officer, if I were to shout assault, right now, what do you think would happen?" Duan Feng suddenly turned to Zhang Shooting, a cunning smile gracing his lips. This statement left Zhang Shooting momentarily stunned, frozen in place, her hands hovering just before Duan Feng's chest. "Assault! The female officer is being a rogue." The outcry struck Zhang Shooting like a bolt from the blue, rendering her momentarily speechless, her eyes wide in disbelief, her mouth agape, utterly at a loss for how to respond. "Assault! The female officer is being a rogue, everyone come and see." Duan Feng continued to shout, indifferent to Zhang Shooting's thoughts. "You scoundrel, shut your mouth." Zhang Shooting finally regained her composure, her heart racing. She felt as if she could die from humiliation, yet, as she sought to silence Duan Feng, it was already too late. A crowd had gathered, drawn in by his exclamations. You stay back. Even if you are a police officer, you cannot tarnish my innocence," Duan Feng proclaimed, covering his chest as if a frightened little rabbit, warily regarding Zhang Shooting, pressing himself tightly against the wall. Zhang Shooting was on the verge of madness, pointing at Duan Feng yet unable to articulate a single word. She swore that this rascal was the most shameless scoundrel she had ever encountered in her life. As she neared the brink of insanity, unable to find any recourse against the audacious man, a glint of mockery flickered in Duan Feng's eyes, yet he maintained his pitiful demeanor, hands clasped protectively over his chest. Even if you possess my body, you shall never have my heart. You shameless scoundrel. At that moment, Zhang Shooting could no longer contain her fury, raising her hand to deliver a sharp slap across Duan Feng's face. While an ordinary person might have succumbed to her blow, Duan Feng was no ordinary man. With a swift motion, he raised his hand, instinctively deflecting her slap, and shouted, "The officer is assaulting me and now intends to strike." At this moment, Zhang Shooting's teeth ground in frustration. She wished she could eliminate Duan Feng entirely. Suddenly, a man in the crowd expressed his disbelief. "Alas, the world has truly declined. Just the other day, I saw a video online of a violent female officer taming her husband in the street. Today, I witness a female officer assaulting a man. What has the world come to?" Though Zhang Shooting was known for her fierceness, being subjected to such public ridicule was an unprecedented experience. The cacophony of disjointed commentary from onlookers overwhelmed her, causing her face to burn with a mixture of embarrassment and rage. "Everyone, look, the female officer not only assaulted me but also intends to strike me." "Shut up." Zhang Shooting felt her face redden to the hue of a cooked lobster. "What are you staring at? You know nothing. This is the police conducting an investigation, not an assault." "How novel, so an officer's assault is merely conducting an investigation. Perhaps you should conduct an investigation into my case," a voice rang out from the crowd, eliciting laughter from the spectators. Bang! A sudden loud noise echoed as Zhang Shooting had, at some point, drawn her firearm and fired a shot into the air, silencing the previously raucous scene with a whoosh. The curious onlookers, upon witnessing Zhang Shooting brandishing her weapon and firing a shot, promptly dispersed, fearing for their safety. Duan Feng observed the gun in Zhang Shooting's hand, his expression turning somber. Although he was intimately familiar with firearms, akin to his own blood, he was unwilling to take risks over such a trivial matter. "Why have you fallen silent? Shout!" Zhang Shooting demanded, furious at the scoundrel, resolved to ensure he faced consequences today. "Hey, pointing a gun at someone is exceedingly dangerous. Did no one ever inform you of this?" Duan Feng retorted, though his demeanor remained unperturbed. Zhang Shooting, taken aback by Duan Feng's calmness despite being threatened at gunpoint, furrowed her brow. A typical person would have been petrified, yet she had just subdued him effortlessly. In that moment, Duan Feng's gaze turned cold as he sprang forward like a bolt of lightning. With a swift motion, he seized Zhang Shooting's right hand, which clutched the gun. The sudden turn of events caught Zhang Shooting off guard. Just as she was about to pull the trigger, she realized that Duan Feng's thumb was already pressing against the trigger, rendering her unable to fire. "Did no one tell you that when facing an adversary, one must exercise caution, even if the opponent is but a 3-year-old child?" With that, Duan Feng twisted his hand forcefully and wrested the gun from Zhang Shooting's grip. The entire exchange transpired in the blink of an eye, and by the time Zhang Shooting regained her senses, the gun that had once pointed at Duan Feng was now aimed directly at her. Staring down the cold barrel, Zhang Shooting felt a tightening in her chest. A palpable sense of danger approached her. Her beautiful eyes locked onto Duan Feng's. "Who are you?" "I am a good man, but I have encountered an unreasonable and fiery female officer. If you had not been staring at my chest, how could I possibly have treated you this way? You are beautiful and appealing. Driven by primal desire, I stole a few glances. Does that constitute a crime?" Zhang Shooting opened her mouth to retort, but upon witnessing the icy muzzle of the gun, she found herself swallowing her words. From the way Duan Feng held the firearm, she could deduce that he was no stranger to guns. He may have even taken lives. "While I may have looked at you twice, I also assisted you in apprehending a thief, yet you resorted to using restraints and pointed a gun at me. Do you have any idea how much I detest being threatened with a firearm?" At Duan Feng's words, Zhang Shooting felt a slight blush creep onto her cheeks, a wave of embarrassment washing over her, for his words were indeed factual. Who told you to act so shamelessly just now?" "It seems shamelessness isn't a crime, is it?" Duan Feng replied nonchalantly. "Was I truly shameless just now?" "I felt nothing of the sort." At that moment, Zhang Shooting felt an urge to spit blood. Had it not been for the gun in his possession, she would have relished the opportunity to strangle the man before her. "This is your first time pointing a gun at me. I shall overlook it. However, should there be a next time, you shall bear the consequences." With that, Duan Feng's right hand moved, and a clattering sound echoed as the gun in his grasp transformed into a pile of parts. Zhang Shooting was momentarily stunned by the sight, disassembling a firearm single-handedly in mere seconds. In her recollection, only one person in their police station could accomplish such a feat. With the minor incident behind him, Duan Feng leisurely made his way home. Upon entering his room, he was immediately taken aback. Beside the sofa lay several pieces of luggage, and on the coffee table rested a bag of small bread, milk, a pink mobile phone, and a woman's Chanel handbag. Most notably, the sound of running water emanated from the bathroom, with wisps of steam escaping through the door crack. Who has come to my home? Duan Feng pondered, suspecting it could not be a thief, for what kind of thief would take a shower in his residence? With curiosity piqued, Duan Feng sat expressionlessly on the sofa, determined to discover who would dare intrude upon his home. Luggage and tow. 10 full minutes passed, and the sound of running water persisted. Was that woman truly enjoying her shower, humming a little tune, lighting a cigarette? Duan Feng decided to see if this woman intended to stay. By the time he finished his smoke, the sound of water ceased, followed by the sounds of her bustling about inside, taking her time to emerge after an additional 10 minutes. Approximately half an hour later, the bathroom door slowly creaked open, revealing a woman wrapped in a towel, her lithe figure partially obscured, exuding an alluring charm. Her skin, as white and luminous as milk, radiated an intoxicating allure that could lead any man astray, both seductive and graceful. As she stepped out of the bathroom, despite the arrival of spring, a chill lingered in the air. The woman walked directly into the living room, but as she bent slightly, she felt a sudden coolness behind her, as if something were watching her. Turning quickly, she was left momentarily dumbstruck. Not only was the woman stunned, but so was Duan Feng. Initially, he had speculated about the identity of this woman, but upon seeing her, his mind went blank. The woman was none other than his fiancée Qi Yanmeng, whom he had only met earlier that day. What was she doing here? Chapter 4: An unforgettable past. Ah, you scoundrel! Qi Yanmeng exclaimed, hastily shielding her chest with her hands. Upon hearing her words, Duan Feng's expression darkened. How had he become the rogue in this scenario? This was ostensibly his home. If anyone could be labeled a scoundrel, it should be her, parading about his abode, bathing, and wrapped in a towel. Hey, enough already! Duan Feng retorted, looking directly at Qi Yanmeng. I haven't laid a finger on you, so why the ruckus? You. Qi Yanmeng glared at him, her face a stormy shade of anger. This man had a tongue as sharp as a blade, capable of silencing anyone with his words. When did you come in? That question should be directed at you. What are you doing in my house? Duan Feng countered, scrutinizing Qi Yanmeng. If it were any other man in this situation, his eyes would likely be filled with greed at the sight of Qi Yanmeng. However, Duan Feng's gaze was remarkably clear, devoid of any impurities, as if she held no allure for him whatsoever. My house? Qi Yanmeng scoffed, a bitter smile playing on her lips. This is indeed my home. I've had the key for 3 years and come here often. Ask anyone, they'll tell you. Duan Feng's understanding dawned instantly when he returned to prepare for his mother's funeral. He had indeed entrusted the key to Qi Tianhan, but he had never formally given the house to him. With a faint smile, he replied, You are mistaken, this house is mine. My name is on the property deed. I merely asked Uncle Qi to help manage it. Qi Yanmeng paused, a realization washing over her. 3 years ago, when she first arrived, an ailing woman had looked at her with a gaze filled with an emotion she could not comprehend at the time, but now, it struck her that it had been the look of a mother-in-law regarding a daughter-in-law, and her father seemed quite familiar with that woman. Could this truly be his home? In that moment, Qi Yanmeng grasped the truth. She had been deceived by Qi Tianhan into cohabiting with Duan Feng, ostensibly to foster a relationship. Even if this is your home, does that mean I cannot be here? Qi Yanmeng's enchanting autumnal eyes darted about, desperately trying to conceal the fact that she had been compelled to come here, fearing that he would take advantage of her vulnerability. Then you, before Duan Feng could finish, Qi Yanmeng interrupted, You are ostensibly my fiancé, and both my father and brother wish for us to marry swiftly. You are aware of this, aren't you? Duan Feng nodded gravely. Although you are my fiancé, we are strangers to one another. To facilitate our understanding, I have decided we should live together, Qi Yanmeng declared earnestly. Despite her serious demeanor and well-crafted expression, Duan Feng found it impossible to believe her words. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Speak plainly, why are you here? He quipped, casting a lewd glance her way. Could it be you've discovered that I'm quite handsome and wish to share a bed? Must you be so self-absorbed, Duan? Qi Yanmeng shot back, her disdain evident. You ought to tell me why you're here. Duan Feng asserted, sinking into the sofa while lighting a cigarette, his tone casual. Of course, you may remain silent, but I will choose to eject you instead. You dare! Qi Yanmeng's expression turned icy upon hearing his words. A mischievous smile crept onto Duan Feng's face. Then let me show you whether I dare. With that, he extinguished his cigarette and advanced toward her. Hey, what do you think you're doing? I am your fiancée. You cannot act this way. If you dare touch me, I will scream harassment. Qi Yanmeng felt a surge of anger and panic as he approached. Suit yourself, scream if you wish. After all, you just claimed to be my fiancée, so my touching you cannot be considered harassment. Duan Feng seized her wrist, pulling her toward the door. Panic surged through Qi Yanmeng. If he truly cast her out, she would be left with nowhere to go. Stop, I'll talk. Upon hearing her words, Duan Feng slowly released her, quietly observing her as he awaited her explanation. Hey, I am your fiancée. How can you treat me this way? Qi Yanmeng protested, her eyes reflecting her discontent. True, you are my fiancée, but you are not my wife, and it seems you harbor no affection for me, so spare me the talk of cultivating feelings. Qi Yanmeng felt a surge of frustration welling up within her. Speak, and this time, tell the truth. Otherwise, I will genuinely throw you out. Would you believe me if I said I came here to share a bed with you? If Duan Feng were to accept that statement, it would be akin to pigs flying. He could see the disdain in Qi Yanmeng's eyes. She had no desire to be there. Then I shall oblige, he declared, lunging towards her. Wait, I'll tell you. Qi Yanmeng hastily raised her hand to stop him. Duan Feng lit another cigarette, speaking slowly. This is your last chance, otherwise, I will truly throw you out. My father sent me here, he said this is my home. After much inner turmoil, Qi Yanmeng finally revealed the truth. Duan Feng was taken aback, as if a sudden understanding washed over him. Then you may stay here. Qi Yanmeng stared at him in disbelief, not expecting him to accept her statement without question. Was it possible that the old man had conspired with Duan Feng? Her anger flared anew. Duan, did you and that old coot conspire to force me to live here? Are you out of your mind? Duan Feng regarded her with disdain. Do not presume to judge others by your own standards. Seeing that he appeared genuine, Qi Yanmeng hesitated. Perhaps she had misjudged the situation. Well, since it isn't a conspiracy, we should draft a cohabitation agreement. With a faint smile, Duan Feng responded, if that is the case, take your time to consider it. I'll step off for a while. I hope that by the time I return, you will have concocted some ridiculous agreement, but remember, do not go too far. This is my home, not yours. Without waiting for Qi Yanmeng's response, he flung the door open and left, leaving her to stamp her feet in frustration, helplessly seated on the sofa, racking her brain for a cohabitation agreement. As Duan Feng stepped out of the stairwell, he paused momentarily, retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips and igniting it. The ritual was fluid, as if the cigarette were an extension of his being. The sparks between his fingers concealed a multitude of sorrows, drawing in the clouds of solitude and exhaling the weight of his melancholy. As the smoke dissipated, a flicker of pain crossed Duan Feng's face. He gazed up at the inky blackness of the night sky. 3 years have passed, how swiftly time flies. With a bitter smile, he shook his head and walked onward. But a moment, he found himself on a newly paved road, bustling with traffic, while across the way lay a colossal construction site. Observing the scene before him, he sighed softly. This street, once vibrant with the essence of life, now appeared transformed beyond recognition. Darling, tell Mama if you are happy today? A gentle, serene voice drifted into Duan Feng's ears. Startled, he turned abruptly, spotting a woman clad in a white coat and a gray, knee-length suit skirt, holding the hand of a little girl no more than 3 or 4 years old. At that moment, Duan Feng was utterly frozen. Even after so many years, he recognized her instantly. A jolt coursed through him as if a current had electrified his entire being, rendering him motionless, unable to speak. In that instant, his heart and breath seemed to pause, leaving his face pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably in his pockets. Throughout the past 4 years, he had envisioned countless scenarios of their reunion, and even just moments ago, the anxious anticipation had lingered in his heart. He opened his mouth, yearning to call her name, yet the 3 syllables lodged in his throat, refusing to escape. He had believed that his years of experience had fortified him against external influences, that he could remain unperturbed even in the face of calamity. Chapter 5 of the past. Now, he found himself realizing that he had held himself in too high regard. A flicker of fear darted through Duan Feng's heart, fear that she might suddenly see him, fear of encountering once more those smiling eyes that concealed deep wounds. I'm so happy to see so many little children today, the girl beside her exclaimed with excitement. At that moment, she gently tousled her flowing hair and lifted her gaze ahead. Duan Feng hoped that the significant changes he had undergone over the past few years, coupled with the dim lighting, would render him unrecognizable to her. He felt a wave of anxiety, akin to that of a thief caught in the act, yet, if he could instantly recognize her, how could she possibly not recognize him? As her gaze swept across Duan Feng's face, her expression abruptly froze, as if a hammer had struck her heart. Unconsciously, she clasped her hands over her chest, her once rosy complexion draining to a pallid hue, her eyes clouded with confusion yet brimming with anguish. Witnessing her current demeanor, Duan Feng felt a sharp pang in his heart, akin to being pricked by a needle. Indeed, she recognized him at a glance. Just as he had recognized her, Duan Feng intended to approach her, to lend his support, but the delicate girl, as exquisite as a statue, sensed her distress and hurriedly clung to her leg, anxiously asking, "Mommy, what's wrong? Are you sick?" The little girl's words struck Duan Feng like a bolt from the blue, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Mommy, she had already. Duan Feng yearned to assist her, yet now that she was a married woman, it seemed impossible for her to allow him to touch her again. He understood her well. She was a proud and traditional woman. Once married, her heart would belong entirely to her husband. Even if she did not love him, her loyalty would remain unwavering. It was as if the little girl had drawn her attention, restoring a hint of color to her cheeks. She grasped the girl's hand and softly reassured, "Shijuan, Mommy is fine." Her gaze had shifted away from Duan Feng, feigning nonchalance as she pulled the child along, lowering her head and brushing past him. Time seemed to stand still in that moment. Their figures missed each other just as they had 4 years ago. Some say life is a series of missed opportunities, a tale of regret. He and she epitomized this sentiment. Watching her vanishing silhouette filled Duan Feng with a profound ache, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at his heart. She was meant to be Duan Feng's wife, but now. Shijuan, the girl was named Shijuan. The thought of the little girl's name made Duan Feng's heart constrict painfully. Though she had wed another, she had not entirely let go of him. Otherwise, why would she name her daughter Shijuan? Duan Feng lit another cigarette, a bitter smile gracing his lips as he turned toward home. The past was behind him, one must not linger there. Remembering Qianmeng at home brought a fleeting smile to his face. Without any hesitation, he swiftly headed homeward. As he entered, leisurely smoking, he called out to Qianmeng, who sat on the sofa drafting their cohabitation agreement. "Meng, have you finished the agreement?" "You scoundrel, don't you dare call me Meng." Qianmeng snapped upon seeing Duan Feng. "Meng, you are on my turf now, so you have no room for negotiation. However, if you find it unfair, you are welcome to call me Brother Feng." Duan Feng remained unfazed by Qianmeng's furious demeanor. The agreement isn't finished. After stating this, Qianmeng ignored Duan Feng, knowing that the name Meng had become inescapable. "Take your time. I'll go take a shower," Duan Feng remarked, striding into the bathroom. He shed his clothes and tossed them into the laundry basket. His skin, reminiscent of malt, gleamed under the light like the most exquisite silk from Suzhou and Hangzhou, exuding a healthy, supple glow after being doused with cold water. His well-defined muscles, from neck to ankle, harmoniously complemented one another, as if meticulously crafted by the most exacting mathematician. If one were to point out a flaw, it would be the myriad of scars adorning his body, intertwining like a tapestry that, while not resplendent, radiated an aura of antiquity. Most striking was the scar on his chest, accompanied by a tattoo. Etched upon his chest was a wolf, a snow wolf, its white fur stained with blood, glaring with haunting azure eyes, baring its sharp teeth in a fearsome howl. A massive scar marred the wolf's chest, suggestive of a grievous wound, a testament to the severity of the injury he had endured. Remarkably, he had survived, defying the odds, a true miracle. As the cool water cascaded over his skin, Duan Feng gently traced the large scar on the wolf's chest, a flicker of pain washing over his face as memories surged forth. "Survive. Survive, and there is hope, boss. You must fight to live." Bang! Pain etched across Duan Feng's face as his fist struck the bathroom wall, a frigid killing intent igniting in his eyes. His fists clenched tightly, a single tear mingling with the droplets cascading down his face. "Brother, why?" he rasped, a low growl escaping his lips, as memories and sensations melded into a vivid montage, like countless black and white film reels reflecting upon shattered glass, gradually becoming clearer. "If only one of us could survive, we wish that person to be you. Scoundrel, don't act recklessly. We still have a chance." A series of knocks resounded, accompanied by Qianmeng's discontented voice. "Duan Feng, what are you doing in there, making such a ruckus?" "Nothing, I accidentally broke the mirror." Duan Feng's thoughts were interrupted by the knocking. Upon hearing his reply, Qianmeng slowly retreated to the sofa to continue drafting the agreement. Sensing she had left, Duan Feng clenched his fists tightly, silently vowing, "Shipeng, rest assured, I will fulfill my promise to you." His thoughts drifted back to the past. "If I go, you must marry my sister and protect her. She's a beauty." "What nonsense are you spouting? I have someone I love, how could I marry your sister?" "I know, but by the time you retire, my sister might already be married." "Consider my sister, she is truly a beauty." "Get lost, who curses people like that?" "Ha, I'm just joking." Recalling Shipeng's words, a bitter smile tugged at Duan Feng's lips, astonished that his jest had become reality. Since that fateful mission 4 years ago, Duan Feng had lain in bed for 8 months, his injuries so severe that he himself had doubted his survival, yet, it seemed fate had favored him. He had miraculously pulled through. Once healed, Duan Feng led his surviving brothers on a quest for vengeance, a year-long endeavor to exact retribution. Afterward, he returned to Huaxia, to this long-abandoned homeland, bearing Qipeng's dying wish to find Qianmeng. Duan Feng slowly emerged from the bathroom, only to find Qianmeng still engrossed in writing the agreement, leaving him momentarily stunned. How had she been writing for so long without completion? "Is the agreement ready?" he asked casually. Qianmeng looked up at him, momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she let out a piercing scream. Startled by her shrill cry, Duan Feng quipped, "What are you doing, trying to scare me? I have a rather stout heart." He approached her slowly. "Don't come any closer." A somewhat dazed Qianmeng, upon seeing Duan Feng advance, suddenly snapped back to reality, screaming and covering her face, her feet retreating onto the sofa, her expression akin to that of someone who had encountered a demon. Duan Feng, bewildered by Qianmeng's reaction, wondered what was amiss. However, he quickly realized, glancing down, and let out a shout. Having just bathed, he had stepped out clad only in a pair of shorts, having completely forgotten that there was another woman in his home. "What are you doing? Shameless, hurry and find some clothes to put on." Upon hearing Duan Feng scream, Qianmeng, initially embarrassed, felt a surge of irritation. Her startled reaction stemmed from seeing Duan Feng's physique, a sight she had never encountered before. After her outburst, she had been momentarily frozen in shock, while Duan Feng's scream was clearly imitating her. "You saw me naked, and I can't scream?" Duan Feng grinned at Qianmeng. At that moment, Qianmeng, usually regal and composed, appeared as though she had seen a rat or a cockroach, visibly repulsed. Shameless. "All right, I've wrapped myself up." Duan Feng, undeterred by any embarrassment, casually draped a towel around his waist. "But how am I shameless? This is my home. If I step out of the shower without clothes, am I to be deemed shameless? Don't you also undress when bathing?" Qianmeng slowly opened her eyes, and upon seeing Duan Feng indeed wrapped in a towel, she felt a wave of relief. Yet, her expression darkened once more. The towel he wore was the one she had just used, now adorning him. An unnamed fury flared within her. This insufferable scoundrel had never made her smile since their first encounter, and now he was using her towel. Chapter 6: Cohabitation Agreement. "You scoundrel, I'll fight you." With that, Qianmeng sprang up from the sofa, darting towards Duan Feng with a fierce determination. Hey, clarify yourself, what have I done?" Duan Feng quickly dodged as he noticed Qianmeng's impending attack. "You bastard, you actually took my bath towel. I'll kill you." Qianmeng exclaimed furiously. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Was this her bath towel? He had seemingly grabbed it absent-mindedly without paying attention to whose it was. Slowly lowering his gaze, he noticed the towel was pink and adorned with cartoon characters. Indeed, it appeared he had taken it by mistake. "Stop. It's just a bath towel, I'll return it to you," he declared, preparing to remove the towel wrapped around him. Seeing Duan Feng's actions, Qianmeng was momentarily stunned. Was he truly going to take it off? "Wait, you should keep it wrapped." She inhaled deeply, hoping to regain her composure. Duan Feng chuckled, "That's the spirit. From now on, we're a couple, so what's the difference between your towel and mine?" "Bah!" Qianmeng scoffed disdainfully at Duan Feng. "Who said we're a couple?" Duan Feng chose not to dwell on the subject. Instead, he glanced at the agreement on the coffee table and inquired, "Is the cohabitation agreement ready?" Upon hearing Duan Feng's question, Qianmeng picked up the agreement and handed it to him. "Take a look and see if there are any issues or modifications needed. Feel free to raise any concerns for discussion." After what seemed like an eternity, Duan Feng finally finished reading the entire document. Sweat trickled down his forehead, and his face turned slightly green. If he had to live according to these stipulations, he would prefer a prison sentence. It would certainly afford him more freedom. Observing Duan Feng's discomfort, Qianmeng felt a surge of satisfaction and smugly remarked, "Duan, you finally grasped my prowess. I hold a PhD in economics from Harvard, which is beyond your reach." The more she witnessed Duan Feng's repulsed expression, the sweeter her triumph felt. However, before she could fully relish the moment, Duan Feng abruptly tore the agreement to shreds and deleted the document from his computer. Qianmeng's expression darkened with fury as she rushed towards him. By the time she reached Duan Feng's side, her meticulously crafted agreement was rendered utterly useless. "Duan Feng, how could you do this? I worked so hard to draft it." As the president of a multi-million-dollar company, Qianmeng regularly dealt with documents worth hundreds of thousands, and here she was, having spent hours drafting a mere cohabitation agreement. Was this truly fair? Duan Feng cast a disinterested glance at Qianmeng. "Remember, this is my home, and my name is on the property deed, so this is my territory. I will do as I please. Why should I be forced to wander around the living room in long sleeves and pants on a hot summer day? Must I wash my socks and underwear daily and hang them in my room? Dream Meng, have you lost your mind?
Previously, Duan Feng had been polite to Qi Yanmeng, as she was Qi Peng's sister and his fiancée Yi. However, upon seeing the constraints laid out in the agreement, he was instantly enraged. This woman had taken his courtesy for granted. Duan Feng, you, Qi Yanmeng glared at him, her teeth clenched, wishing she could tear him apart.
All right, I will set the terms of the agreement.
First, you must maintain the cleanliness of your room and remember to clean it daily.
Fine.
Qi Yanmeng quickly acquiesced, as she harbored a bit of a cleanliness obsession herself.
Second, the room on the right is yours, your private space.
Unless permitted, I won't intrude. The left room is mine. Of course, you may come in any time, especially at night, when I would welcome you even more.
Come in any time, especially at night? Bastard, I will absolutely not go in.
Good, then for the third rule. During summer, you cannot dress too provocatively to tempt me into a crime. I can be quite impulsive, and should you entice me, Duan Feng smirked, his gaze fixated on Qi Yanmeng's figure. Her face flushed slightly at his words. How brazen could he be? You should take a look in the mirror to see yourself, me tempt you, in your dreams.
Qi Yanmeng retorted coldly. Fourth, are you going too far? Qi Yanmeng exclaimed angrily.
All your stipulations are null and void.
Why should yours hold any weight?
Duan Feng lit a cigarette and replied nonchalantly, You seem to misunderstand. This is my house, and I am the master here, so I make the rules. I am still the lady of this house. Qi Yanmeng shot back, her heart brimming with indignation as she glared at Duan Feng's smug face, feeling utterly powerless.
Very well, since you acknowledge your role as the lady of the house, should I then exercise the rights of the male master? With that, Duan Feng began to loosen his bath towel.
Stop. Seeing this unfold, Qi Yanmeng immediately conceded, You can dictate everything.
That's more like it.
Duan Feng said, pleased with himself.
The fourth rule is that you will cook dinner every day from now on. Fine. Qi Yanmeng's face turned pale with anger.
All his rules seemed designed to target her, with not a single one that could inconvenience him.
Anything else?
Not for now, I'll add more when I think of them.
All right, may I propose a couple of rules of my own?
You may, but they must not be excessive. After much back and forth, the cohabitation agreement was finally settled. Duan Feng returned to his room feeling satisfied, while Qi Yanmeng seethed inwardly, Just wait, today I'll let it slide, but once I get to the office, I will settle the score with you. With that, she packed her belongings and stormed into her room.
Bang! Look what you've done.
In broad daylight, you pulled a gun to threaten the public. Do you think you're a police officer or just a thug? Yi Pudong was on the verge of exploding with rage. He was about to finish his day when the police station's phone rang incessantly, leaving him as the beleaguered chief to deal with inquiries from superiors about the commotion.
I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to, that scoundrel was just too shameless. Zhang Shooting seethed with hatred for Duan Feng. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have been summoned to the police station in the middle of the night for a reprimand.
Shameless? Shamelessness isn't a crime. Why do you concern yourself with the shamelessness of others?
Yi Pudong slammed his hand on the table, nearly losing his temper. If it weren't for his long-standing friendship with her father, he might have considered suspending her.
Zhang Shooting found herself speechless in response to Yi Pudong's words. They echoed Duan Feng's attitude. Was this some kind of male camaraderie? But that scoundrel isn't an ordinary person.
Zhang Shooting insisted in her defense.
I don't care if he's Spider-Man or Superman in reverse underwear.
The fact remains, you discharged your weapon in front of a crowd, and that is your wrongdoing. I don't want to hear any more excuses. I expect your self-reflection report on my desk by tomorrow morning. Yi Pudong slammed the table once more. Zhang Shooting, feeling wronged, replied, Understood, I will place it on your desk tomorrow morning. In truth, Yi Pudong didn't wish to be so angry, but the situation was dire. Police officers firing weapons publicly was no trivial matter. If anyone used this as leverage, it could lead to serious repercussions. However, the main issue was Zhang Shooting's youthful impulsiveness. She had only recently been promoted, and this incident was a timely reminder to keep her ego in check.
All right, if there's nothing else, you may leave for the day.
Remember, in the future, don't act so rashly.
Yi Pudong waved his hand dismissively. I understand, Chief Yi.
Zhang Shooting knew he meant well, but the thought of being reprimanded today due to Duan Feng's antics left her pouting, visibly displeased. Watching Zhang Shooting exit, Yi Pudong couldn't help but smile wryly. Old Zhang, it seems your daughter has inherited your temper. What happened now? Lin Fei asked, noticing Zhang Shooting emerge from the chief's office with an unmistakably displeased expression.
Mind your own business. Zhang Shooting shot him a glare. Are you itching for a fight? Do you want me to take you down a notch?
Lin Fei shivered at her words. Who would dare challenge her? Despite her being a woman, her combat prowess was such that only their chief could subdue her. In her presence, others could only expect to be trampled.
No, I was going to suggest treating you to a late-night snack. What do you think? Lin Fei quickly backpedaled. No time. Zhang Shooting's mood was at rock bottom. Even the prospect of seafood didn't entice her appetite. With that, she dismissed Lin Fei and strode forward. Lin, I must say you possess remarkable courage. Your Zhang is clearly on the verge of exploding, yet you still dare to speak to her. I wonder where your audacity comes from, a fellow officer remarked, placing a hand on Lin Fei's shoulder as they watched Zhang Shooting's retreating figure. Get lost, my courage is none of your concern. Lin, why not pursue Zhang? We'll all support you, another officer teased. At hearing this, Lin Fei broke out in a cold sweat. Pursuing Zhang Shooting? That would be akin to courting death. Chapter 7. The beauty on the bus. The following day, as dawn broke, the clear morning sunlight gently caressed the earth. Duan Feng slightly lifted his eyelids to glance at the time, realizing it was already past 9 o'clock. By the time he had completed his morning routine, it was nearing 10. He glanced at the tightly locked door of the room beside him and shook his head with a wry smile, pondering how this woman could leave for work without even calling out to him. Had he accompanied her to work, he could have enjoyed a pleasant ride, but now he was left to jostle for space on the bus. At 10 o'clock, most of the commuters had already departed. Duan Feng stood at the bus stop, his gaze fixated on the approaching bus, mentally estimating where it would halt, while his feet shifted restlessly in anticipation of securing the best position to board. As the doors opened, just as he was about to step aboard, a surge of people rushed from behind, unexpectedly pushing him back down onto the pavement, having barely set foot on the bus. Goodness, it's already 10, and they're still this frantic. Duan Feng grumbled. After several attempts to squeeze onto the bus, he finally managed to board, only to find it packed to capacity, leaving no room to move. At that moment, his attention was drawn to a strikingly tall beauty standing beside him, her slightly curled hair cascading down, though her face bore a frosty expression devoid of emotion. With a sudden jolt, the bus arrived at its next stop. Passengers disembarked while others clamored to get on, with the latter far outnumbering the former. Observing the crowd pushing their way onto the bus, Duan Feng felt a rush of excitement. As anticipated, the influx of new passengers caused his body to press closely against the woman next to him, their arms brushing against one another with each lurch of the vehicle. The woman turned her head slightly, furrowing her brow as she cast a cold glance at Duan Feng, only to relax her expression upon realizing it was unintentional. As the number of passengers continued to swell, the chances of their bodies colliding increased. Despite his frequent encounters with such situations, the thrill still sent a jolt through Duan Feng's nerves. At that moment, the bus came to an abrupt halt, the driver slamming on the brakes. The sudden inertia caused Duan Feng to lose his balance, his hands flailing for support. He heard a ripping sound as he inadvertently tore the woman's shirt, exposing her black undergarment to the open air. You pervert! How dare you? Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily covered her torn shirt, her beautiful eyes glaring daggers at Duan Feng, practically spitting fire. Her outcry immediately drew the attention of many passengers. Men glared at Duan Feng, perhaps out of envy, while women stepped back in haste, eager to distance themselves from him. An elderly gentleman seated nearby sighed softly, shaking his head as if to imply Duan Feng was beyond redemption. Even for someone as thick-skinned as Duan Feng, the embarrassment was palpable under the intense scrutiny of so many eyes. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him. Wife, I am truly sorry. I shouldn't have upset you. I am a bad man. Upon hearing his words, the crowd perked up, focusing on him and the woman, sensing an intriguing twist in the tale. With a woeful expression, Duan Feng reached for the woman's hand, pleading, Wife, I truly regret my actions. I shouldn't have a wife as beautiful as you and still flirt with others. I promise, I won't even dare to glance at another woman. The bus erupted into a flurry of conversation, various groups chattering away, as the onlookers reveled in the spectacle. Be quiet. The woman's face burned with humiliation as she struggled to free herself from Duan Feng's grasp, but he held on firmly. Wife, I genuinely love only you. My relationship with Xiao Feng next door is entirely innocent. Duan Feng lamented. Besides, none of those women can compare to your beauty, gentleness, and virtue. In her life, she had never been addressed as wife, igniting a strange mix of shame and indignation within her, while the crowd's murmurs grew louder. In this information age, if someone were to capture this moment on camera and share it online, she would undoubtedly become a sensation. Wife, I've chased after you for 3 hours. Will you please forgive me? Duan Feng implored, his face a mask of desperation. Let go of my hand first. No, if you don't forgive me,
I won T let go. If it weren't for Duan Feng's grip, she would have loved to slap him twice. She had never encountered such an audacious scoundrel before. A couple arguing is quite normal. It seems your husband truly loves you, otherwise, he wouldn't have chased after you for hours. Forgive him. Every couple faces challenges, an elderly lady advised earnestly. Indeed, 100 years of cultivation is needed to share a boat, and 1,000 years to share a bed. After all, a night as husband and wife brings 100 days of affection. It is evident this young man cares for you. Don't be so petty, yet if he were to leave, you'd find it hard to weep. As the crowd continued to coax her, the woman's face resembled a ripe peach, flushed with embarrassment. Meanwhile, Duan Feng expressed his gratitude towards the onlookers, seizing the opportunity to plead, "Wife, will you forgive me? I truly regret my actions. I promise to report my whereabouts to you every day."
Forgive him.
Yes, forgive him. It is commendable for this young man to apologize. Men should not be overly controlled, they are like kites. One must know when to let the string out and when to pull it tight. The majority of the passengers resumed their persuasive chatter. Just then, the bus came to a halt. Upon seeing the stop, the woman jerked away and finally freed herself from Duan Feng's grip, walking off the bus with a flushed face. Seeing this, Duan Feng hurriedly followed her, calling out, "Wife, wait for me." "Young man, women need to be pampered, just coax her a little."
"Thank you all," Duan Feng said gratefully to the crowd before swiftly disembarking.
After taking a few steps, the beauty sensed something amiss. Turning around to see Duan Feng trailing behind her, her anger flared as she glared at him, exclaiming, "You lecher, what do you want?
Are you trying to make me call the police? Is the street your family's? If you can walk, so can I." "Fine, I'll step aside, you go ahead."
"Then I shall thank you." As they brushed past each other, Duan Feng took the opportunity to give her a firm squeeze on her shapely backside, exclaiming, "Such great elasticity."
"How dare you? You filthy scoundrel, do you think I'm easy to bully?"
The beauty retaliated with a swift kick aimed at his groin, her movement quick and fierce, startling Duan Feng, who recalled how the policewoman had similarly targeted him the previous day. Are all women nowadays inclined to attack down there? Duan Feng quickly raised his hands to block.
Smack!
Her foot connected with his palm, and before it even landed, her other foot was already swinging towards his. Duan Feng hadn't anticipated that this woman was a martial arts expert that he barely managed to dodge, and in passing, he playfully touched her thigh, grinning, "Quite delightful, but I must head to work now. I have no time to indulge." Once the woman regained her footing, Duan Feng had already vanished into the crowd. Watching him disappear, her anger surged anew. She had faced setbacks in business that morning, and now encountered a lecher, who even dared to call her wife on the bus, drawing the ire of those around her. She vowed to make him pay upon their next encounter. As one of the three major corporate groups in Halua City, Huatai Group maintained exceptionally high standards for its employees, with a strict policy against tardiness. Even in the face of significant personal matters, employees were required to notify their superiors, otherwise, they would be in violation of company protocol. Severe offenses could lead to immediate termination, while lighter infractions might result in deductions from year-end bonuses or half a month's salary. Thus, tardiness was a rarity at Huatai Group, with perhaps only a few incidents occurring in an entire year. Yet, here was a peculiar exception. On his first day of work, he had arrived nearly 3 hours late. This left Qi Yanmeng on the verge of madness, for she had never encountered someone like him before. No, that was an understatement. He was an absolute scoundrel. Damn that scoundrel, treating me like that yesterday and then arriving late on his first day. When he finally shows up, I'll make him pay. Qi Yanmeng seethed, glancing at the clock on the wall. Despite her furious thoughts, Qi Yanmeng harbored intentions of dismissing Duan Feng. However, the reality of her brother's shares being entirely in his hands left her feeling powerless. Though she was the CEO, Duan Feng was a board member, and she had no authority to expel him unless she could reclaim the shares he held. But would he willingly relinquish them to her? Clearly, that was impossible. She resolved not to let this scoundrel off lightly. First, she would dock his salary by half a month, then compel him to write a thorough reflection, and finally, she would savor the delight of tormenting him. With this thought, a sly smile crept across Qi Yanmeng's lips. Chapter 8. The sound of flatulence in the elevator. At that moment, Duan Feng was oblivious to the calculations swirling in Qi Yanmeng's heart. Currently, he found himself obstructed at the entrance by the company's security personnel. All the guards regarded Duan Feng with suspicion. It was lunchtime, and he audaciously claimed he was there for work. It must be noted that Huatai Group had stringent regulations. Despite being part of Huatai, arriving over 3 hours late could lead to termination, a matter not to be trifled with. "Where's your ID badge?" one guard inquired.
"I left it at home," Duan Feng replied. "You left it at home?"
"Brother, if you're going to fabricate a story, at least choose a more convincing one." I truly am here for work, he insisted.
Alright then, if you assert you work here, why don't you call your supervisor to come fetch you?
The guard's intention was not to make things difficult for Duan Feng, but rather to fulfill his duty.
Duan Feng sighed, I don't have her number, could any of you go in and let her know to come get me? The guard chuckled, how can one report to work in such a manner?
Very well, if you claim to know your supervisor, tell me her name. Not if I recognize her, I'll call her to assist you.
Qi Yanmeng. Got it, wait, who did you say? The guard's expression shifted to one of alarm and impatience upon hearing her name.
Qi Yanmeng was renowned as the most beautiful woman in Halua City, with countless suitors vying for her attention, wealthy heirs driving sports cars, CEOs of conglomerates, and influential second-generation officials, to name a few. After a thorough consideration, it dawned on them that this fellow was here in pursuit of Qi Yanmeng. The guard's demeanor changed drastically. Brother, it's not that I'm trying to discourage you, but a toad aspiring to eat swan meat is a tale fit only for the realms of fantasy. Turning it into reality is exceedingly challenging, Duan Feng chuckled. I appreciate your concern, but please do notify her. Just yesterday, she personally called me to come in. The guards froze for a moment, then scrutinized Duan Feng closely. No wonder you look so familiar.
It's you should have mentioned that sooner.
Duan Feng smiled and offered a cigarette to each of them, leaving the guards flabbergasted, prompting them to inquire, Brother, what is your relationship with Ms.
She has never called anyone in before. She is my fiancée. What, so, you're the one who delivers flowers to Miss Qi every day?
It was common knowledge that someone brought flowers to Huatai Group daily. The guards exchanged glances, pondering the number of wealthy suitors competing for her affection. Seeing Duan Feng's amiable nature, they felt more at ease and engaged in light banter, for they were all young men. Duan Feng strode confidently into the building. The lobby of Huatai Group was expansive, with a splendid marble floor reflecting the brilliance of the crystal chandelier overhead. The bright lights cascaded like mercury, evenly illuminating every corner, instilling a sense of superiority akin to walking in paradise. The throngs of people exuded an air of pride, as if their entrance into this realm signified a higher evolution than that of the outsiders. The various leather shoes and high heels echoed powerfully against the marble, commanding respect. As Duan Feng moved through the lobby, he noticed 6 elevators in the corridor, where a handful of people awaited, silently gazing at the floor indicators, their cold expressions betraying a palpable indifference.
Ding! The elevator doors opened, revealing an empty cabin.
Duan Feng leisurely stepped inside. However, when the elevator reached the 7th floor, it halted with a chime, and the doors opened again to reveal a stunning woman in a light-colored office outfit. With an alluring figure, flowing orange hair, and exquisite features, she resembled a model. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, nearly exclaiming in surprise, for this woman was none other than the one he had called wife while grasping her hand on the bus. In an instant, he felt the world had shrunk. She, too, worked at Huatai Group.
MS.SU.
The moment the others recognized her, they greeted her politely. This revelation caused Duan Feng to furrow his brow. This woman was the department manager and seemed to possess considerable authority. Susan appeared oblivious to Duan Feng, merely nodding indifferently as she entered the elevator. As fate would have it, her position was directly in front of him. Duan Feng paid little mind to whether she was intentionally ignoring him or waiting for a moment of reckoning. He was determined to seize this opportunity. Observing Susan's figure, accentuated by her fitted skirt, he couldn't help but murmur in admiration, this woman is certainly capable of bearing children. The other occupants of the elevator gasped upon hearing his remark. Who was this man daring enough to flirt with Susan? It was common knowledge that Huatai Group boasted 3 stunning beauties of President Qi Yanmeng, IT Department's Lin Yiru, and Sales Department Susan. All 3 were formidable in their own right, with Lin Yiru and Susan being directly promoted by Qi Yanmeng, playing crucial roles in her sweeping reforms upon joining Huatai. Susan's brow furrowed tightly as she overheard the murmurs behind her, realizing that Duan Feng's gaze lingered over her physique. She was tempted to deliver a slap to his face. This scoundrel had already embarrassed her once on the bus, now he dared to, but if not for the presence of others in the elevator, she would have unhesitatingly reprimanded him. Ding! Just as Susan was seething with anger, the elevator halted on the 13th floor. As the doors opened, 8 or 9 employees entered, greeting Susan with polite nods. The elevator, already cramped, became even more so with the influx of people, forcing Duan Feng to press against the wall, while Susan too had to shift backward to accommodate the crowd. The proximity between them shrank to nearly nothing, almost merging into one another. Duan Feng could faintly feel Susan's soft, delicate skin, particularly the subtle, enchanting fragrance that made his heart flutter. Given the crowded conditions, it was inevitable that their bodies would brush against each other, just as Duan Feng was attempting to control his instinctive reactions. A piercing scream drew the attention of everyone in the elevator. Susan's face flushed crimson as she glared at Duan Feng. Having already endured embarrassment on the bus, the last thing she needed was for this man to provoke her in the workplace. Just as she was about to express her outrage, she heard Duan Feng say, "Miss Su, why are you pressing against me?" Upon hearing his words, Susan was nearly driven to the brink of fury. Not only had he not faced the consequences of his actions, but he was also accusing her of wrongdoing, and this was the second time he had done so. Moreover, she had never allowed any man to touch her inappropriately. To think that today, not only had he brushed against her waist, but now, shameless. Susan spat the word through clenched teeth. Duan Feng's displeasure flared at her accusation. If he had indeed been the one to initiate contact, he might have accepted the reprimand. However, the truth was that she had practically thrust herself toward him. "Who are you calling shameless? How have I been shameless?" You just," Susan wanted to retort that he had touched her, but the words stuck in her throat. With so many employees present, she couldn't risk having the incident spread throughout the company, which would undoubtedly lead to her humiliation. "Cat got your tongue?" Duan Feng pressed. "I'm starting to suspect you're attracted to me and are trying to get my attention. This is the second time you've done this." The other occupants of the elevator looked at Duan Feng with disdain. Him, handsome, hardly. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering about the first time he referred to and who this unfamiliar man could be. Susan was at her wit's end. The man before her was undoubtedly the most shameless and audacious she had ever encountered. Did he really think that with her looks and figure, she would need to flirt with him? He ought to take a good look at himself in the mirror. "What is your name?" "Why should I tell you? You're not my supervisor. If you're curious, do your own research." "Very well, I will." Susan shot him a cold glare, vowing to remember this man. When the elevator reached the 15th floor, Susan pivoted and exited the elevator. Chapter 9. The reason for tardiness. Duan Feng ascended to the 20th floor and, upon reaching the corner of the corridor, was intercepted by Qi Yanmeng's secretary, Dong Xinfeng. This marked the second occasion he had encountered her. During their initial meeting, he had paid little heed, but at this moment, it was evident that this woman possessed not only ample bosom but also a pleasing countenance. Duan Feng's gaze was fixed intently on Dong Xinfeng, who was clad in a sleek black professional suit, her height approximately 1.65 m, her figure accentuated by the tailored attire. Perhaps informed by Qi Yanmeng's prior instructions, she recognized him immediately as the scruffy young man who had visited the day before, and her impression of him was far from favorable. "What are you staring at?" Dong Xinfeng queried, noticing Duan Feng's prolonged gaze, which lingered uncomfortably on her chest, her expression darkening. "I'm looking at your chest," Duan Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. At this audacious remark, a wave of indignation surged within Dong Xinfeng. In Huadai Group, her position was neither insignificant nor overly exalted. More importantly, she was Qi Yanmeng's secretary, constantly by her side. Such a person, if casually slandered in Qi Yanmeng's presence, could wield considerable influence, and thus, no one at Huadai Group had ever dared to speak to her in such a disrespectful manner. "What did you just say?" Dong Xinfeng demanded, suppressing her urge to strike him. Duan Feng chuckled, "Haven't I just stated it?" At this moment, he felt a twinge of surprise at her fiery temperament. After all, he had merely uttered a single comment, yet she reacted as if ignited by gunpowder. He glanced at Dong Xinfeng once more, but she did not appear to be in the throes of a monthly cycle. Why, did you block my path merely to entice me with your chest?" Duan Feng continued, seemingly oblivious to the impending eruption of Dong Xinfeng's anger. "If that wasn't your intention, then why obstruct my way and puff out your chest? I assumed you were inviting me to gaze upon it. Say that again if you dare." "A mere glance won't diminish its size," Duan Feng shrugged nonchalantly. After a brief silence, Dong Xinfeng's face turned a shade of livid as she gritted her teeth. "Just wait to be dismissed." "Dismissed?" Duan Feng smirked lightly. "You lack the authority for that. You're merely a junior secretary, while I am the president's assistant. My position supersedes yours, hence I possess the power to dismiss you, whereas you seem to lack any authority to dismiss me." "Preposterous." Dong Xinfeng glared at him, her eyes ablaze. "What of your assistant position?" "That only holds sway in Qi's absence, and you possess no right to terminate anyone. You are merely akin to other department managers." "That seems accurate." Duan Feng mused thoughtfully. "Prepare to be fired." Dong Xinfeng said with a smirk, "You've just started working and yet you're nearly 3 hours late. It's almost lunchtime by the time you arrive." "Lunchtime, indeed. If I hadn't tea-timed it for lunch, how could I enjoy a complimentary meal?" Duan Feng replied indifferently, then sidled past her. Observing Duan Feng's nonchalance only fueled Dong Xinfeng's ire further, her cheeks flushed crimson, her ample bosom heaving with each breath. If Duan Feng were to glance back, he might be tempted to wonder if they would burst like balloons if he were to grasp them. Dong Xinfeng glared at his retreating figure, contemplating how she would have unleashed a torrent of invective were it not for their proximity to the chairman's office. She simply could not fathom what merits this man possessed that would lead Qi Yanmeng to approve him as her assistant. Countless individuals coveted this position, many of whom hailed from prestigious lineages, yet this fellow had snatched it away. Duan Feng pushed open the door and stepped into the office. This marked his second visit. The decor was not ostentatious but exuded an air of rustic elegance. A golden silk Nanmu desk was laden with stacks of documents, accompanied by a laptop within. An intricately designed screen depicted the 12 beauties of Jinling. Behind the executive chair loomed a tall cabinet, showcasing antique porcelain, renowned calligraphy, and neatly arranged tomes. These furnishings spoke volumes of a woman of taste and intellect. It seemed Qi Yanmeng was entirely oblivious to Duan Feng's arrival, her head bowed as she scrutinized the documents in hand, her brow occasionally furrowing in concentration. Duan Feng chose not to disturb her, instead taking a seat at his designated desk, lighting a cigarette. Upon hearing the flick of the lighter, Qi Yanmeng's brow furrowed deeper. This scoundrel was smoking in the office, and he had failed to offer her an explanation for his tardiness. Did he consider this place his own abode? In truth, Duan Feng harbored sentiments akin to that. He held 10% of Huatai Group's shares, while Qi Yanmeng possessed 45%, meaning their combined holdings afforded them absolute control over the company. Furthermore, as Qi Yanmeng's future husband, Huatai Group felt like his own domain. Seated at his desk, Duan Feng drifted into daydreams. From this day forth, he too could indulge in the life of a regular office worker, every morning catching the bus, or rather, riding with his wife to work, and after hours, he would venture alone to a bar. On weekends, he would savor coffee with an air of sophistication at home, gazing out at the gentle rain while listening to soothing piano melodies, evoking a sense of nostalgia that felt like a lifetime away. No, the piano was not suitable. It should be the Eru. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Yanmeng had lifted her gaze, observing Duan Feng's silly grin, her fury rekindling. This rascal had brazenly peered under her skirt yesterday and had the audacity to speak of it openly. Now he sat there, as if nothing were amiss, smoking and daydreaming. Typically stern with her subordinates, Qi Yanmeng now felt a profound sense of helplessness when faced with Duan Feng. He was her fiancé, and it appeared her father had taken a liking to him as well. Should she offend him even slightly, he could easily contact Qi Tianhan, which reminded her of her father's stern demeanor and unyielding tone. In Qi Yanmeng's eyes, Duan Feng undoubtedly wielded a formidable influence, a power she referred to as Qi Tianhan. How infuriating! At this moment, Qi Yanmeng wished she could confront her brother and ask him what sort of husband he had arranged for her. Not only did he seem fond of him, but so did their father. Clearing her throat discreetly, Qi Yanmeng adopted a serious expression, her voice icy as she demanded, "Duan Feng, explain your tardiness." Yet Duan Feng remained lost in his reverie, unresponsive, still enraptured by visions of his future blissful life, unable to extricate himself from the daydream.
Duan Feng.
Qi Yanmeng bit her lip, emphasizing her tone. Startled, Duan Feng returned to reality, grinning at her. "What's up, dear wife, do you need something?" Upon hearing this, Qi Yanmeng slammed the pen in her hand onto the desk. "Listen here, while it is true that we are engaged, that does not imply we will marry. I have no affection for you whatsoever. My presence at your place is solely due to that old fool. Had he not pressured me, I would rather die than reside with you. That is because my future father-in-law desires us to cohabitate before marriage, which only signifies that I am destined to be the son-in-law of the Qi family, and you are my wife." Duan Feng remained undeterred, his skin thicker than a city wall, smoking casually as he spoke, his demeanor provoking Qi Yanmeng's ire further. Though Qi Yanmeng currently resided with Duan Feng, she refused to cede an inch. She would resist both him and Qi Tianhan to the bitter end. Moreover, she was not convinced that Duan Feng would dare to evict her. Should he do so, he would find it impossible to justify himself to Qi Tianhan.
"You scoundrel! Yet I am your husband." Duan Feng grinned mischievously, regarding Qi Yanmeng with a playful glint in his eye. "Wife, are you curious to see your husband's mischievous side?"
Qi Yanmeng's chest heaved with indignation, her teeth grinding together, on the verge of an explosive outburst. Duan Feng sensed the impending storm and wisely chose silence. Qi Yanmeng took a few deep breaths, finally managing to subdue her anger, casting a glance at Duan Feng, gritting her teeth. "Why were you late today?"
"Being late is simply being late. Must I conjure up a reason?" Duan Feng replied, perplexed by her inquiry. "You have no explanation? If I were to provide a reason, you would surely accuse me of making excuses. Since I am already late, what need is there for further justification?" An ancient wandering monk once wisely stated that a man should not fabricate reasons in front of a woman to placate her. Duan Feng chuckled, looking at Qi Yanmeng.
Evidently, I embody the man the monk spoke of. Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, the smoldering anger within Qi Yanmeng reignited you. As Qi Yanmeng prepared to unleash her fury, Duan Feng hastily interjected, "Actually, I was caught in traffic."
Traffic?
Qi Yanmeng paused, but as she noticed Duan Feng's gaze wandering to her chest, her expression shifted.
Where are your eyes wandering? Naturally, I am looking at you. Did Uncle Qi not inform you that when conversing with others, one should maintain eye contact to appear polite?
Duan Feng feigned innocence, gazing at Qi Yanmeng. As Qi Yanmeng heard this, a wave of frustration washed over her. After all, this insufferable man was indeed correct, yet, when articulated by him, it transformed into a blatant excuse for his leering gaze. Chapter 10 In Fateful Encounters. Damn it, what a despicable scoundrel, a shameless wretch. What kind of extraordinary husband did my father find for me? Just yesterday, Qi Yanmeng discovered that Duan Feng was not only brazen but also exceedingly lecherous, and now it seems he is equally depraved. It is utterly incomprehensible to Qi Yanmeng why such a man would be her husband. In her mind, she cursed Duan Feng from head to toe, yet she refrained from continuing this angry tirade, stating coldly, no matter the reason, being late on the first day of work is inexcusable. I am aware of that, but I truly did not intend to be late. I took the 7:15 train, but was unexpectedly caught in traffic, which delayed me by 2 to 3 hours. What could I do? Duan Feng replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness.
7:15?
Qi Yanmeng was taken aback, as she recalled leaving her home at 7:20 and not having seen him. That he must be lying to her. With this thought, her anger surged within her. Observing the shifting expressions on Qi Yanmeng's face, Duan Feng felt an ominous premonition rising within him.
Duan Feng.
Qi Yanmeng glared at him through gritted teeth. She detested being deceived. As she regarded Qi Yanmeng's current expression, Duan Feng could not help but shudder, the sense of foreboding intensifying. Suddenly, the sound of clinking and clattering echoed through the room. Upon hearing this, Duan Feng immediately perked up, exclaiming, "Dear, let us discuss this after we finish our meal." With that, he vanished in a flash. A wave of fury surged through Qi Yanmeng, and without hesitation, she dialed Qi Tianhan's number. "Father, I wish to call off the engagement. I can no longer tolerate that. Duan Feng, I have already stated that if you choose to call off the engagement, then you shall have neither a father nor a daughter." The call abruptly ended, leaving Qi Yanmeng in stunned silence, listening to the busy signal, her eyes brimming with unshed tears. The entire office area of Huatai Group is concentrated between the 10th and 20th floors, with cinemas, clubs, and gyms above. Anything above the 25th floor is highly confidential and never open to the public. The company cafeteria is sensibly situated in the middle of the office area, on the 15th floor. Thus, even during busy lunch hours, employees can use the safe stairwells to navigate up and down. In fact, arriving at the cafeteria at the same time often makes using the stairs quicker than waiting for the elevator. The cafeteria is remarkably spacious, occupying nearly the entire floor, ensuring that even when all employees dine together, it does not feel overcrowded. Around the cafeteria are display windows showcasing an array of dishes, both meat and vegetarian, tended to by dozens of kitchen staff clad in white uniforms and hats, diligently at work. Given the large number of employees, there are 10 designated ordering lines, each with long queues. The company has a strict policy that applies to everyone, from the chairman and president to every department employee. Meals must be consumed in the cafeteria during work hours, with no exceptions. However, business discussions or situations not affecting work may allow for dining outside. Huatai Group's cafeteria serves a standard of 2 meat dishes, 1 vegetable dish, and 1 soup, ensuring a balanced and nutritious meal prepared by nationally recognized chefs. Employees can eat as much as they wish, provided there is no wastage. As Duan Feng arrived at the cafeteria, he found each line had already formed a long queue. However, waiting to be served was a pleasure in itself. Just imagine, with so many beautiful legs swaying before him, it truly embodied the saying, a feast for the eyes. Since Duan Feng had recently joined the company and was serving as Qi Yanmeng's assistant, he recognized only her and the manager Susan, apart from Dong Xinfeng. After collecting his meal, he casually chose a seat. Duan Feng devoured his chicken leg with gusto, oblivious to the peculiar glances from those around him. Unfazed by their stares, he continued to eat ravenously. With a chicken leg clamped in his mouth, he turned around and was momentarily stunned, nearly exclaiming in surprise that it was her. At that moment, Duan Feng truly understood the phrase fateful encounters, for standing before him was none other than Susan, with whom he had shared a flirtatious and ambiguous moment on the bus and in the elevator. Beside Susan stood another beautiful woman. The only individuals who could dine with Susan were Qi Yanmeng and Liniru. Clearly, this woman was Liniru. Both Liniru and Susan had been promoted by Qi Yanmeng and often collaborated, yet many employees whispered that their relationship was far from harmonious outside the office. They only appeared amiable during work. Indeed, both women were exceptionally proud, believing themselves superior to the other. With Qi Yanmeng now above them, they felt inferior, yet neither was willing to concede, resulting in an ongoing silent rivalry. Their outward demeanor was one of cordiality, masking their underlying competition. No wonder it is often said that women are like a play, they embody their roles. Their arrival instantly captivated the attention of most men, especially as their assets swayed rhythmically with their movements, almost taking one's breath away. Both women had long grown accustomed to the gazes of the employees, so this attention was nothing new. However, today, Susan was unusually restless. Since entering the cafeteria, her beautiful eyes were scanning the area.
"Susan, what are you looking for?" Liniru noticed Susan's searching gaze and gently inquired.
"Oh, I'm just looking for an available seat," Susan replied casually, following Liniru to the counter to collect their meals. Damn it, could it be that scoundrel has already finished eating and left? Remembering the earlier encounters on the bus and in the elevator, Susan seethed with a desire to confront him.
"You want me to track you down, do you?"
"After lunch, I will find you. I will not rest until I uncover your whereabouts." "Why are you still dawdling? It's your turn to get food," Liniru remarked, noticing Susan's clenched fists, filled with confusion. It was the first time she had seen Susan this way, who had provoked her ire. Upon hearing this, Susan quickly relaxed her fists and carelessly picked up some food. She was already too agitated from her prior encounter with that scoundrel in the elevator to have any appetite. Had she not run into Liniru on the way, she would not have bothered coming to eat at all, as she was determined to find out which department Duan Feng belonged to. After collecting their meals, the two women headed towards a corner of the cafeteria. "Please don't come over here, please don't come over here." Duan Feng was stealthily observing the two, his heart racing as they approached him. As Susan and Liniru drew nearer, Duan Feng quickly bowed his head, pretending not to see them. Suddenly, he felt as though no one was heading in his direction and lifted his gaze. That very moment, he locked eyes with Susan, and his heart sank, prompting him to hastily lower his head once more. "Iru, how about we sit over there? There's a vacant spot in that corner," Susan suggested with a smile, pulling Liniru along. Liniru glanced over, confirming the available seats, and nodded in agreement, heading towards Duan Feng's direction. Upon seeing the two women unexpectedly change course toward him, Duan Feng began to despair. The sound of high heels clicking against the floor was intoxicatingly sensual, exuding an air of elegance, yet, to Duan Feng's ears, it was jarring. His body tensed, bracing for whatever might happen next. As Susan approached, the curve of her lips deepened into a sly smile. Just as she was about to pass by the seated Duan Feng, she made no move to acknowledge him, causing his taut body to relax momentarily. Had he been overthinking? Suddenly, Duan Feng felt a rush of warmth approaching him, and without hesitation, he stood up. Just as Susan intended to upend her meal onto Duan Feng's head, his sudden movement caused the tray to collide directly with her lovely face.
"Ah!"
Susan's pained scream echoed throughout the cafeteria. Upon hearing this, Duan Feng froze, turning to witness the shocking scene unfold before him. Chapter 11 of the complaint. Susan appeared before them, her face marred by grease from the meal, her delicate makeup thoroughly disheveled, and her attire besmirched with remnants of food. Once a picture of grace, she now resembled a grotesque clown, looking akin to a scavenger in her disarray. I'm so sorry, Duan Feng exclaimed in a flurry of apologies upon witnessing the scene, his hands hastily moving to wipe the stains from Susan. However, as his hands approached her, a jolt of alarm surged through Susan, prompting her to instinctively shift to the right. This very movement inadvertently caused Duan Feng's hand to land directly upon her bosom. Susan froze momentarily, a blaze of fury igniting within her eyes, yet, before she could unleash her wrath, Duan Feng's hand had already retreated, leaving many witnesses to this unexpected encounter. Duan Feng feigned an innocent demeanor, pretending to assist Susan with the food and grease, all while his mind echoed, 36E, a weapon of temptation, 36E, a weapon of temptation. The onlookers gazed at Duan Feng, a mix of envy and resentment swelling within them. Why was it not them in this situation? They seethed with frustration, lamenting their own absence from the scene.
"You scoundrel!" Susan's cheeks flushed crimson, her teeth grinding audibly as she glared daggers at Duan Feng.
"I truly apologize, it was unintentional, I swear." "I will compensate for your clothing," Duan Feng implored, his expression earnest as he met her gaze.
"You are shameless."
Initially, Susan had intended to feign a misstep, aiming to dump her meal all over Duan Feng's head as retribution for his earlier indiscretions on the bus and in the elevator. Yet, she had not anticipated his sudden rise, thwarting her plan and leaving her in a state of utter humiliation. Recalling the sensation of that unexpected encounter, Duan Feng found himself wishing fervently that time could rewind, allowing him to experience it once more.
"I genuinely did not mean it."
I apologize. As Duan Feng spoke, Susan's face transformed through a spectrum of colors, from green to black, then to red, her expression shifting so rapidly that Duan Feng finally understood the concept of a changing face, particularly, the way her ample bosom rose and fell, almost as if yearning to burst forth from her attire, left onlookers salivating.
Little girl, you wish to retaliate against me? You are far too inexperienced.
Duan Feng reveled in Susan's flustered state, raising an eyebrow with a self-satisfied smirk. The close proximity of her figure was a visual assault that nearly overwhelmed his senses.
Was this deliberate? With that thought, Susan's ire flared even more.
This man had again toyed with her, taking advantage of her discomfort. Drawing a deep breath and surveying the curious gazes around her, she bellowed, "What are you all staring at?
Don't you have meals to eat?"
Upon hearing Susan's words and witnessing her furious demeanor, the patrons of the restaurant hurriedly averted their gazes, fearful that her wrath might turn upon them. Simultaneously, they found themselves silently praying for Duan Feng. As they bowed their heads, the men occasionally stole glances toward the unfolding drama, eager to witness its progression.
"What department are you from, and what is your name?"
Susan demanded, her eyes blazing with indignation as she scrutinized Duan Feng. "Duan Feng, I have no department," he replied candidly, fully aware that any attempt to conceal the truth would be futile. After this incident, even if he remained silent, Susan would undoubtedly uncover his identity. It was wiser to confess. Taken aback by his declaration, Susan's eyes narrowed with fury.
"You are deceiving me. How could you possibly have no department?"
"I truly have no department." Before he could finish, Susan interrupted. "A person like you should never remain in this company. Just wait. Once I discover which department you belong to, I will ensure you are dismissed." A grown man who dares to act in such a way should have the courage to face the consequences.
With a smoldering temper, akin to a fire yet to be extinguished, Duan Feng retorted, "Hey, why are you acting like a shrew? I've already apologized. What is it that I supposedly did that I should be ashamed of? A shrew?"
The employees in the restaurant were momentarily frozen in shock. The audacity of someone labeling Susan in such a manner was unprecedented within Huatai Group.
Did he not fear for his life, or did he possess some formidable backing that rendered him fearless? Very well, then tell me which department you belong to. I will repeat myself, I have no department.
I am the assistant to Qi Yanmeng. Not if you wish to take revenge on me, I am at your service.
With that, Duan Feng turned on his heel and walked away. At the mention of Qi Yanmeng's assistant sent ripples of envy through the crowd, as they realized that this man was the very same who had stirred up quite a commotion at Huatai Group the previous day. Duan Feng. Impressive, indeed. On his first day of work, he had already crossed paths with Susan. It seemed that Duan Feng would become a topic of discussion among the employees at Huatai Group. As Susan watched him depart, her frustration boiled over, and she stomped her foot. "You shameless scoundrel, halt!" Duan Feng, seemingly oblivious to her outcry, continued towards the exit without a glance back. "Stop right there," she commanded, her voice a mixture of anger and desperation. Duan Feng remained indifferent. Lin Yiru, stifling a laugh, approached Susan and gently offered, "Susan, perhaps you should let it go. He didn't mean any harm, and he has already apologized." "Absolutely not." Before Lin Yiru could finish, Susan interjected vehemently. He still suddenly recalling something, she hastily amended, "I cannot let this go. He has humiliated me today. I will not rest until I have my vengeance." "But he is Qi's assistant." "Assistant or not, it makes no difference," Susan retorted angrily. "You eat, I shall go change my clothes." With determined strides, she exited the room. "Duan Feng, I will not let you off easily for this humiliation." Susan felt as though today was the unluckiest day of her life. Her client had slipped away, she had been assaulted on the bus and in the elevator by Duan Feng, and now, she was covered in remnants of her meal. She vowed she would make him pay for this. Meanwhile, Duan Feng, unfazed, finished his meal and made his way to the smoking area. They say a post-meal cigarette brings unparalleled joy. Perhaps due to the uproar he had caused in the restaurant, the employees who followed him to smoke couldn't help but steal a few glances in his direction. Duan Feng, however, paid them no mind. A few curious looks would not diminish his spirit. Susan returned to the changing room, donning a professional suit once more, her face a mask of anger as she headed towards the president's office. She was determined to persuade Qi Yanmeng to dismiss Duan Feng, to rid herself of him once and for all. Unbeknownst to her, Duan Feng would remain unfazed by her intentions, for Qi Yanmeng would never part with him. In the president's office, Susan recounted the events that had transpired in the restaurant, her face a portrait of indignation. As she spoke, Qi Yanmeng's expression shifted through a myriad of emotions. Upon hearing the full account, Qi Yanmeng furrowed her brows tightly. This fool had not only arrived late on his first day but had also embroiled her in such a scandalous affair. "President Qi, why should we retain someone like him in the company?
In my opinion, he should be dismissed immediately. Keeping him will only invite further trouble," Susan declared vehemently from her seat. Shi Yanmeng, however, was acutely aware of the difficulties in dismissing Duan Feng. He held a 10% stake in Huadai Group, making him a significant shareholder. Moreover, he was her fiancé. For a moment, Shi Yanmeng found herself at a loss, grappling with the consequences of Duan Feng's actions. On the first day, he had offended Susan, who could predict whom he would antagonize next. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yanmeng finally spoke. "Manager Susan, I understand your concerns, but have you considered the potential repercussions of dismissing him over this incident?"
Repercussions? Susan looked puzzled. What consequences could arise from firing a newly appointed assistant to the president?
"He is my assistant and has just begun his tenure. If I were to dismiss him for such an incident, it would undoubtedly invite gossip, suggesting that I am biased towards you and that I am dismissing employees for trivial matters. The impact of terminating an employee over this incident on the company's reputation would be significant." Shi Yanmeng loathed the thought of retaining Duan Feng, yet she found herself defending him. The sensation was undeniably uncomfortable.
You bring up a valid point,
Susan mused, her expression contemplative. "Very well, I shall consider it as though I were bitten by a rabid dog." Upon hearing the comparison of Duan Feng to a rabid dog, Shi Yanmeng's expression darkened. If Duan Feng were indeed a rabid dog, then what did that make her, as she was to be his wife? Her demeanor shifted coldly as she remarked, "Manager Susan, I do not wish to hear such words repeated."
"I have no tolerance for disparaging comments about others behind their backs. You are well aware of this, are you not?"
Susan was momentarily taken aback by Shi Yanmeng's abrupt change in tone. What was happening? Why was she defending that man? Did they share some hidden connection? However, she quickly dismissed the thought, knowing Shi Yanmeng's aversion to gossip.
"I understand, President Shi. Good, then please be mindful of your position moving forward.
Every word you utter reflects the company's image. You must be aware of this."
"I understand."
"Very well, you may leave. Rest assured, I will address this matter appropriately." Chapter 12. I want to kill you. At this moment, Duan Feng was completely unaware that Susan had already gone to Shi Yanmeng to lodge a complaint. He had arrived at the entrance of the president's office, wearing a faint smile, as if the events unfolding within the restaurant were of no concern to him whatsoever. Just as Duan Feng approached the office door, it suddenly swung open, leaving him momentarily stunned, and a striking figure appeared before his eyes. His expression darkened instantly. The woman was none other than the complaining Susan.
"What a coincidence, it's you."
As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. At this moment, Susan's beautiful autumn-like eyes were ablaze with fury as they fixed upon Duan Feng.
"Hello, gorgeous. What a delightful coincidence."
Duan Feng greeted Susan, seemingly oblivious to the anger radiating from her.
"Who would be lucky enough to have anything to do with you?"
Susan spat through gritted teeth, adding, "You don't need to be so arrogant.
CEO Chi will definitely deal with you." "Deal with me?" Duan Feng couldn't help but chuckle, gazing at Susan's face with a sly smile.
"Pervert, what are you staring at?"
Upon noticing Duan Feng's lecherous gaze, Susan reflexively launched a kick aimed at his groin.
"Damn it, not this move again," Duan Feng cursed internally, feeling as if modern women had taken a liking to this ruthless tactic. Without hesitation, he swiftly dodged to the side.
Whoosh!
Susan's kick missed its target, while Duan Feng continued to gaze at her with an insidious grin.
"Is it a matter of losing weight or gaining it?"
With his hands pressed against the wall, Duan Feng lowered his gaze to meet Susan's eyes, chuckling, "As a woman, you shouldn't be so fiery, or else you might find yourself without suitors. No one wants you to worry about that, you shameless scoundrel." With that, Susan swung her hand, preparing to strike him, but as soon as she made a move, Duan Feng seized her wrists and pinned them against the wall. Looking down, she instantly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Turning her head away, too ashamed to move, Duan Feng chuckled, "A normal reaction, I assure you, it wasn't intentional." After all, he was a typical man, and seeing such an enticing scene would warrant a reaction.
Otherwise, a trip to the hospital might be in order. "Let me go,"
Susan demanded, a mix of urgency, hatred, and shame evident in her voice, yet her hands remained firmly restrained against the wall, and her feet were thoroughly immobilized.
"If the next time we meet, you could be a bit more gentle and refrain from causing me trouble, I might consider letting you go." The warmth of his breath brushed against Susan's face. "Impossible."
Susan bit her lip, vowing never to relent against this scoundrel, determined to exact her revenge.
"You should think carefully. Many people have already finished their meals. If anyone passes by and witnesses this scene, and recalls the happenings in the restaurant, what do you think they would think?" Duan Feng observed Susan intently. You bastard, are you threatening me? I'll kill you. This was the first time in her life that Susan had been so openly bullied and teased. Duan Feng, unfazed, replied, Since you don't care, then neither do I. It won't affect me in the slightest. Susan's expression shifted between anger and despair. If she didn't comply with his conditions, and someone witnessed this, rumors would surely spread throughout the company, ruining her reputation irrevocably. Thinking of her reputation, she gritted her teeth and said, Fine, I agree and now let me go. However, it seems a bit late for that. Nearby, 7 or 8 individuals stood in shock, their mouths agape at the spectacle before them. This was profoundly shocking. Susan, one of the 3 beauties of Huatai Group, was being pinned against the wall in such an ambiguous position by the new president's assistant. Ah, you scoundrel, I'll kill you. With a thunderous roar, Susan's long-suppressed rage erupted, and as she prepared to strike, Duan Feng had already retreated several meters away. Remember what you promised earlier. You have to be gentle with me. Gentle? The onlookers were momentarily stunned, and as they recalled the earlier scene, coupled with this remark, it was hard not to entertain unsavory thoughts. At that moment, the door to the president's office swung open, revealing Qi Yanmeng. Her flawless, rosy face set in a frosty glare. Upon seeing her, everyone respectfully greeted, President Qi. With a cold sweep of her gaze, Qi Yanmeng assessed the crowd before her eyes fell back on Susan and Duan Feng. The others quickly dispersed, recalling her ruthless demeanor, which sent shivers down their spines. You two, come into my office and explain what just transpired, Qi Yanmeng stated, striding back into her office. Susan shot Duan Feng a venomous glare, while he could only offer a wry smile. In the heat of the moment, he had forgotten that they were right outside the president's office, and that a camera was positioned just above the door. It was likely that Qi Yanmeng had witnessed everything. As both women entered the office, Duan Feng reluctantly followed. Shut the door. Qi Yanmeng commanded coldly. Upon seeing Duan Feng enter, Duan Feng fell silent, closing the door behind him. Qi Yanmeng tapped a pen lightly against the table, each tap weighing heavily on Susan's heart while Duan Feng remained indifferent. After an indeterminate period of silence, Qi Yanmeng finally spoke, Can either of you explain what just happened outside? The moment her words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Susan opened her mouth but struggled to find the right words. Duan Feng also hesitated to speak, feeling embarrassed about being caught flirting with another woman by his fiancée. It wasn't exactly a proud moment. Not going to speak? Qi Yanmeng's gaze swept over them again as she pressed further. Duan Feng took a moment before seriously addressing Qi Yanmeng, President Qi, it was actually Susan who had intentions towards me and tried to pursue me. I resisted her advances. With each word he uttered, Susan's expression grew increasingly dark, while the chill on Qi Yanmeng's face deepened. Duan, I swear I'll kill you. Susan finally snapped, unable to contain her fury any longer, and she did so in front of Qi Yanmeng. As her words echoed, she lunged at Duan Feng, her fierce demeanor almost overwhelming him. Whoosh! A swift kick sliced through the air, and Duan Feng's pupils dilated in alarm, but he quickly regained his composure, falling backward to the ground just in time to evade Susan's strike. At this moment, Susan was utterly infuriated with Duan Feng. As her first attempt missed, she lifted her foot again for another strike. The sharp tip of her high heel was aimed directly at Duan Feng, and her patience had reached its limit. She was determined to put an end to him. Damn it, women can be so vicious, as the ancients said, a woman's heart is the most venomous. If that kick connected, it would surely be disastrous. In a state of panic, Duan Feng swiftly maneuvered to the side to avoid Susan's assault. With Qi Yanmeng and Zhang shooting already in the mix, and now Susan joining in, Duan Feng felt overwhelmed. These women were all formidable adversaries, intent on making his life miserable. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and struck Susan, and the next moment, a sharp crack resonated throughout the office. Chapter 13. Apologizing to Susan. A sharp crack echoed through the air, causing Susan's charming face to flush crimson. She had intended to retaliate, but her hand froze mid-air. Qi Yanmeng, witnessing this scene, stood momentarily stunned, unable to fathom that Duan Feng had actually struck Susan's Ri, and that it had occurred right before her eyes. The swift turn of events left her disoriented, and as she regained her composure, the sight before her was nothing short of shocking. Observing Duan Feng's expression of sheer enjoyment, the frostiness on her face deepened. I didn't mean to, it was you, Duan Feng said, lifting his gaze to meet Susan's, whose face had turned completely dark with fury, on the verge of tears. I'll kill you. Susan was utterly consumed by rage. Enough. Qi Yanmeng snapped. Upon hearing her words, Susan ceased her movements, directing a furious glare at Duan Feng. President Qi, I understand, Susan, rest assured, I will provide you with a reasonable explanation.
For now, please return to your office. I will personally ensure he comes to apologize to you, Qi Yanmeng replied coldly with a huff of discontent. Susan, though dissatisfied with Qi Yanmeng's words, felt powerless to object. Very well, President Qi, I only hope for a just resolution, she declared, leaving the president's office with a seething anger. Initially, Qi Yanmeng had intended to inquire about the situation's details, but now, there was no need for questions. Watching Susan exit, Duan Feng lounged on the sofa, crossing his legs and lighting a cigarette. Qi Yanmeng, witnessing this scene, slammed her hands on the desk in frustration, supporting herself against the surface as she coldly admonished, Duan Feng, this is a company, not your home. Know your place. Startled by Qi Yanmeng's outburst, Duan Feng nearly choked on the smoke, looking up at her in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping out. There stood Qi Yanmeng, her hands on the desk, her shirt collar wide open, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her figure.
Remember, do not call me Meng Meng. If I don't call you Meng Meng, what should I call you? President Qi. President Qi? That one T do, after all, we are to be husband and wife. Have you not seen Fengyin? Nia Feng addresses Dai Meng as Meng, while Dai Meng calls Nia Feng Feng. We ought to learn from them, this is a company. Please be mindful of your position. Qi Yanmeng's face paled as she glared at Duan Feng, wishing she could kick him off the 20th floor if possible. What of the company? You are the president, and my father-in-law is the chairman. This is, shut up. Upon seeing Qi Yanmeng's expression, Duan Feng wisely fell silent. Duan Feng, let me make this clear, while you are indeed my fiancé, our cohabitation is outside of work, not here. I expect you to conduct yourself properly while in the office. I am quite proper. Duan Feng feigned innocence as he looked at her. Proper? Qi Yanmeng scoffed, very well, then explain why Susan demanded I fire you. She envies me. Envies you? Qi Yanmeng was taken aback. Indeed. Consider this, I am your assistant, second only to you, and who wouldn't want to curry favor with me? Moreover, we are family. If I whisper sweet nothings in your ear, Duan Feng. Qi Yanmeng glared at him, teeth clenched. At that moment, Duan Feng felt the temperature in the room plummet, filled with an unmistakable hostility. I'm giving you one last chance, tell me what truly transpired, or you can leave. Realizing that Qi Yanmeng was serious, Duan Feng refrained from further folly, fearing her wrath. Well, in the elevator, there was a small misunderstanding, and at the restaurant, when I stood up, Susan happened to be carrying food. He recounted the events, albeit omitting several details. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Yanmeng slowly spoke, you are to apologize to Susan now. I will call her, and I hope you can be sincere in your approach. Me, apologize? Duan Feng was taken aback. He never anticipated Qi Yanmeng would genuinely send him to apologize to Susan. What if he went and couldn't return? Yes, you will apologize, regardless of who was right or wrong beforehand. You did strike her, so an apology is necessary. Seeing the seriousness in Qi Yanmeng's demeanor, Duan Feng realized he had no choice. Otherwise, she would not let him off easily. After much contemplation, he resolved not to argue further. After all, he was a man, and men should be magnanimous. It was merely an apology. How grave could it be? Very well, I shall apologize, but if she overreacts, you cannot blame me. Upon hearing Duan Feng's response, Qi Yanmeng sighed in relief. She feared he would refuse, and if he did, there would be no recourse for her. Nodding decisively, she added, also, let me remind you, this is a company, not a place for your flirtations. If you seek such endeavors, go to a disco or a bar. Duan Feng's expression darkened. He felt wrongly accused. My encounter with Susan was purely accidental. I do not wish to hear your explanations, nor do you need to provide them. Just remember my words, this is not a venue for your flirtations. At that moment, Duan Feng remained blissfully unaware that he had become the hottest topic within Huatai Group this year. First, he became Qi Yanmeng's assistant, and now he had flirted with Susan, engaging in ambiguous actions in public. As the news spread, the name Duan Feng became a whirlwind, known from the security guards to the board of directors. Meanwhile, Susan was seething with anger, yet had nowhere to vent it, so she summoned all the department heads under her supervision to the conference room. Upon entering the sales department, Duan Feng was struck by the sight of the expansive space partitioned into cubicles, each equipped with a computer, serving as individual workstations. Beneath them, numerous salespeople scurried about, reminiscent of a pyramid or spider web. The overwhelming atmosphere conveyed one unmistakable sentiment, busyness. When the employees caught sight of Duan Feng, their faces bore expressions of astonishment. Could the rumors truly be true? The new assistant to the president was indeed Susan's boyfriend. Many in the sales department regarded Duan Feng with admiration. It was common knowledge that Susan was no ordinary woman. She was widely recognized as a sultry beauty within Huatai Group. This allure extended beyond her physical attributes.
her fiery temper was equally renowned. Susan had earned her reputation as a fiery beauty and a force to be reckoned with after a board member had attempted to flirt with her in the office, only to find himself incapacitated for half a month after she retaliated. Moreover, Susan was the only individual brave enough to challenge Qi Yanmeng. Whenever Qi Yanmeng made a misstep, Susan would not hesitate to publicly call her out. If Qi Yanmeng were an emperor, Susan would be akin to the loyal advisor Wei Zhang. Of course, there were times when Susan refrained from confronting Qi Yanmeng. Imagine the shockwaves if such a woman were to be subdued by a man. As Duan Feng stood before Susan's office door, he wrestled with the dilemma of whether to enter. After all, she was armed with weapons, and should she choose to assert herself, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Pacing back and forth in front of Susan's office, he ultimately steeled himself, deciding that if it was to be, then so be it. He would simply refrain from resisting. As he reached for the door to knock, it swung open, revealing a pair of 36E weapons that caused Duan Feng to swallow hard. Glancing at the fabric straining to contain such ample proportions, he could not help but feel sympathy for the white shirt, enduring the pressure without tearing. What force must it withstand? Upon seeing Duan Feng, Susan's expression instantly turned icy. With a huff, she stepped aside, allowing him to enter before closing the door behind him.
Could you not close the door?
Duan Feng said, watching the door gradually shut, unable to shake the feeling that she might genuinely intend to overpower him.
Should he resist or submit? Do you wish for the outside world to witness this?
Susan shot him a frosty glare, firmly shutting the door.
Well, it wouldn't be proper for others to see. Duan Feng nodded, muttering, do you prefer a man on top, or a woman?
What? Susan was taken aback by his words, seizing a notebook from her desk and hurling it at him, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, go die. Chapter 14. Not tonight. At this moment, Duan Feng's spirits were soaring, his heart brimming with an inexplicable joy as he hummed a Johnny tune, sauntering along with a carefree gait that made others feel quite uncomfortable, almost prompting them to rush forward and deliver him a sound beating. Yet, no one dared to act on such impulses. After all, he was the assistant to the CEO and was currently entangled in an ambiguous relationship with Susan. In short, the name Duan Feng was exceedingly popular within the Huadai Group at this time. In Huadai Group, if one were unaware of the number of board members, it could be excusable. However, to be ignorant of Duan Feng would undoubtedly invite scorn from the vast majority of employees. At that moment, Vice President Li Yuha was seated in a high-backed chair, smoking a cigarette, his mind mulling over the events of the day, though even he found the circumstances somewhat perplexing. He had learned of Duan Feng's existence only yesterday, discovering that he was the assistant to Qi Yanmeng. While the position of assistant might seem modest, it held a unique significance within the Huadai Group, arguably placing him just beneath the top echelons of power. Furthermore, news had surfaced today suggesting that Duan Feng shared an extraordinary connection with Susan, which sent a shiver of foreboding through him. Who exactly was this Duan Feng, capable of becoming Qi Yanmeng's assistant? Just then, the office door swung open, and Duan Feng strode in. Li Yuha lifted his gaze, and at first glance, he sensed that this young man was anything but ordinary. His keen intuition detected a cold aura emanating from him, though it vanished upon closer inspection, revealing a laid-back, average young man.
Li, you called for me?
Duan Feng inquired, standing before the desk with a slight frown, perplexed as to why Li Yuha sought him out, especially since they seemed unfamiliar with one another. However, just as he exited Susan's office, he had been informed that Li Yuha was looking for him. Thus, he arrived at the vice president's office, filled with curiosity.
So you are Duan Feng? Come, have a seat.
Li Yuha set aside his thoughts, rising from his leather chair to indicate the sofa beside him. Amused, Duan Feng recognized that Li Yuha must have sensed something, prompting this unusual courtesy. Consequently, he made himself comfortable, plopping down onto the sofa and turning his gaze towards the outside world through the floor-to-ceiling windows. Situated on the 18th floor, the unobstructed view offered a breathtaking panorama, embodying the transparent office design that characterized Huadai Tower, maximizing both space and visibility for its employees. Li Yuha extracted a cigarette, lighting it before casually tossing the pack to Duan Feng, an action typically reserved for interactions among equals.
Brother Duan, you've just assumed your position as assistant to the CEO, and already you've garnered quite the envy. Li Yuha remarked, eyeing Duan Feng.
Luck, purely luck.
Duan Feng chuckled, fully aware of Li Yuha's intentions, which were likely to uncover the identity of his powerful backing. Luck is indeed a crucial factor in success. I must admit, your fortune is enviable. Li Yuha replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. How about I call you little brother then?
Feigning surprise, Duan Feng responded, oh, Li, I'm more concerned that calling you brother might upset you. Hearing Duan Feng's retort and observing his demeanor, Li Yuha became increasingly convinced that this young man was not to be underestimated. While other employees approached him with utmost caution, Duan Feng's audacious nonchalance suggested a formidable backing. After hearing this, Li Yuhua chuckled, "Very well, little brother Duan, allow me to treat you to a night out at the bar after work.
Do you prefer foreign beauties or local ones? I'll arrange everything for you." Duan Feng's expression remained impassive, though he pondered momentarily. It was evident that Li Yuhua was attempting to win him over, but why was he so eager to do so? As a newcomer to Huatai Group, Duan Feng was unaware of the internal struggles within the organization. Li Yuhua and Qi Yanmeng were embroiled in a rivalry, resulting in a division within Huatai Group. One faction led by Qi Yanmeng, the other by Li Yuhua. The latter's supporters were predominantly the group's veterans, while Qi Yanmeng's faction consisted of vibrant young talents she had personally nurtured, including Susan and Liniru. "Can we have a double date?"
Li Yuhua was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such a question from Duan Feng.
We can try our best, then thank you, Mr. Li. Duan Feng replied with a grin.
"Agreed, it's settled then, I'll call you after work."
"All right."
With that, Duan Feng stood and made his way towards the door. Just as he neared the exit, Li Yuhua suddenly called out to him, "Little brother Duan, I suspect your backing must be quite formidable."
"Who is it?" Li Yuhua's eyes gleamed with intensity as he scrutinized Duan Feng's expression, eager to glean some insight.
You've seen through me, Mr. Li. I'm actually one of the shareholders of Huatai Group, and Qi Yanmeng is my wife.
Otherwise, how could I possibly be the assistant to the CEO? Duan Feng replied, his demeanor light and playful.
"You little rascal, get lost," Li Yuhua snapped, dismissing him, but once Duan Feng had left, a cruel smile crept onto his lips. "No matter who you are, anyone who obstructs my path will meet a gruesome end." At that moment, Duan Feng remained blissfully unaware of Li Yuhua's intentions. Even if he were to learn of them, he would remain indifferent, for in the face of overwhelming strength, all schemes and intrigues pale into insignificance. As Duan Feng exited Li Yuhua's office, his brow furrowed in contemplation, it appeared that Huatai Group was not as simple as he had initially perceived. Entering the stairwell, he pulled out a cigarette but had yet to light it when he suddenly looked up to see a striking figure standing on the stairs. Dressed in a fitted, shimmering silver suit, her long, beautiful legs were bare, revealing a pair of fair, slender calves. Her perfectly sculpted curves exuded an aura of aloof elegance. She was none other than Liniru, one of the three most beautiful women at Huatai Group. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was she doing here? Then it dawned on him that Liniru was the IT department manager, and this seemed to be her domain. As Duan Feng brushed past Liniru, she suddenly commanded, "Stop." Startled, he turned to face her, asking, "Ms.
Lin, is there something you need? Is this yours?"
Liniru inquired, producing a necklace from her person. Upon seeing the necklace, Duan Feng's eyes widened in surprise, though he quickly masked it, maintaining a facade of calm as he replied, "It's not mine."
Liniru scoffed, her expression icy. "Duan Feng, although you conceal it well, your eyes have betrayed you." With gritted teeth, she declared, "You are that scoundrel." "Ms.
Lin, you must be mistaken," Duan Feng insisted earnestly.
"Mistaken?"
Liniru chuckled softly. "Red Dust Bar, VIP room 108.
"All right, I admit it, I was that person." Duan Feng conceded, exasperated. He could hardly fathom that the woman he had encountered at Red Dust Bar would be Liniru.
Who could have guessed that she frequently visited bars and indulged to the point of inebriation? Had it not been for Duan Feng's timely intervention that night, she might have faced dire consequences. Of course, his presence had led to her losing herself, but not to another, rather to him. That evening, Liniru had appeared particularly distressed, drowning her sorrows in drink, when someone had slipped her a drug. Duan Feng had witnessed everything, and while he might have typically turned a blind eye, his conscience had compelled him to act and rescue Liniru. However, she had already succumbed to the drug's effects, utterly lost in her stupor. In a moment of desperation, Duan Feng had taken her to room 108 of the Red Dust Bar, but once inside, Liniru, under the influence, had begun to frantically tear at his clothing. Duan Feng, usually one to pursue restraint, had disregarded all caution, laying her down on the bed without a second thought. Yet upon leaving, he discovered that the necklace around his neck was missing, initially assuming it had been lost during a scuffle at the bar. In hindsight, it was likely that Liniru had pulled it off him during that chaotic encounter.
"You scoundrel!"
Liniru glared at him, her teeth clenched though her awareness had been muddled. She vaguely remembered fragments of the incident, and the familiarity of Duan Feng's figure had prompted her to investigate further, only to discover that he was indeed the man in question.
"You treated me like a prostitute,"
Liniru thought, her anger surging as she recalled waking up to find 300 yuan placed beside her. Duan Feng chuckled awkwardly, well aware that his gesture had been habitual. Had he known Liniru was the IT manager, he would never have left her such an insulting amount. 300 yuan was a gross affront to her dignity. He should have left her nothing at all, lest he demean her status. Fortunately, Liniru was not gifted with mind-reading abilities. Had she known his thoughts, she might have taken drastic measures against him. At that moment, Duan Feng was unsure whether to feel fortunate. Who could have predicted that the woman he had casually saved at the bar would turn out to be a manager at Huatai Group, and that they would have shared such an intimate experience? This Duan Feng was drenched in cold sweat, having just offended Susan, and now Liniru had appeared. Moreover, his wife, Qi Yanmeng, seemed less than pleased with him. If she were to discover this, you are quite the charmer. I know I am, but you needn't vocalize it, and I dare say you were quite charming yourself that night. Liniru's face flushed crimson. You'd best keep quiet.
Are you free tonight? Duan Feng was taken aback. Not tonight. My aunt is visiting, and I'm feeling a bit unwell.
Chapter 15. The photos in Mengming's computer. Liniru clenched her fists tightly, her face a shade of iron gray.
Duan Feng, go die.
Liniru finally erupted in anger, lunging aggressively at Duan Feng. Taken aback, Duan Feng had not expected Liniru to resort to violence in the office.
Hey, stop, he exclaimed urgently, raising his hands to block her. However, his attempt to halt her only incited her fury further. She forcefully shoved him, and in a reflexive motion, he pulled her in return. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud thuds echoed as Duan Feng, with one arm wrapped around Liniru, tumbled down the staircase. Damn it! Duan Feng lamented, tears brimming in his eyes, bewildered by the chaos.
Instinctively, he cradled Liniru in his embrace, determined to shield her from any harm.
Smack!
They finally came to a stop. Painful groans escaped Duan Feng's lips as they had rolled down over 20 steps, and with a woman in his arms, he endured immense suffering to protect her from injury.
Duan Feng, I swear I will kill you. Liniru roared from his grasp.
Then she froze, noticing the crowd that had gathered around them, all staring in shock at the two. Their position was undeniably intimate. Duan Feng lay flat on the ground while Liniru was atop him, a scenario that could easily evoke inappropriate thoughts.
Ah!
Liniru's face flushed crimson as she looked down at Duan Feng, whose clothing was torn and marred with wounds.
The sight left her completely stunned. She had never expected things to escalate to this extent. At that moment, Duan Feng gently remarked, President Lin, could you please get off me? I think I've broken a few bones. Ah!
Liniru, startled by his words, quickly scrambled off him.
She cast a cold glance at the onlookers. What are you staring at? Don't you all have work to do?
Upon witnessing the change in Liniru's demeanor, the crowd dispersed hastily, simultaneously filled with admiration for Duan Feng. Having just joined the company, he had not only become Qi Yanmeng's assistant but also seemed to share an ambiguous relationship with Susan. Now, it appeared he had some connection with Liniru as well. While they admired him, they also harbored resentment. He was indeed a beast. Among the three beauties of Huatai Group, two were now entangled with him, and who knew what might develop between him and Qi Yanmeng? After all, one who is close to the water will get the moon first. Little did they know, Qi Yanmeng was actually Duan Feng's fiancée. Had they discovered this, they would likely have choked on their own disbelief. Duan Feng gradually stood up, feeling a wave of pain wash over him. Tears fell down his cheeks as he pondered who he had offended. Was it merely a prank that warranted such a hefty price? He felt utterly cheated. Seeing the numerous wounds on Duan Feng's body filled Liniru with guilt. Although they had shared an intimate moment, it was not under duress. In fact, had Duan Feng not saved her, she could have faced a far worse fate at the hands of several men. In comparison, Liniru would rather endure the consequences of his actions alone. Duan Feng, as Liniru approached him, Duan Feng instinctively raised his hand. Wait, President Lin, whatever it is, you can say it from there. I promise not to be too shameless.
I'm sorry, Duan Feng.
Upon seeing the injuries on his head, face, legs, and arms, and contrasting that with her own unblemished state, Liniru's guilt deepened. Had Duan Feng not protected her while tumbling down the stairs, she would have suffered greatly as well. I just wanted to ask if you were free tonight. I'd like to treat you to dinner to thank you for saving me last time. As she spoke, her voice dwindled, a faint blush creeping onto her face, clearly recalling the hazy memories of that night. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback. He felt an urge to slap himself. Rolling down the stairs had been a foolish act. She was asking him out for dinner, and yet here he was. Simultaneously, questions flooded his mind. What did this woman mean? Although he had saved her, he had also gained a considerable advantage, and she seemed to be a virgin.
You want to treat me to dinner?
Duan Feng asked incredulously, staring at Liniru.
Seeing the disbelief on his face, Liniru felt a surge of anger. What do you mean? I'm inviting you to dinner out of gratitude for saving me. Don't get the wrong idea.
Unbeknownst to them, news of their tumble down the stairs had spread like wildfire throughout Huatai Group. Even Qi Yanmeng was now aware of the incident, with various versions circulating. Some claimed Liniru had twisted her ankle, and Duan Feng heroically intervened, only to end up rolling down the stairs. Others suggested that Duan Feng, entranced by Liniru's beauty, had attempted to assault her, leading to her pushing him down the stairs, causing him to grab her in a desperate attempt. In any case, the stories proliferated. In her office, Qi Yanmeng's expression darkened significantly. Duan Feng had only just arrived at Huadai Group, and within half a day, he had already entangled himself with two formidable women. This bastard! Qi Yanmeng seated, picking up the phone beside her and dialing Qi Tianhan's number. She could no longer endure it. In just half a day, Duan Feng had stirred up so much trouble that if he stayed for half a year, who knew what chaos he would unleash upon Huadai Group? Dad, that bastard Duan Feng absolutely cannot remain at Huadai Group. Before Qi Yanmeng could finish, Qi Tianhan interrupted. What happened? Dad, he just started working today and has already gotten involved with Susan and Liniru. She began to embellish the tale of Duan Feng's escapades. After a moment of silence, Qi Tianhan sighed slightly. Meng, you really disappoint me.
Confused, Qi Yanmeng asked, what do you mean? These should be reasons you concocted to break off the engagement, right?
Don't think I don't know. Both Susan and Liniru are girls you personally promoted, and they are on the same side as you. Qi Tianhan's tone grew increasingly stern. If you asked them to help you tarnish Duan Feng's reputation, they would likely agree. Dad, at that moment, Qi Yanmeng felt utterly wronged. This was not her doing, she had merely emphasized her concerns. Enough. My stance remains unchanged. Breaking off the engagement is impossible unless you sever our father-daughter relationship, otherwise, you will immediately become a daughter-in-law of the Duan family. Qi Tianhan's words left no room for negotiation. As Qi Yanmeng opened her mouth to protest, she was met with a busy signal. At that moment, she felt unprecedentedly aggrieved. For the first time, she questioned whether she was truly Qi Tianhan's biological daughter. If she were, why would he threaten her so? Just then, Duan Feng walked in, grinning. Upon seeing Qi Yanmeng, who had a glimmer of moisture in her eyes, he paused, wondering who had provoked this lady.
Dream, what's wrong? Duan Feng asked gently. None of your business. Qi Yanmeng's anger flared upon his arrival.
Duan Feng rolled his eyes, thinking she could be so irritable that he went to his desk, poured himself a glass of water, and settled in, his mind drifting to the prospect of dinner with Liniru that evening. If she proposed spending the night with him, should he agree or not? Time passed, and Qi Yanmeng finally calmed herself, glancing at Duan Feng, who wore an indecent grin, lost in thought. Clearing her throat, Qi Yanmeng adopted a stern expression and coldly commanded, Duan Feng, go fetch me a cup of coffee. At that moment, Duan Feng was wholly preoccupied with the thought of his dinner with Liniru, oblivious to Qi Yanmeng's request.
Duan Feng. Qi Yanmeng bit down hard, emphasizing her tone. Startled, Duan Feng snapped back to reality, staring blankly at Qi Yanmeng. Her furious gaze bore into him, her almond-shaped eyes slowly reddening. At that moment, she desperately wanted to find someone to beat Duan Feng up. Yet recalling Qi Tianhan's earlier words, she felt drained. Duan Feng, go make me a cup of coffee. Me? Duan Feng was taken aback. Yes, you. Why me? You are my assistant, who else would it be?
Qi Yanmeng forced her anger down.
Duan Feng lit a cigarette, but I'm still your fiancé, shouldn't you be the one making coffee for me? This is the office. The frosty demeanor on Qi Yanmeng's face intensified. Even in the office, I'm a man. Duan Feng remained defiant.
Finally pushed to her limits, Qi Yanmeng grabbed the laptop on her desk and hurled it at Duan Feng.
Damn!
Duan Feng gasped, realizing that the wealthy truly were different. Others would throw bricks, while she was tossing a laptop. This was the stark contrast between a commoner and a rich beauty. Whoosh! As the laptop flew toward him, Duan Feng grinned, swiftly catching it.
Dream, did you forget? I was a soldier.
My reflexes are quite impressive. With that, he placed the laptop on his desk, opening it without a hint of awareness regarding Qi Yanmeng's murderous gaze. Duan Feng navigated through the files with ease, but when he opened one particular folder, he froze, his face morphing into one of astonishment as he gazed at the provocative images displayed on the screen. If it were a man's computer filled with such enticing photos, Duan Feng might not have thought much of it. After all, he understood men, but Qi Yanmeng.
Slowly, he raised his gaze to meet hers. Dream, you don't like me, do you? Is it because you're a lesbian? With that, Duan Feng stood up and handed the laptop back to Qi Yanmeng. Chapter 16. The two women before the tombstone. After handing the computer to Qi Yanmeng, Duan Feng hurriedly rushed out, for he had witnessed Qi Yanmeng on the brink of an emotional eruption.
At this moment, he found himself standing in a cemetery on the eastern outskirts of Hulua City. Duan Feng lowered his gaze upon the gravestone before him, his face devoid of any trace of frivolity, replaced instead by an overwhelming sorrow.
Dad, Mom, I have returned.
His eyes, tinged with red, fixated on the engraved likeness upon the tombstone, lips pressed tightly together, tears shimmering as his voice quivered with emotion. Following this outburst, Duan Feng fell into a profound silence. Once more time slipped away unnoticed until he finally spoke again.
I have been an unfilial son, unable to witness the final moments with you and Mom.
His voice was heavy with guilt and self-reproach as he continued, Dad, you and Mom must be rejoicing in your reunion now, right?
And I may soon be wed. You need not worry about me any longer. Your daughter-in-law is strikingly beautiful, renowned as the belle of Hulua City. Her name is Qi Yanmeng. When the opportunity arises, I shall bring her to meet you. Dad, I know you had a fondness for erguotu. Today I have brought some for us to enjoy together. With that, Duan Feng uncorked a bottle of erguotu. In due time, I shall personally pour a drink for you with your daughter-in-law by my side. As he spoke, Duan Feng poured a significant portion of the liquor onto the ground before consuming a generous amount himself. At that moment, a striking figure entered the cemetery, instantly attracting the attention of numerous men. Upon seeing this woman, the men in the cemetery found it impossible to divert their gazes from her. She was tall, elegant, and dressed in an exquisite manner that was neither ostentatious nor vulgar. Even in the simplest attire, she radiated an alluring, mature charm. Her face bore an expression of coldness mingled with a hint of sorrow. Could there be a more captivating enchantress? Particularly for those men who had achieved modest success in their careers, their imaginations ignited, each one scheming to find a way to connect with her, all while concealing their intentions from family and acquaintances. It was evident that this woman was not easily approached. Her age hinted at a maturity that rendered her impervious to the naive charms that might have captivated a younger girl. Though she exuded a low-key demeanor, the unobtrusive watch on her wrist, smooth as jade, betrayed her extraordinary status. Yet, the more elusive she appeared, the more enticing she became. It was clear that the graves in this cemetery were of significant value, a price far beyond the means of ordinary individuals, suggesting that those who visited were either wealthy or of noble birth. At that moment, she approached a gravestone with a solemn expression. When she noticed a man kneeling before the gravestone she was headed to, she paused momentarily, her heart racing. A sudden wave of nostalgia surged forth, flooding her with memories of lost youth, shyness, and the bittersweet pain of secretly admiring someone from the shadows. In an instant, her carefully composed facade began to crack as a myriad of subtle emotions played across her features. Unbeknownst to Duan Feng, he was being observed. He was entirely absorbed in his intoxication. Ji Hanxiang could hardly fathom that she would encounter Duan Feng today. She had believed she would never see him again in this lifetime. Occasionally, at class reunions, she had heard whispers of him, but 3 years had passed without a trace of his whereabouts, as if he had vanished into thin air. During those 3 years, Ji Hanxiang had made it a point to visit this cemetery annually, knowing that if Duan Feng returned, he would undoubtedly come to pay his respects to his parents. Fortune favored the diligent, and today, she finally laid eyes on him once more. Instinctively, she took a step forward, the name Duan Feng nearly escaping her lips, only to be stifled by a sudden wave of shame that rendered her mute. Ji Hanxiang's complexion paled slightly, her breath quickened as she retreated step by step, gazing at his profile from a distance, just as she had during their school days, her intertwined arms devoid of color. Then, her expression darkened. If only time could rewind, she would have shouted his name without hesitation, but now, she felt unworthy. She no longer deserved Duan Feng. 3 years ago, when Duan Feng's father fell gravely ill, Duan Feng had vanished without a trace. His father required considerable funds for medical treatment, yet the Duan family could not afford such expenses. Ji Hanxiang possessed the means to help, but refrained from doing so due to her family's inheritance stipulations, which dictated that the first to meet certain criteria would gain control of the Ji family fortune. Though Ji Hanxiang contemplated offering the necessary funds, she realized that doing so would jeopardize her own position as heir and subject her to the fate her family had in store for her, a politically arranged marriage she wished to avoid. Thus, she resolved to fight for her inheritance, promising herself that once she secured her status, she would assist Duan Feng's father. Yet, by the time she achieved this, Duan Feng's father had already passed away. When she received the news, it felt as though she had been struck by lightning. She believed she had indirectly caused his death. Had she not pursued her claim to the inheritance, Duan Feng's father might still be alive. Overwhelmed with guilt, Ji Hanxiang purchased a burial plot for Duan Feng's father with her own money. Duan Feng remained utterly unaware of these events. When Duan Feng's mother suffered a car accident, Ji Hanxiang attempted to intervene, only to find that Qi Tianhan, the newly affluent figure in Hulua City, had already taken charge of all medical expenses for her. Ji Hanxiang was puzzled by Qi Tianhan's involvement and could not uncover any answers through her investigations. Consequently, she ceased her inquiries into that matter and began to explore the circumstances surrounding Duan Feng's mother's accident.
However, the deeper she delved, the more fearful she became, as she uncovered connections to significant powers or influential figures. Moreover, she received threatening letters warning her to abandon her investigation or face dire consequences for the Ji family. Undeterred, Ji Hanxiang persisted, burdened by the knowledge that she had failed to save Duan Feng's father, and now, learning that Duan Feng's mother had been murdered, she could not possibly step back, and so she continued to investigate. Yet, as her inquiries progressed, all leads abruptly vanished, leaving her feeling as if she was up against a force so vast it could manipulate events at will. Observing Duan Feng at this moment, Ji Hanxiang felt a pang of sorrow. Perhaps he remained oblivious to the true circumstances of his mother's demise. Reflecting on her past inaction regarding Duan Feng's father, she wondered if he would resent her upon learning the truth. I am no longer that naive girl. I am Ji Hanxiang, possessing immense wealth and boundless confidence, she reassured herself. Having long since forgotten the feeling of turmoil, she continued to bolster her self-assurance, driven by a singular purpose: to exchange a few words with Duan Feng. But if he were to discover all I have done over these years, what would he think? Would he hate me? He surely would. Despite believing she could maintain her composure in any situation, she found herself gripped by fear at this moment. Though she had secured her position as the Ji family's heir, and the entire family was now under her control, Ji Hanxiang had adopted ruthless measures against those seeking a share of the inheritance. Uncles, cousins, and siblings alike had been imprisoned or expelled from the Ji family. Some had even met with untimely ends at her hands. If Duan Feng were to learn of these actions, she feared he would. Ji Hanxiang could not bear to contemplate further, her anxiety mounting with each thought. After an extended period of unwept tears, she found herself unable to contain her emotions, tears cascading down her cheeks as she repeatedly whispered to herself, I do this not for money, but for you. Not for wealth, but for you. I do this for you to safeguard myself. Suddenly, a chill surged from her heart, enveloping her entire being. Duan Feng turned his head, casting a calm glance in Ji Hanxiang's direction, his eyes devoid of emotion, serene and tranquil, as though he did not recognize her at all. Ji Hanxiang fixated on Duan Feng's face, her tear-filled eyes reflecting a mixture of despair and confusion. Duan Feng regarded Ji Hanxiang, a flicker of surprise crossing his gaze, and moments later, he recognized her. He took a step forward, slowly passing by Ji Hanxiang without uttering a word. He understood her identity. She was the daughter of the Ji family, the center of attention during their school days, while he was merely a poor boy. He had never entertained the notion that Ji Hanxiang could have feelings for him, let alone harbor a secret crush. The disparity in their social standings was vast, and the Ji family held rigid views on class. Even Ji Hanxiang's friends were of affluence. Ji Hanxiang yearned to speak to Duan Feng, yet found herself unable to muster the courage, helplessly watching him walk away. Time stretched on, and eventually, Ji Hanxiang's face was streaked with tears as she made her way toward Duan Feng's parents' gravestone.
Thud. Ji Hanxiang knelt before the tombstone.
Uncle, it was not that I did not save you, but rather I truly had no means to do so. Please forgive me, I beg of you. Ji Hanxiang wept before the gravestone. No response came from the gravestone. After what felt like an eternity, Ji Hanxiang rose to her feet, gazing reverently at the photograph upon the gravestone. Aunt, I vow to uncover the identity of your murderer. I will avenge you, I swear. Without lingering any longer, Ji Hanxiang turned and exited the cemetery. Just as she departed, a radiant figure appeared before the gravestone. The woman gazed at the tombstone, tears streaming down her face.
Uncle, Aunt, he has returned. He is back now, you need not worry.
If either Duan Feng or Ji Hanxiang were present, they would undoubtedly recognize this woman, for she was none other than Duan Feng's first love, the woman he had cherished above all, Chen Xiaoya. Chapter 17 Paradise Bar. As for Chen Xiaoya's visit to the cemetery, Duan Feng was entirely unaware, nor did he know that after his departure, two women had come to pay their respects to his parents. One woman vowed to avenge his mother, while the other wept inconsolably. At this moment, Duan Feng was contemplating whether to indulge in a night of revelry with Li Yuha or enjoy a meal with Lin Yiru. Accompanying Li Yuha would inevitably lead to encounters with women, whereas dining with Lin Yiru was more uncertain. While Duan Feng grappled with these two dilemmas, Qi Yanmeng stood by the office window, vigorously rubbing her temples, her head throbbing painfully. She was already burdened by a pressing issue, and now the emergence of Duan Feng had only intensified her headache. After gathering her thoughts, she endeavored to expel Duan Feng's image from her mind. At this juncture, Huatai Group faced a crucial bidding task that absolutely could not fail, as it would determine the future trajectory of the company. The government of Halua City was initiating a commercial bidding process, and the winner would secure the Wanquan real estate development project, a substantial undertaking. Recently, Qi Yanmeng had been preoccupied with the bidding preparations. In truth, the bidding was merely a formality. Securing the main organizer's approval would simplify matters significantly. This was a project within the city government's planning, and soon leaders from various departments, including the Audit Bureau, the Construction Bureau, and the Planning Bureau,
would convene to discuss the specifics of the Wanquan real estate project. Key figures, detailed meeting contents, and more were all pivotal to the success of the bid. From the perspectives of qualifications and financial capacity, only 3 groups in Halua City could rival Huadai Group. Tianyu Group, Hongfa Group, and Jingtian Group. Huadai Group was engaged in fierce competition with Tianyu Group in the realm of e-commerce, while it was embroiled in a bitter struggle with Hongfa Group over shipping business in Halua City. Meanwhile, there was no contention with Jingtian Group. Based on Qi Yanmeng's understanding of the leaders of Hongfa Group and Tianyu Group, she was certain that neither would relinquish the Wanquan real estate development project. As for Jingtian Group, she found it perplexing. Chairman Su Jingwei operated with utmost discretion and maintained a close relationship with Secretary Fal Tianhua of Halua City. No one knew how Su Jingwei had built his empire. All that was known was that upon Jingtian Group's listing, it secured several contracts from city governments, contracts that had initially seemed destined for Huadai Group, Hongfa Group, and Tianyu Group, yet ultimately fell into Jingtian Group's hands. Afterward, Jingtian Group ceased all activities, leaving everyone baffled as to the chairman's intentions. Qi Yanmeng had been closely monitoring Jingtian Group, but since they had remained low-key and had not competed for contracts, she had not considered them further until now, with the Wanquan real estate development on the horizon. As Qi Yanmeng pondered these matters, Susan entered the room, carrying a thick stack of documents. President Qi, I have organized everything you requested,
Susan said, her expression serious upon seeing Qi Yanmeng.
Qi Yanmeng nodded slightly. Susan, you haven't disclosed this to anyone, have you?
This bidding matter, while ostensibly assigned to some professionals for research, was quietly entrusted to Susan for data compilation, indicating Qi Yanmeng's lack of trust in certain individuals within the company.
Rest assured, President Qi.
Only you, I, and General Manager Lin are aware of this matter. No one else knows. Susan assured her. Within Huadai Group, everyone recognized that Susan and Lin Yiru were Qi Yanmeng's trusted aides, typically handling significant affairs.
Although they appeared to be mere department managers, their involvement often rivaled that of Vice President Li Yuha. Even matters unknown to Li Yuha were within their purview. That's good. Where is General Manager Lin? We should strategize together to ensure our bid is successful.
President Qi, General Manager Lin mentioned she had prior commitments and left early. She handed me all her organized materials along with her opinions and suggestions,
Susan replied as she passed a document to Qi Yanmeng. She laughed? Qi Yanmeng asked, slightly surprised.
Susan nodded. Yes, she said she had dinner plans with friends this evening.
Dinner? A hint of amusement flickered across Qi Yanmeng's face. She must be feeling adventurous.
Although Qi Yanmeng, Susan, and Lin Yiru had a superior subordinate relationship, they also shared a good personal rapport. Meanwhile, Lin Yiru was driving to the location Duan Feng had mentioned.
Where to? Duan Feng inquired as he regarded Lin Yiru. To drink, are you up for it?
Lin Yiru replied, casting him a sidelong glance, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of challenge.
Of course. Why wouldn't I?
Duan Feng replied confidently, unperturbed by the prospect of intoxication.
Get in.
Once Duan Feng settled into the car, Lin Yiru pressed the accelerator, swiftly reaching a speed of 100 miles per hour as they sped along Zhengzhou Road, the scenery outside flashing by like a kaleidoscope. Duan Feng gazed at the picturesque Halua City, lost in memories of a time when it was far less appealing, marred by dilapidated buildings and muddy roads. Thoughts of his aging parents flooded back, stirring nostalgic recollections from his youth. Unbeknownst to him, a look of longing, reminiscence, and melancholy crossed his features. Now that he had returned, his parents were forever beyond his reach. The car soon arrived at a bar named Paradise, adorned with vibrant neon lights and a massive LCD screen displaying tantalizing pole dancing performances. Duan Lin Yiru began to call him to exit the car, but she inadvertently caught sight of the melancholy in his gaze, as if he were lost in an eternal memory. In that instant, Lin Yiru's heart fluttered. This man appeared stunningly handsome when deep in thought, the streetlight streaming through the window casting a gentle glow on his striking features. In a heartbeat, she felt a rush of emotions, her heart racing. Suddenly, she snapped back to reality, vigorously rubbing her eyes in disbelief as she glanced at her reflection in the rearview mirror. What was happening? Why did it feel as though she had fallen into a tender trap? Duan Feng. Lin Yiru nudged him. We're here, time to get out. Duan Feng was jolted back to awareness, flashing a grin. Paradise Bar was unlike any other. Its clientele predominantly comprised young and beautiful women, as the exorbitant costs for men kept them at bay, while women enjoyed comparatively lower prices. Nevertheless, despite this disparity, the bar was bustling, and even at this hour, it was far from peak time. The atmosphere of Paradise Bar was thick with a metallic ambience. with every element crafted from metal of the floors, the bar counter, the liquor shelves, and the dance floor, all designed by international architects at great expense. Upon entering, two metallic letters, artistically crafted, welcomed patrons at the entrance, Paradise. As Duan Feng stepped into the bar, he was immediately enveloped by the intense metallic aura, the pulsating rock music and electrifying dance beats invigorating every fiber of his being.
Do you come here often? Duan Feng asked Lin Yiru, casting her a glance.
Upon entering, Lin Yiru shed her frosty demeanor, her expression softening into a smile as she playfully glanced at him.
Indeed, this is my favorite bar.
With that, she crossed her arms, the black blazer she wore revealing a crisp white shirt that accentuated her curves, the lighting highlighting her fair and voluptuous figure.
Duan Feng was instantly captivated by this sight. You cad! Lin Yiru exclaimed, noticing Duan Feng's wandering gaze. What are you looking at?
At your chest. I can't believe I didn't notice how impressive it is before.
Duan Feng blurted out without hesitation. As soon as the words left his lips, a chilling aura enveloped him. Sensing Lin Yiru's displeasure, he quickly suggested, shall we head inside?
Let's go. Lin Yiru declared, reaching for his hand. Her grip was smooth and warm, sending a jolt through his nerves as he firmly clasped her delicate hand, striding into the bar.
The dance floor was filled with young professionals seeking respite from the rigors of their fast-paced lives, the monotonous office hours leaving them psychologically drained. Thus, the bar became their refuge.
Lin Yiru led Duan Feng directly to the bar counter.
Hey, Miss Lin, back again? The bartender, a handsome young man, greeted her with a smile, then turned to Duan Feng, inquiring, is he your boyfriend? Don't be ridiculous. Have you forgotten that I'm still single?
Lin Yiru shot back, rolling her eyes. If her colleagues could see her like this, they would surely be taken aback. Everyone knew Lin Yiru was the second ice goddess after Qi Yanmeng.
Hey there!
It's my first time seeing Miss Lin with a guy, the bartender remarked, extending a friendly hand to Duan Feng. Bartenders at Paradise Bar underwent rigorous training, tasked not only with mixing drinks but also with remembering each customer who spent generously, noting their drinking preferences and names. Lin Yiru was a regular patron, known for her lavish spending and beauty, ensuring she was well remembered by the staff. Chapter 18 Madness. Hello.
Duan Feng nodded slightly, his face devoid of any expression. Miss Lin, what would you like to drink today? The bartender inquired politely. I'll have a glass of Joyful Times. Lin Yiru smiled.
The bartender paused for a moment, taken aback. Although he found it perplexing that Lin Yiru would order a drink she was not particularly fond of, he refrained from questioning her, swiftly preparing a glass of Joyful Times and handing it to Lin Yiru. Duan Feng was intensely curious, not about the drink itself, but rather its name. As the concoction was completed, he leaned closer, observing the pale, watery liquid swirling in the transparent glass, reminiscent of recently boiled water.
Drink it! Lin Yiru insisted without hesitation, passing the glass to Duan Feng.
He was momentarily startled. He had assumed Lin Yiru intended to consume it herself, yet now it was being offered to him.
What, are you afraid to drink?
Lin Yiru teased, a faint smile gracing her lips.
This drink is delightful. After finishing this glass, you'll surely crave another. Is it really that amazing?
Duan Feng asked, puzzled, as he accepted the glass, inhaling the faint scent of alcohol tinged with a delicate floral aroma.
You'll only know once you taste it.
He raised the glass and downed its contents in one gulp. Instantly, a refreshing flavor filled his mouth, conjuring memories of a joyful childhood, where he envisioned himself nestled in his parents' embrace. Hiss! Duan Feng gasped, opening his eyes to find the lingering fragrance still enveloping his palate.
This is truly a peculiar drink. The person who concocted it must be extraordinary. Come, let us have another.
Lin Yiru shot him a disapproving glance.
Didn't you just refuse to drink when I offered? Duan Feng chuckled awkwardly. I've changed my mind. I wish to have another. That's not permissible.
Lin Yiru replied with a slight smile. In fact, this drink is served in 3 rounds: Joyful Times, Blush Red, and Twilight Years. It is said that those who finish the first and third drinks experience profound insights about life, each with their own unique reflections. As for the second drink, it evokes thoughts of your most beloved person. Duan Feng was taken aback, exclaiming, is that so? I must try it. Lin Yiru chuckled softly. The bar has rules. One can only consume one of these drinks per day. So, if you wish to partake, you'll have to return another time.
What a pity!
Duan Feng lamented. It appeared that the owner of this establishment was quite remarkable to craft such beverages, yet he wondered who Blush Red would remind him of.
Here, try this drink, Memories.
Lin Yiru pushed another glass toward him, saying, "This is the signature drink of Paradise Bar. As for the insights it brings, that will depend on your own experiences."
How intriguing!
Duan Feng remarked in astonishment, eyeing the glass before him without hesitation. He raised the glass and consumed it in one go, immediately sensing a sour taste followed by the sensation of the liquid churning in his stomach. A flush crept across his face. Unbeknownst to him, familiar figures began to materialize in his mind, his brothers, his comrades. Suddenly, he was engulfed by visions of chaotic warfare, with gunfire and smoke all around.
Oh no!
Duan Feng's heart raced with alarm, a sudden awareness flashing in his mind, his body tensing as he felt a primal threat for the first time in years. As a world-class soldier, he had never allowed himself a moment of relaxation. Blood-red fury flickered in his eyes as he sprang to his feet.
Kill! Duan Feng bellowed, his fist crashing down onto the metal bar counter. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air.
The bartender and Lin Yiru were taken aback by Duan Feng's sudden outburst. He trembled, his eyes gleaming with crimson intensity, his fists clenched like iron, his expression contorted in a fierce struggle.
Duan Feng!
Lin Yiru cried out, reaching for him, only to find his blood-red gaze fixed upon her. A chill ran down her spine at the sight of that terrifying look, as if she were being hunted by a beast.
Kill! Duan Feng's low growl echoed ominously, sounding as if it emerged from the depths of hell. My God!
The bartender, witnessing the scene unfold, hurriedly pulled Lin Yiru aside, pressing the bar's emergency alarm with his other hand. What has he been through to become so terrifying? The bartender gasped after pulling Lin Yiru away. This drink, called Memories, could unearth the deepest secrets hidden within one's heart. Had it been any other bartender, they might have been rendered speechless, but the bartenders at Paradise Bar were specially trained experts, each possessing master-level skills. Thus, the bartender managed to maintain his composure amidst the chaos. Yet, Duan Feng's overwhelming killing intent sent a shiver down his spine. He felt utterly outmatched. Lin Yiru had urged Duan Feng to drink Memories merely to uncover his past. She vividly recalled her own harrowing experience at the bar, when she was drugged by a group of men. How had he managed to rescue her? At that moment, Lin Yiru trembled in fear, unable to heed the bartender's warnings, her gaze fixated on Duan Feng in a daze. Suddenly, Duan Feng swung his fist again. Bang! Another loud crash echoed as he struck the wall. Whether it was due to his own physical condition or the clamor of the alarm, he spat out, "Hurry, run!"
Duan Feng, what is happening to you? Lin Yiru gasped, shocked.
She never expected that a single drink could transform him so drastically. What was his past? Memories of his terrifying prowess and bloodthirsty gaze surfaced in her mind, causing her to shudder involuntarily.
Ah, kill them all! Duan Feng roared once more, and in an instant, the blood-red hue in his eyes engulfed his entire gaze.
At this moment, he fought desperately to rein in his own willpower, knowing that any lapse could lead to catastrophic consequences, yet he was acutely aware that he could not maintain control for long. He understood his affliction better than anyone. At the police station in Halua City, Zhang Shooting was in a foul mood. Ever since being threatened by Duan Feng, she had been investigating his identity, but it was as if he had vanished into thin air. She could uncover nothing. The other officers in the precinct were oblivious to Zhang Shooting's distress. They merely sensed that she had been unusually irritable lately, making everyone hesitant to approach her. Suddenly, her phone rang. Calling headquarters. A serious incident has occurred at Paradise Bar on Huashang Road. Urgent assistance required.
The alarm blared, chaos erupted within Paradise Bar, and the stylish patrons in the dance floor noticed Duan Feng's erratic behavior.
The security personnel attempted to subdue him, only to be effortlessly overpowered by his punches and kicks. Sensing the murderous intent in Duan Feng's eyes, none dared to approach him. His fighting skills were simply too fearsome. The security guards were seasoned professionals, yet they offered no resistance whatsoever.
What should we do?
Lin Yiru nearly cried, distressed. This outing had been her idea, and if anything happened to Duan Feng. Police cars soon arrived at the scene. Zhang Shooting and Lin Fei rushed into the bar upon seeing the chaotic crowd outside, witnessing Duan Feng's confrontation with the security personnel.
Is it really him?
The world truly is full of coincidences. Zhang Shooting felt as though she had stumbled into hell after avoiding the path to paradise. Ever since the last encounter where Duan Feng had threatened her with a gun, she had developed a deep-seated animosity towards him. A smirk crept across Zhang Shooting's lips. She was determined to bring Duan Feng back to the precinct for questioning, confident that he would not dare assault an officer in front of so many witnesses. She stepped forward, only to be halted by Lin Fei.
What's the matter, Lin Fei?
Zhang Shooting glared at him, displeased. Hold on, let us assess the situation first. Lin Fei's brow furrowed deeply, as if he had a vague understanding of why Duan Feng had succumbed to such a state.
What's there to assess? That man is wreaking havoc in the bar, look at how many people he has already injured. Zhang Shooting felt a surge of confidence, vowing to take Duan Feng into custody this time and teach him a lesson. No, you absolutely cannot go near him. If he kills you, it would be like, before Lin Fei could finish his warning, Zhang Shooting dashed forward, and a sense of dread welled up within him. Quick, call the chief. We need him here immediately. Lin Fei urgently instructed the officers behind him. You scoundrel, let us see what you have to say this time. As Duan Feng turned, a flash of crimson crossed his eyes, causing Lin Fei's gaze to widen in disbelief as he uttered, "Madness syndrome, my god." Lin Fei finally understood why this felt so familiar. Duan Feng was afflicted with madness syndrome, having once been a special forces soldier himself. He was well versed in psychological disorders. Madness syndrome is akin to post-traumatic stress disorder but distinct, for those who suffer from it possess blood unlike that of ordinary people. Simply put, it is similar to the madness blood passed down in the Nye family from the novel Fengyun. My god, who on earth is he? Lin Fei was filled with astonishment. It is crucial to note that only those with extraordinary blood could develop madness syndrome, a condition that arises only after endless bloodshed. Individuals afflicted with madness syndrome, upon a relapse, are consumed by a singular desire to kill and destroy everything, their combat abilities multiplying exponentially. This is entirely different from the psychological stress and delusions left behind by wartime experiences. Oh no! Lin Fei thought grimly as he observed Duan Feng's movements. At that moment, Duan Feng's fist shot towards Zhang Shooting. She froze for an instant, but fortunately, she quickly reacted, raising her hands in a desperate attempt to block his assault. Chapter 19, The Events of That Year. Bang! With a resounding crash, Zhang Shooting was propelled away like a kite severed from its string. Lin Fei hastily planted his foot on the ground, launching himself forward to catch her. Puff! Unfortunately, Duan Feng's strike had been too forceful, causing Zhang Shooting to spit out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, her internal organs remained unharmed. Zhang Shooting had assumed a defensive posture akin to that of a grappling combat stance, and had she not reacted in time, that punch could have cost her her life. Lin Fei, what is happening to him? Zhang Shooting grasped her chest, still feeling a lingering pain from the recent blow. It was evident that she sensed something was amiss with Duan Feng, yet she could not pinpoint the exact nature of it. Madness syndrome. Lin Fei slowly articulated the three words, and upon uttering them, he began to tremble uncontrollably. What is madness syndrome? It resembles a psychological disorder akin to post-traumatic stress syndrome, but is far more terrifying. Once madness syndrome relapses, the blood within him burns and boils. All that resides in his heart is a relentless compulsion to kill, an endless thirst for bloodshed. Moreover, his combat prowess increases exponentially. Luckily, he has only just relapsed. Had it been an hour since, Captain Zhang, you would have already perished. Lin Fei spoke with a shudder, his heart heavy with dread. He was aware of this phenomenon from his military experience. Though rare, he had heard of it before, yet never did he imagine encountering it today. Is it truly that frightening? Zhang Yifei's voice quivered slightly. Who awakened the buried memories within him, that scoundrel? Lin Fei glared at Duan Feng, consumed by anger. He felt utterly powerless to halt Duan Feng's actions. Should he intervene now, it would only lead to his demise, unless someone could bring Duan Feng back to reality. Otherwise, he would become a machine programmed solely for slaughter, untouchable by anyone. What should we do now? Zhang Shooting panicked, for she was, after all, a woman. Her thoughts and mindset could not compare to a man's in moments of crisis, no matter how strong she might be. No, we cannot let this continue. Lin Fei sprang to his feet, addressing Zhang Shooting. Captain Zhang, you must evacuate everyone immediately. Otherwise, lives may be lost, and we shall find ourselves in dire straits. Zhang Shooting nodded swiftly, making her way to the DJ booth, where she seized the microphone and announced, "This is a fire drill. All customers must evacuate the premises immediately. Our fire personnel will be arriving shortly. Please, everyone, evacuate at once." I repeat, in no time, the crowd that had gathered inside began to disperse, leaving the vast bar with only 4 individuals remaining. Lin Fei, what should we do now? Zhang Shooting found herself at a loss. Just then, a magnetic voice resonated, "Everyone else should leave, I will handle him." Zhang Shooting and Lin Fei's faces lit up upon hearing the voice, Director Yi. The newcomer was none other than the chief of police, Yi Putu. Ignoring the two, Yi Putu focused his attention on Duan Feng. Upon seeing Duan Feng's countenance, his body began to tremble involuntarily, and his complexion became increasingly tense, his breathing growing heavier with each passing moment. Director Yi, what is the matter? Lin Fei was quick to notice Yi Putu's abnormality. Taking a deep breath,
Yi Puta looked at Lin Fei and said, "You all must leave at once, his madness syndrome is beyond anyone's control."
Leave.
Yi Puta barked, "This is not a mere symptom.
If not handled correctly, it could worsen. If managed well, he may return to normal immediately. Leave. The authority in Yi Puta's voice brooked no argument, his stern demeanor instilling fear. It was the first time Zheng Shuding and Lin Fei had witnessed such a serious side of him, and they quickly pulled Lin Yiru away from the bar. The bar stood empty, with Duan Feng wreaking havoc.
Brother! Once the others had evacuated, Yi Puta's body trembled even more violently, his eyes reddening.
You have returned. You truly have returned.
It turned out that Yi Puta and Duan Feng were once comrades in arms, brothers even. He had participated in their last operation, but who could have known that the plan had been compromised? They were ambushed, and the promised reinforcements had failed to arrive, resulting in numerous casualties. It was during that ordeal that Duan Feng succumbed to madness syndrome. Yi Puta could not recall how many lives Duan Feng had taken that day, but he vividly remembered that Duan Feng had lost his sanity, becoming a relentless killing machine, forever trapped in a cycle of slaughter. When Duan Feng finally ceased his rampage, Yi Puta knew it was too late. He had been afflicted with madness syndrome, a psychological affliction far more terrifying than post-traumatic stress disorder. The military would never allow such a person to exist. The fate that awaited Duan Feng was all too predictable. He was expelled from the military. Watching Duan Feng in his current state, Yi Puta felt a pang of sorrow. He had transformed into this because of them, entirely for their sake. Otherwise, he would have had a promising future ahead of him. With a heart heavy with grief, Yi Puta realized that to allow Duan Feng to vent his fury, there were only two options. One was to overpower him with sheer force, and the other was for someone to awaken him from this madness. But could Yi Puta overpower him? No. Even before Duan Feng had fallen into madness syndrome, Yi Puta had been unable to best him in combat. What hope did he have now that Duan Feng was engulfed in madness? The idea of awakening Duan Feng seemed ludicrous, unless it were by the one he loved most. But where could he find that person now? He knew that in the past, Duan Feng's heart had belonged to Chen Xiaoya, but who could say whether that love still persisted after all these years? Suddenly, Duan Feng's gaze locked onto Yi Puta, his blood-red eyes radiating a lethal intent. Yi Puta felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his blood freezing in his veins. In an instant, Duan Feng lunged forward. In what seemed like a single stride, he crossed the distance between them, and before Yi Puta could react, Duan Feng's right hand swung out, fingers splayed like a claw, aiming directly for Yi Puta's throat, as if to sever it in one swift motion. Faced with this terrifying onslaught, Yi Puta's complexion changed drastically, and he spun around, sprinting to the side. Upon witnessing Yi Puta evade his strike, Duan Feng's crimson glare intensified further, and he bellowed, "Kill!" With a deafening roar, Duan Feng charged after Yi Puta once more. As Yi Puta sprinted forward, he abruptly halted, executing a swift side kick aimed at Duan Feng's neck. The force of the kick sliced through the air with a piercing whistle. Instinctively, Duan Feng raised his hands to defend himself. Bang! A dull thud echoed as Duan Feng staggered back 3 steps, while Yi Puta stood his ground, though the worry etched in his gaze deepened.
Duan Feng, I am Yi Puta. Wake up!
Yi Puta shouted at Duan Feng. Upon hearing Yi Puta's words, Duan Feng's expression momentarily faltered, but he quickly regained his ferocity.
Die!
His emotionless voice rang out once more. Duan Feng lunged forward, but with just a single step, he was upon Yi Puta, delivering a fierce punch aimed at Yi Puta's head. Yi Puta's face turned ashen as he attempted to evade, only to discover that Duan Feng had completely locked onto his breathing. There was no chance to escape. With no other option, Yi Puta braced himself to confront Duan Feng head-on.
Bang! Crack!
The sounds of impact resonated. Duan Feng remained unmoved, while Yi Puta was sent flying several meters by the force of the blow.
Puff!
Yi Puta felt a sharp pain in his throat, blood spewing forth, rendering his complexion as pale as death.
Kill! Duan Feng roared again.
Yi Puta quickly executed a swift maneuver to regain his footing, preparing to retaliate against Duan Feng, but pain shot through his right arm. He realized that Duan Feng's previous punch had injured him. Duan Feng, like a specter, appeared before Yi Puta once more, delivering a powerful kick.
Whoosh! The tremendous force of the strike left Yi Puta's cheek stinging. Bang!
The kick landed squarely on Yi Puta's chest, sending him hurtling backward once again, blood gushing from his mouth.
Duan Feng, I am Yi Puta. Yi Puta.
Yi Puta cried out as he watched Duan Feng approach step by step, but Duan Feng paid him no heed, seizing Yi Puta by the throat, a bloodthirsty grin spreading across his face. In despair, Yi Puta closed his eyes and murmured, "Chi Pang, my brother, I shall join you soon." Upon hearing the name Chi Pang, Duan Feng's movements abruptly halted, a look of anguish crossing his features. After a lengthy pause without any action from Duan Feng, Yi Puta cautiously opened his eyes to find that Duan Feng's fierce expression had softened, and he felt a glimmer of hope.
Duan Feng, awaken.
I am Yi Puta, we fought together against the Russians, we fought together in the Middle East, we were both present for the final battle in Afghanistan. As Yi Puta spoke, Duan Feng's countenance shifted, his blood-red gaze beginning to dissipate.
Yi Puta sensed that the opportunity had arrived. Duan Feng, you promised Xipeng that you would take care of his sister.
At these words, Duan Feng trembled, the crimson in his eyes fading away, beads of sweat forming on his forehead.
It's you! As Duan Feng recognized Yi Puta, his grip on the latter's throat gradually loosened.
Yi Puta's heart soared with joy, realizing that Duan Feng had emerged from the clutches of madness syndrome, his face alight with excitement.
It's me! With that, Yi Puta offered a cigarette.
Duan Feng accepted the cigarette, gazing at Yi Puta with a calm voice. Thank you. Why are you in Halua City?
Because I knew you would return to Halua City, as it is your home, and Xipeng's family is also here. Before Yi Puta could finish, Duan Feng's furious roar interrupted him. Do not mention Xipeng. You are all unworthy. None of you are worthy, especially you, Yi Puta, you coward, you scoundrel. Chapter 20. Duan Feng, I shall end your life. The evening breeze carried with it a hint of dampness and chill, gradually awakening Duan Feng's somewhat heavy mind.
He paused momentarily, instinctively retrieving a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, placing one between his lips, lighting it, inhaling deeply, and then exhaling slowly. The entire sequence of actions appeared remarkably natural, as if the smoke had fused seamlessly with his being, becoming an integral part of him.
AI.
Duan Feng let out a heavy sigh, astonished that his madness had resurfaced today, and even more so by the unexpected encounter with Yi Puta.
Xipeng, are you well? He asked, shaking his head with a rueful smile.
Exhaling a plume of smoke, he ambled along the path back home, his solitary silhouette elongated beneath the dim glow of the streetlights. Dragging his weary spirit toward home, he attempted to unlock the door, only to discover he was still without his keys. Resigned, he hastily found some wire and deftly picked the seemingly exquisite lock. With a satisfying click, he pushed the door open, illuminating the living room. The arrangement of the sofa had been subtly altered, transforming the space into a cozy nest. On the coffee table lay a notebook, a box of tissues, and a steaming bowl of fragrant instant noodles. The bathroom light was also on, although there was no sound of running water. Steam wafted through the air. It was evident that Qi Yanmeng was once again indulging in a long bath, humming her favorite tune. Duan Feng shrugged off his coat and plopped down on the sofa, inhaling the delectable aroma of the noodles. This evening, he had anticipated a delightful night, yet to his dismay, his madness had returned, leaving him without a proper meal, although he had shared quite a few drinks with Yi Puta. After all the chaotic antics, hunger gnawed at him, prompting him to reach for the instant noodles. A glance at the notebook froze his attention on an image of two women kissing on the screen.
Could Meng Meng really be a lesbian?
Duan Feng pondered, momentarily taken aback, as he clicked on the image, realizing it was merely a photograph, and both women were, in fact, the same person. Examining the two women closely, he found them increasingly familiar.
Isn't that Qi Yanmeng?
It dawned on him that the photograph had likely been digitally manipulated. The skill was commendable, as it was difficult to discern upon casual observation. In barely 2 or 3 minutes, Qi Yanmeng emerged from the bathroom, wrapped in a towel and donning her nightgown. Witnessing Duan Feng devouring the noodles, her eyes brimmed with tears of indignation.
Well, Meng Meng, have you finished your shower?
Duan Feng glanced up, offering a casual greeting.
Those noodles are mine, Qi Yanmeng replied coldly, her gaze ablaze with brewing fury. Thank you, my dear wife, for knowing I hadn't eaten yet and preparing these noodles for me. Duan Feng raised his head, displaying a warm and grateful expression.
Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, Qi Yanmeng felt a surge of anger. Preparing noodles for him, they were meant for her. After a long day at the office discussing bidding plans with Susan, she had returned home late and exhausted. Not wanting to cook, she had purchased a cup of instant noodles on her way upstairs, only to find that this scoundrel had returned and devoured them during her bath. Did he think her easy to bully? Very well, today she would show him that she was not someone to be trifled with. Tap, tap, tap. Even in her plastic slippers, Qi Yanmeng exuded the commanding presence of a high-heeled queen. Crossing her arms, her gaze fierce, she glared down at him. If her eyes could be bullets, Duan Feng would surely be riddled with wounds. Duan Feng paused, placing the noodles on the table, and looked up at Qi Yanmeng.
What's the matter, Meng Meng? Those noodles are mine.
I prepared them for myself. Qi Yanmeng's face was frosted with anger, as if the temperature in the room had plummeted to the depths of winter, with the wind howling outside.
Haven't you eaten? Of course not. Qi Yanmeng retorted angrily.
I just got back from the office and finished my shower, only to find you devouring my noodles. Well, Duan Feng hesitated, thinking she must have had dinner already, only to realize she had just returned from work.
Why don't you make do with what you have? I'll whip up something. He pushed his half-eaten noodles toward Qi Yanmeng. You?
Qi Yanmeng scoffed, her expression dripping with disdain. Ignoring her, Duan Feng strolled towards the kitchen. Qi Yanmeng, fuming, sank onto the sofa, still incredulous that Duan Feng could cook. Though their acquaintance had been brief, she sensed his strong masculine pride from her understanding of such men. They rarely cooked, and Duan Feng was no exception. He must be intending to prepare something for himself. As Qi Yanmeng's mind wandered, the tantalizing aroma of cooked meat wafted through the gaps in the door. She paused, astonished. Could he truly be cooking? In the living room, she could hear the clattering of pots and pans from the kitchen, accompanied by an increasingly rich scent. She inhaled deeply, her stomach betraying her with a loud grumble. What was he cooking that smelled so divine? Unable to resist, she stood up and peeked into the kitchen. Just as she rose, Duan Feng emerged from the kitchen, carrying a plate of food. "Come, Meng Meng, taste my culinary skills," he said with a light laugh. After placing the dishes on the table, he opened the fridge and retrieved a bottle of beer. Then, he sat down at the dining table and began to eat. "Meng Meng, if you don't eat, I might finish it all myself," he said, sipping his beer.
"You scoundrel!" Qi Yanmeng seethed inwardly. Having devoured her instant noodles, he now feasted on a late-night snack as if he were a starving ghost reborn. What was he cooking that smelled so enticing? Qi Yanmeng huffed in frustration. Why should she go without? Fuming, she stormed into the kitchen, grabbed a bowl and chopsticks, and with a fierce determination, approached the table. Without uttering a word, she sat down and began to eat. While Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, she rapidly devoured the food. Qi Yanmeng was typically a woman of impeccable poise, particularly at work, always presenting her flawless self, but now, she thought, let her image be damned, what courtesy was warranted with a shameless scoundrel? Eating slowly would risk him regaining his composure and sending her away. No, she would catch him off guard, leaving him with nothing, and then see if he dared to flaunt himself before her again. Duan Feng, after a moment of bewilderment, gazed at Qi Yanmeng's exquisitely beautiful face and her ravenous eating style. Was this truly the same ice-cold CEO he knew from the office? At this moment, Qi Yanmeng bore no resemblance to the proud, aloof queen she was at work. It seems Qi Peng was right. My sister has grown accustomed to a life of ease. Duan Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Lighting a cigarette, he leisurely sipped his beer, choosing not to compete with her for food. What kind of meat did you cook? It smells incredible. Qi Yanmeng inquired between bites. Duan Feng, with a smirk, replied, snake meat, the red-flowered variety. What did you say? Qi Yanmeng was taken aback. Snake meat, authentic snake meat. I had it brought in from afar a few days ago and hadn't cooked it until now. Today is your lucky day. Qi Yanmeng felt goosebumps rise all over her body, her stomach churning violently. Ugh! She hurriedly dashed to the bathroom. Observing her ashen complexion, a smile crept across Duan Feng's face. This woman was truly easy to fool. Ugh! Ugh! The sounds of Qi Yanmeng retching echoed from the bathroom. Meanwhile, Duan Feng continued to sip his beer, occasionally stealing a bite of food, seemingly oblivious to her plight. Duan Feng, I swear I will kill you, came Qi Yanmeng's furious voice from the bathroom. At that moment, Duan Feng had retreated to his bedroom. Qi Yanmeng stood at his door, her face slightly pale. Duan Feng, come out here, today, I will end your life. As her words fell, Duan Feng opened the door, a mischievous grin on his face as he regarded Qi Yanmeng. What's the matter, Meng Meng? Are you hoping to share a room with me? Ah! Qi Yanmeng screamed, her eyes widening in horror as she beheld him, as if she had seen a ghost. Duan Feng, why are you out here without clothes? Go put something on. Duan Feng rolled his eyes at her. I was going to take a shower. Do you wear clothes while bathing? Besides, I'm not afraid of you. Why should you be afraid of me? This is sexual harassment. Sexual harassment? Duan Feng burst into laughter. Meng Meng, I'm at home. You're my fiancé. Who would I harass? You? Well then, if you have nothing else, kindly step aside, I'm off to shower. After a moment of flustered anger, she regained her composure, finding her strategy. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, she adopted her usual professional demeanor. With a haughty, superior gaze, she scrutinized him critically. She knew that even the most confident person would feel uneasy under such scrutiny. Determined, she would brazenly seek out his flaws and magnify them, intending to chastise him for his unrefined habit of wandering about in nothing but his underwear. Having adjusted her mood, Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback when she looked at Duan Feng again. Her complexion paled slightly. Up close, his body bore various ghastly scars,
both deep and shallow. Moreover, on his chest was a tattoo of a wolf, a pristine, white snow wolf, its mouth agape in a snarl, blood dripping from its eyes, and a conspicuous scar running across its body. Chapter 21. The original promise. The snow wolf roared, howling at the heavens as if filled with a sense of unwillingness. Its white fur was marred with splashes of fresh blood, and its eyes, a chilling green, glinted ominously. With its mouth agape, revealing sharp fangs, it let out a fearsome roar, presenting a truly terrifying visage. It was evident at a glance that the wolf's tattooed wounds were inflicted by a sharp weapon. Qianmeng's expression was one of palpable fear and trepidation. Imagine, a man she was destined to live with bore so many scars, some apparently caused by lethal instruments, with several areas suspiciously resembling gunshot wounds. Not only that, his arms were also riddled with countless scars, each one more fearsome than the last. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who was he truly? What sort of husband had her brother and father chosen for her? Though Qianmeng had never perceived Duan Feng as a good man, the sight of his scars profoundly shook her. Throughout her life, she had been surrounded by a genteel environment and individuals who, at least on the surface, were respectable. She had never encountered delinquents or thugs, let alone someone who appeared to be a dangerous outlaw. In a state of panic, she leaned against the wall, her complexion pale, as though she had encountered a remorseless villain. Meanwhile, Duan Feng merely smiled faintly. Now you know, your husband is not a good man. Not if you obstruct my path again, I might just take you by force. Despite her fear of the scars and tattoos adorning Duan Feng's body, Qianmeng was ultimately a woman of stature, not some naive girl yet to face the world. You wouldn't dare. If you do, what will you do? Duan Feng chuckled. I'll take you to court. Duan Feng was instantly taken aback. His fiancée Yi was simply too adorable, threatening him with a lawsuit? I am your fiancé, and do you think Uncle Qiyu would support your case against me? With that, a lewd smile crept onto his face, his eyes glinting with innuendo. Qianmeng reflexively crossed her arms over her chest. I warn you, do not act recklessly. I am assessing you now. If you pass my evaluation, then perhaps we can. Her expression was tense as she scrutinized Duan Feng. Enough already, look at your terrified face. Terrified? Qianmeng, have never known fear, she declared, feigning bravado. Then, straightening her posture, she locked her gaze onto Duan Feng. Upon a closer inspection, she noticed his physique was indeed well proportioned, with clearly defined muscles that were not overly bulky, but rather streamlined. The scars and the snow wolf tattoo did not detract from his allure. Instead, they added an air of dangerous charm and enigmatic mystery that made her wonder what he had endured, how he had acquired those scars. Was he perhaps the leader of some underground faction? Women's imaginations can be astonishing, indeed. Enough with the pretense. I know you're merely putting on a show. I have no time to indulge you right now. Let me take a shower first, and we can discuss things later. No way. Qianmeng retorted, suddenly invigorated. First, tell me how you got those injuries and what that tattoo signifies. Duan Feng felt a sudden headache, adopting a fearsome demeanor as he replied, if you wish to know, then become my woman first. It wasn't that Duan Feng was unwilling to divulge the truth. Rather, Qianmeng was the purest woman he had ever encountered, akin to an angel, her innocence washing away the grime from his soul and gradually leading him away from the abyss of darkness toward the light. Duan Feng did not want her to grasp the darkness of this world. Don't you dare! Qianmeng exclaimed, genuinely frightened at this moment. Duan Feng chuckled awkwardly, I'm just teasing you. With that, he stepped into the bathroom. By the way, Meng, the meat you just ate was not snake, but beef. I was just messing with you. His voice echoed from the bathroom, not snake, but beef. Qianmeng froze for a moment before a sharp voice pierced the air. Duan Feng, get out here, this lady will not let this go. Meng, are you sure you want to come in? I am completely undressed. Duan Feng's voice resounded once more from the bathroom. If you're interested in a bath together, I wouldn't mind. Upon hearing this, Qianmeng clenched her fists tightly, snorting coldly, Duan Feng, we shall see. With that, she stormed off to her own room. Clang! Returning to her bedroom, Qianmeng flung herself onto the bed, her face pale with anger. That scoundrel had dared to deceive her. She could not let this slide. Lying on the bed, her mind raced with thoughts of how to exact her revenge. As Qianmeng contemplated, Duan Feng emerged from the bathroom. He returned to his room, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. The hazy smoke enveloped his face, and in the darkness, his expression was complex as memories flashed in his mind of his encounter with Kishan and the words he had spoken. Xiaofeng, you must understand that I had been to the battlefield of Vietnam. My comrades took bullets to protect me, and I brought them out of the pile of corpses. We are brothers in life and death. I trust you can comprehend this bond. Of course, that is not the crux of the matter. What I genuinely wish to convey is that I do not harbor any hatred towards you. Panger sacrificed himself to save you, and I can understand that. If it were me, witnessing my brother in peril on the battlefield, I would also throw caution to the wind.
If it were you, you would surely do the same.
On the battlefield, no brother would stand idly by while another fell before him. Upon hearing Kishinhan's words, Duan Feng's eyes had reddened, yet he could not utter a single word.
Panger saved you because you were his brother.
You are young, and you deserve a better future. Moreover, if it weren't for you, Panger might have perished long ago.
Panger's death is something only you and I need to know. Do not disclose it to anyone, and now go marry my daughter. With Panger gone, you shall be my son.
Duan Feng vividly recalled the expression and tone in which Kishinhan had urged him to marry Qianmeng. It was a memory that would forever remain etched in his mind. He had initially thought Kishinhan would beat him senseless, and he had even prepared himself for death, yet Kishinhan not only spared him but also bestowed his daughter upon him, just as Panger had requested before his demise. Thus, Duan Feng approached Qianmeng carrying the weight of the original promise in Kishinhan's wishes. Before meeting Qianmeng, he had sworn to himself he would never allow this girl to suffer even the slightest harm, even if it meant opposing the entire world. As night fell, a cold moon hung in the pitch-black sky, casting a soft glow over the streets, as if draping the bustling city in a silver cloak, illuminating every corner in a shimmering brilliance. In a room on the outskirts of Hulua City, Yi Puta wrapped himself in a white bath towel, a cigarette nestled between his fingers. Lounging on the sofa, the absence of lights left the living room dim, and the glowing ember of his cigarette illuminated his face, revealing a somber expression. Suddenly, soft footsteps echoed in the living room, drawing nearer.
Putu, why aren't you asleep yet?
Yi Puta turned to glance back, his vision hazy yet discernible enough to see a silhouette.
I can't sleep. Are you thinking about the past again? The woman said softly.
Yi Puta nodded heavily. Schwanger, I encountered Duan Feng today.
Upon hearing the name Duan Feng, Lu Schwanger froze momentarily before her face brightened with joy.
Many details remained unknown to her. The only memory that lingered in her mind was that Yi Puta had always held on to thoughts of a man named Duan Feng, and whenever he mentioned him, guilt would shadow his face. Indeed, I have been searching for him, but today Yi Puta let out a bitter laugh.
What happened? Schwanger, I wronged him.
Yi Puta's voice choked with emotion. Seeing his distress, Lu Schwanger gently embraced him, offering comfort.
Putu, I may not know what transpired between you two, but some matters must be faced.
Every time Duan Feng was mentioned, Yi Puta reacted this way. It was hard to imagine that the chief of the Hulua City Police Department could shed tears over a man. I want to confront it, to confess everything to him, but I truly cannot speak of it. I just can't.
Yi Putu's expression was one of deep anguish.
Lu Schwanger sighed lightly. Since marrying this man, he had concealed a significant secret that he refused to share, no matter how much she inquired. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. The following morning, after hearing Qianmeng leave, Duan Feng lazily rose, refreshed himself, and donned a new set of clothes before energetically making his way downstairs. Last night, Qianmeng had hardly slept, her mind consumed with thoughts of Duan Feng's scars, her curiosity piqued about their origins. As the saying goes, when a woman becomes curious about a man, it signals the beginning of her infatuation. Would Qianmeng succumb to such feelings? Upon descending the stairs, Duan Feng found Qianmeng anxiously scanning her surroundings. He paused, puzzled. Why hadn't this woman gone to the company yet, and what could have happened to render her expression so grave?
Chapter 22 of the disappearance of the car. Initially, it was assumed that Qianmeng had long departed, yet at this moment, she was anxiously searching for something. Duan Feng ignited a cigarette for himself and inquired, Meng, what are you looking for? Upon spotting Duan Feng, Qianmeng hastily replied, Duan Feng, my car is missing. Duan Feng was taken aback. What did you just say? My car is missing. Qianmeng reiterated emphatically.
Observing Qianmeng's serious demeanor, which suggested she was not joking, Duan Feng was momentarily stunned.
What car? A Porsche 918.
Hiss. Duan Feng could not help but gasp in astonishment. This was a luxury sports car worth over 10 million. No wonder Qianmeng was so distressed.
Is that white Porsche yours? Duan Feng asked after a brief pause.
He had noticed a Porsche parked downstairs the previous night but had not paid it any mind.
Yes, that's the one. It was a gift from my father on my birthday. Qianmeng was on the verge of tears.
That was over 10 million, not just a mere million. Even if Qianmeng was wealthy, that amount was not insignificant. Moreover, the car held special significance, as it was gifted to Qianmeng when she took over Huadai Group at the age of 20, a gesture from Qi Tianhan that marked a momentous occasion. This was also the first car Qi Tianhan had bought for Qianmeng, making it all the more meaningful.
What should I do? What should I do?
Shi Yanmeng exclaimed, tears nearly spilling from her eyes.
Don't panic. Duan Feng lit another cigarette, his brow furrowed tightly. Although the car was not his, it belonged to his wife, which felt quite similar. Just then, a man in a security uniform walked past Duan Feng. Duan Feng quickly called out, "Hey, wait a moment." The security guard turned back, puzzled. "What's the matter?" "I want to ask, what happened to the Porsche that was parked here last night?" The guard scrutinized Duan Feng closely and then asked, "Is that car yours?" "Yes. It has been towed." "Towed?" Both Shi Yanmeng and Duan Feng were momentarily taken aback. "Why?" "Brother, it seems you are unaware. That car is worth over 10 million. It's unsafe to leave it here, especially with the rampant car thieves around. If it were stolen while parked here, we would bear the responsibility, so we had it towed to a secure location." Upon hearing this, Shi Yanmeng let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, the car hadn't been stolen, merely relocated for safekeeping. Duan Feng chuckled, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and offering it to the guard. "Thank you, my brother, I just returned not long ago and am still unfamiliar with many things in the community." "No problem. If you want to retrieve the car, bring the keys, and I'll take you there." The guard glanced at Shi Yanmeng beside Duan Feng, utterly astonished by her beauty. Duan Feng, noticing the guard's expression, could not help but smile wryly. Women were always trouble, especially a stunning one. Duan Feng cleared his throat deliberately. "Then I'll trouble you, brother." The guard snapped back to reality, glancing at Duan Feng, and quietly asked, "Dude, is this your girlfriend?" Duan Feng, "She's decent enough to be seen in public, right?" Although their voices were low, Shi Yanmeng still heard them, and a surge of anger welled up within her. If she was merely decent enough to be seen, then no woman in Hulua City would qualify. The guard looked at Duan Feng with disdain. "If she is just decent, then my plain wife shouldn't even step out." After saying this, the guard continued, "Brother, I've been here for 3 or 4 years, yet I've never seen you before." "I just returned a month ago. My fiancé urged me to come back for the wedding, otherwise, how could I have returned?" Duan Feng sighed heavily. "You know, once a man gets married, it's like stepping into a grave." The guard nodded in agreement. "Isn't that the truth?" Knowing that marriage is a grave, yet still jumping in, just to avoid dying without a burial. Classic. It seems you also have your own stories. Let me tell you the truth, back in the day, I was quite the figure, and thus, an amusing scene unfolded in Taoyuan Xiaoyuan. A security guard and a man were chatting and laughing, occasionally with a lewd expression, while a stunning woman followed behind them, her eyes blazing with fury at the two men ahead. Moments later, Duan Feng arrived at the spot where the Porsche was parked, and indeed, someone was keeping watch. It appeared that the security guards took their duties seriously. Duan Feng exchanged a few polite words with the guards, acknowledging their efforts in watching over the car overnight. "Rest assured, I'll install a surveillance camera downstairs soon to monitor your car, so you need not worry about theft or damage," one of the guards confidently assured Duan Feng. "Thank you, Brother Wang. Here's a little something. Consider it a treat for you all." With that, Duan Feng pulled out a thick stack of cash and handed it to the guard named Wang. "This is too much," Guard Wang said, looking serious. "No rewards without effort. Brother Wang, do you look down on me? I'll be staying here often, and I'll need your help looking after this car. This money is nothing compared to the effort you've put in." Duan Feng feigned displeasure. "But Brother Wang, if you refuse this money, you'll truly be looking down on me." Ultimately, Guard Wang relented. "Alright, if you ever need anything, just let me know, and I won't hesitate to help." Shi Yanmeng gazed at Duan Feng in astonishment. She hadn't expected him to possess such impressive social skills. Perhaps this man was not entirely useless. Suddenly, Shi Yanmeng's mind began to race. Should she hire him as her assistant? Was that too idle? What if he were to take on a sales role or work in IT? If Duan Feng were to learn of Shi Yanmeng's thoughts, one could only imagine his reaction. At this moment, Shi Yanmeng found herself somewhat admiring Duan Feng. It had only been a short while, yet he had already mingled with these people. "Brother Wang, I have to get to work, so I won't keep you any longer. Next time, I'll treat you all to a meal. Then hurry off to work, don't be late." Nowadays, the bosses are all like miserly old men. You can arrive early, but never late, or they'll dock your pay. Guard Wang said with a sheepish smile, "Someone like you, driving a car like that, probably doesn't care much for money, but it's still better to arrive early." "You're right, Brother Wang. To be honest, I was late yesterday and had half a month's salary docked." Duan Feng sighed. Meanwhile, Shi Yanmeng's face turned a shade darker. "That scoundrel. Let us go, Meng, don't be late, or that blood-sucking boss will trouble me again." Duan Feng. Shi Yanmeng seethed as she opened the car door.
Shi Yanmeng started the car and sped out of the community. Inside the car, Shi Yanmeng shot a frosty glance at Duan Feng in the passenger seat.
Duan Feng, what do you mean by that? What's wrong? I'm your fiancée, not your wife. Remembering Duan Feng's earlier words, Shi Yanmeng felt a surge of indignation. And what do you mean by saying I'm just decent? A man must be modest. Duan Feng chuckled.
Shi Yanmeng took a deep breath to calm herself. Then tell me, how am I being miserly?
Meng, I never called you miserly. Then what's wrong with me?
I found your car, and I even gave those security guards several thousand yuan. If you're not grateful, that's one thing.
That was your choice. Just remember, don't ever say I'm your husband. Duan Feng leaned back in the passenger seat, rolling his eyes at Shi Yanmeng. Do you think I enjoy saying you're my wife? What do you mean by that, Duan? Saying you're my wife brings no tangible benefits.
At most, people in the community might say, wow, Duan Feng, your wife is so beautiful.
It's all for show. What's the point?
Shi Yanmeng felt her face flush with embarrassment at his words, her eyes narrowed in annoyance. Could you please speak more elegantly? Also, you just said that having such a beautiful wife seems to add to your prestige. Don't you enjoy those compliments? I saw you smiling so hard your crow's feet appeared.
It's prestige, but what's the use? I can't touch you, you're not even as good as a comrade. Duan Feng lit another cigarette and rolled down the car window. You're shameless. Shi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed.
Meng, saying you're my wife would come at a significant cost for me.
Cost? Shi Yanmeng was taken aback. What could you possibly sacrifice?
Quite a bit, as you said. You're currently assessing me, meaning you would never agree to marry me.
What if you decide to leave later? I'd be left in a bind.
Duan Feng lamented. People in the community would certainly gossip. Duan Feng's wife ran off. It was clear this guy couldn't hold on to such a beautiful wife.
The more stunning a woman, the more fickle she is. Are you calling me fickle? Shi Yanmeng glared at Duan Feng. I'm not saying it, others would if you left.
Duan Feng, I won't let this go.
Just wait.
Shi Yanmeng snapped. She resolved to ignore Duan Feng. He was insufferable, and arguing with him would only lead to her own frustration. Duan Feng paid no mind to Shi Yanmeng's threats. He had heard them before, and he was still here, wasn't he? Chapter 23 of The Reckless Driver. As the white Porsche 918 sped along the road, Shi Yanmeng's expression remained perpetually tense. In stark contrast, Duan Feng was in high spirits, rolling down the window and incessantly marveling at the stunning women of Hulua City. Each one exuded a unique blend of fashion and allure, their long, fair legs catching his eye, and he couldn't help but indulge in his fantasies, smacking his lips at the thought. He occasionally nudged Shi Yanmeng's arm, bombarding her with trivial inquiries. Meng, don't you think it's a bit reckless for that girl to wear such revealing clothing? Her skirt is practically exposing her behind. Doesn't she fear the intentions of men?
Seated in the driver's seat, Shi Yanmeng, enveloped in a delicate fragrance, endured his incessant chatter. In a moment of annoyance, Duan Feng, almost unconsciously, patted her thigh, murmuring, Meng, if we don't get married, and the neighbors start calling you promiscuous, should I defend you or just remain silent?
Suddenly, Shi Yanmeng jerked the steering wheel, crashing into the guardrail at the side of the street. Though she was secured by her seatbelt, Duan Feng, unrestrained, was nearly propelled into the windshield by the force of inertia. The hood of the car crumpled upon impact, yet Shi Yanmeng seemed unfazed, her face darkening as she coldly warned, Duan Feng, do not test my limits, the steering wheel is in my hands. Today it's the guardrail, but next time it could be another vehicle. Shall we put that to the test? Duan Feng leaned back in resignation, muttering, Yet another jolt reverberated through the car as it shook violently, the hood nudging against the already deformed guardrail. When Duan Feng glanced over, he found Shi Yanmeng momentarily dazed. The car had come to a halt without her having pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, Duan Feng exclaimed, There's a car behind us. Run! Through the rearview mirror, they saw a red Lotus reversing before accelerating toward them. It was a deliberate attack. Without a moment to lose, Shi Yanmeng swerved the wheel, but the Lotus struck them with a jarring force. The impact nearly lifted Shi Yanmeng off her seat, while Duan Feng was thrown onto her lap. In the midst of chaos, Shi Yanmeng's thoughts were unyielding. She paid little heed to whether Duan Feng had his seatbelt fastened, her mind made up that he was merely taking advantage of the situation. Seizing the moment, she thrust her knee toward his neck, causing him to tilt, his head wedged between her thighs. Duan Feng cried out, This is inappropriate, let go of me, or I'll call the police. Embarrassed and enraged, Shi Yanmeng contemplated parting her legs to let him up, but that would expose her entirely. Just then, the Lotus struck again, and with a fierce determination, she slammed on the gas, propelling the car forward at breakneck speed. Duan Feng struggled to rise, patting his chest, realizing how tightly she had impinged. Meng, your underwear this time is a mischievous rabbit, not a pink monkey anymore. Duan Feng, go to hell. Upon hearing his words, Shi Yanmeng was engulfed in a mix of shame and fury. The thought of their engagement drove her to the brink of insanity. She doubted she could endure another second with him. Yet, with no means to annul the engagement, her rising anger clouded her judgment. Fixated on the rearview mirror, she noticed the Lotus closing in. At the last moment, she sharply turned the wheel and slammed the brakes, executing a perfect 360-degree spin. This maneuver caused the Lotus to miss its target, veering ahead of her. Without hesitation, Shi Yanmeng floored the accelerator, crashing into the back of the Lotus, sending it flying several meters. Wow, bumper cars, Meng Meng, keep going, smash that bastard, Duan Feng cheered. Exhilarated Duan Feng, shut up, Shi Yanmeng snapped. She reversed again, flooring the gas, aiming once more at the Lotus. Bang, the resounding crash sent the Lotus soaring from the impact of Shi Yanmeng's Porsche. Duan Feng, astounded, thought to himself that this woman, when provoked, could indeed unleash chaos. Onlookers on the street hurriedly pulled over, fearing they would become collateral damage in this reckless display. Meng Meng, what do we do if the Porsche is damaged? Duan Feng asked, glancing at their severely impaired vehicle. It's fine, they told me when I bought it that it has a warranty. I haven't used it yet, Shi Yanmeng replied coolly. Duan Feng was drenched in sweat. Now it made sense why Shi Yanmeng was so reckless. She had a free repair. If it were him, he would be ramming into everything too. Alright, keep going, crash that bastard. Meanwhile, the young man in the Lotus, drenched in sweat, realized this was not the composed Shi Yanmeng he had read about. She was a madwoman. To engage with someone like her required an even greater level of madness. Suddenly, Duan Feng felt an intense sense of danger, a chill running down his spine. Such a feeling only arose in moments of great peril, reminiscent of his experiences in Afghanistan when he had been targeted by a sniper. This is bad, Duan Feng thought, having been so engrossed in their reckless antics that he hadn't noticed a Hyundai approaching from behind. He lunged toward Shi Yanmeng in the driver's seat just as she turned to him, bewildered, before erupting, Duan Feng, you beast. This is a car, a car. At that moment, bang, a sharp gunshot rang out, startling everyone. Oh my god, the bystanders gasped, witnessing a gunfight unfold on Huayan Road. The scenes they had only seen on television were now playing out in their quiet city, a mix of fear and excitement compelling them to watch from the shadows. Duan Feng, now atop Shi Yanmeng, felt a searing pain in his back drawing from his years of combat experience. He recognized that the bullet had not penetrated his heart but had struck his left shoulder, likely embedding itself in the bone. How fortunate, fate had granted him another chance at life. Duan Feng, Shi Yanmeng realized in that moment that he hadn't been trying to take advantage of her but rather to protect her. Guilt flooded her heart as she watched the blood flow from him, understanding that without his intervention, she would have met a grim fate. Why did you take the bullet for me? Shi Yanmeng asked, staring at him. Because you are my wife, and I am your man. A man should stand in front of a woman when danger arises, shouldn't he? Duan Feng chuckled, seemingly unbothered by his injury. This wound was a mere trifle to him. He had once spent half a year bedridden after a serious incident that nearly cost him his life. Hearing his words, Shi Yanmeng felt a stirring of emotion. Perhaps this man wasn't as intolerable as she had always believed. Just as she began to soften, Duan Feng's voice broke the moment. Meng Meng, if you're touched, why not offer yourself to me? I wouldn't mind. The flicker of goodwill she had felt evaporated at his words. Meng Meng, honestly, your chest feels delightful. Duan Feng leered at her. You scoundrel, Shi Yanmeng exclaimed, lunging to pinch him. Enough, they might have accomplices. If you truly want to die, keep moving. Are you not afraid? Before Shi Yanmeng could finish, another gunshot rang out. Without hesitation, Duan Feng pulled her close, shielding her with his body. Bang, a bullet whizzed past. Meng Meng, are you alright? Duan Feng asked, concern etched on his face. Duan Feng, I swear I'll kill you, Shi Yanmeng shouted. Duan Feng looked down, his face flushing with embarrassment. In his hasty move to shield her, she had inadvertently landed in quite an intimate position. Misunderstanding. He waved his hands frantically. You're bullying me, how could you? Shi Yanmeng's voice quivered as tears brimmed in her eyes. Duan Feng was taken aback, flabbergasted by her sudden tears. What is wrong with this woman? Why does she cry so easily? Tears are indeed a woman's weapon. He found himself utterly powerless. Meng Meng, please don't cry, I'll buy you candy. Shi Yanmeng remained unresponsive. Please stop crying, I'll take you to the zoo to see monkeys. Her sobs ceased abruptly, her tear-streaked face now fixed on him, a picture of pitiful innocence. Duan Feng was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected her to actually stop crying. However, he soon found himself in a new predicament. I'll tell my dad you bullied me. Chapter 24. Meng Meng, you must send me my bonus. Originally, Shi Yanmeng had intended to escort Duan Feng to the hospital, but he stubbornly refused to go. Left with no other choice, Shi Yanmeng reluctantly complied with Duan Feng's wishes and took him to a hotel, instructing the staff to prepare alcohol, as well as a knife and tweezers. The wounds on Duan Feng's body could no longer be delayed. An hour had already passed since he was shot, and the surrounding tendon tissue was likely beginning to perish. If the bullet was not extracted soon, it could jeopardize his peripheral nerves. At that moment, Qi Yanmeng regained her composure. Earlier, she had been preoccupied with bickering with Duan Feng, but now, reflecting on the recent car crash, she suspected it had been premeditated, especially since someone had covertly fired a gun at the end. This was undoubtedly no coincidence. Had it not been for Duan Feng today, Qi Yanmeng would have been doomed.
What are you still doing here? Duan Feng glanced up at Qi Yanmeng as he prepared to remove his clothing, noticing her pale face, clearly stricken with fear.
Just moments ago, while arguing with Duan Feng in the car, she had completely diverted her thoughts. Now, seeing Duan Feng in this state made her heart ache. After all, he had been injured because of her. Had it not been for her, he surely would not have been hurt.
I want to see. See what? You just looked at my body last night. Now, get out.
Duan Feng said curtly.
No. Get out.
As Duan Feng moved, pain shot through his tendons and bones, causing him to gasp in agony. Blood dripped from his clothing, and the wound reopened, putting him in a precarious situation.
I won't leave. I want to witness the bullet being extracted. Qi Yanmeng looked at Duan Feng with an unwavering gaze, declaring, this bullet was meant to take my life. I must remember it.
Duan Feng was taken aback, casting a strange glance at Qi Yanmeng. Turning away, he began to cut away his suit and shirt with scissors. Removing them was no longer feasible. His left arm had nearly gone numb, and even the slightest movement strained his muscles.
Hiss.
Qi Yanmeng inhaled sharply, unable to fathom just how deep and thick this man's blood was. Why had it not dried despite soaking 2 articles of clothing? Her heart raced. Tearing away a piece of fabric had her muscles taut with anxiety. She dreaded the forthcoming scene, fearing it would surpass her psychological endurance. As the blood-red shirt was torn away, horrifying scars reappeared before Qi Yanmeng's eyes. Although she had seen Duan Feng's wounds yesterday, witnessing them again now caused her to gasp. 1, 2, 3, several shocking wounds marred Duan Feng's back, resembling a landscape etched in scars. A gaping, bloody hole marred his left shoulder. Dark and foreboding, Duan Feng picked up a knife that had been prepared earlier, heating it over the alcohol flame, ready to extract the bullet when Qi Yanmeng suddenly interjected, "Wait."
Duan Feng shot her an irritated look. What do you want now? Is there a risk to life when extracting the bullet? Qi Yanmeng asked anxiously, extending a hand before retracting it.
She watched Duan Feng nervously and inquired, "If it's dangerous, we should go to the hospital."
I won't die.
Gripping a knife, he sterilized it over the alcohol lamp, then firmly held the blade and sliced down along the wound. Duan Feng immediately felt a searing pain, his teeth clenching tightly.
Ah!
Qi Yanmeng gasped as she witnessed Duan Feng brutally cutting into his wound, only to quickly cover her mouth to avoid disturbing him during the extraction. Her eyes widened in horror. This was not merely a bullet extraction but a fight for his life. Duan Feng hastily set down the knife and picked up the tweezers to grasp the bullet lodged within the flesh.
Hiss!
A wave of excruciating pain surged through his nervous system, the once weak nerves overwhelmed by the immense pressure, instantly surpassing his pain threshold.
Clang!
The tweezers and bullet clattered to the floor, and Duan Feng broke into a sweat.
Do you know how to bandage a wound? He asked weakly, gazing at Qi Yanmeng. Yes. Help me bandage it.
Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained her focus, nervously grabbing the prepared gauze and antiseptic. After a prolonged period, the bandaging was finally completed, and Duan Feng appeared as though he had just emerged from a fierce battle, drenched in sweat with a pale face.
At that moment, Qi Yanmeng was profoundly shaken by Duan Feng. What had he endured to be so familiar with the process of bullet extraction, and why did he possess such keen instincts? All these factors indicated that Duan Feng was not an ordinary man. Duan Feng lit a cigarette and addressed Qi Yanmeng. Meng, who have you offended to incite such malice against you, wanting your life? I don't know. Qi Yanmeng replied, equally bewildered, unsure of who sought her demise. Thank you for today, Duan Feng. No need to thank me. You are my wife, and since I haven't yet consummated our marriage, how could I let you die?
Duan Feng spoke as if nothing had happened, as if the bullet had not been extracted from his body.
Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, Qi Yanmeng immediately retorted, why didn't they just shoot you dead earlier? Duan Feng's expression soured. Do you have no conscience? I took the bullet for you, and you don't even offer your gratitude. Qi Yanmeng's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity about the man before her. Duan Feng, what did you do before? Were you a leader of an underground force? Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback. Meng, are you out of your mind? If I were a leader of an underground force, would I marry you? What kind of woman would I be able to have? Duan Feng, I used to be a soldier. After a brief silence, Duan Feng decided to share some details with Qi Yanmeng.
Whether she believed him was her concern.
A soldier, which military unit would accept a robe like you? Shi Yanmeng, don't look down on people, I was a special forces soldier back in the day before him. Shi Yanmeng crossed her arms, her full figure accentuated, her face flushed with allure. Duan Feng felt a surge of excitement, quickly diverting his gaze to avoid acting foolishly, and began to regale her with tales of his military service. Shi Yanmeng listened quietly, occasionally chuckling softly. When Duan Feng made a risque remark, she scoffed and shot him an incredulous glare. Unbeknownst to her, Duan Feng's grandiose claims had turned him into the most outstanding special forces soldier in the military district, but Shi Yanmeng was skeptical. Could one man truly defeat an entire company and slay countless enemies on the battlefield? Did he think she was a fool? She had no idea how many soldiers were in a company, but surely it surpassed 70 or 80. To take them all down, was that not mere boasting? Furthermore, what era were they in? Where were the battlefields? Where had he gone to kill? See these scars, they are my medals of honor, so don't insult me. I am a party member, Duan Feng declared proudly. Duan Feng, I must admit, your story is quite captivating, but do you think I would believe it? Shi Yanmeng replied, eyeing him skeptically. Are you implying that I am deceiving you? Of course. Shi Yanmeng firmly believed Duan Feng's claims were preposterous. Who did he think he was, the most distinguished special forces soldier in the military district, having fought on the battlefield? If that were true, he would surely rank at least as a major general. If Duan Feng knew Shi Yanmeng's thoughts, he would surely be mortified. A major general, did she think they were as common as cabbages in the street? Shi Yanmeng disbelieved him, and Duan Feng had no intention of clarifying. After all, he knew that if he remained silent, Shi Yanmeng would inevitably question him again in the future. After a prolonged silence, observing the gradual improvement in Duan Feng's complexion, Shi Yanmeng spoke again. Are your wounds all right? It's nothing, just minor injuries. By the way, if I'm late today, you can't deduct my salary. I was injured while on duty, so you owe me a bonus. Duan Feng said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Shi Yanmeng. Indeed, a bonus. Shi Yanmeng was taken aback. This impertinent man, she had merely expressed concern for him, and he, I am your fiancé. It is only right for your fiancé to shield you from bullets. Did you not always want me to be your wife? Well, today I am giving you that opportunity. Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting Shi Yanmeng to say such a thing. Meng, business is business, and personal matters are personal. They cannot be mixed. Moreover, the Huadai group does not belong solely to you. Duan Feng began to reason with Shi Yanmeng. Shi Yanmeng scoffed, Duan Feng, thank goodness you aren't in the finance department. Otherwise, the Huadai group would have closed down long ago. Meng, it's not fair to say that, although we hold absolute controlling shares together as husband and wife, there are still other board members. Stop. We are not husband and wife. Then you must give me a bonus. I cannot take a bullet for free. Shi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had been ensnared in his argument. No. With that, Shi Yanmeng turned and walked out. Watching Shi Yanmeng's retreating figure, the smile on Duan Feng's face abruptly vanished, replaced by a grim expression of murderous intent. He sensed that today's events were premeditated. Had he not been in the car, Shi Yanmeng would undoubtedly have met her end. It appeared that someone wished to eliminate his wife. A cold smile crept across Duan Feng's lips, a smile reminiscent of a wolf, a smile akin to a tiger. Chapter 25, Bandaging the Wound at the Hells Angels nightclub. Wang Yi stood with his hands clasped behind his back, pacing the room. The man was tall, with slick back hair, a pronounced belly, and dressed in expensive attire, complete with a Parker pen tucked into his jacket pocket. He resembled an upstart with a bit of money to burn, but that assumption would be misguided. He was none other than Wang Hongjian, a director of the Tianyu Group. While many recognized Wang Hongjian as the chairman of the Tianyu Group, few were aware that he was also one of the three major power brokers in the underworld of Hulua City. The air was thick with tension, making it difficult for Wang He to breathe. Suddenly, Wang Hongjian halted his movements and chuckled. Are you saying that Shi Yanmeng has had a change of heart, colliding with that Lotus car and daring to accelerate into a head-on crash? Indeed, fortunately, our dispatched personnel reacted swiftly. Otherwise, we would surely have been apprehended by the police. Wang Yi, with his ruggedly handsome face and a crew cut that stood defiantly, projected an impression of strength and aggression. He was tall and donned a white shirt beneath a black vest, with the second button of his shirt undone, striking a balance between nonchalance and a hint of contemporary fashion. Could it be that Shi Yanmeng has truly changed? Pondered Wang Hongjian with a contemplative expression. Father, based on the information we possess, she is a composed, prudent, and level-headed woman. How could such a drastic change occur? Acting like a lunatic, had it not been for the quick evasive actions of our driver, we would have faced utter ruin. Do not be overly agitated.
There is no need for indignation. A woman capable of controlling the Huatai group is no ordinary person, Wang Hongjian remarked as he approached Wang He and gently patted his arm, sighing, "We shall wait for the right moment to strike." "Father, there is another crucial matter. When our men collided with Qi Yanming's vehicle, there were also attempts on her life from the shadows, involving gunfire." Upon hearing this, Wang Yi felt a chill run down his spine. His intention in orchestrating the collision had been to destabilize the Huatai group by sidelining Qi Yanming, thus diminishing their chances in the bidding process. He had never contemplated taking her life.
Do we know who was behind it? Not yet, but numerous unidentified individuals have recently surfaced in Hulua City. They are likely involved.
Wang He reflected thoughtfully. Wang Hongjian took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaling the smoke slowly, a look of distaste clouding his features, obscuring his emotions. After a moment, he spoke again. "Investigate, ensure we uncover the truth.
We cannot afford to shoulder this blame."
Unsurprisingly, Duan Feng was once again late for work today, having just returned to the Huatai group for 2 days. He had already been tardy on both occasions. While this could not be deemed unprecedented, it was certainly uncommon. Initially, Duan Feng had contemplated skipping work altogether due to his blood-soaked and tattered clothing, knowing that arriving in such a state would likely result in him being mistaken for a terrorist. However, he was taken aback when Qi Yanming unexpectedly purchased him a new outfit and had it delivered to the hotel. Could it be that Qi Yanming had changed her disposition? Perhaps she was slowly growing fond of him. Stumbling into the Huatai group, he realized it was nearly 11 o'clock. As soon as he entered the company, Lin Yiru was already aware of his arrival, as if she had been specifically monitoring him. In truth, that was indeed the case. The events of the previous night at the bar lingered in Lin Yiru's mind, and as soon as she closed her eyes, it was Duan Feng's figure that haunted her thoughts. Her eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of a bloodthirsty beast, and that cold, unfeeling gaze sent shivers down her spine whenever it crossed her mind. She was curious about the turmoil Duan Feng had experienced that led him to succumb to madness. Upon returning home, Lin Yiru scoured the internet for information but found nothing regarding madness. Thus, she turned her search to post-war psychological disorders. After perusing all the material, she was left in shock, her mind a tempest that refused to calm. Though there was no information on madness, she learned from Lin Fei that it was far more terrifying than post-war psychological disorders. However, after reviewing the material, she discovered that post-war psychological disorders were already quite alarming, and the madness was even more so. What kind of affliction was this? How had Duan Feng come to suffer from it? A cascade of curiosity drove Lin Yiru to seek Duan Feng for answers. Upon arriving at the office today, she immediately sought him out, only to find that he was absent. This sudden realization tightened her heart. Yesterday, the police had surrounded the bar, driving everyone away, herself included. Initially, Lin Yiru had waited outside for a considerable time, but when Duan Feng failed to emerge, she resolved to return home and inquire about him the following day. However, when she arrived at the office, Duan Feng was still nowhere to be found, and his clock-in record was blank, igniting a sense of foreboding within her. Unbeknownst to her, Duan Feng had just stepped into the company when Lin Yiru seized him and dragged him into her office. She wore a purple silk scarf around her elegant neck, exuding an unmistakable aura of grace, yet, at that moment, Lin Yiru's eyes glimmered with a cold light, as if she could see through Duan Feng. Duan Feng placed his hands on Lin Yiru's desk, his gaze inadvertently wandering to her chest. Originally, Lin Yiru intended to inquire about Duan Feng's experiences the previous day, but upon witnessing his unwavering gaze fixated on her chest, a surge of anger ignited within her. At that moment, Duan Feng muttered, "So, women appear larger when seated, is it merely excess flesh being pushed upwards?"
Duan Feng.
Lin Yiru finally lost her temper.
"Ah."
Duan Feng snapped back to attention, adopting a serious demeanor. "Ms.
Lin, what do you need from me?" Despite Duan Feng's pretense of seriousness, his eyes remained glued to Lin Yiru's chest.
"Scoundrel, you're still looking."
"What am I looking at?"
"You're staring at my chest." Lin Yiru suddenly realized something was amiss, her face flushing crimson.
A sly smile crept onto Lin Yiru's lips. "Do you want to touch?" "I do." Duan Feng replied without a moment's hesitation. "Then come and touch."
As she spoke, Lin Yiru deliberately undid a button, allowing Duan Feng an even clearer view. Duan Feng swallowed hard, utterly captivated. How could he have forgotten to take advantage of that opportunity the last time? Regret washed over him.
"Ms. Lin, do you take me for someone easily swayed?" "I am not so easily tempted."
Duan Feng proclaimed with feigned seriousness. However, inside, he felt as though a multitude of ants were crawling over him. Truthfully, at that moment, he desperately wanted to reach out and feel for himself, to rediscover that sensation. Lin Yiru was taken aback, gazing at Duan Feng in disbelief. Could it be that she had misunderstood him? Yet, Duan Feng's next words swiftly dismantled her thoughts.
Is it really permissible to touch? Yes.
Lin Yiru struggled to suppress her rising anger. Upon hearing those words, Duan Feng wasted no time. He stretched out his hands and reached for her. Just then, a flash of cold light flickered in Lin Yiru's eyes as she swiftly extended her right hand, seizing Duan Feng's left shoulder with startling speed.
Ah!
Duan Feng gasped, unable to suppress the chill that coursed through him. This woman was doing it on purpose. It was undoubtedly intentional. He had only just been shot in the shoulder that day, and she had the audacity to grab it. Instantly, sweat beaded on Duan Feng's forehead, his face turning pale. Lin Yiru was startled by the sudden turn of events and quickly released her grip, asking, "What's wrong? Are you alright? Don't scare me."
Seeing Duan Feng's pained expression sent Lin Yiru into a panic. Damn it, I'm so incredibly unlucky. Duan Feng couldn't help but curse under his breath, hastily removing his jacket. Duan Feng, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly, this is the office, I'll call for help. Be quiet. Duan Feng retorted angrily, I'm injured here, and you? Injured? Lin Yiru was taken aback. Of course, do you have any bandages? I do. I have bandages and antiseptic. Then please help me bandage the wound. Duan Feng was beyond caring. If he didn't tend to the injury soon, his clothes would inevitably be stained with blood. Okay. Lin Yiru took the medicine, and upon seeing the wound on Duan Feng's shoulder, she froze in shock. A bloody hole oozed fresh blood. Lin Yiru approached him gently, administering the medicine as tenderly as a devoted wife. Does it hurt? She inquired softly, noticing Duan Feng flinch slightly. Duan Feng's gaze was fixated on Lin Yiru, particularly on her chest. A sensual woman possesses an allure in every aspect of her being. Seeing that Duan Feng had not responded to her question, but rather continued to ogle her, Lin Yiru felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment at his lewd smile. She huffed in annoyance, "You, with such a serious injury, still harboring impure thoughts." Precisely because it hurts, I'm merely trying to divert my attention. Duan Feng chuckled mischievously, his laughter insufferably smug, and as his body shifted, the wound brushed against Lin Yiru's hand, causing him to gasp involuntarily, gritting his teeth in pain. Lin Yiru couldn't help but chuckle, casting a sidelong glance at him before continuing to apply the medicine. However, she no longer chastised Duan Feng for his inappropriate gaze. She realized he had a point. Focusing on the pain was indeed a sound distraction, though his method of distraction was rather shameless. Chapter 26. Qianmeng's plans. Before long, Duan Feng's wound had staunched the flow of blood, and he wrapped a bandage around his shoulder. Did you sustain this injury at the bar yesterday? Duan Feng paused, taken aback. Why do you say that? They say that after going wild, you become quite formidable, and no one stands a chance against you. Recalling the scene from the bar, Lin Yiru felt a shiver of anxiety. Duan Feng fell silent for a moment, contemplating an explanation, but quickly realized that if he revealed to Lin Yiru that the injury had not occurred at the bar, she would undoubtedly pry deeper. Indeed, they were no match for me. They only dared to strike from the shadows. Duan Feng feigned anger, adding, "The police are a bunch of fools. Why didn't they use tranquilizer guns?" Are you all right? Lin Yiru asked with a look of concern. Duan Feng smiled faintly as he donned a shirt and lit a cigarette for himself. Do I look like someone with problems? Your injuries, it's nothing, just minor wounds, a couple of days of rest and I'll be fine. Are you free tonight? Lin Yiru asked in a barely audible voice. Duan Feng's heart skipped a beat. What do you have in mind? You wouldn't want me to go to that paradise bar again, would you? I absolutely refuse to go. Duan Feng shook his head vigorously, akin to a rattle drum. Upon seeing Duan Feng's expression, Lin Yiru laughed softly. No, I want to treat you to dinner tonight. Meet me downstairs after work. Duan Feng cast a doubtful glance at Lin Yiru. Is it really dinner? Not a trip to the bar? Yes. Relieved by Lin Yiru's affirmative response, Duan Feng sighed, then I shall take my leave. I'm already late again, and I hope no one will cause me trouble. With that, Duan Feng stood up and exited. Watching Duan Feng's retreating figure, Lin Yiru couldn't help but smile, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Duan Feng, what kind of person are you? In the president's office, Qianmeng sat there, burdened with thoughts, completely lacking the mood to work. The memory of the street shooting was still vivid in her mind. Had it not been for Duan Feng, she would surely be dead by now. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. That scoundrel took a bullet. I wonder how he is now. Qianmeng couldn't help but think of Duan Feng and the wounds he bore. Could he truly be a special forces soldier? In a moment of reflection, she recalled Duan Feng's words, yet now there was no war to speak of. Just as Qianmeng pondered what Duan Feng was up to now, the office door swung open abruptly, furrowing her brow. Meng snapped, "Why didn't you knock?" As she lifted her gaze, her eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing the visitor. Duan Feng. It was indeed Duan Feng, his face adorned with a faint smile as he regarded Meng. Meng, you seem deep in thought. Were you thinking of me?" Meng's cheeks flushed at first, then shot him a glare, retorting, "Don't flatter yourself, who would think of you?" Duan Feng remained unfazed, chuckling, Meng, I do appreciate the clothes you bought for me, especially the little underwear, which happens to be triangular." "Duan Feng, you scoundrel." Meng's face turned crimson as she glared at him. She had not even considered the little underwear she purchased for him, as it was her first time buying intimate apparel for a man. When questioned at the men's store, she had turned beet red, hastily grabbing a random pair before paying and sending it to the hotel, then rushing to the office. Sitting at his desk, Duan Feng lit a cigarette and remarked, Meng, to be honest, I've never worn triangular underwear before, it's quite embarrassing that you gave me a pair. As he spoke, he even cupped his face with his hands. Meng glanced at Duan Feng's mischievous expression, feeling a surge of irritation, especially at his earlier remark about it being his first time. "Duan Feng, do not test my patience. Do not think that because you took a bullet for me, you can speak to me so recklessly. This is the office, not your home, please mind your manners." Meng snapped it initially. She intended to inquire about Duan Feng's injuries, but seeing him appear completely unbothered, it was clear he was not in any real danger, and her guilt began to fade away. Duan Feng recognized that Meng was on the verge of exploding, so he wisely chose silence. Although he enjoyed teasing Meng and found her angry demeanor amusing, he understood the importance of knowing when to stop. He opened his computer, thinking to play a few games since he had nothing else to do. However, upon turning on the computer, he was immediately taken aback to find that the games he had downloaded were gone. Looking up at Meng, he noticed her staring at him. Meng, where did the games I downloaded yesterday go?" Meng let out a cold huff before responding, "Duan Feng, this is the office, not your home. If you want to play games, do it at home. The network here prohibits game installations. Any installations are immediately reported back to my computer, so your computer is like the mainframe of an internet CAF, overseeing all the network activity in the company." Duan Feng thought to himself, astonished by how ruthless and clever this woman was, devising such a method. "That's right, I uninstalled them for you," Meng replied nonchalantly. Duan Feng felt as if he had been struck by frost, his enthusiasm for gaming extinguished. "Can I at least watch a movie?" Upon hearing Duan Feng's question, Meng sighed softly, "Are you that bored?" "Yes, there's nothing to do, and the only thing I can do is watch you, but you don't seem to appreciate my gaze lingering on your chest and legs," Duan Feng remarked, his eyes drawn to Meng's long, beautiful legs, unable to suppress a swallow. It was undeniable that this wife of his had not only a lovely face but also ample bosom, certainly the kind of woman who couldn't be grasped with just one hand. Those shapely legs were enough to make anyone drool. "You are truly a scoundrel." "Well, that makes me a scoundrel of a husband," Duan Feng replied nonchalantly, continuing to tease Meng, since he couldn't play games or watch movies, and certainly not any romantic films, otherwise Meng would undoubtedly be furious. His only remaining option was to amuse her. Strangely enough, Meng's angry expression was rather adorable, especially her pouting face, which was quite charming. "Duan Feng, are you really that bored?" "Indeed. Then how about this, I have a task for you. You have 3 days to complete it, otherwise," a sly smile crept onto Meng's face. "Otherwise, what, you'll offer yourself to me?" Duan Feng asked, looking at Meng. "Otherwise, you will work as a janitor." "A janitor?" Duan Feng was taken aback, unable to believe Meng would actually assign him such a role. Imagining himself in a janitor's uniform, wielding a broom and a wastebasket, cleaning the halls of Huatai Group's building, he couldn't help but shudder. How could he possibly hold his head high in front of his former comrades if word got out? "What kind of work?" Duan Feng inquired cautiously. "We have a major client at Huatai Group that requires you to liaise with them. You absolutely must not let this opportunity slip away." "Why me?" "Because you are the most free in the entire company. Your secretary is even less busy than me. I said it's you, so it's you. If you refuse, then you can go be a janitor. I won't do it, I'm a shareholder of Huatai Group, and you have no authority to command me." Duan Feng was resolute, refusing to yield to Meng's demands. At that moment, he felt grateful for his shares, which afforded him the ability to stand up to the president. All right, you are the president, and I'm a shareholder.
We are equals to ITS, already quite a concession for me to be your assistant. Now you want me to go solicit business for you? Absolutely not.
With that, Duan Feng propped his legs up on his desk. It's not solicitation.
It's business negotiation. Qianmeng glared at Duan Feng, her irritation boiling over, yet she had no way out. 10% of the shares was no small sum. It made him a significant shareholder.
It's the same thing.
Qianmeng took a moment to calm her rising anger, her mind racing. Suddenly, a cunning smile spread across her lips.
I'm asking you one last time, are you going or not? Not going.
Fine, I'll find someone else. The client happens to be a beautiful woman, and I hear she is quite mature.
Upon hearing the word mature, Duan Feng's eyes immediately lit up. I'm going. I will definitely help you secure this deal. After all, the company belongs to my wife. How could I let anyone else steal the business? Duan Feng looked at Qianmeng with an expression of chivalry. Really?
Yes.
Weren't you just refusing to go? I was only teasing you. Duan Feng chuckled. Meng, is that mature woman pretty?
Does she have a chest as ample as yours, legs as long as yours, a face as beautiful as yours, a waist as slim as yours? Qianmeng's face instantly turned cold, like winter frost descending upon the earth, sending a chill through Duan Feng's heart.
Duan Feng. Qianmeng gritted her teeth, glaring at him. You better get out of here right now. You haven't told me how to contact her yet. Duan Feng continued, oblivious to Qianmeng's darkening expression. Drop dead.
A stack of documents flew through the air, but Duan Feng quickly ducked, and the papers landed with a thud on the floor. Qianmeng glared at the door, her expression seething with rage, regretting ever having compromised with her father to marry someone like him. Unperturbed, Duan Feng picked up the documents from the floor and approached Qianmeng. If you give me her contact information, I will vanish from your sight immediately.
Chapter 27.
The enchantress in the end, Qianmeng reluctantly divulged her contact information to Duan Feng, unable to withstand his persistence any longer. Let him do as he pleases, if it's meant to be. A sly smile crept upon Qianmeng's lips as she retrieved her phone and dialed a number.
I've given you his contact details. Now it's up to you not to let me down. A peal of laughter resonated through the line.
He has already reached out to me, and I have agreed to meet him.
But who exactly is this man?
I'll tell you later.
With that, Qianmeng hung up, a smile illuminating her face.
Duan Feng, just you wait. I refuse to believe that I cannot annul our marriage. At that moment, Duan Feng was enveloped in confusion. All he knew was that the woman Qianmeng had urged him to pursue bore the surname Ji and was a mature lady. Beyond that, he was in the dark. When he called her, introducing himself as a representative of Huadai Group and expressing a desire to discuss potential collaboration, she readily agreed. This left Duan Feng pondering whether perhaps this woman was simply too lonely. Although he had yet to see her appearance, her voice suggested she was around 27, sultry yet not overly sweet, indicating she was likely not unattractive. Upon exiting the company, Duan Feng hailed a taxi and soon arrived at his destination, Sanshang Road. This picturesque avenue by the river was lined with cafes and tea houses, perfect for leisurely pursuits. Under a sunshade near the riverside, a woman sipped coffee while gazing at the water. A gentle breeze caressed her hair, creating a captivating scene by the beautiful riverbank.
Are you Duan Feng?
Upon seeing him, the woman froze momentarily, her slender fingers trembling slightly.
It truly is him. How can this be? This marked the second time in recent days she felt as though her heart had momentarily stopped. Initially, she had thought this Duan Feng was not the same as the one she knew, but now, faced with him, she was utterly bewildered. How could it be him? Why was it him? Ji Hanxiang's complexion paled, her usually icy gaze now devoid of any chill, deeply fixated on his face. It was as if she feared he might vanish before her eyes once more, just as he had before. Duan Feng regarded the woman before him with curiosity. He could not fathom what was troubling her, why she appeared so pale upon his arrival. However, he paid little heed to her demeanor, instead surveying her from head to toe. Clad in a white silk blouse and a form-fitting skirt, she exuded a ripe, mature allure. Particularly striking were her assets, undeniably impressive. No wonder Qianmeng had described her as a mature woman. She was indeed the epitome of sophistication among them. Ji Hanxiang slowly rose, adjusting her sunglasses, and spoke softly. Old classmate, it has been a long time. Old classmate? Duan Feng was taken aback, scrutinizing Ji Hanxiang closely, his mind flickering back to the woman he had encountered at the cemetery. After a moment, he recognized her as the pampered young lady from school. You are Ji Hanxiang, the renowned beauty? To his astonishment, Ji Hanxiang smiled and nodded. I never imagined the Prince Charming Duan Feng would still remember a humble girl like me. Truly, what a stroke of luck. Filled with delight, Ji Hanxiang was surprised that Duan Feng still recalled her. She had assumed he would have long forgotten. Duan Feng chuckled. So it really is you, Ji the beauty. My apologies for not recognizing you after such a long time. Hearing his laughter, Ji Hanxiang felt her tension dissipate. Indeed, I never thought I would encounter the Prince Charming who captivated every girl in school, she replied with a faint smile, her earlier excitement now quelled. Prince Charming? Duan Feng blinked in surprise. Are you referring to me? Who else could it be? Ji Hanxiang shot him a playful glance. Back then, you had no idea how many hearts you stole. Even during class reunions, many women still reminisce about you. Is that so? Duan Feng laughed awkwardly. Of course, you were infatuated with Chen Xiaoya, leaving us ordinary girls utterly oblivious to your gaze, Ji Hanxiang remarked, a blend of jest and melancholy in her tone. Duan Feng felt a cold sweat break out. How had he not realized this woman was so enchanting? So, did you have feelings for me as well? He asked, gazing intently at Ji Hanxiang. And what do you think? Ji Hanxiang stood, her hand lightly resting on Duan Feng's shoulder as she gently lifted his chin. Duan Feng was enveloped in an intoxicating fragrance, an unnamed desire igniting within him. Suddenly, Ji Hanxiang withdrew her hand, gesturing to the seat beside her. Take a seat, I'm not joking with you anymore. With a smile, Duan Feng settled beside her. I never expected to run into you today. It has been 7 years since we last met. You were so eager to enlist after hearing about the recruitment, and then you vanished for 7 years without a word. When I saw you at the cemetery, I wasn't even sure it was really you. Ji Hanxiang's voice grew somber and husky, carrying an inexplicable sensuality. Observing her now, Duan Feng was astonished. She was stunning, captivating, and possessed a hint of seduction, showing no signs of age. Were he to guess her age, he would have placed her in her 20s, yet she exuded a mature allure akin to that of a woman in her 30s. If one were to label her a middle-aged woman, it would be misleading. Her flawless, radiant face conveyed the essence of youth. If I didn't reach out to you, it was simply because I had no way to contact you. Duan Feng smiled awkwardly. Ji Hanxiang looked at him and asked, Are you currently employed at Huadai Group? Duan Feng was taken aback, disbelief washing over him. You can't be the client that Qi General Manager asked me to secure, can you? Ji Hanxiang smiled and nodded. What's wrong? Do I not fit the bill? Goodness! Duan Feng was stunned, realizing just how small the world was. Who would have thought that the client he was supposed to woo would be Ji Hanxiang? What's the matter? I never imagined it would be you. It seems the renowned beauty Ji is quite wealthy now. Indeed, I am now left with nothing but money. Show off, keep showing off. Duan Feng remarked with a smirk, noticing Duan Feng's gaze lingering on her chest. Ji Hanxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she boldly accentuated her figure, teasingly inquiring, What are you looking at? I was looking at your, not Duan Feng stammered, feeling the heat rise in his face. Had it been any other woman, he might have unabashedly admitted to admiring her curves, but Ji Hanxiang was different. She exhibited no trace of the shyness other women might show. Instead, she flaunted her allure, leaving him flustered. He quickly averted his gaze, laughing. Do you know Qi General Manager? Ji Hanxiang paused for a moment before responding with a smile, the illustrious president of Huatai, and a goddess of the business world. How could I not know her? Goddess of the business world? Duan Feng was taken aback. Indeed. Duan Feng was unfamiliar with business affairs, but Ji Hanxiang was well aware. Since Qi Yanmeng took the reins of Huadai Group, the company had been expanding rapidly, its financial resources growing ever more substantial. Her coldly calculated strategies and resolute decisions had propelled Huadai Group to new heights, with an unspoken ambition to rank among the top 10 enterprises in Jiangnan. What Duan Feng was unaware of was that the woman before him was no less formidable than Qi Yanmeng. Ji Hanxiang and Qi Yanmeng were often referred to as the double beauties, known for their strikingly similar approaches in the business world, their tactics almost indistinguishable. Under their leadership, Huadai Group had made significant strides towards becoming one of Jiangnan's top 10 firms, while Ji's group had similarly risen to prominence. Seeing her smile, her demeanor exuding charm, Duan Feng felt an urge to tease her, yet before Ji Hanxiang, he found himself devoid of such inclinations, as he could not decipher her true intentions. Why not join my company? I can offer you a vice presidential position, what do you say? Are you suggesting I become your kept woman? If that is what you desire, I wouldn't object. As Ji Hanxiang's playful expression met him, Duan Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment.
Why were modern women so formidable? He hesitated to delve deeper into such topics, steering the conversation towards the collaboration between their companies. Regardless of whether they discussed pricing or business interests, Ji Hanxiang maintained a playful demeanor, occasionally eliciting laughter from him with her witty remarks.
Ji Beauty, I've shared my thoughts. What do you think? Duan Feng concluded, wiping the sweat from his brow. He felt as though his usual tactics with women were utterly ineffective against Ji Hanxiang.
Consider this, Duan Feng, join my company, and I will offer you a vice presidential position with an annual salary of 3 million.
Duan Feng was taken aback. Did you not hear a word of what I just said?
I did. Ji Hanxiang replied, taking a sip of her coffee.
But what I heard was your rather risque humor. Chapter 28. The praise of experienced women. Duan Feng felt a chill run down his spine as he was scrutinized by Ji Hanxiang, whose eyes gleamed like a ravenous wolf. Lighting a cigarette, he chuckled, "Beautiful Ji, you can't possibly be thinking of keeping me, can you?" Ji Hanxiang laughed, her gaze playfully fixed on Duan Feng. It depends on whether you would allow me to keep you." Duan Feng broke into a sweat. He had encountered a myriad of women, yet none compared to Ji Hanxiang. She exuded an intangible allure, and her every gesture ignited primal desires. She was truly a siren. Duan Feng had always prided himself on being able to handle any woman, but now he had to concede that he was bested by Ji Hanxiang. "Let us first discuss this business deal, and then we can talk about your proposition," he suggested, eyeing Ji Hanxiang intently. Ji Hanxiang maintained her playful smile, her bright eyes sparkling with mischief, making it impossible to decipher her thoughts. "That is fine. But your company's prices are rather steep in Halua City. I could easily procure products from other companies, which would lower costs and increase profits, wouldn't it?" she replied with a teasing smile. Duan Feng was untroubled by her business inquiries but dreaded the notion of her propositioning him. Now that Ji Hanxiang had broached the subject of collaboration, he felt confident that he could convince her with 10 compelling arguments. Thus, he responded with a smile, shaking his head. "You raise a valid point, beautiful Ji. While purchasing cheaper products can indeed reduce costs, you might overlook a crucial detail: lower prices often signify inferior quality. As the saying goes, good goods are never cheap, cheap goods are rarely good. Our products may last a year, while those of other companies might only last 6 months. When weighed against each other, I trust you will make the right choice." After finishing his statement, he took a sip of coffee from the side. Upon noticing that Duan Feng was drinking from her cup, Ji Hanxiang opened her mouth to speak but hesitated for reasons unknown. As she watched him savor her coffee, a flicker of delight surged within her heart. Duan Feng grinned at Ji Hanxiang. "Therefore, purchasing high-quality products prolongs their lifespan. Conversely, opting for inferior quality would necessitate further expenditure on replacements. Wouldn't it be wiser to select our Huatai group as offerings?" Ji Hanxiang's smile faded momentarily as she pondered his words. Suddenly, she smiled softly. Duan Feng had skillfully turned a minor issue into a major one, showcasing his eloquence. Deep down, she knew he was correct. This was precisely why she had collaborated with Huatai Group for so many years. Although she enjoyed a close friendship with Qi Yanmeng, the quality of their products was indeed commendable, despite the higher prices. However, her purpose in meeting Duan Feng today was not merely for business but to play a role in a grander scheme. Little did she expect that the man before her was Duan Feng, the one she had long desired. "What is your connection with Qi Yanmeng that I must probe you?" Ji Hanxiang teased, gazing at Duan Feng with a light laugh. Duan Feng smirked. "In my view, it's a necessity. Regardless of the industry, profit reigns supreme." Upon hearing his words, Ji Hanxiang chuckled. "I only agreed to partner with you out of respect for our old camaraderie. Indeed, I appreciate that." Duan Feng replied earnestly, "I would be delighted to take you out for a meal sometime as a gesture of gratitude." "And the contract?" Duan Feng retrieved 3 crumpled papers from his pocket and handed them to Ji Hanxiang. Without glancing, she swiftly signed her name. "Done. I didn't sign this contract due to the merits of your company's products but rather for your sake, Duan Feng. I've done you a significant favor." Ji Hanxiang smiled as she passed the signed contract back to him. With the contract finalized, Duan Feng's eyes began to roam over Ji Hanxiang's figure. "So, do I owe you a reward?" "Indeed," Ji Hanxiang nodded with a smile. "A hero saving a damsel often leads to the damsel offering herself in gratitude. Now that I've aided you significantly, why not reciprocate in kind?" Duan Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. He wished he could slap himself for digging his own grave. As he gazed upon Ji Hanxiang's alluring visage, reminiscent of a ripe, succulent peach, he couldn't help but feel a primal urge to take a bite. Though tempted, he refrained from acting on it, wary of the potential consequences. "Beautiful Ji, could you refrain from tempting me further? I fear I might succumb to your enchanting allure and indulge myself."
Ji Huanxiang's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she did not shy away from his suggestive gaze. Instead, she shot him a bewitching look from her almond-shaped eyes. What if you have the desire but lack the courage? If even a hint of evidence were to surface, wouldn't your wife cut you down? Duan Feng lit another cigarette. Beautiful Ji, are you attempting to test whether I am married while simultaneously tempting me? Surely, you don't wish for something to happen between us. If you wouldn't mind, I wouldn't either, Ji Huanxiang replied calmly, her smile unwavering as she regarded Duan Feng. Duan Feng was taken aback. Could she be serious, especially with her sultry gaze sweeping over him? Unconsciously, he felt a chill creeping down his spine as he noticed Ji Huanxiang's eyes fixated on his lower region. Beautiful Ji, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Perhaps I can treat you to dinner another day. With that, Duan Feng hastily made his exit. He dared not linger, not out of a lack of self-control, but rather due to Ji Huanxiang's overwhelming allure. Watching him flee, Ji Huanxiang chuckled, but her expression soon darkened. She, too, found Duan Feng enigmatic. Just as he found her, her intentions had been clear. If he were to invite her, she would not refuse the opportunity for a deeper connection. Now that she had encountered him and learned of his whereabouts, opportunities would abound in the future. Ji Huanxiang was confident no man could resist her charm, nor would they escape her grasp. Meanwhile, Duan Feng remained oblivious to her thoughts, drenched in cold sweat. Ji Huanxiang was undeniably beautiful, yet he dared not approach her, fearing the potential fallout, especially since he was already engaged. Moreover, considering the Ji family's influence, as Duan Feng faded from her sight, Ji Huanxiang retrieved her phone. Meng, I've completed the task you assigned, she then inquired with curiosity. Before you ask about the results, let me ask you, what is your relationship with this Duan Feng? Nothing significant, I know you better than anyone. A mere employee doesn't warrant such concern from a president like you. I suspect the relationship is more complex than you let on. Oh well, if you want to say, then I want to pry. Truly, there is nothing between us. Meng, are you perhaps developing feelings for him? Shall I test his character and see if a time-defying romance could blossom? Shi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed slightly as she retorted, with a man like him, he is average-looking, with a lecherous gaze, I wouldn't accept him even if he were offered to me for free. By the way, have you found that elusive Prince Charming you've been yearning for? If so, I'd love to see what kind of man could hold your affections for 7 years and withstand the test of time. Only with Ji Huanxiang could Shi Yanmeng speak freely, shedding the pretense and revealing her true self. Ji Huanxiang chuckled, I found him, and today he even sipped from my cup. Just thinking about it is mortifying. By the time Duan Feng returned to the office, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. He sauntered into the president's office, where he found Shi Yanmeng engrossed in paperwork, her pen incessantly scribbling. Meng, I'm back, Duan Feng called out, hoping to catch her attention. Oh, I heard you, Shi Yanmeng replied without looking up. Such disregard made Duan Feng uneasy, prompting him to stride confidently toward her desk. Hey, I just secured a 6 million deal for you, and this is how you treat me. Shi Yanmeng paused, surprised by his words. What did you say? A 6 million deal? Here, take a look. He handed her the contract. As Shi Yanmeng examined the signature, her expression shifted rapidly, filled with confusion. She had intended for Ji Huanxiang to entice Duan Feng, hoping for some kind of relationship, yet she hadn't anticipated a signed contract. What was Ji Huanxiang playing at? In that instant, Shi Yanmeng felt her mind racing. She wanted to call Ji Huanxiang for clarification, but now that the contract was signed, there was no point. Taking a deep breath, she stated, I understand now. Duan Feng was taken aback. That is it? What more do you expect? Do you have any idea how challenging it was to secure this contract? That woman is a siren, radiating irresistible charm. If I hadn't been resolute in my resolve, I could have easily been ensnared, Duan Feng declared earnestly. Yes, that's so. Shi Yanmeng's expression hardened as she gazed at him. I suspect it's you who desired her, and she simply turned you down. Ugh, Duan Feng was left speechless. He could hardly believe that his sincere confession had met with disbelief. Duan Feng, could you refrain from being so shameless? You, the one who would be taken advantage of, should consider your own appearance. What is wrong with my appearance? Duan Feng retorted, growing agitated. Meng, let me tell you, despite how I look, I'm quite capable. No woman I've been with has left unsatisfied. Many women. Shi Yanmeng's expression darkened further. Duan Feng, get out. Chapter 29. Liniru's curiosity. It is a privilege for Duan Feng to be once again expelled from the president's office by Shi Yanmeng. Yet, he remains utterly unperturbed, for he speaks the truth. The women he has been with have indeed sung his praises, all exceedingly satisfied. Duan Feng is confident that once Shi Yanmeng experiences him, she will realize the veracity of his words. He has not deceived her. Should Shi Yanmeng become privy to Duan Feng's thoughts, she would undoubtedly resort to drastic measures, perhaps even taking a knife to eliminate this scoundrel. Having been ousted from the president's office, Duan Feng finds himself at leisure, glancing at the clock, which indicates that the workday is drawing to a close. Liniru has invited him to dinner. perhaps a delightful misunderstanding will ensue. Thus, Duan Feng stands downstairs, surveying his surroundings, occasionally casting his gaze upon the women passing by, internally comparing their figures with her measurements. For a moment, he genuinely fails to find any woman who can rival Qi Yanmeng. Observing the security guards nearby, he feels a pang of envy. These men are fortunate, able to gaze openly at beautiful women while earning a salary, unlike himself, who can only admire Qi Yanmeng. Duan Feng muses that if he continues to gaze at her, he might very well suffer from aesthetic fatigue. Suddenly, a thought strikes him. Perhaps he should persuade Qi Yanmeng to arrange for him to switch jobs, perhaps to that of a security guard.
Duan Feng, are there many beauties around?
Unbeknownst to him, Lin Yiru has descended from the upper floors and quietly approached him, gently tapping his shoulder.
I haven't seen many true beauties.
What has become of women today? Either they possess ample bosoms yet lack beauty, or they have legs and a lovely face, but resemble a flat princess. Duan Feng laments, acknowledging the fairness of the Creator, who has not bestowed all women with the alluring curves of Qi Yanmeng. Of course, Lin Yiru, who stands beside him, is also quite remarkable. She is undoubtedly a woman beyond the grasp of any single man.
Thus far, none of these women can compare to you.
They possess ample bosoms, shapely figures, and beautiful faces. Duan Feng gazes earnestly at Lin Yiru as he articulates his admiration. Compliments are music to a woman's ears. Though Duan Feng's words are somewhat crude, they nevertheless ignite a radiant joy within Lin Yiru.
A faint blush colors Lin Yiru's cheeks. You truly are a shameless rogue. Duan Feng squints at Lin Yiru and replies, have you ever considered what might transpire after dining with a rogue?
Lin Yiru takes a half-step back, startled by Duan Feng's gaze, but upon detecting a hint of amusement in his eyes, she realizes he is merely jesting.
With a hint of annoyance, she retorts, do not underestimate me. I have learned self-defense techniques against wolves. If you dare to misbehave, you should think twice. I merely wish to treat you to dinner. As an expression of my apologies for the last time, do not overthink it. You are well aware of my abilities. Do you truly believe your self-defense techniques would be effective against me?
Duan Feng scoffs. Since Lin Yiru is cognizant of Duan Feng's prowess, he does not feel the need to tread lightly in their conversation.
Why not give it a try? Your left shoulder seems to be.
Lin Yiru casts a mischievous glance at Duan Feng's left arm. Duan Feng involuntarily shivers, exclaiming, damn, today's women are becoming increasingly formidable.
Lin Yiru leads Duan Feng to her car, swiftly whisking him away from Huatai Group.
This scene is fortuitously witnessed by Susan, who gazes on in perplexity. What is the relationship between Lin Yiru and Duan Feng?
Duan Feng rolls down the car window and lights a cigarette. Where are you taking me for dinner? It wouldn't be to your home, would it? Dream on.
Lin Yiru shoots him a glance of disdain. Duan Feng chuckles, I thought you were impressed by my performance last time and wanted to invite me over.
Whoa.
Lin Yiru becomes momentarily distracted, causing the car to lurch forward, nearly colliding with the vehicle ahead.
The driver behind, quick to react, slams on the brakes, honking furiously in irritation. Lin Yiru finally regains her composure and glares at Duan Feng. Duan Feng, please refrain from your reckless banter while I am driving. It could be fatal.
Duan Feng merely offers a faint smile, choosing to remain silent. At the police station in Hulua City, Zhang Shooting arrives to learn that a red alert has been issued. Intelligence indicates that numerous foreign assassins have infiltrated the city, likely with plans to carry out assassinations. This marks a first for the Hulua City Police Department. The adversaries are international assassins, employing ruthless tactics and concealing themselves adeptly. They are exceedingly difficult to confront, presides the police chief, Yi Putao, at the head of the conference table. At present, we have yet to ascertain the motives of these assassins, but it is certain that they pose a substantial threat to Hulua City. Therefore, we must act swiftly to uncover their intentions and apprehend them before they strike.
Chief, do we have any leads on these international assassins?
Zhang Shooting inquires, her excitement palpable. This is the most significant case she has encountered as a police officer.
There is no information whatsoever.
Our intelligence team has uncovered no traces. We only know of the directives from above, which is precisely what makes this situation so worrisome. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and no one knows their intentions.
Yi Putao shakes his head with a sigh, then glances at Zhang Shooting. Little Zhang, you are entrusted with this matter, but do not alert them prematurely. Understood, Chief. Zhang Shooting nods eagerly. Let us conclude today's meeting.
As the attendees begin to disperse, Zhang Shooting resolves to capture these assassins herself, vowing not to let any escape. Should Yi Putao become aware of Zhang Shooting's intentions, he would undoubtedly object to her involvement. Apprehending assassins is no laughing matter. His objective is to investigate thoroughly and eliminate them one by one, rather than simply capturing them. After all, these individuals are cold-blooded killers. Do you believe you can catch them? On Huashang Road, Jianghu Pavilion stands as a renowned restaurant, particularly noted for its captivating decor. The private rooms are named after the martial arts sects from the works of Jin Yong, such as Amei sect, Wudong sect, and Kongtong sect. In short, every sect from Jin Yong's novels finds its name represented here. Upon arriving at Jianghu Pavilion, Duan Feng and Liniru discover that the private rooms are fully occupied. Reluctantly, they settle for a table downstairs. However, even downstairs, there are distinctions among the seating arrangements. Duan Feng and Liniru find themselves in the area designated as the Xiaoyao sect. Duan Feng surveys the decor, a smile creeping onto his lips. The proprietors of Hulua City are indeed resourceful, managing to create such an ambience in a restaurant. No wonder business is thriving. Who does not harbor a dream of the martial world or of becoming a hero? Clearly, this establishment has capitalized on that sentiment. What shall we order? Today, I shall treat you. Feel free to choose whatever you like. Liniru generously hands the menu to Duan Feng. Duan Feng glances at the menu, momentarily taken aback. He has never heard of any of the dish names. What are Hua Shanluan Jian and Dian Hong? Liniru observes his expression with delight. After a brief pause, Duan Feng finally suggests, perhaps you should order. In our culture, it's customary for the guest to follow the host's lead. Cut it out. Liniru rolls her eyes at him, not even glancing at the menu as she casually orders 5 dishes and a soup. Noticing Duan Feng's astonishment, it seems this woman frequents this establishment often. Ultimately, Liniru even orders 2 bottles of beer for Duan Feng. Ms. Lin, just call me Iru, it's not working hours anymore. Before Duan Feng can finish his sentence, Liniru interrupts. Oh, Lin. Iru, are you a little wealthy? I noticed the prices on the menu. This place is quite pricey. What do you think? Liniru replies with a playful smile. Then perhaps you could support me. What do you say? You know my skills are truly exceptional. You have already experienced. Shut your mouth. Liniru snaps, her face darkening. This scoundrel clearly lacks situational awareness. Seeing Liniru's expression, Duan Feng feels quite dejected. He knows well enough how good he is, yet she won't allow him to speak of it. Women can be so petty. Before long, dishes begin to arrive at their table. Liniru, uninterested in Duan Feng's banter, devotes her attention to the food. Duan Feng takes a few bites, finding the flavors delightful, yet lacking an appetite. He resorts to drinking beer alone. I haven't been here in ages. The food is so satisfying, so spicy. Liniru exclaims, sticking out her tongue and sipping on iced tea. After saying this, she resumes her rapid eating, her demeanor starkly contrasting with her composed and professional appearance at the company. Observing Liniru's current disposition, Duan Feng reflects on the multifaceted nature of women. In different settings, they don different masks. Duan Feng, I sense that you are quite aloof, reluctant to engage with others. Liniru states as she puts down her chopsticks after a few more bites, tilting her head to look at him earnestly. I feel quite warm. Have you forgotten what happened last time at the 10? Duan Feng. Liniru glares at him, her teeth clenched. Duan Feng hastily shuts his mouth, taking a bite of food. Iru, this truly tastes wonderful. Indeed, Liniru suddenly snaps back to reality, glaring at Duan Feng. Do not change the subject. Duan Feng chuckles softly, lighting a cigarette. Duan Feng, I believe women possess many facets, yet you seem to embody even more than they do? Do you think I'm some shape-shifting deity? Duan Feng jokes. Liniru takes a sip of tea, appearing lost in thought, her eyes becoming somewhat distant yet filled with curiosity. My instincts tell me you are concealing something, much like during our last encounter at the Heaven Bar. I am quite curious about what you have experienced. Liniru observes Duan Feng, hoping to glean some insight from his expression, yet she is met with disappointment. His face remains as calm as a still lake, devoid of any discernible change. I cannot decipher you, not at all. Duan Feng chuckles. Do you know that a woman's curiosity about a man is often the beginning of her downfall? Chapter 30. Don't move. Police. Liniru gazed intently at Duan Feng's face for a while before exhaling deeply. This is the feeling. Although you smile at me, it conveys an impression of keeping me at arm's length. I am unaware of what transpired in your past, yet I can assure you that your concealed demeanor stems from some unknown events. Duan Feng's expression gradually turned serious as he looked at Liniru and solemnly inquired, why do you say that? Women's intuition. Liniru replied, the last time you rescued me, and then at the Paradise Bar when your condition relapsed, your terrifying prowess and that chilling gaze are ample evidence that you harbor a story. What baffles me even more is that you have not been apprehended by the police. I can guarantee your past is shrouded in mystery, so much so that no one could uncover any information about it. Duan Feng took a sip from the half-empty beer bottle on the table. Lin Yiru was not mistaken, his identity was indeed enigmatic, and his past was not something anyone could easily access. If he were to guess correctly, his file was likely lying quietly in the archives of the National Security Bureau. Lin Yiru scrutinized him deeply, and after a moment, she offered a somewhat awkward smile. If you prefer not to speak, that is fine, I am merely curious. At that moment, three oddly dressed, delinquent-looking youths began to saunter towards Duan Feng, casting several scrutinizing glances at Lin Yiru before suddenly reaching out a hand to pat her shoulder.
With a grin, one of them addressed her, "Hey there, beautiful, how about we become friends?" "Not in the mood."
Lin Yiru replied coldly without even glancing at him. In the blink of an eye, Lin Yiru donned a different mask. Duan Feng could only smile wryly. No wonder people often say that where there are people, there are conflicts, and where there are women, there is strife, especially when it concerns a beautiful woman. His first encounter with Lin Yiru was when she was drugged, and he, moved by conscience, saved her. Their relationship had progressed from that point. The second time was at Huatai Group when she tumbled down the stairs. The third time was at the Paradise Bar when his psychosis resurfaced, and the fourth time was at Jianghu Pavilion when he found someone attempting to harass Lin Yiru. He realized that whenever he crossed paths with Lin Yiru, trouble seemed to follow, like that incident at the office earlier today when she had grabbed his left shoulder, necessitating another bandage.
Duan Feng could see the lewd intention in the eyes of the man before him.
"Why don't you just reject me?" the man said, reaching toward Lin Yiru's face.
"Hey buddy, don't you think your hands are a bit too forward?"
Duan Feng gently raised his hand and seized the man's arm. Initially, Duan Feng had no intention of intervening, but upon witnessing the man's inappropriate behavior, he felt compelled to take action. "Get lost, what is it to you?" the thug spat, attempting to pull his hand free from Duan Feng's grip, but to no avail. Duan Feng smiled slightly. "If your hands are unruly, they shall face consequences." As soon as the words left his lips, he tightened his grip, and after a series of cracking sounds, the thug let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Jianghu Pavilion, typically a quiet dining establishment, was suddenly filled with the cacophony of distress as patrons turned to witness the commotion. Upon discerning the situation, those seated near Duan Feng hurriedly paid their bills and fled. Such is the nature of the Chinese. When it does not concern them, they remain aloof. The other two men, witnessing the unfolding scene, charged towards Duan Feng. Duan Feng narrowed his eyes slightly, swiftly releasing his grip on the first thug and deftly grabbing two chopsticks. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed. Soon, the sounds of distress filled Jianghu Pavilion again, as both assailants found themselves with wooden chopsticks lodged in their hands. The sudden turn of events startled everyone, and Lin Yiru's eyes sparkled with intrigue. At that moment, a burly man descended from upstairs, his broad back and shaved head giving him an intimidating presence, adorned with tattoos of dragons and phoenixes on his chest and back. It was evident that he was not someone to be trifled with. He was followed by several lackeys. Spotting one of his thugs sprawled on the ground, he frowned and finally addressed Duan Feng. "Did you harm my man?"
Duan Feng glanced at him and instantly understood.
This man was likely the leader of those thugs, explaining their earlier audacity. "Indeed, I did. But they were in the wrong first. Had they not harassed my friend and then assaulted me, I would not have engaged them," Duan Feng replied calmly, wishing to avoid escalation. Upon hearing this, the bald man instinctively turned to Lin Yiru, and the situation became clear to him. However, even though he understood that his subordinates were at fault, he could not simply let it go. As the elder brother, he had to stand up for them. "Since my brothers were at fault, then I apologize on their behalf. You are free to teach them a lesson, but do you not think your response was a bit excessive?"
Duan Feng lit a cigarette, a cryptic smile on his face. "Excessive? I didn't feel that way. I think I have shown considerable mercy by not breaking their hands." Lin Yiru had now moved to stand behind Duan Feng, and upon seeing the gathering crowd, a sense of apprehension began to creep into her heart. After all, she was a woman, and Duan Feng was still injured.
"So, should I consider myself unlucky? What do you want?" "I propose that your friends accompany my brothers for a drink, and we can let this matter rest. How does that sound?" Lin Yiru attempted to step forward but was halted by Duan Feng, who slowly rose to his feet. "My friend does not drink."
"If you wish to drink, I shall accompany them."
"You?" The bald man chuckled. "Very well. Waiter, bring 3 bottles of Maotai." The waiter, upon witnessing the tense atmosphere, hurriedly fetched 3 bottles of Maotai and placed them on the table, trembling as he made his swift exit. "Once these 3 bottles are finished, I will consider this incident as never having occurred, and I will personally cover my brother's medical expenses."
The bald man regarded Duan Feng with a playful glint in his eye. "Agreed."
Duan Feng smiled, though it was a rather sinister smile, particularly with that hint of cruelty at the corner of his lips.
"Duan Feng." Lin Yiru quickly grasped Duan Feng's arm. Her ample bosom pressed against his arm, causing friction, and Duan Feng sensed her unease. Gently, he patted her back. Don't worry, everything will be fine. As Lin Yiru observed Duan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, she could faintly discern a mischievous smile on his face, causing her earlier fears to dissipate. Duan Feng slowly reached for the bottle of liquor on the table and glanced at it. I'll drink to your sister. Bang! With a swift motion, Duan Feng brought the Maotai bottle crashing down onto the bald man's head. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone. Those who had anticipated a spectacle were utterly unprepared for Duan Feng's preemptive strike. You damn bastard, you're seeking death. The bald man bellowed, and his lackeys immediately lunged at Duan Feng. Within moments, the restaurant was again filled with cries of agony. The bald man narrowed his eyes, taken aback by Duan Feng's prowess, yet feeling the need to defend his honor on his own turf, he barked, "Brothers, attack! Make sure to kill him!" Upon hearing their leader's command, a dozen thugs surged forward, throwing punches and kicks indiscriminately at Duan Feng. Lin Yiru's expression changed, and she gasped in alarm, "Duan Feng!" Duan Feng calmly turned his head, winking at her without even glancing back, and with a single kick, sent the first two unfortunate souls hurtling away from him. One after another, figures were sent flying, crashing to the ground or into tables, causing screams to erupt. The patrons had long since vacated the premises, cowering at the entrance. By the time everyone realized what was happening, the air was filled with wails of despair. The bald man swallowed hard, feeling a chill run down his spine. The man before him was terrifying. In mere moments, all of his lackeys lay on the ground. Regret filled his heart as he realized he had encountered someone formidable today. As he watched the fearsome man approach him step by step, he felt an unprecedented sense of pressure, his face contorted with despair. "Brother, may I know your name, so I can understand whose hands I have fallen into?" "I am the leader of the Carefree sect, Carefree Z." Duan Feng replied gravely. At that moment, several police officers suddenly burst into the bar. "Don't move, police!" Zhang Shooting was in a foul mood. Originally, she had been devising a plan to apprehend a murderer when someone reported a brawl at Jianghu Pavilion on Huashang Road, claiming there was bloodshed. She had initially been reluctant to respond, but the thought of her case being interrupted ignited a surge of anger within her. She was determined to see who had the audacity to cause trouble at such a time. Upon recognizing the instigator of the chaos, her expression morphed into one of shock, her eyes blazing with fury as she glared at Duan Feng. It was this scoundrel who had harassed her and acted violently at the Paradise Bar. Had she not reacted swiftly, she might have ended up in the hospital. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred, and at this moment, Zhang Shooting was indeed filled with rage. She had previously inquired about Duan Feng's identity from Yi Putu, only to receive a scolding in return, which further fueled her anger. She had conducted an investigation into his background but uncovered nothing. The only lead was an incident from 7 years ago, after which he seemed to have vanished without a trace, and now he reappeared out of nowhere. Duan Feng, too, was quite dismayed. He had never anticipated encountering Zhang Shooting. Chapter 31. A waste not to be a model. Duan Feng felt immensely honored to have been summoned back to the police station by Zhang Shooting. At that moment, he experienced a profound sense of insecurity, perceiving himself as a mere scoundrel, an archetype often employed in countless cinematic and literary works to accentuate the virtuous image of the protagonist, a quintessential cannon fodder character. The interrogation room was starkly furnished, featuring a large desk with a solitary, peculiar chair set before it. The chair, constructed of iron, boasted a backrest and armrests, with a horizontal bar that could be lowered at any moment, akin to those temporary additions found on baby strollers in shopping malls. Although Duan Feng had never before entered a police station, he was acutely aware that this chair was designated for him, the adjustable bar intended to thwart any sudden violent outbursts from suspects. Thus, upon entering the precinct, he made no effort to be polite, audaciously seating himself in his assigned spot. Zhang Shooting, following closely behind him, furrowed her brow at his brazen demeanor. His swift and confident actions suggested he was no stranger to such establishments, indeed a seasoned veteran of the police station, having weathered many storms. "Put down that raised leg of yours. Do you believe I won't chop it off?" Zhang Shooting slammed her hand upon the table, her voice sharp and commanding. Duan Feng immediately adjusted his posture, recognizing that, ultimately, the events of the night were not entirely his fault. He was acting in self-defense. He believed that, if he explained himself clearly, he would soon be released. Zhang Shooting took her seat and coldly inquired, "Name, address, identification number." Duan Feng replied with sincerity, "Duan Feng, residing at number 302, 3rd floor, Building 9, Taoyuan Xiaoyuan. As for my identification number, it's not that I refuse to disclose it, I simply do not recall such a lengthy string of digits. Memorizing it would serve no purpose for me." He lit a cigarette, fixating his gaze on Zhang Shooting's chest, and grinned. "It was merely a fight, and besides, I was defending myself." "Is it really necessary to be so serious?" Her figure, a 36D, adorned in a fitted police uniform, was undeniably alluring. One could not help but wonder what modern women consume to develop such remarkable physiques. Upon noticing Duan Feng's gaze lingering on her chest, Zhang Shuting's expression darkened, and she furiously exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" "Your chest," he retorted, flashing a grin that revealed a row of pearly white teeth. A young officer beside Zhang Shuting gasped in shock. As a captain in the city's police department, Zhang Shuting was the epitome of a police flower, known for her beauty, yet everyone understood that the thorns adorning this flower were exceptionally sharp. Countless individuals had suffered grievous injuries at her hands. Nevertheless, many men were undeterred, foolishly attempting to capture the heart of this renowned beauty. However, no one within the precinct dared to pursue Zhang Shuting due to her notorious volatility, making her nearly impossible to tame. Numerous wealthy heirs and offspring of officials had sought her affections, only to be left trembling in fear. Zhang Shuting, having been subjected to his provocations more than once, felt an uncontrollable rage welling within her. Her bosom heaved with indignation, stirring something within Duan Feng. Taking a deep breath to suppress the urge to shoot him, she asked, "Do you have any prior criminal record?" "None, I am a law-abiding citizen." "Impossible." Zhang Shuting slammed her hands on the table, proclaiming, "Your terrifying skills at Heaven Bar speak volumes." Duan Feng took a drag from his cigarette and retorted, "Two mouths in the word official, whatever you say is justified." "Fine, explain how you acquired such formidable skills." "Furthermore, I have investigated your records. You mysteriously vanished 7 years ago. Now that 7 years have passed, where have you been?" Zhang Shuting refused to relent. Duan Feng casually responded, "Since you have already reviewed my records, surely you discerned what I was doing during those 7 years? I need to ascertain whether you are being truthful." Zhang Shuting was seething with frustration, her chest rising and falling dramatically. A mysterious smile crept across Duan Feng's face. If she could uncover the truth about his whereabouts during those 7 years, she would not be sitting there interrogating him. "Since you seem to know, my silence or confession would make no difference." He swallowed hard, his gaze inadvertently drawn to Zhang Shuting's bosom, which appeared to swell further in her anger. Was it possible that they were filled with air? Zhang Shuting scrutinized Duan Feng with a piercing gaze, attempting to discern the veracity of his statements through the subtleties of his facial expressions, a skill every detective must master. Yet, as she observed him more closely, she sensed that Duan Feng was unlike any other man. There was an indefinable quality about him. Notably, his eyes bore a profound weariness, so strikingly mature for one so young, as if they could pierce through the facade of humanity while concealing their own brilliance. Even his seemingly nonchalant demeanor appeared to be a facade. Recalling his wild behavior at Heaven Bar and his extraordinary skills, everything pointed to one conclusion: this man was not simple, far from the surface impression he projected. "Enough! Stop looking at me like that." Duan Feng, sensing Zhang Shuting's sharp gaze, understood her intentions, having learned similar tactics during his military service. "For the past 7 years, I have been abroad, working tirelessly to earn money." "Abroad?" Zhang Shuting's brows furrowed once more. If he truly had been overseas, it was conceivable that there would be no trace of his activities, though his departure could not be entirely concealed. "Indeed, I entered illegally. You are aware from my records that, given my background, I had no legitimate means to travel abroad." A hint of sadness flickered across Duan Feng's face. "In my youth, I aspired to seek fortune overseas, only to realize upon arrival that life was not as idyllic as I had imagined. Initially, I worked as an undocumented laborer in construction, but as prices soared, my wages became insufficient. Thus, I resorted to underground fighting. You witnessed my abilities at Heaven Bar. Honed through those bouts, although it was lucrative, it ultimately led me to this damned affliction." Duan Feng wore a bitter smile, and observing his demeanor and the ease with which he recounted his tale, Zhang Shuting found herself oddly inclined to believe him. After all, underground fighting was commonplace abroad, and each champion possessed skills akin to those of a special forces operative. "And your reason for returning?" "I have returned to marry and to recuperate." "Marry? Whom?" Zhang Shuting inquired, her curiosity piqued. "Does it matter with whom I am marrying?" "It does, as it pertains to your criminal history. Who knows if you are a wanted fugitive abroad?" While Zhang Shuting entertained the notion of Duan Feng's underground fighting, she suspected that his demeanor suggested he had committed some misdeeds abroad, possibly involving violent offenses. If Duan Feng were privy to Zhang Shuting's thoughts, one could only wonder how he would react. "Well, I have yet to find a suitable partner. If you're interested, I wouldn't mind marrying you," Duan Feng nonchalantly remarked, his eyes appraising her figure, tall, alluring, with ample bosom and long, slender legs, not dissimilar to his fiancée. "What did you just say?" Zhang Shuting erupted in fury, springing to her feet,
fists clenched, ready to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. The officer seated beside her silently prayed for Duan Feng, filled with sympathy. This man was surely doomed. The memory of a prior individual who had flirted with Zhang Shooting and suffered a grievous fate flashed before him, prompting him to squeeze his legs tightly together. Duan Feng raised an eyebrow and grinned. Think it over. Despite my darker complexion, I assure you I am quite skilled, and you will find it irresistible. Zhang Shooting slammed her hand on the table and strode towards Duan Feng, visibly enraged. The officer beside her felt a chill in his trousers. Skilled and irresistible. At that moment, he envisioned Duan Feng's bleak future and silently mourned for him.
Hey, you're not contemplating using excessive force, are you?
Duan Feng observed Zhang Shooting's impending fury, feeling an unexpected thrill, seemingly unfazed by her potential wrath. In fact, her anger only accentuated the alluring rise and fall of her bosom.
Still looking? Go to hell.
Zhang Shooting aimed a kick at Duan Feng, but unexpectedly, he opened his legs slightly and firmly clamped down on her leg, feeling its softness, delicacy, and elasticity. His initial impression.
I must inform you, I have fought underground.
Most individuals would not be my match, however. Your legs are quite impressive. What a pity you aren't modeling.
Ah, I will kill you, you scoundrel.
Zhang Shooting reached behind her, and suddenly, a gun appeared before Duan Feng, startling him.
Hey, you seem to have forgotten my previous warning. If you point a gun at me, do not expect me to hold back.
Zhang Shooting paused, suddenly recalling their first encounter when she had aimed a gun at him. He had not only disarmed her but had also dismantled the weapon with one hand. Had he really claimed to have fought underground? No. Zhang Shooting finally realized that Duan Feng was deceiving her. How could someone skilled in disarming weapons possibly be an underground fighter? Just as Zhang Shooting was about to explode with rage, the door to the interrogation room swung open, revealing a man in his 30s.
Zhang Shooting, stop immediately.
Following him was a woman, an exceptionally beautiful woman.
This woman was none other than Liniru. Upon spotting Duan Feng, Liniru rushed forward, exclaiming, Duan Feng, are you alright? Zhang Shooting glanced at Ji Putian and reluctantly holstered her weapon, saying, Chief, what brings you here? Chapter 32. The furious Zhang Shooting release him. Yi Putai commanded the police officer beside him, only to be met with Zhang Shooting's vehement objection. You cannot let him go. Zhang Shooting glared at Duan Feng with fury, gritting her teeth as she insisted, Director, this individual cannot be released. I have already conducted a thorough investigation. This is merely an ordinary brawl. Furthermore, Mr. Duan was acting in self-defense and may leave at once, Yi Putai stated, avoiding any gaze towards Duan Feng, as if they were strangers. Director, he wants enough. If I say to release him, then release him, there's no need for further discussion. Yi Putai replied impatiently. Let him go. Reluctantly, Zhang Shooting approached Duan Feng and unclipped the handcuffs. It was then that Liniru spoke up. Director Yi, you witnessed it yourself. Your subordinate threatened my client with a firearm. I now suspect. Before Liniru could finish, Duan Feng interrupted with a light cough. Iru, I must criticize you for your rudeness. A police officer is a police officer, and a lady is a lady. Can the two titles coexist? Police officers apprehend ladies. As soon as Duan Feng completed his statement, Zhang Shooting's fury reignited. Meanwhile, Duan Feng hurried to the door and said to Liniru, Iru, we should leave quickly. This is not a suitable place. Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, a faint smile graced Liniru's lips. Particularly, his earlier remark about police officers and ladies made her suppress her laughter. Now, with Duan Feng suggesting they depart, she felt no need to object. The pair exited with an air of confidence. Director, enough, look at yourself. Last time you brandished a weapon publicly, and now you're threatening others in an interrogation room. Do you wish to resign? Yi Putai regarded Zhang Shooting sternly, his expression devoid of any warmth. Once outside the police station, Liniru's gaze towards Duan Feng shifted. Duan Feng, do you know that director? Duan Feng was taken aback, clearly unprepared for Liniru's inquiry. Why do you ask? Intuition. Liniru replied earnestly. From the moment I mentioned your name to the director, I sensed his deep concern for you. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accompanied me to ensure your release over such a trivial matter. Duan Feng let out a wry smile, conceding that a woman's intuition could indeed be unsettlingly accurate. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Knowing too much can be exhausting, he remarked, leaning back in the passenger seat and exhaling a puff of smoke. Noticing Duan Feng's expression, Liniru understood that he would remain tight-lipped, so she refrained from further questioning. You're injured. After today's altercation, do you need to visit a hospital? Ha, I'm fine, Duan Feng replied nonchalantly, stretching lazily. I didn't even need to lift a finger to handle those individuals, a mere kick sufficed. By the way,
Please drop me off at the intersection ahead, I can take a taxi home.
Is your wife or girlfriend waiting for you at home?
Lin Yiru teased with a chuckle, although her eyes held a hint of genuine probing. Blushing slightly, she suggested, why not come to my place for a while, I can cook you a late-night meal to express my gratitude for saving me today.
Are you not afraid that I might eat you instead?
Duan Feng grinned mischievously, casting a lewd glance at Lin Yiru.
Do you dare? Lin Yiru challenged, her gaze unwavering. Not today. My aunt is visiting.
Duan Feng replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping into his demeanor. Were women truly this formidable nowadays, or was it that he had become too appealing? Lin Yiru nearly lost control of the steering wheel. He has an aunt, then. Her hand trembled, causing the car to shudder slightly, her expression revealing a hint of bitterness. She never anticipated that the newcomer at her company would be the man with whom she had shared an intimate encounter, particularly that shocking moment at the Paradise Bar. Today's events only deepened her curiosity about Duan Feng, stirring feelings she could not quite articulate. She was uncertain if it was love, but she was certain that if these vague emotions lingered, she would undoubtedly fall for him. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward as Lin Yiru dropped Duan Feng off at the intersection, bidding farewell before driving off in haste. Duan Feng stood by the roadside, smiling until her car vanished from sight, at which point his expression turned calm and indifferent. Lighting a cigarette, he tightened his suit and retraced his steps. Upon returning home, Duan Feng found the living room dim, with only the light from Qi Yanmeng's bedroom illuminating the space. It appeared that she had retired for the night. Initially, Duan Feng had considered accepting Lin Yiru's invitation, as it would be foolish to decline the offer of a beautiful woman, especially with the potential for delightful encounters. However, he ultimately refused, primarily due to Qi Yanmeng. The events of the morning, the car accident and the assassination attempt had instilled an unsettling sense of danger within him, a feeling that Qi Yanmeng had unwittingly contributed to. Duan Feng retrieved a pair of beach shorts from his room and headed to the bathroom. The air was filled with a fragrant aroma, a clear indication that a woman's bathroom differed significantly from one occupied solely by a man. He mused with a hint of wonder until his gaze fell upon an object that elicited a peculiar expression. It was a purple piece of intimate apparel. He couldn't help but smile. It was unmistakably Qi Yanmeng's, but why had she left it in the bathroom so carelessly? Was she testing him? The alluring purple garment was undeniably enticing, especially considering his current state of undress. Each accidental glance at it sent ripples through his heart. Overwhelmed with desire, he seized the piece of clothing and shoved it into a nearby wardrobe. The smooth fabric and the scent of a woman's body made him inhale deeply. As he withdrew his hand, a wave of temptation washed over him. He slammed the door shut, attempting to suppress the turmoil within. Duan Feng's shower was brief. It was more of a rinse than a proper wash. Once he had dried himself off and dressed, he was about to put on his beach shorts when the bathroom door swung open unexpectedly.
Ah!
Both exclaimed simultaneously. Duan Feng, covering his groin, looked helplessly at Qi Yanmeng, who covered her mouth in shock.
Meng, if you wanted to join me for a bath, you could have just told me in advance. Such a sudden encounter is quite embarrassing.
Qi Yanmeng's face flushed crimson as she shielded her eyes, repeatedly berating, pervert, shameless, disgraceful. Only after Duan Feng had managed to put on his shorts did she lower her hands, glowering at him with an icy demeanor.
What are you doing here? What does it look like?
I'm taking a shower, Duan Feng retorted irritably. Meng, to be honest, I'm not opposed to some physical intimacy before marriage, but you could at least give me a heads up. Qi Yanmeng's cheeks reddened further, her eyes blazing with indignation.
Well, you should probably take your shower.
I'll step outside for some fresh air.
Duan Feng remarked hastily before dashing out. Bang!
The door slammed shut behind him. Qi Yanmeng's heart raced uncontrollably. Not only had he seen her intimate apparel, but he had also touched it. Her mind spiraled as she realized that he had brushed against her leg, and the more she thought about it, the redder her face became. She felt a surge of anger towards him. He had not only handled her personal belongings but had also, no, she could not let him off the hook. Duan Feng glanced at the injury on his shoulder, relieved that he had avoided getting it wet and risking infection. Yet, an overwhelming desire coursed through him. He settled onto the couch in the living room, lit a cigarette, and soon enough, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom. Chapter 33 Assassination. Duan Feng inhaled deeply, suppressing the fiery desires within him. One must say, women do take their time in the bath. Qi Yanmeng lingered in the bathroom for over 40 minutes. It was only when he finally heard the bathroom door creak open that he looked up, only to catch a glimpse of a damp head peeking out. Upon seeing Duan Feng, Qi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed crimson, and she hastily shut the door again. Duan Feng rubbed his nose, a look of confusion etched on his face. 5 minutes later, the bathroom door opened once more, and this time, Qi Yanmeng had donned her attire, vigorously drying her hair with a towel. Duan Feng's eyes roamed over her form. One could not deny that this woman was strikingly beautiful, especially with her alluring curves paired with an angelic visage. It was a sight that few could withstand, particularly fresh from her bath. The suppressed desires within him flared anew. Noticing the intense gaze in Duan Feng's eyes, Qi Yanmeng shot him a disapproving glance and exclaimed, "What are you staring at?" "At your chest and backside." Duan Feng replied unabashedly, his eyes darting between her bosom and her rear. Meng, I just noticed that your purple panties are adorned with a lazy sheep motif." The moment Qi Yanmeng moved, Duan Feng's keen observation caught a fleeting glimpse beneath the towel. Qi Yanmeng froze, her face turning a deeper shade of red. "Duan Feng, I'm going to get you for this, you beast." With that, she lunged at him. At that instant, Duan Feng sensed an impending danger, a sixth sense honed from years of living on the edge. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes, vanishing as quickly as it appeared, his expression remaining unchanged. As Qi Yanmeng leaped towards him, he swiftly pulled her into his embrace, rolling over to pin her beneath him. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as glass shattered from a gunshot, yet the bullet continued its relentless trajectory, hurtling toward Qi Yanmeng. However, she found herself pinned beneath Duan Feng, who was lying atop her, the bullet whizzing past them. Under normal circumstances, Duan Feng would relish the opportunity to be so close to Qi Yanmeng, inhaling her intoxicating scent, but at this moment, his mind was elsewhere. Thank goodness he hadn't gone to Lin Rue's place, otherwise, today might have marked the end for Qi Yanmeng. A chill ran through Qi Yanmeng, and her struggles ceased as she realized the gravity of the situation. She looked at Duan Feng, her complexion pale. She understood that this man had saved her life once again within a single day, 2 assassination attempts. Regardless of her lack of understanding, she grasped that someone wanted her dead. Meng, for heaven's sake, who have you crossed? 2 assassination attempts in one day. Have you stolen someone's husband or their fortune? Duan Feng looked at her with a mournful expression. Although Qi Yanmeng recognized the truth in Duan Feng's words, that someone was indeed out to kill her, her anger flared at his implication. "It's very likely that you seduced someone else's wife, causing them to come after you. I am merely a victim in this mess." Duan Feng was momentarily rendered speechless. This woman, who had he seduced, a man of integrity like him, had never pursued another partner. It was always others who pursued him, yet, he had no time to argue over such matters now. Seeing Duan Feng silent, Qi Yanmeng pressed, "Speak, did you lure someone else's wife?" Meng, think for a moment. "Clearly, they are after you. You just saw that if I hadn't pinned you down, you would be dead by now. You don't even need to thank me." Before he could finish, another muffled sound echoed through the air. Duan Feng felt a shiver run down his spine as he instinctively rolled off the sofa with Qi Yanmeng in his arms. Outside the apartment, a man in a black trench coat, having missed his target twice, cursed under his breath, "Damn it!" He quickly readied his sniper rifle again, intent on finding his mark. Meng, please, tell me the truth. Who have you angered? If necessary, we can apologize, anything to avoid being hunted down with a gun." Duan Feng lay on the ground, exasperation evident in his gaze as he looked at Qi Yanmeng. I don't know." Panic crept into Qi Yanmeng's heart. She sensed that her assailant was determined to kill her, yet she couldn't fathom who she had offended. Bang! "Damn it!" Duan Feng cursed, swiftly enveloping Qi Yanmeng again and rolling to evade the shot. Hiss! He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The movement had jostled a wound, sending a sharp pain coursing through him. Thankfully, Duan Feng's reflexes were quick, otherwise, that bullet would have surely struck Qi Yanmeng. Qi Yanmeng, trembling with fear, recalled how similar this felt to the events of that morning. Duan Feng held her tightly, rolling toward the bathroom door, where they were obscured by the wall. She clung to him like a startled kitten. Under normal circumstances, with a beauty in his embrace, Duan Feng might have indulged in some light teasing. However, his thoughts were far from frivolous. The sniper outside was on high alert. One misstep could mean the end of their lives. The marksman outside, hidden in the tree, watched as Qi Yanmeng evaded another bullet, his expression darkening. What had initially seemed an easy task was proving to be increasingly troublesome. All because of that damned man, he roared into the darkness, but soon his anger subsided as he meticulously observed the room. The moment he caught sight of his target, there would be no hesitation in pulling the trigger. Time passed in silence, both inside and outside the apartment. Has he left? After a prolonged silence, Qi Yanmeng turned to Duan Feng, inquiring. No, he hasn't. Duan Feng replied with unwavering certainty. How can you be so sure? Qi Yanmeng asked, her curiosity piqued. Just look closely. As he spoke, Duan Feng began to remove his pants. What are you doing, you scoundrel? You rethinking of it? Qi Yanmeng's voice rose in anger as she realized his intentions. Duan Feng, drenched in sweat, wondered if he was truly that lecherous. Meng, could you please keep your thoughts pure, he chided her.
Taken aback by his words, Qi Yanmeng pondered, was he not planning to?
A blush crept across her cheeks at the thought. At that moment, Duan Feng was oblivious to her embarrassment. After discarding his pants, he shook them out the window.
Bang!
A hole appeared instantly, smoke curling from the fabric. That, Qi Yanmeng gasped. Had she stepped outside just moments ago, that bullet could have, the man won tea leave.
Duan Feng said calmly. He missed once.
Logically, he should VE retreated, but now he has alerted the target. He won tea leave until he achieves his goal.
How do you know?
Qi Yanmeng asked, her expression shifting as she regarded him.
You're not a killer, are you? Duan Feng's expression darkened, ignoring her as he gently opened the bathroom door. Hey, what are you doing? Going out to kill, and then become a murderer. Duan Feng glanced back at her.
Under Qi Yanmeng's watchful gaze, Duan Feng grabbed a towel from the bathroom, wrapping it around himself like Spider-Man before leaping out the window.
Ah!
Qi Yanmeng screamed at the sight, realizing he was jumping from the third floor. Did he intend to spend the rest of his life bedridden? Meanwhile, outside, the man had grown impatient after waiting several minutes without spotting his target. If not for the 30 million at stake, he would have left by now. After all, he had already alerted his target, making a clean kill difficult. He tried to calm himself, knowing that a good sniper must possess the patience to wait for their prey to emerge. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed, yet still, there was no sign of movement from the apartment, causing the man's previously calm demeanor to turn anxious.
Damn it, where are you?
Suddenly, a voice echoed from the tree above, brother, your patience is lacking.
You aren't cut out to be a sniper. You son of a. Before he could finish, the man's eyes widened in fear. Who are you, where are you? As he hastily aimed his rifle, the voice continued, aren't you looking for me?
It was none other than Duan Feng, standing confidently on the tree, a sly smile gracing his lips.
Are you a man or a ghost? The man's legs began to tremble.
Just moments ago, Duan Feng had been inside. How had he suddenly appeared behind him? What was happening? Duan Feng pointed to the third floor.
Do you believe I jumped down from there? The man certainly did not believe it.
If Duan Feng had truly jumped from the third floor, he wouldn't have failed to notice.
What are you?
The man gazed at Duan Feng in terror, realizing that someone could descend from 3 stories without detection was a rarity.
I am but a man. After a long pause, Duan Feng replied earnestly. More precisely, I am Qi Yanmeng's husband, and you intend to kill my wife.
Suddenly, the aura around Duan Feng shifted. The terrifying killing intent, born from countless blood-soaked experiences, erupted forth, unabashedly revealing itself, as if a god of death had descended upon the earth. Chapter 34, Contacting Brothers. In an instant, an aura of impending doom enveloped the entire tree. Feeling the terrifying intent to kill emanating from Duan Feng, the man jolted as if struck by lightning. Having once danced with the Grim Reaper's scythe, he could sense the sheer horror of the killing intent radiating from Duan Feng. At that moment, it felt as though a massive weight pressed upon his chest, suffocating him and making it exceedingly difficult to breathe.
Who exactly are you? The man asked, struggling to suppress his fear as he gazed at Duan Feng. You are not worthy to know my identity.
As the words left his lips, Duan Feng casually flicked the cigarette butt from his hand.
Whoosh!
The crimson butt soared through the air like a spark, hurtling directly towards the man's left eye.
Bang!
In the next moment, the cigarette butt struck the man's left eye with unerring accuracy, eliciting a pained reaction as he instinctively covered his eye. Whoosh! At the same time, Duan Feng sprang into action, his right fist swinging with terrifying force, creating a rush of wind. An indescribable sense of danger surged within the man's heart, prompting him to instinctively retreat. However, they were perched upon the tree, and though his backward step seemed inconsequential, with a resounding thud, the man fell from the tree to the ground. Fear gripped him. This man was terrified. He could sense the overwhelming aura of Duan Feng, the killing intent undoubtedly forged amidst the corpses of the fallen, fierce as a wolf and a tiger. In the next moment, Duan Feng covered his face and declared, I forgot to mention, retreating is not an option. Despite his words, the murderous intent surrounding him showed no sign of abating. He had once vowed that even if he were to stand against the entire world, he would not allow Qi Yanmeng to suffer even the slightest harm, and now, with someone seeking her life, he was unafraid to stain his hands with more blood. The man quickly scrambled to his feet, intending to flee, although he had no inkling of Duan Feng's true identity. The ability to leap down from the third floor silently and the terrifying killing intent made it abundantly clear that he was not someone to be trifled with.
Thinking of escaping?
Duan Feng stood atop the tree, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
He reached out, snapping off a branch, and addressed the man before him, "Kneel before me."
As soon as he finished speaking, he hurled the branch at the fleeing man. Whoosh! The branch transformed into a streak, racing towards the man with astonishing speed.
Thud!
Just as the man was desperately trying to escape, he suddenly found himself kneeling on the ground, a pained groan escaping his lips. Looking down, he discovered that a branch had pierced through his right foot, the crimson blood staining his pants. Duan Feng approached calmly. "Run, huh? You were quite fast earlier. What happened to that speed now? Who are you?" The man gazed at Duan Feng in terror, sensing a palpable aura of death surrounding him.
"Speak, who sent you?"
A glint of cold light flashed in Duan Feng's eyes.
Feeling the murderous intent in Duan Feng's gaze, the man grimaced. "If I tell you, will you let me go? Do you believe I would let you go if I said so?" "No." "Then why do you even ask?"
The man fell silent.
"Your answer will determine your fate. Either way, I'm destined to die."
"Why should I tell you?" "Then do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As the words left his mouth, a silver flash suddenly pierced through the man's chest. His pupils dilated as he slowly lowered his head. Upon seeing the wound in his chest, a look of sheer terror crossed his face as he gazed at Duan Feng. You are fire." Before he could finish, the man collapsed to the ground. Given another chance, knowing Duan Feng was present, he would never have accepted this mission. Duan Feng's gaze swept over the man's body, and upon noticing a black spider on his neck, his expression turned even colder. "Since you all seek death, do not blame me for being merciless."
The killing intent emanating from Duan Feng intensified, transforming him into a veritable demon.
He glanced at the sniper rifle on the ground, his eyes flickering with intensity. Moments later, he picked it up and with a powerful grip, bent the barrel until it warped. With a gentle shake, the rifle disintegrated into countless pieces before him. Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng, at home, was filled with worry. Duan Feng had been gone for half an hour with no sign of him. Unable to bear the anxiety any longer, she left the bathroom and changed into a fresh outfit, preparing to head downstairs. Just then, the door to her room swung open abruptly. Her heart raced as she saw Duan Feng, wrapped in a towel, looking at her with a smile. At that moment, the anxiety that had gripped her heart dissipated.
"Why have you been gone for so long? Were you worried about me?"
Duan Feng chuckled lightly at the sight of Qi Yanmeng's anxious expression. His words struck a chord with her, and her cheeks flushed. Who was worried about you?"
Duan Feng replied with a teasing smile. "Then why are you so dressed up? Don't tell me you suddenly feel like going for a walk." I'm just going for a walk. What business is it of yours?"
Qi Yanmeng felt her face burning with embarrassment.
"Oh, so you're going for a walk?" Duan Feng elongated the words playfully.
Duan Feng, you observing Qi Yanmeng's irritated demeanor, Duan Feng felt that this was the most genuine version of her.
Though she was a CEO at work, who knew the immense pressure she bore? "Enough, the danger has been dealt with," Duan Feng declared, sitting on the sofa and lighting a cigarette. "You didn't actually kill him, did you?" "Indeed." Duan Feng feigned a sorrowful expression. Meng, I become a murderer now."
"There is no need for you to call off the engagement. Tomorrow, I will turn myself into the police."
"You mustn't go," Qi Yanmeng exclaimed sharply as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, suppressing his amusement as he pretended to be sorrowful. "What should I do if I don't turn myself in? If the police find out later, I'll end up in prison anyway. Who knows, I might even drag you down with me. So now," before he could finish, Qi Yanmeng interrupted. "I said you mustn't go, so you can't. You talk about murder as if it's nothing. Who even saw it happen? Are you worried about me?" Duan Feng suddenly stood up, grabbing Qi Yanmeng's hand and pulling her into an embrace.
This time, Qi Yanmeng was surprisingly quiet, not struggling. Duan Feng inhaled the enticing scent wafting from her and, unable to resist, let his left hand wander towards her rear. Instantly, Qi Yanmeng sensed something amiss. When she looked up at Duan Feng, she found him grinning mischievously, his left hand resting on her behind. Duan Feng, how dare you deceive me? I'll have it out with you." Qi Yanmeng finally snapped back to reality and bit down on his shoulder. Duan Feng inhaled sharply. Hey, are you a dog? Why are you biting me?" As Qi Yanmeng freed herself from his embrace, she looked at him with a triumphant smile. "This is a warning. If you dare take advantage of me again, next time I'll..." Her gaze drifted towards Duan Feng's lower half. Duan Feng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine and looked at Qi Yanmeng in horror. You don't intend to bite off my, do you? Shameless, lewd, scoundrel. Qi Yanmeng blushed furiously as she glared at him. Tomorrow I'll buy a pair of scissors just to snip you. With that, she turned on her heel and returned to her room. Duan Feng watched her retreating figure, still feeling a lingering chill, and sighed, "Little brother, remember to stay clear of her next time." After a moment, he returned to his own room, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Once the call connected, Duan Feng immediately spoke, "I want to kill someone." On the other end, the voice paused for a moment before responding with excitement, "Boss, you're back, are you thinking of coming back? If you want to, hurry back, the brothers have missed you dearly." Duan Feng remained silent for a moment before replying, "Frog, I've already withdrawn. Since I've withdrawn, I won't be returning. Right now, I need you to help me kill someone." "Who do you want to kill?" Upon hearing Duan Feng's intention, Frog's tone shifted to a cold one. "Help me eradicate the Black Spider." "The third-rate assassin organization, Black Spider?" Frog paused in surprise. "Boss, what have they done to offend you?" "I'll head over and take down their lair right away. They want to kill my wife." Duan Feng spoke slowly. A Frog paused at the mention of wife. "Boss, you're married?" Duan Feng did not conceal this from Frog, knowing he could not keep it a secret. It was better to reveal it himself than let them find out on their own. "Yes, but we haven't held the wedding yet. I'll be sure to inform you when we do." "Boss, who is your wife? What kind of woman could make you settle down?" Frog asked, curiosity evident in his voice. "Qi Yanmeng." Crash. Frog dropped his lighter in shock upon hearing her name. "Boss, I understand, treat your sister-in-law well. I'll ensure the Black Spider is buried in the annals of history. Also, check into who exactly wants Meng Meng's life and which individuals accepted the mission." Before Duan Feng could finish, Frog interrupted, "Boss, you don't need to worry about that. I'll take care of it. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Qi Yanmeng is going against all of us. Those who dare to cross us must face death and go to hell to repent for their ignorance and foolishness." Duan Feng let out a soft sigh, not saying more. He knew Frog would soon realize that Qi Yanmeng was the sister of Qi Peng. Though Qi Peng was dead, they were still alive, and they would ensure Qi Yanmeng was protected from any harm. It was the least they could do to honor Qi Peng, especially now that Duan Feng had married Qi Yanmeng, making her their sister-in-law. They would certainly protect her from any harm. Chapter 35. The emergence of a rival far away in Europe. After hanging up the phone, the Toad furrowed his brow tightly, while the people beside him looked at him with eager anticipation. After a long pause, Toad slowly spoke. "That was the boss on the phone." Upon hearing Toad's words, everyone was filled with excitement. "Toad, what did the boss say? Is he coming back?" Toad let out a bitter laugh. "No, the boss said he won't be returning. He has asked us to assist him with a matter." "What matter?" "There are people from Black Spider attempting to assassinate the boss's wife." As Toad's words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted instantly, enveloping it in an eerie atmosphere. The boss is married? Indeed, the boss's wife is Qi Yanmeng. Qi Yanmeng? Upon hearing these three characters, everyone clenched their fists tightly. Who wants to kill her? I will go and wipe out their lair right now. Crow, for heaven's sake, calm down. Toad shouted angrily upon seeing the murderous intent in Crow's eyes. Who exactly is it? Crow's eyes shone with a fierce light. I will ask you one last time. Black Spider. I'll go eliminate them. Without further ado, Crow turned and left. Watching Crow's retreating figure, Toad sighed. Among this group, Crow was the most impulsive, the one who idolized Duan Feng, and the one who obeyed his words without question. It could be said that Crow was merely a shadow of Duan Feng. Firebird, send someone to Huaxia to protect Qi Yanmeng. We cannot allow any accidents to occur, otherwise, you know what will happen. After a moment's contemplation, Toad finally made his decision. Firebird glanced at Crow and suggested, why not let Fire Phoenix handle it? Absolutely not. She must not know about this matter. None of you are to inform her, otherwise, I will not spare you. Everyone sighed softly in resignation. When Duan Feng awoke, it was already 7:30. Glancing at Qi Yanmeng's room next door, he chuckled bitterly. She even called him to wake him up. Did she not realize he had no car? By the time Duan Feng arrived at the company, it was already 8:30, and it was evident that he was late once more. Regarding Duan Feng's tardiness, everyone chose to ignore it in their hearts. they believed Duan Feng must have some significant background, otherwise, he could not have directly become the executive assistant and continued to be late for 3 consecutive days without any repercussions. Thus, in everyone's minds, Duan Feng was undoubtedly the scion of some wealthy family, coming to Huatai Group for Qi Yanmeng. Apart from this, they could hardly fathom any other reason for his presence at Huatai. Arriving at the door of the president's office, Duan Feng habitually pushed the door open and entered, believing that only Qi Yanmeng would be present. However, upon entering, he realized he was mistaken. Besides Qi Yanmeng, there was another individual in her office. A remarkably handsome young man sat at Qi Yanmeng's desk, exuding an air of charm that far surpassed Duan Feng's. His tousled hair was slicked back with gel, meticulously arranged, and he sported a silver earring in his left ear, radiating a fashionable and suave demeanor. The young man, originally seated at Qi Yanmeng's desk, was engaged in persuasion when he turned to glance at the entering Duan Feng, frowning slightly.
"Who are you? What are you doing here?" His tone was icy, imbued with an inherent authority.
Duan Feng chuckled and lit a cigarette, glancing at the young man.
"I am who I am." Upon witnessing Duan Feng's arrogant demeanor and hearing his disdainful tone, the young man's expression soured. "Yanmeng, who is he?"
The young man's face shifted momentarily but quickly returned to normal as he turned to Qi Yanmeng, smiling as he inquired. Qi Yanmeng was seriously reviewing the documents in her hands, seemingly oblivious to the question posed. Dreaming of calling her by such a name, Duan Feng felt a surge of displeasure but did not show it. He walked over to the nearby sofa and sat down, pouring himself a cup of tea while casually glancing at the young man, discerning from the moment he entered that this young man had ulterior motives. His presence here only made this clearer, aggravating Duan Feng. How dare he try to woo his woman? Fortunately, he had been astute enough to become the executive assistant, otherwise, he might have genuinely been at risk of being usurped. "What is your relationship with Yanmeng?" the young man asked, observing Duan Feng take his seat.
"And you, who might you be?" Duan Feng retorted, his gaze slanted towards the young man.
"I am Zhang Qian, a good friend of Yanmeng since childhood.
I just returned from studying abroad in M country. It's a pleasure to meet you."
Zhang Qian elegantly extended his right hand, unfazed by Duan Feng's demeanor.
"Making money?" Duan Feng was taken aback, then burst into laughter.
"I guess your family must have been quite poor.
Otherwise, you wouldn't have named yourself making money."
As Qi Yanmeng diligently worked at her desk, a hint of a smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. Although she had only known Duan Feng for a few days, she could sense he was not someone to be trifled with.
Zhang Qian's expression subtly shifted. "It's Zhang Qinggong's Zhang, and Qian Kuan's Qian." "Oh, my apologies." Duan Feng replied with an awkward smile, shaking Zhang Qian's hand symbolically. "I'm just a simple person. When you mentioned your name as Zhang Qian, I thought it was making money."
Despite Zhang Qian's cultivated demeanor, he could not help but feel a surge of anger at that moment.
Before he could speak, Duan Feng continued, "What brings you back? Have you made enough money?"
Zhang Qian was momentarily taken aback by Duan Feng's question, but his expression quickly returned to normal as he elegantly leaned back on the sofa, pouring himself a cup of tea. "My father's health has been declining recently, making it difficult for him to contribute to Huatai Group, so I was asked to return promptly." "Oh, I forgot to mention, my father is the operations director of Huatai Group and also its second largest shareholder." Zhang Qian casually stated this, a hint of pride evident on his face.
"Ah.
So you are Director Zhang's son, young Master Zhang. It is truly an honor to meet you," Duan Feng exclaimed dramatically, seizing Zhang Qian's hands with an expression of exaggerated excitement. "Haha, no need for such formality. Please don't call me young Master Zhang, this is not ancient times, and such titles are rather outdated," Zhang Qian replied, a hint of smugness creeping into his otherwise humble words. Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng, who had been focused on her work, looked up at the exchange, wondering what Duan Feng was up to this time. What followed next left Zhang Qian utterly astonished and prompted a weary sigh from Qi Yanmeng.
"This is none of my business. I was merely being polite, and you took it seriously." After saying this, Duan Feng released Zhang Qian's hand, crossed his legs, and resumed his seat, lighting another cigarette. Zhang Qian was left fuming, containing a torrent of frustration. At this moment, Qi Yanmeng raised her head and looked at Zhang Qian, saying, "All right, Zhang Qian, this is my assistant, which is why I just rejected your offer. I already have an assistant, and if you don't believe me, you can check with Director Zhang." Qi Yanmeng was well aware of Zhang Qian's intentions in wanting to be her assistant. He had pursued her relentlessly for over a year or two. From the banquet 3 years ago, when she first took over Huatai Group, Zhang Qian had shown an intense interest. However, during that time, she had been fully immersed in her work. Afterward, Zhang Qian went to M country to pursue a doctorate at Harvard,
and she thought everything had come to an end. Who would have thought that 3 years later, he would return and come to see her, claiming he wanted to apply for the position of her assistant. If not for Duan Feng's appearance, there was no doubt that Zhang Qian would have become Qi Yanming's assistant. After all, Zhang Qian had been infatuated with her for years. Even while at Harvard, he would frequently call and text her. Moreover, he was the son of a board member, and such a background would undoubtedly mean he would act in the company's best interests. However, things had now changed. She was already engaged to Duan Feng, and her father was pressing her without any intention of relenting. In despair, Qi Yanming chose to compromise. Although she was contemplating how to break off the engagement with Duan Feng, she held little hope for the chances of that happening. She knew her father, Qi Tianhun, all too well. Regardless of what the future held, she was now someone else's fiancée. Traditional values made Qi Yanming feel a twinge of aversion towards Zhang Qian's pursuit, especially after witnessing Duan Feng's presence, which intensified her disdain. Zhang Qian gazed at Duan Feng, feeling a surge of unnamed fury swell within him. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed his anger and said, "Yanming, it's alright. It's just a position. I will apply for another role. I believe in my capabilities."
"Cut it out." Duan Feng sneered. "If you had faith in your abilities, you wouldn't be here." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Qian glared at Duan Feng, his face darkening. "To put it bluntly, you still wish to take the backdoor route." "You'd enough, both of you," Qi Yanming interjected, seeing the two arguing. "Duan Feng, why don't you go back to work?" "Zhang Qian, think about which position you want to apply for. I believe in your capabilities." Duan Feng glanced at Qi Yanming, recognizing the fierce look in her eyes, and wisely returned to his position. After all, they were in the office, and there were others present. He understood he could not overstep, or Qi Yanming would be left embarrassed. Upon hearing Qi Yanming's words, Zhang Qian couldn't help but show a hint of smugness, looking provocatively at Duan Feng. "Rest assured, Yanming, I will not let you down," Zhang Qian said with utmost confidence. "Then you may leave for now. I still have work to do. Once you successfully apply, we will have plenty of time to converse." Zhang Qian smiled faintly and stepped toward the exit. However, at the moment he reached the door, he turned back to cast a glance at Duan Feng, his eyes brimming with malice. Seeing Zhang Qian's demeanor, Duan Feng rested his chin on his hand, pondering whether he should find an opportunity to toss this guy into the Huangpu River. How dare he covet his wife's affections? Chapter 36, A fortuitous encounter. After Zhang Qian departed, Duan Feng reclined in his chair, propping his legs atop the table, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Though Zhang Qian had donned a facade of sophistication, Duan Feng discerned the ulterior motives lurking beneath his polished exterior. The ostentatious elegance that Zhang Qian feigned struck him as laughable. He was convinced that, had it not been for Qi Yanming's presence in the office, Zhang Qian would have utterly disregarded him. Hypocrisy, this was the singular impression Zhang Qian left on Duan Feng. Were Zhang Qian truly as magnanimous and suave in his pursuit of Qi Yanming as he pretended, Duan Feng might have regarded him with some measure of respect. However, from their brief exchange and keen observation, it became apparent that Zhang Qian was far from generous. His so-called magnanimity was nothing but a charade, and the disdain in his eyes when conversing with Duan Feng was unmistakable. Especially given Duan Feng's treatment of him, Zhang Qian had refrained from displaying any anger. Perhaps Zhang Qian could deceive a naive young woman, but he could never hoodwink Duan Feng. Duan Feng believed that even Qi Yanming would not be taken in by Zhang Qian's superficial guise. Contemplating this, Duan Feng turned his gaze toward Qi Yanming. Upon lifting his head to look at her, he found Qi Yanming already staring back. "Why are you looking at me like that, Meng Meng?" Duan Feng teased, a playful glint in his eyes. "Have you realized how exceptionally handsome I am today? Are you feeling a spark and hoping to share a room with me tonight?" Taken aback by his words, Qi Yanming retorted with indignation, "Duan Feng, are you incredibly bored?" "Indeed, as you can see, I'm utterly idle, twiddling my thumbs. By the time payday rolls around, others might just think I'm your kept man." Duan Feng lamented, his expression one of profound vexation. He had initially imagined that working would be an engaging endeavor, particularly in the corporate sector, but after 2 days of experience, he felt disheartened, likening it to a prison sentence. Qi Yanming scoffed, "Who would keep you? Do you think you're that charming?" Duan Feng, with a serious demeanor, touched his face and replied, "I may not be charming, but I excel in other areas." Qi Yanming was once again bested by Duan Feng's audacity. After taking a deep breath, she said, "If you're truly bored, then go to the planning department. I'm sure there are plenty of tasks that could use your attention. Or perhaps the sales department. In any case, you need to vanish from my sight immediately." "Are you trying to cast me aside so that Zhang Qian can take my place as your assistant?" Duan Feng's expression shifted. "All right, let me just call Uncle Qi and consult him." With that, he retrieved his phone.
Shi Yanmeng gently smacked her forehead, realizing she had brought this trouble upon herself with this scoundrel. Suppressing her rising anger, she clarified, "I'm not trying to dismiss you, I simply want you to familiarize yourself with other areas. Your position remains that of my personal assistant." Upon hearing her words, Duan Feng chuckled sheepishly. Meng, had you said so earlier, I would have understood. Very well, I shall heed your advice and explore other departments. With that, he stood and made his way toward the exit. Just as Duan Feng was about to open the door, Shi Yanmeng suddenly spoke. "Duan Feng, your injuries?" Duan Feng turned back, casting a flirtatious glance at Shi Yanmeng. "They're nothing to worry about. If you're keen on sharing a room with me, rest assured, this little injury won't hinder anything." Having said that, he hurriedly shut the door behind him. A loud bang resonated from the office, unmistakably the sound of Shi Yanmeng attempting to throw something at him. Emerging from the CEO's office, a smile crept onto Duan Feng's face as he approached Dong Xinfeng, Shi Yanmeng's secretary. Today, Dong Xinfeng was clad in a pristine white business suit, and Duan Feng noted that the inner lining bore a shade of pink. With a grin, Duan Feng leaned against Dong Xinfeng's desk. "Secretary Dong." Dong Xinfeng glanced up momentarily before lowering her gaze, seemingly disinterested in engaging with him. However, Duan Feng paid no mind, his eyes fixated on her chest, secretly pondering the softness of her figure. After a moment, feeling increasingly uncomfortable, Dong Xinfeng raised her head again, only to find Duan Feng leering at her chest. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "You pervert, where are you looking?" Duan Feng chuckled, "Nowhere in particular. I was merely assessing whether your assets are silicone." Dong Xinfeng was taken aback, then retorted indignantly, "If anyone's silicone, it's you, mine are 100 natural." Suddenly, Duan Feng's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, have they gotten bigger?" At that moment, he resembled a mischievous rogue, while Dong Xinfeng's face burned with embarrassment. She felt a desire to bash her head against a wall. How did he see through her modest enhancement? Yet, before she could express her anger, Duan Feng continued, "Secretary Dong, frankly, you're already ample enough. There is no need for any padding." With that, Duan Feng swiftly departed the scene. Watching his retreating figure, Dong Xinfeng's teeth clenched in frustration. Infuriated by his comment about her padding, she vowed, "Duan Feng, just you wait. I won't let this slide." As Duan Feng exited the 20th floor, he pondered his next destination, the sales department. Absolutely not, for that meant encountering Susan. The IT department, where Lini Ru worked, also held no appeal. A glimmer of hope flickered. Perhaps the IT department might be an intriguing option. Resolute, Duan Feng made his way toward the IT department. This time, he opted for the stairs rather than the elevator, as it was a short distance. As he approached the turn, he encountered a striking woman in a flowing pink dress, her brow furrowed as she ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Duan Feng's gaze wandered, taking in the surroundings he had failed to appreciate during his previous visit. Suddenly, with a loud thud, Duan Feng rounded the corner, colliding with the woman. Stunned, he looked down to find her seated on the floor, an expression of pain etched across her features. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he wondered if fortune was smiling upon him. "My apologies, are you all right?" Duan Feng snapped back to reality, extending a hand in courtesy. The woman glanced at him, slowly offering her hand in return. "I'm fine," she replied coldly, attempting to leave, but immediately felt a tingling sensation in her right leg, causing her to stumble back. Seeing this, Duan Feng's instincts kicked in without hesitation. He caught the falling beauty in his arms, preventing her from tumbling down the staircase. "Let go of me," she commanded, having experienced countless such encounters, regaining her composure swiftly, though the pressure on her chest made her cheeks flush with anger. Duan Feng awkwardly chuckled, quickly releasing his hold. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," she declared, gently stretching her long legs. The casual movement sent Duan Feng's heart racing. This woman was no comparison to Shi Yanmeng. She exuded a mature allure, radiating an irresistible charm. After feeling her body press against his, he was certain this woman was a married one, and an exceptional one at that. "I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident," Duan Feng said sheepishly. "Don't blame yourself. I was distracted as well," the woman replied, showing no intention of rebuking him. With that, she continued her ascent. Duan Feng watched her retreating figure with a mischievous smile, intrigued by her presence and intent on discovering her department. A tantalizing encounter lingered in his thoughts as he made his way to Lini Ru's office in the IT department. At 10:30 in the morning, Lini Ru, the IT department manager, was known for her unwavering commitment to her duties and her stern demeanor, making her employees wary of her formidable presence. Today, however, her mood was particularly foul. Since being turned down by Duan Feng when she had invited him to her home the previous day, her spirits had not lifted. A wave of frustration surged within her. Lin Ru was undeniably a beautiful woman, pursued by many, yet in the face of Duan Feng, self-doubt crept in. She began to question whether her allure had waned. With her brows knitted in contemplation, a knock echoed at her office door. Lin Ru relaxed her furrowed brow and called, "Come in." "Manager Lin, Assistant Duan requests to see you," her secretary, Lele, announced, peeking her head through the door while holding a stack of documents.
Behind her stood a man who seemed to be sneaking a glance inside. "Duan Feng?"
Lin Ru's face brightened, and she instructed, "Let him in, and from now on, if Assistant Duan has matters to discuss, allow him direct entry."
"Thank you for the guidance, beautiful," Duan Feng said to Lele as he stepped into the office, scanning the room before locking eyes with Lin Ru. "Manager Lin, I've missed you terribly. Have you thought of me?" Chapter 37. Duan Feng. Lin Ru cast a fleeting glance at Duan Feng and, without a moment's hesitation, retorted, "You miss me? What a joke! Just yesterday, I invited you to my home for a late-night snack, and you outright declined."
Duan Feng forced a sheepish smile. It wasn't merely for a late-night snack. It was more like, in an instant, Lin Ru's complexion flushed crimson, for she had indeed harbored such thoughts the previous night, but this man had rejected her. When had she ever invited a man to her residence? After mustering the courage to extend the invitation, only to be turned down, Lin Ru felt utterly disheartened. Her mind wandering aimlessly. Summoning her courage, she gazed at Duan Feng and declared, "So what if you have?
It's not as if you haven't done it before. Do you intend to indulge and then pretend it never happened?" Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, truly defeated by Lin Ru's retort.
Observing the troubled expression on his face, Lin Ru felt a surge of triumph. It seemed that to deal with Duan Feng, one had to employ the tactics of a playful femme fatale, lest she be taken advantage of continuously. If Duan Feng were to discover Lin Ru's current thoughts, one could only imagine his reaction. Seated before Lin Ru, Duan Feng lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting towards her. Today, she was clad in her usual black uniform, complemented by a white shirt underneath. Surprisingly, Lin Ru exhibited no hint of dissatisfaction. Rather, she allowed him to gaze freely. This left Duan Feng feeling somewhat abashed. This woman was undeniably formidable.
"How do I look?" he inquired.
"Not bad, your figure seems to have improved, General Manager Lin."
"Are you?"
Duan Feng asked, his expression grave as he scrutinized Lin Yiru. At that moment, Lin Ru felt an overwhelming urge to slap Duan Feng twice. She had encountered shamelessness before, but Duan Feng's audacity was astonishing.
"Hey, what kind of look is that?
Don't stare at me like that, I might just get shy," Duan Feng remarked, feeling increasingly uncomfortable under Lin Ru's penetrating gaze, which seemed to radiate a greenish light, making him feel as though he had stumbled into a den of wolves.
"Keep talking like that, and I swear I'll tear your mouth apart."
With a thud, Duan Feng slid off his chair upon hearing Lin Ru's words, gazing at her in sheer terror. At that moment, he was at a loss as to whether the women he knew were exceptionally strong or if contemporary women were all this powerful, or perhaps he simply could not keep pace with the changing times. Observing Duan Feng's current state, Lin Ru couldn't contain her laughter, her waist twisting like a serpent as she approached him and gradually squatted down. "I was just teasing you, look at how scared you are."
Suddenly, Lin Ru sprang to her feet, realizing that they were in the office.
She dared not act recklessly. If anyone witnessed this, her carefully cultivated image of aloofness would be shattered. Duan Feng slowly rose from the floor and returned to his seat.
"What brings you here? Dante, tell me you truly miss me. Neither of us would believe that."
Lin Ru queried with a puzzled expression. After all, Duan Feng was the assistant to the president, and he should be on the 20th floor.
How had he ended up here? "I was sent down by the president." Duan Feng sighed lightly.
"President Xi said my abilities were too great and instructed me to come and inspect your work."
A hint of amusement crept onto Lin Ru's lips.
Noticing her smile, Duan Feng began to contemplate the possibility of agreeing to visit Lin Ru's home that evening. Unbeknownst to Lin Ru, she had unwittingly become the object of Duan Feng's fantasies.
Seeing that Duan Feng had not responded, Lin Ru furrowed her brow slightly. "Hey, I'm talking to you." Duan Feng snapped back to reality and replied, "You must know Zhang board member's son, right? Zhang Qian?"
Lin Ru inquired, her confusion evident as she pondered the connection between him and Zhang Qian.
"Indeed, that very Zhang Qian. We just had a little tussle in the president's office, as you witnessed,"
Duan Feng said with resignation.
"You were kicked out of the office by President Xi?"
"Yes, but let me clarify. Zhang Qian was the one to be dismissed first, and I followed suit," Duan Feng stated earnestly, his gaze fixed on Lin Ru. Lin Ru chuckled lightly. "All right, I see you're quite the charmer."
"President Xi must have taken a liking to you." "What do you mean she took a liking to me?" Duan Feng replied, dissatisfaction evident in his tone. She is my fiancée. Ha!
Lin Ru rolled her eyes, looking at Duan Feng with disdain.
Duan Feng, although I am unaware of your true identity or how you infiltrated Huadai Group, and even less so about your intentions here, but to claim that President Qi is your wife? I cannot possibly believe that. If you were to say you liked her, I might consider it. Duan Feng was taken aback, surprised that his honesty had been met with derision. This left him feeling quite helpless. It seemed he might as well resort to lies in the future. Actually, I came here to pursue you. We have become intimate, and I, as a person, possess an extremely strong sense of possessiveness. Anything I touch shall never be claimed by another. Duan Feng declared solemnly, his gaze unwavering on Lin Ru. Really? Lin Ru replied, amusement dancing in her eyes as she regarded Duan Feng. More genuine than gold. You should save your charm for those naive young girls, Lin Ru stated, sitting back in her chair as she looked at Duan Feng. Don't believe me? It would be odd if I did. If a man's words were trustworthy, pigs would be able to climb trees. Lin Ru said, her expression filled with melancholy as she looked at Duan Feng. I gave you a chance yesterday, yet you seemed utterly indifferent. Observing Lin Ru's expression, Duan Feng inexplicably recalled their first encounter at the hotel, remembering her silhouette. Suddenly, he stood up, striding towards Lin Ru, taken aback by Duan Feng's lewd demeanor. Lin Ru exclaimed, "Hey, you!" Before she could finish her sentence, Duan Feng wrapped his arms around her, sitting beside her office chair as he leaned down, pressing his lips firmly against her vibrant red ones. Having been teased repeatedly, he felt that failing to take action would be a disservice to himself. Lin Ru, gazing at Duan Feng in that moment, felt an ominous premonition rising within her. She hurriedly pleaded, Duan Feng, I beg you, I was wrong, please let me go. If you truly desire it, come to my house tonight. Chapter 38 The return of the father-in-law. Duan Feng was taken aback for a moment, then looked at Lin Ru with a mischievous grin, saying, President Lin, your thoughts are rather impure. Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, Lin Ru was first startled, then filled with a mix of embarrassment and anger. She abruptly stood up and swung her delicate fists at Duan Feng. Help, murder, someone is trying to kill her husband, Duan Feng exclaimed while dodging her blows. If you keep shouting, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lin Ru scolded him, both furious and humiliated. Attempted murder of a husband, Duan Feng echoed theatrically. You. Lin Ru inhaled deeply, her chest rising and falling erratically. Duan Feng leered at her and said, Tonight, I'm coming over to your house, so be prepared. Just then, his phone rang. Duan Feng paused, glanced at the screen, and without hesitation, answered the call, while Lin Ru approached him. Hello, dear wife, missing me already? Get back to the office immediately, I need to talk to you. Xi Yanmeng said before abruptly hanging up. Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, wondering what this woman was up to, especially since he had just been chased out of the office. Lin Ru looked at him with a puzzled expression. Are you really married? Not yet, but it's coming soon. Duan Feng chuckled. Now that you know I'm a married man, I bet you find me quite desirable. Lin Ru was taken aback. At that moment, she found herself at a loss for words to describe Duan Feng's audacity. Don't worry, if I do get married, you can always be my mistress, Duan Feng said cheerfully. But I must take my leave now, I have matters to attend to. With that, he turned to leave. Lin Ru watched his retreating figure, her thoughts in disarray. Initially, she believed that Duan Feng's mention of marriage was merely a jest, yet it seemed to bear some truth. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her. She was uncertain of her feelings towards Duan Feng, but each time she laid eyes on him, her heart stirred with something intangible, especially since he had taken her first blood. Was it love or mere possessiveness? In that moment, Lin Ru could not discern, yet as she saw Duan Feng walk away, her heart tightened painfully. Forcing a smile, she called after him, Tonight. Going to your place, Duan Feng remarked as his gaze roamed over Lin Ru's chest, accompanied by a rather lewd grin. Meanwhile, Xi Yanmeng furrowed her brow in frustration. Prior to calling Duan Feng, she had received a call from her father, Xi Tianhan, stating that he had returned from Sanya and requested her to pick him up along with Duan Feng. This left Xi Yanmeng perplexed. He had only been gone for 3 days, why return so soon? Was his supposed vacation merely a ruse to compel her to cohabit with Duan Feng? The thought inflamed her anger, as it felt like an egregious affront. However, she felt utterly powerless, remembering her father's grave and stern demeanor when he said, If you do not marry Duan Feng, you shall no longer be my daughter. She knew her father well, although he was generally easygoing. Once he made up his mind, there was no room for dissent, not even from her mother. Initially, Xi Yanmeng believed that seeking help from her mother, He Caixin, would be effective, but to her dismay, her mother offered no assistance. Surrendering was not in Xi Yanmeng's nature. Even if she had to compromise, she intended to make it clear that she was not someone easily trifled with. As Duan Feng reached the entrance of the CEO's office, he was halted by Dong Xinfeng, who looked at him with indignation.
Duan Feng, you scoundrel, where are your eyes wandering? Though Duan Feng feigned an air of righteousness, his gaze was anything but innocent, roaming over Dong Xinfeng's figure. After a moment, he murmured, "Wait a minute, why do you seem smaller?" Dong Xinfeng's anger flared at his words. How could this rogue notice such a thing? Oh, Duan Feng exclaimed in realization, you must have removed the padding. See, I wasn't mistaken that you're still quite ample without it. By the way, Secretary Dong, don't toss that padding around carelessly. You should know many people have peculiar preferences, such as that. Dong Xinfeng was momentarily taken aback, then swiftly vanished from his sight. Watching her disappear like a whirlwind, Duan Feng chuckled softly, thinking how easy it was to deceive her. He swaggered towards the CEO's office, plopping down in front of Qi Yanmeng, who looked at him with exasperation. Dream, what was so urgent that you called me back? Are you eager for our wedding night? I must tell you, while it's advisable to get it over with sooner rather than later, the evening is indeed preferable. Qi Yanmeng shot him a glare, suppressing the urge to tell him to leave. As she prepared to explain the reason for his return, she was dumbfounded to see Duan Feng reach for the large red robe she had meticulously brewed, taking a big gulp and smacking his lips in distaste. Dream, is this coffee or tea? It tastes dreadful. Qi Yanmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he just insulted the tea she had painstakingly prepared for half an hour? If that, she felt a wave of despair wash over her. Meanwhile, Duan Feng found it strange. Typically, Qi Yanmeng would have snapped at him by now, either with sarcasm or demanding he leave. Yet, although she appeared furious, she remained silent, seated in her chair, not mocking him or ordering him out. Something was amiss. Dream, what is going on? What is the matter? Duan Feng leaned back in his chair, lighting a cigarette. If you want me to negotiate on your behalf, I absolutely refuse. The thought of Ji Hanxiang sent a chill down his spine. That woman was formidable, and despite his self-proclaimed prowess, he felt utterly powerless in her presence. Observing Duan Feng's demeanor, Qi Yanmeng sighed. Duan Feng, I called you back for a reason. If it's about the wedding night, I'm fine with waiting. We haven't even obtained a marriage certificate yet. If we were to become intimate before that, it could lead to complications. I can wait until we're legally wed, Duan Feng interrupted earnestly. Qi Yanmeng stared at him with wide eyes, her mind blanked. A marriage certificate? Was he dreaming? She took a few deep breaths to calm her rising anger, then glared at him, biting her lip. My parents are coming back from Sanya today. We need to pick them up. What? Duan Feng sprang from his chair, disbelief etched on his face as he looked at Qi Yanmeng. You heard me correctly. Ugh, Duan Feng groaned in agony. Dream, tell your father I'm unwell today. Impossible, Qi Yanmeng replied, exasperated. My father said if you don't pick him up today, he'll break your legs. Duan Feng froze, suddenly terrified of Qi Tianhan. Not only was he the father of the man who had died for him, but now he was also his father-in-law. Do we have to go? Qi Yanmeng nodded weakly. She didn't want to go with Duan Feng either, but felt utterly trapped. Wasn't your father enjoying his vacation? Why return so soon? How would I know? Qi Yanmeng rolled her eyes at him. Well, Dream, when I meet your father, should I call him Uncle Qi or Dad? Duan Feng inquired seriously. I feel that calling him Uncle Qi is a bit distant. Dad feels more direct and intimate, so I'll go with Dad. You must not call him Dad, Qi Yanmeng protested, glaring at him with anger. If I can't call him Dad, I'll just tell him that you don't let me. You got frustrated by Duan Feng's nonchalant demeanor, Qi Yanmeng stomped her foot, feeling utterly powerless. If she didn't let him call him Dad, who knew how her father's explosive temper would react? Qi Yanmeng felt a headache coming on as she glanced at Duan Feng, thinking of her parents' imminent return, which only intensified her stress. Duan Feng, you should wait for me outside the company. Once I finish my matters, I'll come to find you. Duan Feng nodded silently, leaving the CEO's office once more. However, this time his steps were heavy and his heart weighed down. Truth be told, he dreaded facing Qi Tianhan, unsure how to confront him, especially now that he had married his daughter, which only deepened his sense of guilt. What must come will inevitably arrive. There was no escaping it. Taking a deep breath, Duan Feng steadied his racing heart, watching his retreating figure. Qi Yanmeng sighed softly, sensing that her parents' swift return from Sanya was far from a good omen. She picked up the phone on her desk, dialed Susan's number, relayed her instructions, and then briefed her secretary before finally leaving Huadai Group with a heavy heart. Chapter 39. The enchanting sister-in-law at the airport of Hulua City, a Porsche 918 glided smoothly into view, capturing the attention of numerous onlookers. It is well known that the Porsche 918 is worth millions. Thus, anyone capable of driving such a vehicle must undoubtedly belong to the ranks of the affluent or the elite. As the car door swung open, a sleek black high-heeled shoe emerged, its delicate design and slender heel reflecting exquisite craftsmanship. Following this, a pair of flawless white legs appeared, not adorned with the provocative stockings that might set hearts racing, yet the smooth contours of her shapely figure still left onlookers entranced. To everyone's astonishment, stepping out from this imposing Audi was a woman of extraordinary grace and allure, clad in black stilettos. Her long legs provoked an irresistible urge in any man to embrace and kiss them. However, this captivating beauty was not dressed in the latest fashion trends. Instead, she donned a business attire that further accentuated her unique charm, rendering her simply breathtaking. The specially tailored outfit highlighted her slender waist and the enticing fullness of her bosom, while her long neck remained devoid of any adornments. Her exquisite face was not heavily made up, yet it was evident that she had undergone a meticulous grooming process. Her lustrous hair was elegantly styled atop her head, with only a couple of strands cascading delicately by her ears, embodying a hairstyle that is currently fashionable yet seldom seen, for most women could hardly do justice to such an elegant look. Even those who might attempt it would likely appear rather mundane, yet, this woman wore the hairstyle with an air of perfection, as though it had been designed solely for her. Regal and graceful, she resembled a goddess, exuding an aura that was not domineering but rather imbued with a chilling aloofness that created a unique atmosphere, deterring anyone from approaching her lightly. Many men waiting in the corridor could not help but swallow hard, struggling to fathom a woman who could attain such unparalleled perfection. At that moment, numerous men found themselves involuntarily comparing their wives, once the objects of their deepest affections, to this ethereal vision, feeling as though they were mere caricatures in comparison. As the goddess disembarked from the vehicle, she naturally lifted her delicate hand to check her exquisite watch before looking around her surroundings. With her gaze sweeping across the crowd, every man felt their breath quicken, torn between the desire to be noticed by the goddess and the fear that their own ordinariness might tarnish her nobility, a complex sentiment indeed. Regrettably, her gaze did not linger on any of them. This enchanting woman was none other than Qi Yanmeng. Initially, she had instructed Duan Feng to wait for her outside the company, but upon her exit, she discovered that he had vanished without a trace. Recalling the tone of Qi Tianhan when he had called to inform her, Qi Yanmeng felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue wash over her. How would her parents perceive her being alone without Duan Feng? Just as Qi Yanmeng was enveloped in her dismay, a figure suddenly appeared behind her. "Beautiful lady, are you looking for me?" Startled, she turned to find Duan Feng, which filled her with astonishment. It turned out that this scoundrel had arrived long ago, yet he had failed to inform her, igniting a surge of inexplicable anger within her. Duan Feng, with a grin, was leisurely smoking, while Qi Yanmeng felt an impulsive urge to lash out.
Meng, when are our parents arriving? Why haven't they come out yet?" Duan Feng, oblivious to Qi Yanmeng's irritation, was accustomed to her occasional displays of anger in his presence and thought little of it. "Duan Feng, please act with some decorum. Regardless of our relationship, you must maintain the appropriate demeanor in front of my parents. Do you understand what that means?"
Qi Yanmeng took a deep breath, fixing her gaze upon him. It was one thing for him to indulge in smoking, but his eyes were far from respectful, wandering shamelessly over the women nearby, especially with that lewd grin adorning his face.
"Is that the kind of demeanor you want, like how I made Zhang Qian squirm today without him getting upset?" Duan Feng rolled his eyes at Qi Yanmeng. "That kind of demeanor doesn't appeal to me. My father-in-law appreciates my lack of decorum, otherwise, why would he have arranged for you to marry me?"
Qi Yanmeng inhaled deeply, suppressing her urge to explode. She was unsure why she felt this way. She had always been a privileged daughter of a well-educated family, especially after taking over Huadai Group. She had become increasingly composed. What storms had she not weathered? Yet, facing this man, she found herself unable to control her emotions, every conversation with him pushing her to the brink of madness. Observing Duan Feng's demeanor, Qi Yanmeng could not help but sigh. Did her father truly intend for her to marry Duan Feng, merely to ruin her? Just then, two familiar figures appeared within their line of sight. Qi Tianhan and He Caixin emerged at the corridor's entrance. He Caixin affectionately wrapped her arms around Qi Tianhan, their demeanor exuding intimacy, which left Duan Feng momentarily dumbfounded. To his astonishment, there was a woman beside his father-in-law, cozily clinging to his arm with a radiant smile, while He Caixin appeared to be in high spirits, showing no signs of displeasure. He Caixin seemed to defy age, exuding a mature charm, and her visage bore no wrinkles, still glowing with vitality. Meanwhile, on Qi Tianhan's right side stood a strikingly beautiful girl, standing at 5 feet 6 inches, clad in a delightful blue dress that accentuated her beauty, with a slender waist and a pert bosom, creating a stunning visual impact.
Duan Feng stood agape, gently nudging Qi Yanmeng. "Wife, could it be that Dad has taken a mistress?"
Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, Qi Yanmeng's expression instantly darkened to "Shut up, you're the one with a mistress."
"That's my father's adopted daughter from the orphanage."
Could it be that he has ulterior motives? After all, the older one gets, the younger the heart becomes, and the less decorous one can be. Nowadays, adopted daughters and goddaughters abound. You must know that a goddaughter. Before Duan Feng could finish, Qi Yanmeng interrupted sharply, "Shut it."
Seeing Qi Yanmeng's face turn a shade darker, Duan Feng wisely fell silent. However, his mind was racing. Could his father-in-law truly be that type of man? Upon noticing Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng, Qi Tianhan's face broke into a wide smile. Duan Feng took the initiative to step forward. "Mom and Dad, after such a long flight, you must be exhausted." At that moment, Duan Feng's face radiated with excitement, as if he were meeting long-lost relatives.
His gaze was fervent as he unceremoniously lifted the bag from Yi Caixin's shoulder and held it in his hands, an entirely natural gesture.
No need to be so formal, we are not outsiders.
Yi Caixin replied with a smile, clearly unbothered by his address. Qi Yanmeng, observing the cheerful exchange between her parents and Duan Feng, felt as if she were an outsider in her own family, her disbelief evident as she watched them converse amiably.
Qi Yanmeng regarded Duan Feng with incredulity, aware that he had just been disparaging Qi Tianhan, yet now he wore a different expression altogether. All along, she had believed her ability to change her demeanor swiftly was impressive, but compared to Duan Feng, she felt she had much to learn.
Meng, why are you so quiet?
Have you forgotten us now that you have a husband?
Yi Caixin teased her, prompting Qi Yanmeng's cheeks to flush crimson.
Mom, watching Qi Yanmeng act so coy, Duan Feng was taken aback. Was this truly the same ice-cold CEO he knew?
Meng, sister. At that moment, a voice chimed in from the side.
Ningyun.
Qi Yanmeng smiled as she turned to face Lan Ningyun.
Lan Ningyun shot a quizzical glance at Qi Yanmeng and remarked, Sister Meng, is this the man Dad found for you? Qi Yanmeng warily nodded in affirmation. So, you are my brother-in-law? Lan Ningyun exclaimed excitedly as she looked at Duan Feng. Then you must be my little sister-in-law. Duan Feng responded with an awkward smile.
Lan Ningyun beamed, finding her brother-in-law's humor unexpectedly amusing, and began to curiously appraise him. If it weren't for Yi Caixin's confirmation, she would hardly believe that this man before her was indeed her sister's husband. The girl, like Qi Yanmeng, was also a beauty. Duan Feng discreetly assessed Lan Ningyun, stroking his chin in contemplation. His gaze then wandered to her bosom, C-cup, not overly large yet sufficiently ample, with potential waiting to be explored. Duan Feng quickly averted his gaze, understanding the presence of his father-in-law nearby, yet, it seemed Lan Ningyun sensed his lingering gaze, provocatively puffing out her chest, which left him feeling quite flustered. What was she implying? Was she trying to entice him? Duan Feng mused, casting another surreptitious glance at the woman whose aura starkly contrasted with Qi Yanmeng's. Intrigued, Duan Feng chuckled inwardly and stole another glance at Lan Ningyun, only to find her engaged in a soft conversation with Qi Yanmeng, occasionally glancing his way and sharing giggles, leaving him in wonder about their topic. Just as Duan Feng was about to suggest they leave, a cacophony of roaring engines interrupted the moment. A luxurious Ferrari sped towards them, coming to a halt nearby. A confident young man stepped out, casting a glance in their direction, and approached with a smile.
Ningyun, you returned without notifying me in advance. Thankfully, I've been keeping an eye on the flights these past few days, otherwise, I might have missed you. Chapter 40 of the annoying Lan Ningyun. Li Wei, what brings you here?
Lan Ningyun inquired with a slight frown, her tone imbued with indifference. She held little interest in the attentions of such eager young men, especially since the one before her was the heir of the Li family, who had persistently pursued her during their time in Hulua City. She was all too aware of his true nature and had maintained a consistently lukewarm demeanor towards him.
I am, of course, here to escort you, Li Wei declared to Lan Ningyun, then turned to Qi Tianhan, saying, Uncle Qi, it's been a while. My father has been reminiscing about those days spent playing chess with you.
Qi Tianhan nodded at Li Wei, then glanced at Lan Ningyun, suggesting, let us return and rest for a while.
Yes, certainly. With that, Lan Ningyun linked her arm with Duan Feng's. It was at this moment that Li Wei finally noticed Duan Feng's presence. Upon observing Lan Ningyun's gesture, his brows knitted in mild concern as he warily regarded Duan Feng, asking, and who might this be?
This is my boyfriend.
Lan Ningyun winked at Duan Feng with a playful glimmer in her eye.
Duan Feng was taken aback, looking at Qi Tianhan and Qi Yanmeng, and, seeing no signs of discontent from them, he let out a quiet sigh of relief.
Boyfriend? Li Wei's frown deepened. Ningyun, it's clear that this person is not of good character. Do not be deceived. Before Li Wei could finish, he was interrupted by Lan Ningyun's retort, this is the boyfriend that Uncle Qi introduced to me. Do you doubt Uncle Qi's judgment? Li Wei was momentarily speechless, glancing at Qi Tianhan. He opened his mouth to protest, Uncle Qi, such a person. Qi Tianhan let out a disapproving huff, do you think I need your guidance in my affairs? Li Wei dared not say another word. Qi Tianhan's temper was notoriously explosive in Hulua City, akin to a volatile explosive that could ignite with the slightest provocation. While Li Wei remained silent, Duan Feng, however, was displeased. What was his fault? Was he truly so inadequate? It was clear to him at this moment that he was being used as a shield, and Qi Tianhan tacitly accepted this arrangement. Since he had assumed the role of a shield, he would act accordingly. Hey, your name is Li Wei, right? I may not be a good person, but are you any better?
Though Li Wei was cautious around Qi Tianhan, he felt no fear towards Duan Feng and provocatively stated, "I am undoubtedly a good person."
Put.
Qi Yanmeng and Lan Ningyun could not help but laugh at the exchange.
Upon hearing their laughter, Li Wei snapped back to attention, glaring at Duan Feng. "Are you mocking me? Am I mocking you?"
Duan Feng lit a cigarette, looking down his nose at Li Wei. "You're just being foolish."
"You, what? Do you want to fight?" Duan Feng's eyes narrowed as he observed Li Wei on the verge of exploding.
"I suggest you think twice before you act. I'm not someone to be trifled with.
A wealthy brat like you, I could take on 3 of you single-handedly." "You're talking nonsense." "Oh, I will." Without further ado, Duan Feng took action to prove his point. Bang! A kick landed squarely on Li Wei's chest, causing him to fall uncontrollably to the ground. Duan Feng casually touched his nose, looking down at the writhing Li Wei. "Do not even think about targeting Ningyun, or I will make you regret it." With that, Duan Feng took Lan Ningyun's hand and strode away. A subtle fragrance wafted into Duan Feng's nostrils, invigorating his thoughts. Lan Ningyun was truly delightful, far superior to his own wife. "Duan Feng, your hands are quite unruly." Lan Ningyun blushed, scolding him lightly. "Ahem, well, upon meeting Lan Ningyun for the first time, I did not expect you to be such a beauty. I simply could not help myself." Duan Feng chuckled, hastily withdrawing his hand from around her waist. "By the way, where are your parents and your sister?" Duan Feng looked around, realizing that in the blink of an eye, he could no longer see them. Lan Ningyun chuckled softly. "They have gone home, it's just the 2 of us now." "Ah." Duan Feng was taken aback. "But I have no car, how are we supposed to return?" Lan Ningyun rolled her eyes at him. "Duan Feng, even if we were to ride with them, there wouldn't be enough seats. You saw her car, a Porsche 918, how could it accommodate us both? What about your parents? You're quite dense." Lan Ningyun glanced at him with disdain. "Mother can sit on father's lap." "Ah." Duan Feng was momentarily stunned. His father-in-law was quite audacious. Recalling his mother-in-law's alluring visage, he could not help but sigh, noting how fortunate his father-in-law was. "What are you thinking about?" Lan Ningyun asked, observing Duan Feng's distraction. Duan Feng's thoughts were abruptly pulled back to reality. "Oh, nothing." "Then let us depart." Lan Ningyun hailed a taxi. Throughout the journey, Lan Ningyun regarded Duan Feng with unabashed curiosity. Initially, he believed she would take him home, but he soon realized, much to his surprise, that they were headed to the Blue Enchantress bar. "Good evening, sir and madam." "May I take your order?" a young server at the bar inquired. "I'll have a whiskey," Duan Feng ordered casually, glancing at Lan Ningyun, "and a Bailey's for her." Bailey's is crafted from fresh, high-quality Irish cream, genuine Irish whiskey, and Madagascar vanilla, elegantly combining these premium elements. It embodies the classic essence of Ireland through a unique brewing process. Bailey's retains the cream's natural freshness and silky smoothness while achieving a delightful fusion of cream and whiskey. It is a cocktail immensely favored by women in bars. "Certainly." The server nodded and said nothing further. Duan Feng took the drink from the server and turned his gaze toward the dance floor, where the crowd was fervently moving. The sky had darkened, and while it was not yet peak time at the bar, the Blue Enchantress was steadily entering its prime. Nightclubs and bars serve as a sanctuary for urban youth to alleviate their mental pressures. Countless young men and women, burdened by the stresses of life and society, seek to unleash their passion in such venues, often in search of a fleeting night of excitement, devoid of emotional entanglements, purely transactional in nature. Duan Feng had assumed Lan Ningyun would opt to return home, but to his astonishment, she had no intention of doing so midway. She even called Qi Tianhan to inform him she would be late, and remarkably, he had agreed. This left Duan Feng puzzled about his father-in-law's motives. "Duan Feng, you stay here, I'm going to dance." Lan Ningyun exclaimed, resembling a lively sprite as she darted into the dance floor. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Feng sighed deeply, sensing that Lan Ningyun had been holding back for too long and was now eager to unwind. He chose not to voice his thoughts, instead pondering whether Qi Tianhan's intentions in pairing him with Lan Ningyun were more than what they seemed. Taking a gentle sip of his drink, Duan Feng shook his head, questioning what ulterior motives could exist. She was not a stranger. At that moment, Lan Ningyun returned to his side, saying, "Duan Feng, let us dance together." Regardless of whether Duan Feng consented, Lan Ningyun pulled him into the dance floor.
During their dance, it was inevitable for Duan Feng's hands to rest upon her shoulders and waist. Lan Ningyan could not possibly remain oblivious to his touch. Each time his hand brushed against her, an unfamiliar sensation coursed through her, yet she refrained from voicing her discomfort, understanding that such proximity was inherent to dancing, where certain movements could easily become suggestive. Lan Ningyan's cheeks flushed as she became acutely aware of Duan Feng's warm hand gliding across her body, the unfamiliar sensation prompting her to subtly shift suddenly. Her heart raced when she felt his hand squeeze her waist. Duan Feng froze, meeting Lan Ningyan's captivating gaze, her face flushed with color as she stared at him. It dawned on him that he had inadvertently touched her waist, and he awkwardly cleared his throat. My apologies, I couldn't help myself.
So, who do you think is prettier, me or Meng Meng? Lan Ningyan inquired, her cheeks still rosy. Duan Feng was taken aback, clearly unprepared for such a question.
Staring at her flushed face, he thought, how enticing. Swallowing hard, he awkwardly laughed. Each has their own unique beauty: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum.
Then whose waist is slimmer, mine or Meng Meng's?
Lan Ningyan blinked at him, her gaze electrifyingly intense. Duan Feng nearly stumbled, almost losing his balance on the dance floor upon hearing her question. Who could possibly know that? For a moment, Duan Feng was at a loss for words. Speak! Lan Ningyan urged, observing his hesitation, and playfully pinched him at the waist. Duan Feng inhaled sharply, he genuinely had no idea how to respond.
That's difficult to judge. Why? It's not something that can be discerned with the naked eye. Duan Feng's gaze wandered inappropriately over Lan Ningyan's figure. Chapter 41, Officer Zhang, help! Why don't you give it a touch?
Lan Ningyan gazed shyly at Duan Feng. In that instant, Duan Feng was rendered utterly speechless, caught off guard and unsure of how to respond.
What's the matter? Are you afraid?
Lan Ningyan continued to tempt him, adding, Don't worry, I won't tell Meng Meng. At that moment, Duan Feng felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Engaging in such activities behind his wife's back could lead to divine retribution. Furthermore, this woman was incessantly enticing him. What on earth had he done to deserve such a woman? The dance floor was teeming with people, some danced freely, while couples twirled together. Numerous provocatively dressed women swayed their bodies, moving in sync with the pulsating music. Just as Duan Feng hesitated about whether to indulge in her suggestion, a group of oddly dressed youths, resembling delinquents, began to approach Lan Ningyan. After sizing her up several times, one of them suddenly reached out to slap her. This girl has a fine figure, the ruffian grinned as he lunged forward. However, just as he expected to make contact, his hand was seized by another.
Let go of him, kid. Duan Feng smiled at the young man, your hand is too long.
With a forceful tug, he pushed the youth back, sending him tumbling.
Upon witnessing this, a mischievous smile crept across Lan Ningyan's lips. Do you think I'm beautiful? Duan Feng's expression darkened at this display. What was this woman up to now?
Beautiful, the youth swallowed hard, visibly taken aback.
Enough of this nonsense, let's go home.
With that, Duan Feng disregarded whether Lan Ningyan agreed, pulling her through the crowd towards the exit. A bar was fraught with troubles, and he had no desire to stir up any trouble.
Thinking of leaving?
The youths blocked their path, eyes glinting with mischief.
How about we dance together, then share a drink? Why would I dance with you?
Lan Ningyan retorted, wrapping her arms around Duan Feng's, practically draping herself over him.
If I'm dancing, it's with my Fenggo, right, Fenggo?
With Lan Ningyan's arms tightly around him, Duan Feng felt his head spin, barely managing to suppress the flames of desire igniting within him. He cast a weary glance at the woman clinging to him, then turned to continue his escape. He had no intention of lingering here for even a minute longer. He was used to frequenting bars alone, but today was different. He was accompanied by a breathtaking beauty who could set one's imagination ablaze. The other patrons on the dance floor began to notice the commotion, halting their movements and casting curious glances their way. Duan Feng paused, casting a nonchalant glance at the group of young ruffians, whom he deemed beneath his notice, and inquired, What do you want?
What do we want? You must be new to the Blue Demon, unfamiliar with the rules here, right?
The leading youth sneered, stepping closer, his gaze lewdly fixated on Lan Ningyan. Enraged, she lifted her foot and delivered a swift kick to the young man's groin.
Her strike was both forceful and accurate. Even Duan Feng winced at the sight. It seemed modern women had mastered the art of delivering such blows. The struck youth crumpled to the ground, howling in pain, tears streaming down his face as he glared at Lan Ningyan. You filthy woman, dare to kick me, tiger. If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'll not be called tiger anymore. Teach me a lesson? Let us see who teaches whom.
To everyone's astonishment, Lan Ningyun, far from being frightened, charged forward, delivering 2 more brutal kicks to the youth's abdomen. The dance floor erupted with the anguished cries of the young man, reminiscent of a slaughtered pig. Seeing this, Duan Feng rushed to restrain Lan Ningyun. If he didn't intervene, it was highly likely that someone would end up severely injured. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of curiosity about Lan Ningyun's impressive skills. Reflecting on her powerful kick sent a chill down his spine. If she had been any stronger, the youth on the ground might have been rendered disabled for life.
What are you all standing there for?
Hurry up and grab that filthy woman. I want to teach her a lesson and then sell her to a brothel. The fallen youth howled from the ground. Just as Duan Feng contemplated intervening, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, how can I keep running into her?" He grasped Lan Ningyun and bolted, shouting, "Officer Zhang, help!
Officer Zhang, someone is trying to kill me."
Lan Ningyun was taken aback, clearly not expecting Duan Feng to shout for help. But where was the police here? She saw him drag her toward a woman clad in a black trench coat. The woman in the trench coat was none other than Zhang Shooting. Today, she wore a fitted outfit that accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by snug black leather pants that elongated her already stunning legs.
A police officer? Lan Ningyun was stunned. What was a police officer doing in a bar? It wasn't that police officers couldn't enjoy a drink after hours, but did it require such provocative attire?
Upon hearing Duan Feng's cries, a sense of foreboding washed over Zhang Shooting. She looked up to find Duan Feng rushing toward her with a woman in tow, pursued by several others. Her expression turned grave. How was it that this man seemed to haunt her every step? Zhang Shooting had not come to the bar for leisure but on a mission. She had received intelligence regarding a group of assassins infiltrating this establishment, and she was here to apprehend them. But who could have anticipated running into Duan Feng, especially with him shouting for her help? Did he truly need assistance? Zhang Shooting knew full well that Duan Feng was more than capable of handling himself, yet, at that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate him.
Action compromised, everyone move in immediately.
Zhang Shooting commanded decisively into her earpiece.
Understood. Move. As Duan Feng dragged Lan Ningyun toward Zhang Shooting, a squad of fully armed SWAT officers surged forth, sealing off all exits of the bar.
Trailing behind them were several plainclothes detectives, brandishing firearms. Closely following, this sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily stunned, especially the delinquents still pursuing Duan Feng and Lan Ningyun, who scattered in a panic. At that moment, realization dawned on Duan Feng. His pupils constricted as he felt a surge of adrenaline. He was as agile as a hunting leopard. He had spotted a burly, blonde-haired foreigner amidst the chaos. In that instant, as the SWAT team surrounded the bar, the foreigner's eyes glinted with a mix of fear and ferocity. With armed police so close behind, escaping was nothing short of a fantasy. For a desperate fugitive, once he recognized the futility of escape, the instinctive reaction was to take a hostage. His gaze swept across the room, settling on Duan Feng and Lan Ningyun. Suddenly, Duan Feng felt a shiver run down his spine. He swiftly scooped up Lan Ningyun and pivoted, delivering a powerful kick.
Bang!
Duan Feng sent the assailant flying. Having quickly assessed the man's combat prowess, he was merely an average fighter. There were countless ways for Duan Feng to incapacitate him swiftly. However, revealing his true capabilities in such a chaotic environment would be an act of folly. Without hesitation, Duan Feng bolted with Lan Ningyun in his arms, having drawn Zhang Shooting's attention. He had no desire for anyone else to notice him. Such attention would only complicate his life further and shatter his peaceful existence.
Officer Zhang, shoot already, damn it! Duan Feng shouted as he ran.
At that moment, Lan Ningyun also grasped the reality. This woman was indeed a police officer, here on some mission, and they had inadvertently disrupted it.
You idiot!
Zhang Shooting could no longer contain her frustration, leaping in front of Duan Feng. In an instant, she produced a knife from beneath her trench coat with lightning speed. In a flash, the blade sliced through the air, severing the assailant's arm, causing a torrent of blood to erupt like a crimson blossom.
Ah! The assailant, now howling in agony, instinctively clutched his wounded arm, desperate to stem the flow of blood.
In that moment, Zhang Shooting produced a firearm, aiming it at his left hand and firing.
Bang!
The shot rang out, but she did not stop there. She aimed again, this time at the assailant's right leg.
Bang!
The assailant finally collapsed to the ground. Swish! To everyone's shock, Zhang Shooting then turned her gun toward Duan Feng.
Chapter 42 of The Drunken Sister-in-Law. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. No one could have anticipated that Zhang Shooting would actually aim a gun at Duan Feng. After placing Lan Ningyun on the ground, Duan Feng lit a cigarette for himself and, with a smile, looked at Zhang Shooting and said, "Officer Zhang, it seems you have forgotten what I mentioned a few days ago?"
Zhang Shooting was initially stunned, then glared at Duan Feng with fury, realizing that this scoundrel was threatening her. However, recalling Duan Feng's uncanny skills, her expression soured, for even if given another chance, she had no confidence in her ability to prevent him from seizing the weapon. I suspect you are in cahoots with this assassin.
Now you must accompany me for an investigation.
Duan Feng was taken aback, wondering where he had offended this lady just the other day. She had dragged him to the police station, and now she wanted to do so again. Lan Ningyun furrowed her brow immediately. Hey, you are a police officer, but look at your attitude. My brother-in-law just helped you subdue this person, who knows how many would have suffered otherwise.
Feeling unsatisfied, Lan Ningyun added, it seems that none of those in power are truly good people. You what is wrong? Do you also suspect that I am his accomplice and wish to take me back to the station?
Lan Ningyun showed no fear towards Zhang Shooting. Seeing Zhang Shooting at a loss for words, Duan Feng felt a sudden fondness for his sister-in-law. Just then, Lin Fei walked in from outside. Upon noticing the standoff between Duan Feng and Zhang Shooting, he furrowed his brow. How had this lady gotten entangled with this man again? He quickly approached Duan Feng. Mr. Duan, I apologize, Shooting has been a bit temperamental these past few days. After speaking, Lin Fei turned to Zhang Shooting with a serious expression and said, put the gun away. It is meant for criminals, not for citizens.
Lin Fei, do you want the chief to reprimand you again?
Upon hearing the mention of the chief, Zhang Shooting instantly wilted like a frostbitten eggplant.
The last time she had taken Duan Feng to the police station, she had been thoroughly scolded by Yi Putu after his departure. For that reason, Zhang Shooting had silently vowed that if she ever found a chance to bring Duan Feng down, she would not hesitate. Put it away. Zhang Shooting glared fiercely at Duan Feng before reluctantly holstering her weapon.
Duan Feng observed this scene and smiled faintly. Officer Zhang, although I understand your fondness for firearms, there are times when you require a particularly special one.
What do you mean?
Duan Feng took Lan Ningyun's hand and said, personally, I feel you need a Parker pen to vent your anger and frustration. After saying this, he hurriedly led Lan Ningyun out of the bar, seemingly eager to escape Zhang Shooting's grasp. Watching Duan Feng leave, Zhang Shooting pondered his words with a puzzled expression and turned to Lin Fei, asking, Lin Fei, what kind of gun is a Parker? Lin Fei's face turned crimson as he grappled with how to explain. Once outside the bar, Duan Feng regarded Lan Ningyun with keen interest. His instincts told him that this woman was not ordinary. She had first used him as a shield at the airport and then seduced him at the bar, not to mention her remarkable skills. All of this indicated that she was no simple character.
Sister-in-law, what do you do? Lan Ningyun inquired curiously, appearing as innocent as an unsuspecting college student. I am a kept man. Duan Feng shamelessly replied. Lan Ningyun shook her head. If it weren't for what just happened, I might have believed you were a kept man. After all, Meng Meng is truly exceptional. A woman like her is unmatched by any man in this world. Anyone in her presence seems worthless. I don't understand why Dad Shi would marry her off to you, but I think I might have figured it out. Figured out what?
Duan Feng asked, intrigued.
I think you are quite remarkable.
When those thugs appeared in the bar, there was not a trace of fear in your eyes. Instead, they were filled with indifference. An ordinary person would never exhibit such a demeanor. And when you lifted my leg, it appeared simple, something anyone could do, yet I sensed that your kick was anything but ordinary, especially the look in your eyes, wild and feral, like a beast.
This leads me to conclude that you are not a simple person. I doubt Meng Meng even knows this about you.
Lan Ningyun casually swayed her long, beautiful legs, radiating an irresistible allure to men.
Especially when that female officer faced you.
I could see in her eyes a mix of hatred and fear. Duan Feng's gaze followed Lan Ningyun's swaying legs, and he felt a wave of thirst wash over him. He was not a naive man and had never considered himself a good person. The sight of the alluring Lan Ningyun stirred a fire within him, but she was under Qi Tianhan's guardianship, rendering her untouchable. Forcing himself to divert his gaze, Duan Feng said, You must be mistaken.
I am not as mysterious as you think. I don't believe you, brother-in-law. I saw it with my own eyes. Don't deceive me, just tell me. I promise I won't tell anyone else. What did you do before?
Lan Ningyun clung to Duan Feng's arm, her entire body leaning against him, her expression filled with curiosity, like an innocent child. A faint scent of perfume mingled with the aroma of alcohol wafted into Duan Feng's nostrils, causing his head to spin and reigniting the suppressed flames of desire within him.
You're overthinking it. Let us go home.
Duan Feng pulled Lan Ningyun along and hailed a taxi. However, as soon as they got into the car, he felt her warm body pressing against him. Lan Ningyun's flirtatious eyes sparkled, her cheeks slightly flushed from the alcohol. Her smooth, fair skin had taken on a delicate pink hue, and one of her snow-white legs had somehow slipped between his, brushing against his most sensitive area.
Good grief, does she really think she's some kind of seductress?
Duan Feng thought, wishing the driver would take them to a hotel to indulge with Lan Ningyun. Yet he dared not act on such thoughts and simply told the driver their destination. Some say that when one is intoxicated, they appear beautiful. Although Duan Feng could not discern whether Lan Ningyun was genuinely drunk or merely pretending, she certainly looked stunning at that moment. Her fair, rosy face and alluring figure were an irresistible temptation. At that moment, Lan Ningyun leaned against him, her subtle fragrance enveloping him, igniting a wave of lust within Duan Feng. He took a deep breath, summoning his formidable willpower to suppress his desires. After glancing at Lan Ningyun, he sighed deeply, lighting a cigarette in an attempt to numb his still somewhat restless heart with nicotine. Just then, the taxi driver remarked enviously, "Brother, you're really lucky to have met such a lovely girl." Upon hearing this, Duan Feng's expression darkened. What did luck have to do with it? He had brought her to the bar himself. With a sheepish smile, he replied, "Driver, you might be mistaken. She is my sister. She drank too much at a gathering, and I came to pick her up." Duan Feng fabricated a white lie. Upon hearing this, the taxi driver leered and, taking advantage of a red light, turned to wink at Duan Feng and said, "I understand, brother." Seeing the driver's expression, Duan Feng was instantly rendered speechless. Why was it that both men and women had such sordid thoughts these days? A paragon of virtue like himself was becoming increasingly rare. "It's truly my sister," Duan Feng insisted once more. Regardless of how one looked at it, a sister-in-law was still a sister, so he wasn't lying. "Brother, you don't need to be so tense, all men appreciate this sort of thing." "I understand," the driver chuckled. Duan Feng could not help but curse inwardly. This was genuinely his sister, or else he wouldn't be so courteous. The entire ride was filled with Duan Feng's exasperation. The driver was incredibly chatty. Finally reaching their destination, Duan Feng handed the driver a 100 yuan bill, saying, "Keep the change," and hurriedly carried Lan Ningyun inside the villa. As he entered, the door to the living room swung open, revealing Qi Tianhan, clad in sleepwear, with a muscular build, watching him coldly. He then glanced down at Lan Ningyun in Duan Feng's arms. "Father, you're still awake?" Duan Feng quickly smiled, walking in with Lan Ningyun while observing Qi Tianhan's demeanor. This man had a temper that was not to be trifled with. If angered, he would not spare even his son-in-law, and the consequences could be severe, especially with his adopted daughter in Duan Feng's embrace. "Is Ningyun drunk?" "Yes, she is," Duan Feng replied hastily. "Take her upstairs first. I have something to discuss when you come down." Chapter 43 of The Formidable Father-in-Law. As Duan Feng ascended the stairs, he unexpectedly encountered He Caixin. After entrusting Lan Ningyun to her care, he was promptly ushered downstairs, informed that Qi Tianhan had urgent matters to discuss. A sense of trepidation gripped Duan Feng as he descended. What could Qi Tianhan possibly want from him? Upon reaching the ground floor, he found Qi Tianhan seated in the living room, awaiting his arrival. "Dad, what brings you to seek me?" Duan Feng asked with a feigned grin. Qi Tianhan regarded him with a cold snort. "You tell me, what is going on? It has been several days now, and yet you have not collected your marriage certificate." Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, incredulity etched across his face. Was this truly the issue? Hadn't she been referred to as his fiancée? How had the conversation shifted to obtaining a marriage certificate so abruptly? A bitter smile crossed his lips. He would indeed like to procure it, but Yanmeng would need to consent as well. At that moment, his mother-in-law, He Caixin, descended from upstairs. Was it truly just about a marriage certificate? Duan Feng's mind raced as he analyzed the situation. Noticing Qi Tianhan's irate demeanor, he hastily poured a cup of tea and offered it. "Dad, please have some tea." Qi Tianhan shot him a glare, responding curtly, "Explain to me why you haven't collected it. Do you believe my daughter is unworthy of you?" Duan Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Dad, the truth is, I do wish to obtain the marriage certificate. However, you are aware that Meng Meng and I lack a foundation of affection. We are in the process of nurturing our feelings," he replied awkwardly. "Those are mere excuses. Who decreed that obtaining a marriage certificate precludes the development of feelings? It is entirely normal to cultivate affection post-marriage. Besides, I have not insisted on a grand wedding." "Dad, regarding the marriage certificate," before he could finish, Qi Tianhan interjected, "Stop making excuses. Tomorrow, both of you shall go to the Civil Affairs Bureau and collect your marriage certificate." Duan Feng was taken aback. It was happening so swiftly. Qi Tianhan ignored his astonishment and turned to He Caixin, instructing, "Caixin, go fetch Meng Meng from upstairs. Today, we, the older generation, need to clarify matters with this young couple." He Caixin glanced at Duan Feng and cautioned, "Fomer, remember not to provoke your father's wrath." "I shall go call Meng Meng." With that, she ascended the stairs. Duan Feng's expression darkened. Angering Qi Tianhan was the last thing he dared to do. As He Caixin disappeared upstairs, Duan Feng quickly shifted the topic. Dad, what about Lan Ningyun?
I have not heard you mention her before.
Upon hearing Duan Feng's query, Qi Tianhan sighed softly. She is, in truth, a pitiable child. Was she not involved in trouble at the bar today?
Duan Feng stared at him in surprise. How did you know? Do you have a cigarette? Qi Tianhan inquired, gazing at Duan Feng.
Without hesitation, Duan Feng swiftly handed him a cigarette and ignited it. He was aware that his father-in-law was an avid smoker, and for years, He Caixin had kept him on a tight leash due to health concerns. After such a long period of restraint, he wondered if Qi Tianhan had suffered any internal damage. Taking a deep drag, Qi Tianhan slowly began. I adopted her when she was 13. The orphanage closed due to lack of funds, and when I found her, she was scavenging to survive. I took pity on her and brought her home to raise. She is quite remarkable, excelling in everything she undertakes, rivaling Meng Meng.
While others may perceive her as a prodigy, I know the immense effort she has invested to achieve her brilliance.
In her second year of middle school, she audaciously attempted to tackle problems from the high school mathematics Olympiad. At that time, she approached me for advice, and I chuckled, advising her to abandon the pursuit. The gap was simply too vast.
And then? Duan Feng could not help but inquire.
I did not provide her with any explanations. She returned to her room, her eyes brimming with tears, and that night she did not sleep, dedicating herself to research until dawn. The following morning, she presented me with her solutions. Qi Tianhan's eyes began to glisten with unshed tears.
And then?
She told me that since I had taken her in, she must prove her worth and not be a burden to me.
Duan Feng shuddered.
Was this truly Lan Ningyun? Yet, he sensed that Qi Tianhan still had more to reveal. Just as he was about to press for further details, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Qi Tianhan quickly shoved the cigarette into Duan Feng's hand, his expression suddenly grave as he admonished, how many times must I tell you, smoke less?
Look at the mess you've made of the entire living room.
Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, then offered a wry smile, incredulous at the rapid transformation of his father-in-law's demeanor. Though reluctant, he accepted the blame, awkwardly chuckling, you are right, I shall endeavor to smoke less from now on. At that moment, He Caixin's voice floated down from the stairs, your father is correct.
Smoking should indeed be minimized.
Duan Feng sprang to his feet, smiling at He Caixin. Mom, rest assured, I will be mindful and strive to quit. He Caixin waved her hand dismissively, quitting is one thing.
A person like you will never manage to do so.
Duan Feng chuckled sheepishly, ruffling his hair upon witnessing his expression. Qi Yanmeng felt goosebumps rise on her skin, thinking it a shame he wasn't acting in a film.
Dad, why did you ask Mom to summon me? Qi Yanmeng queried. Qi Tianhan glanced at Duan Feng, then turned to Qi Yanmeng. Meng Meng, what are your thoughts on Duan Feng these past few days? What do you mean?
Qi Yanmeng hesitated, her teeth clenched as she responded, he is quite good, exceptionally so. He Caixin and Qi Tianhan exchanged knowing smiles.
Well, that is splendid.
Your mother and I have decided that tomorrow you shall accompany Duan Feng to obtain your marriage certificate.
The mention of a marriage certificate left Qi Yanmeng momentarily frozen. Were they not supposed to be trialing their relationship?
How could they be rushing into obtaining a marriage certificate? Her mind momentarily short-circuited.
Dad, isn't this a bit premature? Besides, I still do not know him well enough. Know what, am I pushing you into a fire pit?
Qi Tianhan shot her a glare. I have already informed you of Duan Feng's character, and you have seen him yourself.
Is he not quite admirable?
Indeed, I find Duan Feng to be quite charming. Plus, Meng Meng, you have mentioned he is good.
He Caixin chimed in.
Dad and Mom, when I say he is good, I do not mean it in the way you are implying.
Qi Yanmeng exclaimed, panic rising within her.
If she truly obtained a marriage certificate with Duan Feng, her life would be irrevocably altered. I do not care what kind of good you mean, as long as it is good, that suffices.
Dad! Enough!
Tomorrow, you will go with Duan Feng to obtain the marriage certificate. I will grant you 6 months to develop your feelings, and then you two should hasten to have a child. Your mother and I are bored at home and will gladly help care for your offspring.
Ah!
Qi Yanmeng was momentarily stunned, then retorted angrily, I refuse, Dad, this is sheer authoritarianism.
I am indeed authoritarian. What can you do about it?
Qi Tianhan shot back, I have always been this way. If you find my demeanor unsatisfactory, then feel free to find another father. Duan Feng felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. This father-in-law was exceptionally formidable. While obtaining a marriage certificate was something he could reluctantly agree to, children were an entirely different matter. He felt a profound sense of discomfort as he observed the glaring match between Qi Yanmeng and Qi Tianhan. With a chuckle, he interjected, "Dad, let's not discuss changing fathers, otherwise, Mom might seek a new husband too, right?" "You," as Qi Tianhan prepared to explode in anger, Duan Feng quickly added, "Dad, please do not take offense.
I was merely joking." "Humph.
Dad, regarding the marriage certificate, we could perhaps take our time." Before he could complete his thought, Qi Tianhan sprang from the sofa, seizing Duan Feng by the collar. "Are you suggesting that after indulging, you would wipe your mouth and deny your actions?" Duan Feng was at a loss for words. How had the conversation veered so wildly? He had not even touched Qi Yanmeng.
"That is not what I meant. Best it not be, otherwise, I will break your legs." Qi Tianhan, having heard Duan Feng's protest, finally released him. "Tomorrow, you will both go and obtain that marriage certificate. If anyone dares to utter a word of dissent, they shall leave." With that, Qi Tianhan turned and ascended the stairs. He Caixin shook her head at Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng. "You two, do not provoke your father's anger. He is not well, you know that. Listen to him and go collect the marriage certificate tomorrow. It will please him." With that, she followed Qi Tianhan upstairs. In an instant, the living room was left with only Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng. As they observed the retreating figures, Duan Feng lit a cigarette. Qi Yanmeng, meanwhile, sank onto the sofa, her face a portrait of grievance, tears brimming in her eyes. Duan Feng sighed softly and sat beside her. "Meng, why don't we just go and get the marriage certificate tomorrow?" "No. I will not go. I would rather die."
Qi Yanmeng screamed in desperation. Seeing the turmoil on her face, Duan Feng sighed once more, his heart heavy as he gazed at her. "I understand that I am unworthy of you. You are a luminary in the business world, while I am merely a poor boy from an ordinary family. I possess many flaws, and I know you would rather not marry me." Qi Yanmeng, gazing at his somber expression, recalled the moments when he had shielded her from gunfire on the road, and how he had saved her life during an assassination attempt at home.
In that instant, her heart was thrown into disarray. What man would risk his life to shield her from bullets?
"If you truly disagree, I shall speak to Dad."
"And how will you express that?"
"I will simply state that I do not consent, that my heart belongs to another."
"Your father would break your legs for that. I know his temper all too well."
Qi Yanmeng replied, her voice tinged with despair. Chapter 44. No need to explain. After a discussion between Qi Yanmeng and Duan Feng, the two finally reached an agreement. They could obtain a marriage certificate, but it must remain a closely guarded secret. The responsibility of ensuring this secrecy was reluctantly entrusted to Duan Feng. With no other option, Duan Feng sought out Qi Tianhan to inform him of their intentions. As expected, he was met with a barrage of scolding from Qi Tianhan, yet he ultimately acquiesced to their request. Qi Tianhan made a phone call, arranging for a private room at the Civil Affairs Bureau exclusively for them. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng arrived punctually in a private room at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Inside, Duan Feng sat upright on a chair, while Qi Yanmeng had meticulously dressed herself, radiating an otherworldly beauty akin to a goddess. Before them sat a slightly portly middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, who wore a broad smile as he regarded Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng.
"Are you two here to apply for a marriage certificate or not?" the official handling their application asked, his patience wearing thin.
He had received a call the previous day instructing him to process a special marriage certificate, which entailed that no one else in the bureau could be aware of it. However, upon his arrival today, he found himself in a predicament, as the woman adamantly refused to present her household registration book. Lighting a cigarette, Duan Feng offered one to the man, saying, "Uncle Li, please don't be upset.
It's nothing. It is just that if you two continue to delay, we'll be here all afternoon." "I don't mind, but you two," Li Mingliang remarked, looking at Duan Feng. His curiosity piqued, as the woman before him seemed vaguely familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen her. Duan Feng turned to Qi Yanmeng and said, "Meng, if you truly don't wish to proceed, I'll go back and inform Dad, alright?" Qi Yanmeng cast a resentful glance at Duan Feng, recalling Qi Tianhan's stern visage, and reluctantly produced her household registration and identification. Li Mingliang's face broke into a grin.
"Now that's more like it. After all, a marriage certificate is something that needs to be obtained sooner or later."
"Exactly." Duan Feng chimed in.
Li Mingliang glanced at the couple and remarked, "They say a marriage certificate is a tomb. Just look at how many people are eager to leap into this tomb, all for the sake of ensuring they have a place to rest after death."
"Profound." Duan Feng immediately responded, finding truth in Li Mingliang's words.
Love and marriage, indeed, felt like a grave, yet who among them wasn't willing to dive in? For what reason? Was it not to secure a resting place after life's end? Upon seeing the name on Qi Yanming's identification, Li Minglian was taken aback, his expression shifting to one of shock as he gazed at her.
You are the president of Huatai Group? Yes. My goodness. Li Minglian couldn't help but exclaim, now understanding why Qi Yanming had been reluctant to present her identification. She was the goddess of the business world in Halua City, admired by countless suitors, yet now, she was about to become someone's wife. If word got out, Duan Feng would undoubtedly become the target of envy. It dawned on him why he had been instructed to personally handle this marriage certificate and to keep it strictly confidential. When Li Minglian looked at Duan Feng again, his gaze transformed entirely. To marry Qi Yanming, and with such specific instructions from above, Duan Feng must undoubtedly have a significant background. If only they knew he hailed from a humble family, what would they think? The process of obtaining the marriage certificate was swift, completed in mere moments. Exiting the Civil Affairs Bureau, Duan Feng and Qi Yanming climbed into a Porsche together. At that moment, both were transfixed by the crimson booklet in their hands. The photo on the marriage certificate showcased Duan Feng's striking features and Qi Yanming's near perfection. Qi Yanming stared blankly at the marriage certificate, her beautiful eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions. Although this marriage was influenced by various factors, her heart remained unsettled, a sense of inexplicable anxiety creeping in. The thought of the many aspects of married life made her increasingly uneasy. In Huaxia, a marriage certificate signified a legal union, and as a legitimate couple, they would inevitably engage in activities to deepen their bond. This realization caused her cheeks to flush, and she silently vowed that if he dared to cross any boundaries, she would take decisive action. At that moment, Duan Feng was oblivious to Qi Yanming's thoughts. He gazed at the marriage certificate with a heavy sigh, noticing his expression. Qi Yanming, who had been blushing, suddenly asked, "Duan Feng, what do you mean by that?" "Nothing, just feeling that it's unfair for someone like me to marry the goddess of the Holua business world." "Did you not see the way Li Minglian looked at me just now?" Qi Yanming scoffed, "As long as you understand."
Duan Feng looked at her seriously and said, "For someone like me to marry you, Meng, is a fortune earned over 8 lifetimes. You are beautiful, gracious, dignified, gentle, virtuous, and considerate. You're simply irreplaceable." Ouch, why are you pinching my thigh? "Duan Feng, I've studied psychology, and when you flatter me, your pupils dilate, and your eyes dart around."
"Clearly, you're not being sincere."
Qi Yanming shot him a sideways glance, her cold laughter ringing out.
"Do you feel wrong to marry me?" "Not at all, I only feel sorry for you."
Duan Feng hastily replied with a smile. Ignoring him, Qi Yanming drove directly to the company. Duan Feng had hoped that since they had obtained their marriage certificate, they would at least share a sweet moment together. However, he was met with a torrent of scolding from Qi Yanming. Upon arriving at the company, Qi Yanming headed straight to her office, dismissing Duan Feng, who found himself unwanted. The mere thought of spending her life alongside Duan Feng ignited a wave of unexplainable anger within her. Left with no choice, Duan Feng retreated to the IT department, where he had acquaintances. This time, he entered without needing to announce himself and pushed the door open. Lin Yiru sat at her desk, her brow furrowed in deep thought. Hearing the door creak, she slowly raised her head, her expression shifting to one of delight upon recognizing Duan Feng, only to turn cold again.
"Assistant Duan, what brings you here?" Lin Yiru asked, her tone devoid of warmth.
Duan Feng was taken aback by her icy demeanor and quickly began analyzing what might have caused it. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he sheepishly smiled. "President Lin, I apologize for yesterday.
My father-in-law returned from out of town. Why are you explaining this to me?"
Lin Yiru asked, still maintaining her aloofness. Duan Feng cursed internally, knowing her frosty attitude stemmed from his failure to meet her the day before. Lin Yiru had invited him to her home twice, the first time he declined, and the second time he had stood her up. Who wouldn't he be upset? Lin Yiru was an exceptionally proud woman, possessing both beauty and figure.
She could have any man she desired, yet here he was. "You're upset,"
Duan Feng said with a smile as he approached Lin Yiru. "I'm not upset," she retorted, though her lips were already pursed in a pout.
Duan Feng casually lit a cigarette, unceremoniously sitting in the chair at her desk and draining a cup of tea without hesitation. Lin Yiru, who had just brewed the tea with care, was about to protest but couldn't bring herself to do so. Watching him consume her carefully prepared tea, she comforted herself with the thought that this man had already been intimate with her, so what did it matter if he drank her tea?
"If you have nothing else, you may leave."
"I have work to do,"
Lin Yiru stated, clearly dismissing him. Duan Feng was unfazed. He rose and approached her, saying, "I didn't intend to stand you up, something genuinely came up yesterday."
"You don't need to explain,"
Lin Yiru replied coldly, her gaze unwavering.
"We don't have any relationship to speak of."
"Really?
No relationship at all?"
Duan Feng said with a mischievous smile. Upon seeing his expression and his hand resting on her shoulder, Lin Ru's heart skipped a beat.
Duan Feng, what are you doing?
I warn you, if you dare to lay a hand on me, don't blame me for calling for help. Duan Feng's expression shifted, and he looked at her earnestly. President Lin, your thoughts are impure. I merely noticed you seemed exhausted and wished to offer a massage. With that, he began kneading her shoulder in an oddly soothing manner. As he worked, a strange warmth radiated from her ankles, sending tingles throughout her body that made her want to sigh in relief.
Realizing her own reaction, Lin Ru's face flushed. Just then, Duan Feng's voice whispered in her ear, President Lin, why is your face so red? Startled, she opened her eyes and glared at him. You scoundrel.
Pervert, shameless. After saying this, Lin Ru suddenly wrapped her arms around Duan Feng, burying her head gently into his chest. The faint scent of tobacco mixed with something else emanated from him, and she had never imagined she would one day find herself in such a position, nestled against a man, completely captivated by his scent, feeling no sense of repulsion whatsoever. Chapter 45. The terrorists. This time, Duan Feng declined Lin Ru's invitation to visit her home that evening. After all, he had just obtained a marriage certificate with Qi Yanmeng, and he was reluctant to stir up trouble at such a critical moment, especially with Qi Tianhan lurking nearby who could predict what he might discover. Pursuing romantic interests required a sense of timing, and Duan Feng assured Lin Ru repeatedly that he would certainly visit her another day, which finally prompted her to relent. At this moment, Lin Ru's feelings for Duan Feng could be described as love that knows no origin, yet runs deep. After work, Duan Feng seemed to vanish, as if fearing Lin Ru might change her mind. In fact, his concerns were not unfounded. Just as he finished work, Lin Ru was preparing to intercept him, but to her dismay, he had already disappeared without a trace. This left her fuming, stamping her feet in frustration, yet feeling utterly powerless. Nevertheless, she silently vowed that he must not escape her grasp the following day. Meanwhile, Duan Feng was seated in a taxi, his eyes wandering out the window, captivated by the array of beautiful women. As spring transitioned into early summer, although the weather wasn't yet scorching, many women had already begun donning ultra-short shorts or daring mini-skirts, flaunting their alluring legs as they strolled down the streets, exuding a playful charm. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a familiar silhouette that appeared within his line of sight, sending a jolt through his entire being. How could she be here? Driver, please stop here.
Duan Feng instructed the taxi driver in a low voice.
Upon alighting, he tossed the driver 20 yuan, saying, keep the change. The driver, glancing at the fare meter, couldn't help but twitch in disbelief. It read 19 yuan and 80 cents, and this man was acting as if he were a generous benefactor. Hanmei Park, a relatively bustling park in Halua City, was still bathed in daylight, with numerous people out for evening strolls. The park featured various attractions, including merry-go-rounds and bumper cars for children to enjoy. A woman leaned against the railing, her face beaming as she watched her daughter play joyfully. The little girl, around 3 to 4 years old, had round, sparkling eyes and a cherubic visage, exuding cuteness. Duan Feng stood at a distance, transfixed, as if turned to stone, his entire being immobilized. The park was teeming with people, especially children accompanied by adults, and as he observed families reveling in their happiness, his eyes began to mist over. Had it not been for that incident years ago, he ought to have been part of that family, and that little girl should have been his daughter. Yet now, everything had changed. Suddenly, a frown creased Duan Feng's brow. He sniffed the air, detecting an acrid scent.
Why is there a whiff of gunpowder here? He glanced around, his expression shifting abruptly. This is bad, there's explosives here.
The familiar scent of gunpowder was unmistakable to him, and it was not merely that he could sense that a bomb was present.
But he could not fathom why there would be a bomb nearby. If his suspicions were correct, this situation was far from simple. He quickly scanned the crowd, his gaze landing on the woman and the little girl, his expression darkening as he raced toward them.
Mommy, I don't want to play this, the little girl exclaimed, pointing at the merry-go-round.
The woman smiled gently and nodded. All right, Si Jun can play whatever she wishes.
This woman was none other than Duan Feng's first love, Chen Xiaoya. The girl was named Duan Sijuan. Chen Xiaoya rarely had time to accompany her daughter to play. She was supposed to be at work that day, but when the school called to inform her that her daughter had fainted, she rushed to take leave. Sijuan had a congenital condition that was difficult to treat, and at such a tender age, surgery was not a viable option. Most importantly, Chen Xiaoya simply could not afford the exorbitant medical expenses. Seeing her daughter faint again today filled her with dread, and every time she caught a glimpse of Sijuan's innocent smile, her heart ached. Whatever Sijuan requested, she would comply. After leaving the hospital that afternoon, when Sijuan expressed a desire to visit the park, she had immediately agreed without hesitation.
Xiaoya, Xiaoya.
Suddenly, a frantic voice called from behind. Chen Xiaoya slowly turned around, and upon seeing Duan Feng, her face drained of color.
There's danger here, we must leave immediately. Duan Feng urged, glancing around at the throng of people. How did you end up here? Chen Xiaoya's voice trembled. We'll discuss this later. We need to leave right now.
With that, Duan Feng grasped Chen Xiaoya's hand the moment he touched her. She felt as though she had been electrified once. She had no idea how many times this man had held her hand, how much joy they had shared. But now, they seemed worlds apart.
Wait. Chen Xiaoya's soft voice reached Duan Feng's ears.
What is it? There is real danger here, please hurry, he insisted anxiously, sensing the threat drawing ever closer.
Could you please notify everyone?
Chen Xiaoya looked at him with pleading eyes. Damn it, Duan Feng silently cursed. How could he possibly notify everyone, and who would believe him? Yet, seeing her vulnerable gaze softened his resolve, and he nodded gravely. While he couldn't alert everyone, he could locate the bomb and help evacuate the area. There were limited places where a bomb could be hidden, likely among the amusement rides, though it was also possible it could be carried by someone. However, unless it was a suicide mission or reminiscent of certain international terrorist attacks, normal individuals would not resort to such actions.
Mommy, is this uncle your friend? Sijuan asked curiously, gazing up at Duan Feng.
Yes, Chen Xiaoya replied with a bittersweet smile.
Was he truly only a friend now? What is he looking for? Sijuan inquired innocently.
You'll find out shortly, Chen Xiaoya assured her with a gentle smile. At that moment, Duan Feng pinpointed the bomb's location. Beneath the merry-go-round, instantly, he transformed into a figure of determination, diving beneath the carousel.
Sir, it's dangerous here. What are you doing? A staff member exclaimed in alarm, rushing toward him. Had this man lost his mind? Upon witnessing Duan Feng's actions, Chen Xiaoya's heart raced with anxiety. Damn it!
Duan Feng muttered as he caught sight of the object emitting a green light, accompanied by the ominous sound of a ticking countdown. He cursed under his breath, wondering who had the audacity to plant a bomb here. He reached in and yanked out an object the size of a backpack, bound tightly with explosives.
Ah, what is this? The staff member stammered, about to pull Duan Feng away, only to be met with the shocking sight of him retrieving such an object from beneath the merry-go-round. Recognizing the familiar shape, the staff member shouted, "Bomb, that's a bomb, everyone, run!" Though the park was bustling with noise, his shout reached the ears of those nearby, prompting a frantic escape. Duan Feng clutched the bomb, his heart racing. If it detonated, countless lives would be lost, and few would survive. Just as he prepared to set the bomb down and disarm it, a gunshot rang out, and the staff member who had screamed collapsed, a bullet having struck him. The sound of gunfire sent waves of panic through the crowd, with people screaming and children crying in terror. Suddenly, more shots echoed, and Duan Feng witnessed several armed assailants emerge. Seeing Chen Xiaoya and Sijuan frozen in fear, he bellowed, "What are you doing? Get down now!" Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoya pulled Sijuan down to the ground. Duan Feng's expression darkened as he glanced at the assailants. His hands worked swiftly on the bomb's wires. Disarming such a timed device was no easy feat, even for experts, yet, for Duan Feng, it was merely a matter of experience from his military days. With deft movements, he dismantled the bomb, but before he could breathe a sigh of relief, his expression shifted as bullets struck the ground near him. Damn it, he cursed, furious at the audacity of these assailants for placing a bomb in such a public area. In a matter of moments, several innocent bystanders had been shot. Observing the 6 assailants, each armed, he furrowed his brow. While dispatching them was feasible, he was acutely aware that some people were still escaping slowly. Seeing one of the assailants aim a gun at a woman, Duan Feng picked up a stone and hurled it with force. Bang! The stone knocked the assailant's gun from his hand. Chen Xiaoya and Sijuan remained on the ground. Trembling, Duan Feng swiftly moved to their side, relieved to find them unharmed. He felt an overwhelming sense of guilt towards Chen Xiaoya. If anything were to happen to her in his presence, he feared he would never forgive himself. He felt an immense debt toward this woman. Chapter 46 Enemies Meet. Mom, is something the matter? Duan Sijuan inquired with bright, curious eyes. At that moment, Chen Xiaoya, pale with fright and trembling uncontrollably, was momentarily at a loss for words until Duan Feng, standing nearby, interjected, "Uncle is playing hide-and-seek with them." Hide and seek? Duan Sijuan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "I want to play too. I want to play." Observing the innocent smile on Duan Sijuan's face, Duan Feng couldn't help but sigh. He then affectionately ruffled her hair and said, "Of course, but you must be good and stay hidden with your mother here. Don't let those uncles find you, alright?" "Okay." Duan Sijuan nodded vigorously, her face alight with enthusiasm. Such an innocent little girl, Duan Feng was determined to shield her from any harm this incident might bring, not wishing to frighten her.
For a child, that could be a nightmare, posing an obstacle to her future growth. Duan Feng lifted his gaze towards the distance, spotting a criminal approaching. Clearly, he had been noticed. With less than 5 meters separating them, Duan Feng readied himself. These thugs had to be dealt with swiftly, for there were still many innocents fleeing in the park. A delay of even a second could result in the loss of an innocent life. Taking a deep breath, he sensed the moment was ripe. Suddenly, he sprang forward, executing a roll as the thug raised his gun to shoot. Following the momentum of his roll, Duan Feng delivered a powerful kick to the thug's calf, causing him to collapse. In that instant, Duan Feng seized the man's neck. With a sharp crack, the thug ceased all movement. Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, bullets striking the ground around him. Duan Feng swiftly rolled over, snatching the fallen pistol and firing back. Bang! A bullet struck the thug squarely in the head, blood erupting in a vivid spray under the sunlight. The remaining thugs immediately recognized Duan Feng's presence, and upon witnessing one of their own fall, they turned to retaliate. Duan Feng moved with remarkable speed, evading several deadly shots and responding with 2 precise returns, dropping another 2 thugs to the ground. The last 2 criminals quickly sought cover, their reflexes far beyond those of ordinary individuals.
Feng, Chen Xiaoya seemed to sense something amiss, quickly changing her tone. Duan Feng, are you all right?
Seeing the worry etched on Chen Xiaoya's face, Duan Feng offered a calm smile. Don't worry, I'm fine.
Chen Xiaoya, her complexion pale, glanced outside and asked, what shall we do now? Wait. Duan Feng replied grimly.
If he disregarded the lives of others in the park, he could swiftly eliminate the remaining threats. However, he hesitated, fearing for the safety of Chen Xiaoya and Duan Sijuan. Moreover, there were still 2 visible adversaries, and he could not ascertain how many lay concealed, taking cover behind obstacles.
Must we simply continue waiting?
Chen Xiaoya expressed her concerns. If they lingered too long, the criminals would surely discover them, and then, casting a glance at Duan Sijuan, Chen Xiaoya clenched her teeth. I do not want anything to happen to my daughter. Duan Feng sighed inwardly at Chen Xiaoya's evident concern. Though she appeared fragile, he recognized her inner strength. Nodding firmly, he assured her, unless I fall, she will not come to any harm. Chen Xiaoya bit her lip and nodded, choosing to trust Duan Feng's words, for he had never let her down before.
Wait for me. In an instant, Duan Feng's figure vanished as if he had never been there. Duan Sijuan, watching the disappearing figure, turned to Chen Xiaoya with wide, curious eyes. Mom, is uncle a superhero? Where did he go? Chen Xiaoya, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, replied softly, yes, uncle is a superhero. There is nothing he cannot do in this world. Yay! Duan Sijuan exclaimed with delight, Mom, can I ask uncle to teach me? That way, if any bad guys bully you, I can help you fight them off. Witnessing the eager anticipation in Duan Sijuan's eyes, Chen Xiaoya felt a pang in her heart. Yes, you can, but for now, you must be obedient. At that moment, a gunshot echoed through the air. The shot was fired by Duan Feng. The bullet precisely penetrated the temple of a thug, causing his head to explode, blood and brain matter spraying forth. A fierce murderous intent radiated from Duan Feng. As he had suspected, there were indeed hidden assailants lurking in the shadows. Just then, the distant wail of police sirens pierced the air, causing the remaining 5 or 6 thugs to halt in their tracks, their faces paling as they fled. Upon witnessing their departure, a glimmer of resolve ignited in Duan Feng's eyes. No matter who you are, do not dare to overstep, for even the divine shall not escape my wrath. A palpable aura of lethal intent enveloped Duan Feng, more terrifying than any resurgence of his madness. Yet, in the blink of an eye, this murderous aura dissipated, as if it had never existed, replaced by a gentle smile as he approached Chen Xiaoya and Duan Sijuan. Sijuan sprang up from the ground and dashed toward Duan Feng. Upon witnessing the scene, Duan Feng stood momentarily stunned, a complex array of emotions washing over him. How he wished she were his daughter. Uncle, you're amazing! Duan Sijuan exclaimed, her innocent admiration shining through. Duan Feng's heart warmed at her words, and he smiled. What is your name? My name is Duan Sijuan, she responded, her bright eyes sparkling as they met his gaze. Duan, the name struck Duan Feng like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily dazed. How could she share his surname? Why did she bear the name Sijuan? A surge of confusion and pain coursed through his mind. Do you also share the surname Duan? Duan Feng's voice trembled unconsciously. Yes, do you also have the surname Duan, uncle? Duan Sijuan asked, her curiosity piqued, as if questioning the peculiarity of her name. Indeed, I do. Duan Feng nodded, lifting Duan Sijuan into his arms. Now tell me, what is your father's name? Upon hearing his question, Duan Sijuan's little head drooped. I don't know. I have never met my father. You have never met your father? Duan Feng was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Chen Xiaoya, who stood a distance away.
Yes, Mommy says Dad went out to earn money, to make a lot of it, so he can buy me many toys and let me live a happy life, Duan Sijuan replied innocently.
Then, did your mother say when your father would return?
Duan Sijuan shook her head. Mommy says Dad will come back when I grow up, but I feel like Mommy is lying.
Uncle, tell me, does my dad not want me and Mommy anymore?
Duan Feng looked at the child's cherubic face and listened to her innocent voice, feeling as if a heavy stone weighed upon his heart, making it hard to breathe.
Is this what an innocent child should endure? He will, your father will definitely return, you are so adorable, how could he possibly not want you? Duan Feng spoke hoarsely, gazing at Duan Sijuan.
Upon hearing his words, a radiant smile spread across Duan Sijuan's face. Yes, I believe Uncle, if Uncle says Dad will come back, he will. From a distance, Chen Xiaoya watched as Duan Feng cradled Duan Sijuan, her heart aching.
She approached slowly, glancing at the slight wound on Duan Feng's arm, and softly asked, "Are you hurt?"
Duan Feng looked at the blood on his arm and replied with a casual smile, "It's nothing, just a scratch."
At that moment, the police arrived on the scene, led by Zhang Shooting, an old acquaintance of Duan Feng.
Zhang Shooting's eyes widened in shock as she caught sight of Duan Feng, realizing that wherever danger arose, he seemed to appear as if summoned by it. Memories of their previous encounter flooded her mind, particularly his mention of Bai Lu in the bar. After inquiring with Lin Fei for answers, she had come up empty-handed after work. Zhang Shooting had done some research online, only to discover that Bai Lu referred to adult products, causing her cheeks to flush with embarrassment. She vowed that her encounter with Duan Feng was far from over. Their reunion now felt like a confrontation between sworn enemies. Striding toward Duan Feng, she exclaimed, "Duan Feng, why is it that danger seems to follow you everywhere?" Upon hearing her familiar voice, Duan Feng's expression darkened. "Officer Zhang, what a coincidence! I never expected you to be leading the team this time." "Quite the coincidence indeed." Zhang Shooting retorted through gritted teeth, "I now suspect you are in cahoots with the thugs who just fled. You must come with me at once." "Are you out of your mind? If I hadn't been here, everyone would be dead." Duan Feng responded with exasperation, lamenting the lack of common sense displayed by this woman. Did she believe that a well-endowed figure equated to a lack of intellect? Yet, why was it that Qi Yanmeng possessed both beauty and brains? In that instant, Zhang Shooting had already slapped a pair of shiny handcuffs on Duan Feng. "Seriously?" Duan Feng stared at the gleaming cuffs in disbelief, utterly speechless. "Officer, you must be mistaken. Duan Feng just saved us." Chen Xiaoya hurriedly interjected upon witnessing the unfolding scene. "Madam, do not be fooled by him, he may appear charming, but he is anything but trustworthy." Chapter 47 of the Powerful Dream Interrogation Room, Hualuo City. Duan Feng found himself once again unceremoniously apprehended. "Miss Zhang Shooting, how much longer do you intend to detain me?" he inquired, lounging casually on the interrogation stool, legs crossed and a cigarette dangling from his lips, despite his hands being shackled. "Don't be so hasty. Once I apprehend those criminals, we shall see if you truly are not one of them." Zhang Shooting retorted with a cold snort, "I sincerely hope you have no involvement in this matter, otherwise." Duan Feng was taken aback, then exploded in fury. "What do you mean? Are you planning to keep me here indefinitely just because you can't catch them?" Zhang Shooting regarded him with a sly smile. "It is impossible to keep you here permanently, but I can certainly detain you for 24 hours. "You are abusing your power," he protested. "Indeed, I am abusing my power. What can you do about it?" Zhang Shooting looked at him with disdain. Duan Feng was momentarily stunned by her words. What could he possibly do? Was he supposed to unleash a torrent of words in the interrogation room? "Then let me ask you, what about the woman who came here with me?" he inquired cautiously. "I released her. It was none of her business, and she had a child with her," Zhang Shooting replied lightly, her tone shifting abruptly. "Do you have any other thoughts in mind?" "Other thoughts?" Duan Feng chuckled bitterly. He did have thoughts, but it was too late now. Not everyone is a lecherous wolf. He rolled his eyes at Zhang Shooting. "You." At that moment, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the interrogation room. Zhang Shooting paused, wondering if it was the director again. She opened the door to find two strikingly beautiful women before her. Both women were exceptionally attractive. One exuded an aura that was as bright as a beacon in the dark night, effortlessly capturing everyone's attention. However, a closer look would reveal that the other, while less flamboyant, possessed a subtle beauty that was gentle and graceful, like the soft patter of rain, quietly captivating all who beheld her. These two women were none other than Duan Feng's newlywed wife and his first love, Chen Xiaoya. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by the unexpected convergence of these two women, and after observing them closely, he relaxed slightly, noting no signs of discord. "And you are?"
I am his wife. Shi Yanmeng replied coldly, I wonder, Miss Officer, what crime my husband has committed that warrants his detention at the police station. If it weren't for your people calling me, I would have remained oblivious. Zhang Shooting was taken aback, pondering who had contacted Duan Feng's wife. She was also curious as to how this rogue had managed to attract such a stunning woman. Had all the good cabbage been plucked by pigs? Chen Xiaoya, on the other hand, felt a shudder run through her. He had actually gotten married, though it was but a fleeting moment. Duan Feng's keen eyes caught her reaction, and he sighed softly. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. After a moment, Zhang Shooting spoke slowly. I now suspect that your husband is connected to this case. Connected? Shi Yanmeng regarded Zhang Shooting with disdain. Officer, I do not comprehend the meaning of your words. However, since you have made such an assertion, you must bear the consequences. If it turns out otherwise, your police department will have to hold a press conference to apologize to my husband. At that moment, Shi Yanmeng restored her demeanor as a formidable businesswoman. Apologize? Zhang Shooting was taken aback. Indeed, an apology is warranted. You have slandered my husband. As I understand it, had he not been present in the park today, countless innocent visitors would have suffered. Yet, instead of seeking to apprehend the true culprits, you are here interrogating my husband. I now suspect that you may have an insider among the criminals you are pursuing. Perhaps you are conspiring to make my husband a scapegoat. Shi Yanming's face was as frosty as winter's chill as she glared at Zhang Shooting. Each of her words was razor-sharp and aimed directly at Zhang Shooting. At that moment, Duan Feng could hardly believe his ears. He had always thought his relationship with this woman was rather tenuous. How effortlessly she referred to him as her husband and fiercely defended him, it filled his heart with an unfamiliar warmth. Shi Yanming's actions were not solely for Duan Feng's benefit, rather, they stemmed from the fact that they were now legally recognized as husband and wife, protected by the law. Duan Feng could allow no one else to mistreat her. This was purely a manifestation of Shi Yanmeng's possessive instincts. Her arrival immediately drew attention. Upon hearing her words, everyone instinctively gasped. Her remarks were so piercing, and she spoke with such conviction. They felt compelled to urge Zhang Shooting to release Duan Feng, especially after their investigation revealed that, had Duan Feng not been present in the park, the casualties would have been catastrophic. Yet Zhang Shooting remained adamant in her decision to detain him. Now, with his wife present, it was clear she was not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Shooting's face paled in response to Shi Yanmeng's incisive words. Shi Yanmeng cast a dismissive glance at Zhang Shooting. What is wrong, officer? If you believe my statements to be incorrect, feel free to counter them, but bear in mind, you are an officer, and I am a civilian. Zhang Shooting opened her mouth, unsure of how to respond. If you genuinely believe my husband is connected to this case, then detain him. However, if after your investigation you find no link, then I regret to inform you that we shall meet in court. A faint smile graced Shi Yanmeng's lips. I will not allow anyone to tarnish my husband's dignity. Duan Feng observed Shi Yanmeng with astonishment. He had married a woman capable of rendering Zhang Shooting speechless. The look of fury on Zhang Shooting's face indicated she was at a loss for a rebuttal. Duan Feng felt a swell of satisfaction. He was utterly elated. His wife was not a mistake. In a critical moment, she was proving her worth. Well, I have said all I needed to. If you insist on detaining him, then by all means. At that moment, Zhang Shooting felt a flush of heat rising to her face, caught in a conundrum of whether to release him or to keep him detained. Just then, a magnetic voice resonated from behind, release him. Director! Director! Everyone turned to greet Yi Putu, who acknowledged them with a slight nod. He approached Shi Yanmeng, his expression softening into an apologetic smile. Madam, I sincerely apologize for the actions of my subordinate. Shi Yanmeng had not been in the best of spirits today. To be precise, her mood had soured throughout the day, especially after receiving their marriage certificate. Now, with Duan Feng being labeled a terrorist, her ire had reached a boiling point. Not at all. I merely wish for law enforcement to prioritize evidence in their investigations. It seems your officer has neglected this principle. Shi Yanmeng was not one to be unreasonable. After venting her frustrations, she felt her anger dissipate upon hearing the apology, but she would still not permit anyone to insult her husband. However, it appears your officer has strayed from this protocol. Yi Putu turned to Zhang Shooting, his tone frosty. Come here and apologize. Zhang Shooting, faced with his grim demeanor, reluctantly approached Shi Yanmeng, gritting her teeth. I'm sorry. You should not apologize to me, but to my husband. Shi Yanmeng gestured towards Duan Feng in the interrogation room. At that moment, Duan Feng played along, feigning indignation as he sat there, looking as though he had suffered a great injustice. Apologize to him? Zhang Shooting was taken aback, then retorted angrily, impossible. Shi Yanmeng smirked coldly, her gaze slowly shifting to Yi Putu.
Yi Puta shot Zhang Shooting a fierce glare, sternly commanding, "Go apologize." "Director, Before Zhang Shooting could finish, Yi Puta interrupted, "Apologize immediately, or you will enjoy a 3-month vacation at home." Upon hearing this, Zhang Shooting stood frozen, momentarily stunned. Looking up at Yi Putu, she saw the fury etched on his face. This was no jest. Grinding her teeth, Zhang Shooting trudged towards Duan Feng. Observing her approach, Duan Feng chuckled softly. She was indeed a stubborn woman. Had it not been for Yi Putu's threat to suspend her, she would likely never have come to apologize. Well, before Zhang Shooting could utter another word, Duan Feng interjected, "There is no need for an apology. I am quite magnanimous. I merely hope that in the future, you can leave personal feelings out of your work, otherwise, you may lose your ability to judge correctly, and thus cease to be a competent detective." Zhang Shooting stared at Duan Feng in disbelief. This rogue was not only refusing her apology but also attempting to enlighten her. For a moment, she found herself reassessing him. Noticing her silence, Duan Feng smiled lightly. "I wonder, Officer Zhang, if you could now unlock these silver." Instead, she took out her keys to release him from the cuffs. As she bent down, Duan Feng's gaze roamed over her, his throat dry as he murmured, "So large, so fair." Chapter 48. The most familiar stranger in the office of the police chief at the Yiluo City Police Department, Yi Putian gazed darkly at Zhang Shooting. In contrast, Zhang Shooting looked at Yi Putian with an expression of deep grievance. She could sense that whenever the subject of Duan Feng arose, Yi Putian never afforded her a semblance of kindness. He always wielded his authority over her. It had been so the last time, and in this moment, it seemed likely to remain unchanged. With a sharp snap, Yi Putian lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his face, obscuring his expression. After an indeterminate period, he slowly spoke, "Do you feel aggrieved?" Zhang Shooting nodded heavily. "Chief Yi, just now he..." Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Putian interrupted, "I know what you wish to convey, but consider whether your actions today were justifiable." Zhang Shooting's countenance dimmed instantly. Had Yi Putian not intervened, she would have been at a loss for how to extricate herself from the situation. After all, the atmosphere had been completely dominated by Qi Yanmeng, and Zhang Shooting found herself at a distinct disadvantage. "I understand your discontent, but think about it. If Lin Fei hadn't called Duan Feng's wife today and you had detained him at the police station, did you consider the consequences?" Zhang Shooting's eyes reddened, tears welling up. "You also saw that woman. If I recall correctly, she should be Qi Yanmeng, the current president of Huatai Group." "What?" Zhang Shooting's entire being trembled as she looked at Yi Putian in disbelief. "The business goddess of Yiluo City, Qi Yanmeng." Yi Putian reiterated, "Consider the ramifications of detaining her husband here. Do you think Qi Yanmeng, with her reputation in the business world, would let you off lightly?" Zhang Shooting's grievance evaporated, replaced by fear. Yi Putian was undoubtedly correct. Given Qi Yanmeng's business acumen, she would certainly not show leniency. No matter how formidable her own backing might be, she would face a significant setback this time. The business goddess of Yiluo City was not merely a title, the connections she wielded were beyond ordinary imagination. Moreover, her father, Qi Tianhun, was a retired military officer, which added to the gravity of the situation. Simultaneously, Zhang Shooting pondered why Qi Yanmeng had married Duan Feng. "Next time, exercise more prudence in your actions. This time, I shall refrain from making you write a self-reflection. Should it happen again, I will have no choice but to suspend you and personally explain the situation to Director Zhang." Outside the police department, Qi Yanmeng regarded Duan Feng with a cold expression. Duan Feng chuckled awkwardly. Meng, I never anticipated you would find me so quickly, what a surprise." Qi Yanmeng smiled at Duan Feng. "I didn't realize my husband was such a hero, saving so many yet remaining unnoticed, truly a modern-day Lei Feng." Duan Feng, gazing at Qi Yanmeng's smile, felt an unexplainable chill creeping over him, especially upon hearing her words, which sent shivers down his spine. Meng, the truth is, I stumbled upon this situation by accident." Duan Feng looked at Qi Yanmeng with an uncharacteristic sense of guilt. At that moment, a youthful voice chimed in, "Uncle Duan, is this the auntie? She's so beautiful, just like mommy." Upon hearing this voice, Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback, then looked down to see a cherubic little girl gazing at her with wide eyes. Seeing such an adorable child, all of Qi Yanmeng's anger dissipated entirely. She slowly crouched down, looking at Duan Sijuan and asked, "You are very pretty as well, can you tell auntie your name?" "My name is Duan Sijuan," the little girl said, her bright eyes sparkling. "Duan Sijuan, what a lovely name." After speaking, Qi Yanmeng glanced at Duan Feng, as if inquiring whether this child could possibly be his. Duan Feng offered a wry smile. He wished that Duan Sijuan were indeed his daughter, but the truth was far from that. He had never even laid a finger on Chen Xiaoya. "Auntie, you were so impressive just now."
Those people didn't dare look at you, Duan Sijuan said, her eyes filled with admiration for Qi Yanmeng. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanmeng chuckled. So, Sijuan, would you like to be as formidable as Auntie? Yes. For some reason, Qi Yanmeng felt an overwhelming fondness for this little girl, especially with her innocent face. Then Sijuan, work hard in your studies, and one day you can be just as formidable as Auntie. No. Duan Sijuan shook her head vigorously. I don't want to be like Auntie. I want to be as powerful as Uncle Duan. Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback by Sijuan's stubborn expression, then looked at Duan Feng and back at Sijuan, asking, Can you tell Auntie why? With utmost seriousness, Duan Sijuan replied, Auntie, Uncle is very capable. If I could be as capable as him, then I could protect Mommy and help her fight against bad people, so she wouldn't have to suffer. Both Qi Yanmeng and Duan Feng stared in astonishment at Duan Sijuan, incredulous that such words could come from a child of 3 or 4 years. Before Duan Sijuan could say more, Chen Xiaoya approached and scooped her up, saying, Thank you both for today. If it weren't for, it's nothing, with how adorable Sijuan is, I doubt anyone would wish to see her come to harm. Duan Feng lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. Though he was immensely curious about what Sijuan meant by grievances and bad people, he could tell from Chen Xiaoya's gaze that she did not want him to know that he could only manage a helpless smile. Yes, exactly. Qi Yanmeng chimed in, I didn't expect you could still be of assistance. I'll forgive you for tonight. Turning to Chen Xiaoya, she added, Miss Chen, it's quite late, where are you staying? Allow me to drive you back. Chen Xiaoya smiled faintly, no need, I can take Sijuan home by taxi. That is more than enough, I insist it's no trouble. You, before Duan Feng could finish, Qi Yanmeng shot him a fierce glare. Hey, how do you speak? Be careful not to frighten Sijuan. Duan Feng immediately shook his head with an awkward smile. His previous demeanor had been a habit from his past relationship with Chen Xiaoya, where he often wore a fierce expression whenever she rejected him. He regretted revealing that side of himself now, as times had changed, and she had become the most familiar of strangers. Chen Xiaoya glanced at Duan Feng, and finding nothing amiss, slowly said, Miss Qi, really, it's fine, Sijuan and I can return on our own. With that, she turned to Duan Sijuan and said, Sijuan, say goodbye to Uncle and Auntie. Duan Sijuan obediently waved, Goodbye, Uncle and Auntie. Qi Yanmeng opened her mouth to say more, but Chen Xiaoya had already turned and left with Duan Sijuan in her arms. Watching Chen Xiaoya's retreating figure, Duan Feng sighed softly, realizing she was still as stubborn as ever. Unbeknownst to him, Qi Yanmeng had already approached him, waving her delicate hand in front of his face, yet there was no response. Witnessing this, Qi Yanmeng ground her teeth and exclaimed, Duan Feng. After coming to the police station to rescue him, he treated her in such a manner. What a scoundrel! She regretted not letting him remain inside. Upon hearing Qi Yanmeng's words, Duan Feng jolted. Meng, what is it? Isn't she lovely? Duan Feng looked at Qi Yanmeng in confusion and nodded honestly, she is alright. Do you have any thoughts about her? And no. Duan Feng hurriedly explained, I have no thoughts at all. That's good. Qi Yanmeng cast a satisfied glance at Duan Feng, saying, I want to pry into your other affairs, but regarding Chen Xiaoya, do not entertain any notions. I can tell she is a respectable person, not if you. As she spoke, Qi Yanmeng made a cutting gesture toward Duan Feng. Meng, you've misunderstood me, actually, Duan Feng. Qi Yanmeng gazed coldly at him, when I first met you, you carried the scent of at least 3 different women's perfumes. Do you dare claim you weren't seeking out other women that day? Duan Feng opened his mouth but could not find the words, for he genuinely did not know how to respond. In truth, he had sought out women that night. Nothing to say, I see, let me tell you this, from the very first day I met you, I knew you were not a good person. Even though we are married now, I want to restrict your private life, but do be clear, Chen Xiaoya is not someone of your caliber, and she already has a child and a family. You would do well to rid yourself of any sordid thoughts. Meng, actually no need for explanations, I do not believe you. Duan Feng immediately lowered his head, cursing himself for being so lecherous. Alright, now get in the car. We going home. With that, Qi Yanmeng turned and elegantly entered the vehicle. Duan Feng sighed helplessly, realizing that his first impression had been deeply etched into Qi Yanmeng's mind, impossible to erase. Qi Yanmeng started the car and drove away with determination. Not far off, in a secluded corner, Chen Xiaoya held Duan Sijuan's small hand, emerging from the shadows, her sorrowful gaze lingering on the retreating figures of the two. The expression of desolation and heartbreak was enough to wrench anyone's heart. Though she endeavored to conceal her emotions, her delicate hands trembled uncontrollably, her face pale and devoid of color. Mommy, are you sick? Your complexion looks terrible, shall we go to the hospital? Duan Sijuan said, clinging to Chen Xiaoya's leg with a pitiful expression. Chen Xiaoya managed a bleak smile. I'm fine, mommy is fine. Come, let us take a taxi. Chapter 49. The compulsion to bear children. Throughout their journey, the two remained silent. In truth, Duan Feng was on the verge of speaking, yet each time he caught sight of Qi Yanmeng's frostbitten expression, he swallowed the words that lingered on his lips. At long last, the Porsche arrived at the villa's entrance. Duan Feng was taken aback. He had assumed that Qi Yanmeng would lead him back to the Peach Garden community, yet they had instead come to the Zimo villa. Once the vehicle came to a halt, Qi Yanmeng suddenly turned to him, her gaze reflecting a complex array of emotions. Duan Feng, do you truly believe we should get married? Duan Feng longed to tell her otherwise, but he knew that uttering such words would only plunge her into despair for the better part of the day. He could only chuckle softly and shrug. Perhaps we ought to marry. After all, the folks at the Civil Affairs Bureau did say that love is a grave for marriage. As so many people willingly dive into this grave, all in hopes of avoiding a fate without a proper resting place. Qi Yanmeng let out a soft sigh. They were already married, and it was too late for any reconsideration. Moreover, given Qi Tianhan's temperament, as long as he was alive, Qi Yanmeng would forever remain Duan Feng's wife. The notion of divorce was utterly out of the question. My father, I wonder what he wants from us this time. I hope you can behave appropriately. Duan Feng smiled lightly. Rest assured, trust in my acting skills. Qi Yanmeng chose not to respond further but offered a gentle smile, fully confident in his abilities. Upon entering the hall, they found Qi Tianhan and He Caixin already seated in the living room, awaiting their arrival. Mom, Dad, you haven't gone to bed yet? Duan Feng inquired, his heart suddenly racing. They had just obtained their marriage certificate yesterday. What could they possibly want today? Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng settled beside He Caixin. We have a matter to discuss with you too, Qi Tianhan stated, fixing his gaze on Duan Feng. What matter? A sense of foreboding washed over Duan Feng as he met Qi Tianhan's eyes. Could it be that they were broaching the subject of children? His apprehensions were soon confirmed. He Caixin glanced at Qi Yanmeng and said, now that you two are legally married, your father and I have discussed it, and since you are a legitimate couple, it is time for you to have a child. What? Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng exclaimed in unison, their faces a canvas of shock and disbelief. Yes, a child. What sort of expression is that? Qi Tianhan scowled at their reactions, feeling discomfort. Your mother and I are dreadfully bored at home, so I thought it would be splendid if you could have a child soon, giving us something to do. Dad, isn't this a bit sudden? Duan Feng cautiously probed. Have a child, how could that be possible? How long had he even known Qi Yanmeng? They hadn't even held hands or shared a kiss, and now Qi Tianhan and He Caixin were unexpectedly bringing up the topic of children. At that moment, Qi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed crimson, her demeanor revealing a blend of shyness and indignation. The once formidable businesswoman was nowhere to be seen. Indeed, Dad, Duan Feng and I still do not know each other well. Precisely because you are still unfamiliar with one another that I believe you should have a child soon. A child serves as a bridge for communication between spouses and is the best way to deepen their bond. Qi Tianhan poured himself a cup of tea and took a delicate sip. Dad, while you may have a point, have you considered what would happen to Huadai Group if we were to have a child now? Duan Feng lit a cigarette, casting a questioning glance at Qi Tianhan. Upon hearing this, Qi Tianhan chuckled heartily. Once you have a child, there will be no need for Meng Meng to concern herself with the company. You are a board member and will soon be the largest shareholder, so when Meng Meng becomes pregnant, you will assume the role of president. Duan Feng's heart sank at the implications. Dad, perhaps we should discuss this further. I haven't even attended university. If you appoint me as president, I fear Huadai Group would collapse within 3 days. No need for discussion, I have made my decision. I will have the lawyer prepare the share transfer contract, granting you 30%, while I will allocate another 15% to Meng Meng. This way, as a couple, you will hold 55% of the shares, thus ensuring absolute control. But I trust you will not let Huadai Group fall apart. It is my lifelong endeavor. Duan Feng found himself at a loss for words, realizing that no matter what he said, he could not thwart Qi Tianhan's resolve. This stubborn old man was as obstinate as a mule. Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng gazed at her father in astonishment. He intended to give Duan Feng 30% of the shares while only granting her 15%. Was she truly his biological daughter? Dad, actually, Meng Meng and I are not ready for children yet. Duan Feng found himself forced to press forward. What? Qi Tianhan rose from the sofa, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at Duan Feng. Say that again if you dare.
Seeing her father's reaction, Qi Yanmeng hurriedly interjected, "Dad, what Duan Feng means is..." Before she could finish, Qi Tianhan turned to her, his expression dark as he demanded, "Speak.
Is that truly your sentiment?"
Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback observing her demeanor. Qi Tianhan turned back to Duan Feng, stating resolutely, "I don't care whose opinion this is, a child is a necessity, or I will break your legs." Qi Yanmeng slumped on the sofa, her eyes red-rimmed and brimming with unshed tears. She wanted to speak but felt utterly at a loss for words, casting a mournful glance at Duan Feng, eliciting an indescribable ache in his heart. If the employees of Huadai Group were to witness their president, the new business goddess of Halua City, adorned with such a sorrowful expression, it would undoubtedly become the talk of the entire company.
"Dad," at that moment, Duan Feng felt compelled to stroke the tiger's whiskers. "You must at least allow me some time to familiarize myself with Huadai Group first." "Duan Feng, should you continue to resist, do you not believe I will break your legs right now?" Faced with Qi Tianhan's furious expression, Duan Feng refrained from speaking further, fearful that he might indeed carry out his threat. The one feeling most aggrieved at this moment was undoubtedly Duan Feng. Although he had married a woman coveted by every man in Halua City, he found himself powerless to act, let alone consider having children. This was nothing short of blatant coercion. Duan Feng was seething with unexpressed anger, yet he dared not voice it. "Very well, it is settled then, you two lovebirds should discuss this matter thoroughly. If you wish to stay, then stay, if not, get out of my sight, lest I become enraged." Qi Tianhan stormed upstairs, leaving behind a palpable tension in the AIR.As Qi Tianhan's figure disappeared. He Caixin let out a deep sigh. "You two, is it really so difficult to have a child? Your father is getting older and wishes to hold a grandchild, why not fulfill his wish?" "Mom, what about my brother?"
Qi Yanmeng replied softly. At her words, He Caixin paused, casting a complex glance at Duan Feng. Another sigh escaped her lips. "Your brother is away, and he won't be back for 3 to 4 years, otherwise, your father would not be so insistent." With that, He Caixin slowly ascended the stairs, her steps heavy with a weariness that suggested each movement drained her of strength. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Feng felt a pang of guilt. All of this was his doing. As He Caixin's silhouette faded from view, the living room fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng in each other's company. Time passed, and Duan Feng lit another cigarette, his expression calm as he regarded Qi Yanmeng. Meanwhile, she sat there, her face a mask of grievance, her eyes vacant as she seemed lost in thought. After Qi Tianhan and He Caixin returned to their room, they did not immediately retire for the night. Instead, they sat on the bed, their minds heavy with unspoken thoughts. "Tianhan, do you think what we are doing is right?" Before He Caixin could finish her thought, Qi Tianhan interrupted, "I wish it were different, but you know your daughter's temperament. Who knows how long it would take for Duan Feng to win her over?" He Caixin sighed heavily. "Duan Feng, alas, Caixin, I know you harbor some discontent towards Duan Feng, but consider this. If it were not for him, Panger would have perished long ago. You heard Panger state that without Duan Feng, he would have been buried in Iraq. But now, Panger has likewise met his fate in Afghanistan, has he not?" Qi Tianhan gazed at He Caixin, whose eyes were now red-rimmed, and sighed deeply. "Caixin, we cannot blame Duan Feng for this. If he were in Panger's shoes, he would have saved him, don't you believe?" He Caixin nodded earnestly. "I believe that, otherwise, I would not have consented to your proposal of marrying Meng Meng to Duan Feng. He is a good man, but there are no buts in this matter. Panger's body has yet to be found. Perhaps he is still alive. But it has nearly been 3 years. There has been no word." Tears streamed down He Caixin's cheeks. Qi Tianhan fell silent, contemplating the gravity of their situation. 3 years had passed without a trace. If he were alive, how could there be no news for so long? After an indeterminate period, Qi Tianhan finally spoke again. "I believe, without a doubt, that Panger is still alive and will return. I will ensure that efforts are intensified to find Panger."
"Tianhan, should we not enlist Duan Feng's help? After all, he..." "Absolutely not." He interrupted sharply. "We cannot tell him. Given his character and the bond he shares with Panger, he would undoubtedly turn the world upside down." He Caixin fell into silence, acknowledging the truth in Qi Tianhan's words. If Duan Feng learned that Qi Peng might still be alive, he would never remain in Halua City, nor would he ever consider marrying Qi Yanmeng. Caught between the esteemed identity of a son-in-law and the fate of her biological son, she found herself utterly bewildered. Chapter 50. Entering the wrong door. Qi Yanmeng cast a complex gaze at Duan Feng, and in that instant, she realized that Duan Feng was indeed rather pitiable. The old man had not only threatened her but had also menaced Duan Feng, frequently proclaiming his intention to break his legs. Shen Yanmeng could discern that had Duan Feng uttered even a single word of protest just now, Kishinhan would have undoubtedly erupted in fury, and while breaking his legs might be improbable, sustaining a black eye was highly likely. With a soft sigh, recalling that there was an important meeting scheduled for the following morning,
Chen Yanmeng resolved to postpone the matter of having a child until later. If Kishan Han pressed her for answers, she could always claim that Duan Feng's marksmanship was lacking, thus absolving herself of any blame. Rising from her seat and stifling a yawn, she declared, "It's getting late. I'm off to bed. You should rest early as well." Duan Feng, taken aback by the brevity of Chen Yanmeng's words, momentarily froze. Could it be that she was not averse to the idea of having a child with him? His thoughts began to stir with newfound vigor. Moreover, since Chen Yanmeng had made it clear that she would not be leaving tonight, it implied that he might. As he observed her graceful silhouette, he hurriedly stood and followed her upstairs, completely unaware of which room belonged to Chen Yanmeng. The last thing he wanted was to accidentally stumble into Lan Ningyun's room. If he truly entered the wrong chamber, he would be utterly clueless about his fate. However, upon reaching the upper floor, he discovered that Chen Yanmeng had vanished without a trace. Duan Feng was instantly dumbfounded. He glanced around, spotting two adjacent rooms, and was momentarily bewildered. The sound of a door closing had indeed originated from this vicinity, but which room was it? Left or right? A cold sweat broke out upon Duan Feng's brow at the thought of Kishan Han witnessing him loitering outside. Just as he hesitated, the sound of a door opening nearby startled him. His heart raced. Could it be that his father-in-law was emerging? Without a moment's hesitation, he pushed open one of the doors, hurriedly stepping inside and shutting the door behind him. In that moment, he had no idea whose room he had entered, but he was certain it was not Kishan Han's and his wife's, for the room was adorned in pink, reminiscent of a young girl's sanctuary, with a faint scent of perfume lingering in the air. Could it be Chen Yanmeng's room? A wave of relief washed over him as he noticed someone lying on the bed. It had to be Chen Yanmeng's room after all. Duan Feng swaggered over to the bedside and sat down, his mind racing with questions. Was his wife truly capable of changing clothes so swiftly, and why hadn't she taken a bath today? He pondered these thoughts but was about to turn on the light when he suddenly heard a soft murmur. He froze. This voice did not resemble Chen Yanmeng's, and surely she couldn't have fallen asleep so quickly. Had he inadvertently entered Lan Ningyun's room? Panic surged through him as he broke out in a cold sweat. In truth, he had indeed entered Lan Ningyun's room, which was positioned directly across from Chen Yanmeng's. Upon seeing a figure at the bedside, Lan Ningyun's mouth fell open in shock, ready to scream, but Duan Feng was quick to cover her mouth with his hand. There was no way he would allow her to raise the alarm. If she did, he would be branded a beast, and the consequences from Kishan Han alone would be enough to make him regret it. Lan Ningyun was startled to find a man beside her bed, and as she began to call out, a large hand swiftly covered her mouth. Her mind raced with confusion. Who was this? A thief, or worse. Just as she was on the brink of tears, a familiar voice whispered, "Ningyun, don't scream, it's me, Duan Feng." Lan Ningyun was taken aback upon hearing his voice. How had he ended up in her room? "Could you please let go of my mouth? I promise I won't scream," she replied, her voice slightly muffled. Duan Feng, feeling a bit embarrassed, obliged, but only after ensuring she would remain quiet. Lan Ningyun did not scream, but her gaze toward him was laden with curiosity. Even in the darkness, Duan Feng could sense the intensity of her stare. "Duan Feng, what are you doing in my room?" she asked, her tone surprisingly calm given the circumstances. Duan Feng coughed awkwardly. Would you believe me if I said I walked into the wrong room?" Lan Ningyun shot him a disdainful look. "Do you really think I would believe that?" Duan Feng felt deflated. If he were in her position, he certainly wouldn't buy that excuse either. But then again, who goes to bed fully dressed at night unless they are pregnant? Lan Ningyun showed no sign of embarrassment, yet Duan Feng was acutely aware of his own discomfort. This girl was formidable, and he felt utterly powerless. "Perhaps I should just head to Chen Yanmeng's room instead," he suggested, scratching his head. Before he could rise, Lan Ningyun blocked his path. "Duan Feng, you still haven't explained yourself." Duan Feng's face fell, realizing that saying anything would be akin to inviting disaster. "Well, Ningyun, As he looked at her, a surge of heat rushed through him. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Lan Ningyun chuckled lightly, placing a hand on his arm. "Duan Feng, just tell me, I don't mind." At this moment, Duan Feng felt like crying. While she claimed not to mind, he certainly did. He contemplated giving in to his desires, but the thought of Lan Ningyun's identity extinguished any reckless impulses. He dared not act. Such a transgression would invite divine retribution. Then, unexpectedly, she tugged at his hand, guiding it toward herself. Duan Feng found himself torn between desire and the wish to remain loyal to Chen Yanmeng. What a difficult choice. Just then, a light knock echoed from outside the door. Upon hearing the sound, Duan Feng quickly withdrew his hand, barely resisting the urge to act. "Yanmeng, are you asleep?" came Chen Yanmeng's voice from beyond the door. Duan Feng held his breath, urgently signaling to Lan Ningyun. She feigned grogginess and replied, "What is it, Meng? I just fell asleep." Duan Feng's face darkened at her feeble lie. How could she claim to have just dozed off when she could hear Chen Yanmeng's voice so clearly? "If you're asleep, why is the light on? Open the door, I'd like to have a word with you." Lan Ningyun's expression shifted. Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have cared, but now, with Duan Feng in her room, if Chen Yanmeng stumbled upon them, there would be no explaining away the situation.
Duan Feng gestured frantically for her to open the door. What will you do? She whispered. I'll find a way out, just open the door. He replied, his voice barely above a whisper, drenched in cold sweat. Upon hearing his words, Lan Ningyan nodded, rising to approach the door. As she moved toward it, Duan Feng hastily opened the window and peered down, then, like a spider, he leapt out with a swift motion. The entire sequence of events unfolded in the blink of an eye, and Duan Feng's movements were so stealthy that Lan Ningyun remained blissfully unaware. By the time she opened the door, Duan Feng had already vanished without a trace. Sis, you're still awake, Lan Ningyun yawned, feigning innocence. Qian Yanmeng plopped down on the edge of her bed. I can't sleep, Ningyun. What were you doing just now? When I went upstairs, you had already turned off the lights, yet when I finished my shower, your room was still illuminated. At that moment, Lan Ningyan felt a pang of anxiety. Where was Duan Feng? Oh, nothing much. I just got up for a cup of tea, she said, her heart racing. After speaking, she quickly shifted the conversation, asking, Sis, why haven't you gone to bed yet? Chen Yanmeng sighed softly. How can I sleep? You have no idea how unreasonable our parents can be. What happened? Lan Ningyan asked, her curiosity piqued. You know that today, Duan Feng and I went to obtain our marriage certificate. I know, Daddy told me, and he even said that if you didn't go today, he would find a way to ensure you got it. Lan Ningyan giggled. Chen Yanmeng's expression darkened. The only reason she had gone to get the marriage certificate was precisely because of that threat. Regardless of whether she attended, the certificate would end up in her hands. It was better to go than to be coerced. Did you know that our parents want me to have a child with Duan Feng? I know, I was there when Daddy and Mommy discussed it, and I wholeheartedly supported their decision, Lan Ningyun replied with utmost honesty. Chen Yanmeng was at a loss for words. She had thought she could rally an ally, but now it seemed utterly hopeless. Meng, if I hadn't met Duan Feng, perhaps I would have disagreed with Daddy and Mommy's plans. But after meeting him, I believe he is worthy of you. He has never shown any inappropriate thoughts in the face of beauty. He is undoubtedly a good man, Lan Ningyun declared emphatically. How do you know he is a good man? Chen Yanmeng asked, her brow furrowed in skepticism. Because I've tempted him, Lan Ningyun started to say, but abruptly fell silent. Chapter 51. I am now certified. Upon hearing those words, Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback, followed by a look of sheer astonishment directed at Lan Ningyan. Since childhood, she had recognized that her sister possessed an imagination as boundless as the skies, leaving one utterly bewildered as to what thoughts occupied her mind each day. Now, upon hearing Lan Ningyan claim she had seduced Duan Feng, Qi Yanmeng felt her thoughts short-circuiting. What on earth was going on? You seduced him? Qi Yanmeng gazed at Lan Ningyan in disbelief. Feeling the intensity of Qi Yanmeng's gaze, Lan Ningyan could only nod in response. When did that scoundrel do anything to you? Qi Yanmeng was not inclined to believe that Duan Feng was a good person. On the very day we returned from Sanya. Lan Ningyan lowered her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. The idea of a sister-in-law seducing her brother-in-law was indeed a significant matter. You had dream, but he didn't do anything to me. I could see no desire in his eyes, truly. Lan Ningyan hurriedly explained, fully aware that Duan Feng was currently her brother-in-law, and if Qi Yanmeng were to misunderstand, you say he harbored no desire? Lan Ningyan nodded earnestly, saying, Dream, I trust in Dad Qi's judgment. Perhaps you don't know him well yet, but I sense that my brother-in-law is quite decent. Enough about that, you should rest early, I have a meeting tomorrow. Qi Yanmeng sighed softly. As Qi Yanmeng stood up, Lan Ningyan opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately kept silent. Meanwhile, Duan Feng was drenched in cold sweat, grateful for his agility. Otherwise, he might have faced a dire fate. Sitting in the living room, he was still shaken, reflecting on how perilous the situation had been. At that moment, he resolved not to ascend the stairs again. Lighting a cigarette, he had barely taken a drag when he heard footsteps from upstairs. This startled him anew. Could it be Lan Ningyan? Moments later, he saw a familiar silhouette and finally exhaled in relief. It was Qi Yanmeng. Had it been Lan Ningyan, who could fathom what unseemly antics she might engage in the living room? Typically fearless, Duan Feng now felt an unusual apprehension towards his sister-in-law, Lan Ningyan. At this moment, Qi Yanmeng, clad in a purple nightgown, exuded a charm that contrasted sharply with her usual composed demeanor. Are you not coming up to rest? Qi Yanmeng called down to Duan Feng as she stood on the staircase. Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, staring at her in disbelief. She wanted him to come up to sleep. Did this imply? Upon noticing the lecherous grin on his face, Qi Yanmeng's expression shifted to one of disgust. Are you coming up or not? Coming up. As soon as Duan Feng's words fell, he was already by Qi Yanmeng's side, his gaze shamelessly roaming over her figure. Qi Yanmeng wore a subtle fragrance that was neither overpowering nor faint, mingling with her unique body scent, reminiscent of elegant tulips that captivated the senses. Especially in her lace-trimmed, loosely fitted purple nightgown, she radiated an allure that starkly contrasted with her daytime persona as a formidable businesswoman.
Realizing the intoxicated look in Duan Feng's eyes, Qi Yanmeng quickly deduced his thoughts and her expression darkened. What are you doing?
Simultaneously, she began to doubt Lan Ningyun's words. Why had she not seen Duan Feng acting properly in her presence? All she could perceive in his gaze was boundless desire. Duan Feng offered an awkward smile, gazing at Qi Yanmeng's flawless visage, and remarked, Dream, you wouldn't dare make me sleep in the living room tonight, would you? If our parents were to find out, Duan Feng's implication was clear. Should he be relegated to the living room, Shi Tianhan would undoubtedly become aware, and who could predict what chaos would ensue? Qi Yanmeng's expression faltered as she recalled that her parents were indeed present. If Duan Feng were made to sleep in the living room, heaven knows what might happen. Just then, Duan Feng pushed open the door to Qi Yanmeng's room and stepped inside. Having already made a wrong turn once, there was no way he would err again. Qi Yanmeng was taken aback and hastily exclaimed, Duan Feng, please step outside for a moment, I need to tidy up. Her tone carried a hint of pleading. Duan Feng plopped down onto the vanity chair, looking up at Qi Yanmeng curiously. If you need to tidy up, then do so. Why should I leave? You're my wife. Is there something I cannot see? Qi Yanmeng was rendered speechless, unsure how to respond. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and her cheeks flushed crimson. She quickly shut the door and dashed onto the balcony. Almost immediately, a flurry of soft sounds fluttered from the balcony, as if Qi Yanmeng were anxiously organizing something. Before long, she emerged, clutching a bundle of items, her face growing even redder upon noticing the peculiar gaze from Duan Feng. She shot him a glare, saying, Do not look. Duan Feng glanced over nonchalantly, replying, Isn't that just your lingerie? I've seen it before. In fact, I've even touched that purple one. Qi Yanmeng glared at him, her eyes ablaze with fury, wishing she could tear him to shreds. At that moment, Duan Feng stood up gently, gazing at the clothes atop the wardrobe with a look of surprise. Oh, what's this? What? Qi Yanmeng instinctively gasped, turning around just in time to see Duan Feng had approached the bed and was lifting a piece of purple lace lingerie. This was a delicate garment adorned with lace, soft and sheer, designed and crafted far beyond the ordinary fashion frontier. Indeed, it was a piece of exquisite and daring intimate wear. Duan Feng grasped the gossamer-like lingerie, curiously inspecting it, and even poked his finger through the center lace, regarding Qi Yanmeng with a complex expression. Dream, you can't possibly be a lesbian, can you? Ah, you scoundrel, pervert. Give that back to me. Qi Yanmeng cried out, sprinting toward him at breakneck speed, seizing the lingerie and swiftly stashing it away in the wardrobe. Her heart raced uncontrollably, beating faster than ever. Duan Feng gazed at her seriously. Dream, are you truly not a lesbian? Qi Yanmeng's expression turned icy. You are the one who is a lesbian. Feigning relief, Duan Feng looked at Qi Yanmeng. Well, now I'm at ease. I thought you might be, but it turns out you're not. So, Dream, what about this piece of intimate wear? He left the question hanging, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he observed Qi Yanmeng. Qi Yanmeng was at a loss, overwhelmed with embarrassment and indignation. Oh, I see. Duan Feng exclaimed, an epiphany lighting up his face as he looked at Qi Yanmeng. Today marks the day we obtain our marriage certificate, and you wanted to wear it for me, didn't you? Qi Yanmeng's face burned with shame, utterly unsure how to articulate her thoughts. At that moment, Duan Feng continued, I know you're shy, but truly, there is no need to be. Come on, Dream, I'm waiting for you. Having said that, he flopped onto the bed, gazing earnestly at Qi Yanmeng. Qi Yanmeng found herself at a loss for what to do. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions after a long pause, she finally spoke, Do you truly wish to see me wear it? Duan Feng nodded vigorously, yes. Well, you see, as husband and wife, it would be appropriate for me to wear it for you. However, I have a rather pressing question that I need you to address. A sly smile danced across Qi Yanmeng's face. Duan Feng, admiring her composure, could not help but feel a sense of respect for her. After all, she was a formidable woman in the business world, displaying a mindset that few could rival. What is it? Did you do something to Ningyun? Duan Feng froze for a moment, then was struck with alarm. Did Qi Yanmeng know everything? That couldn't be. He fixed an intense gaze on her, and after a moment, concluded that she was merely trying to bait him. With a deep sigh, he lamented a dream. It's not that I did anything to her. If I hadn't been resolute in my intentions, you might be witnessing a corpse right now. What do you mean? Because she attempted to seduce me. Duan Feng declared, his expression a mix of indignation and sorrow as he looked at Qi Yanmeng. Ah! Qi Yanmeng gasped in surprise. Perhaps she found me dashing, charming, and tall, and thought to seduce me, hoping to break us apart. Duan Feng, go die. Qi Yanmeng's irritation grew as she finally realized the absurdity of his claims. This scoundrel was simply spouting nonsense. Duan Feng was taken aback,
He had merely been speaking his mind, and yet now he faced her ire. Just as he attempted to rise, Qi Yanmeng was already at his side, her petite fists raised, ready to strike him. Duan Feng swiftly wrapped his arms around her waist. Thud! With that embrace, Qi Yanmeng found herself falling onto Duan Feng. The intoxicating scent enveloped him, sending a jolt through his entire being. Unable to resist, he reached out, his hand exploring her form, but Qi Yanmeng was momentarily stunned. By the time she regained her senses, his hand had already found its way onto her body. Whoosh!
Qi Yanmeng stood up abruptly.
In that instant, she felt utterly wronged, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You pervert!
Duan Feng hastily rose from the bed, bewildered by Qi Yanmeng's expression. What had he done to offend her? Hey, what's wrong? Qi Yanmeng continued to ignore him. Stop crying. I'll agree to whatever you say. Please, just stop crying, come back, and I'll buy you some candy.
Qi Yanmeng remained seated on the floor, sobbing softly.
Come on, stop crying. If you keep at it, I might just take you right now. You know I'm certified. Duan Feng glared at Qi Yanmeng, his expression fierce. Chapter 52. I
am not to be provoked. Upon hearing these words, Qi Yanmeng immediately ceased her sobbing, her eyes widening in fury as she glared at Duan Feng. Duan Feng, upon witnessing Qi Yanmeng's expression, felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. This woman, when coaxed, would ignore him. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his old tactics, which, as expected, proved effective. You dare! Qi Yanmeng looked at Duan Feng, whose face was adorned with a lewd grin, a sense of foreboding rising within her.
Why wouldn't I dare? Duan Feng chuckled, playfully mimicking a pinching gesture with his hands.
Qi Yanmeng's complexion instantly paled, and she fixed her terrified gaze upon Duan Feng, exclaiming, You better not do anything reckless. I will scream for help.
Duan Feng chuckled, Go ahead and scream.
I suspect our parents would think we are merely acting out some romantic drama, and I doubt they would come to interrupt us. Qi Yanmeng's face grew increasingly pale.
You, don't come any closer.
If you dare to touch me, I will take you to court. For reasons unknown, Qi Yanmeng found herself unable to summon her usual business acumen when faced with Duan Feng's lewd antics, as if he were inherently capable of disarming her defenses.
Duan Feng paused. What will you sue me for? I will accuse you of marital rape.
Upon hearing this, Duan Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter, suddenly realizing how endearing Qi Yanmeng could be, truly charming.
Who could have imagined that the illustrious business goddess of Hulua City, Qi Yanmeng, possessed such a delightful side?
I have evidence, he teased, and even if you did take me to court, do you think our parents would support you?
Duan Feng grinned as he took deliberate steps toward her. Ah! Qi Yanmeng shrieked, Don't come any closer.
At that moment, the door suddenly rattled twice, and from outside came He Caixin's voice, Fenger, Meng, are you two asleep?
Ah. Mom, we've already turned in for the night. There's something you need?
Qi Yanmeng's body instinctively trembled. She did not wish for He Caixin to witness the scene.
Oh, that's good. Having children is not something that can be rushed.
You are both still young, and there will be plenty of opportunities to it's already quite late. You should get some rest tomorrow. You have work to attend to. He Caixin's voice drifted in from outside. Qi Yanmeng stood dumbfounded within the room, feeling a mix of helplessness and indignation from He Caixin's words. It seemed they believed she was. Qi Yanmeng's face flushed crimson. Meanwhile, Duan Feng had already lain back on the bed, sound asleep. Upon witnessing this, Qi Yanmeng felt a surge of unnameable rage. She realized she had been toyed with by Duan Feng once again. The scoundrel, she absolutely could not let him off the hook. With a fierce glare directed at Duan Feng, she seethed, all because of this man. Her parents were led astray in their thoughts. How could she possibly be involved with this rogue, that guy? At this moment, Duan Feng appeared to be in a deep slumber, his eyes tightly shut, a peaceful expression gracing his features as he lay on the bed. As she observed Duan Feng in this state, Qi Yanmeng suddenly found him somewhat handsome, especially with that mischievous grin on his face. Startled by her own thoughts, Qi Yanmeng mentally chastised herself. How could this scoundrel be handsome? For a moment, Qi Yanmeng felt utterly at a loss. It seemed Duan Feng had truly fallen asleep, yet where was she to sleep? If she were to wake him, who knew whether he would unleash his baser instincts? After all, he currently possessed their marriage certificate. In an instant, Qi Yanmeng found herself drowning in confusion. What should I do? Time passed slowly, and after an hour had elapsed, a wave of drowsiness washed over her. Qi Yanmeng finally gritted her teeth, assuring herself that Duan Feng was indeed asleep. She made up her mind and stealthily approached the other side of the bed, cautiously lifting the covers, fearful that any noise might rouse Duan Feng. Once she confirmed her movements had not disturbed him, she silently cursed him again before gently lying down by the edge of the bed and turning off the light. However, once she lay down, Shi Yanmeng's tension only escalated. This was the first time in her life she had shared a bed with a man she barely knew. Although this man was legally her husband, she still could not internalize that concept. Especially now, as Duan Feng sprawled across the bed, occupying most of the space, leaving her barely enough room to lie down. This guy wouldn't wake up suddenly, would he? Although Qi Yanmeng lay on the bed, her eyes warily watched Duan Feng, fearing he might unexpectedly turn toward her. She was not prepared to share a bed with him, despite her prowess in the business world, where she had achieved considerable success and earned the title of the business goddess of Hulua City due to her aloof and regal demeanor. She was utterly inexperienced in matters of the heart. Having grown up in a strict military family with rigid upbringing, coupled with her inherently quiet nature, she had rarely interacted with boys her age. The only time she had dated was during university, where her most intimate encounters were merely holding hands a few times, an experience almost unimaginable for modern young women. After an unfortunate discovery that a boy pursuing her had been involved with another girl, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy, Shi Yanmeng developed a deep-seated aversion to men, convinced that no man could be trusted. Thus, she dedicated herself to her studies, and due to her extraordinary beauty, she earned the nickname Ice Beauty during her university years. Even after studying abroad, she maintained a strict distance from boys, garnering countless suitors, yet none ever captured her interest. Upon returning from her studies, she entered Huatai Group and, after assuming the executive role, garnered attention for her keen business acumen and several remarkable decisions, earning her a reputation in the business community, particularly for her icy demeanor. Eventually, she was lauded as a commercial goddess, her beauty likened to that of a celestial being, admired but untouchable. Despite numerous young, self-proclaimed exceptional business elites pursuing her, all faced rejection, leading to a gradual decline in their attempts to win her favor. Yet, this proud woman was hand-picked by Qi Tianhan to marry Duan Feng, with no option to refuse, or else face severing their father-daughter relationship. Left with no choice, Qi Yanmeng had to submit. Upon first meeting Duan Feng and sensing his cologne, combined with his inappropriate behavior toward Susan, Qi Yanmeng believed him to be far from a good man. His lecherous gaze toward women only deepened her disdain. In her eyes, Duan Feng was nothing but a shameless rogue. What puzzled her was why Qi Tianhan had chosen such a man for her, and why Lan Ningyan insisted that Duan Feng was worthy of her. Yet, she saw no admirable qualities in him. After observing him for a while, she still found nothing redeemable about this man. Suddenly, Duan Feng's hand shifted. Upon witnessing this, Qi Yanmeng's heart raced with anxiety. This scoundrel, he wouldn't wake up, would he? Well, however, after waiting for a while, Duan Feng remained still, allowing Qi Yanmeng to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, as she gazed at the sleeping Duan Feng, an overwhelming sense of discomfort washed over her, filled with tension and an inexplicable fear. After all, she could only lie here for a while. Tomorrow, she had an important meeting to attend. There was no way she could endure the night as a panda-eyed host, Qi Yanmeng reassured herself, providing a valid excuse. Just as she had calmed herself and closed her eyes, a faint rustling sound reached her ears. Qi Yanmeng's heart, which had just relaxed, tightened again. Her instincts told her that the sound had originated from Duan Feng. Had this guy truly woken up? Panic surged within Qi Yanmeng. Did this man really intend to? In truth, Duan Feng had never truly fallen asleep. He had merely closed his eyes to spare Qi Yanmeng the embarrassment of their situation and to leave himself an escape route. If he kept his eyes open, Qi Yanmeng would undoubtedly push him off the bed, and the best outcome would be sleeping on the floor. To ensure he could comfortably remain in bed, he decided to feign sleep. However, he hadn't anticipated that Qi Yanmeng would take so long to get in bed. Standing in front of him, seemingly lost in thought, the alluring fragrance wafting from her only intensified his torment, akin to 1,000 ants crawling upon him. He desperately wished for Qi Yanmeng to settle down so he could retreat. This was unbearable. Duan Feng found himself fervently praying for Qi Yanmeng to fall asleep, vowing not to disturb her. Yet, as soon as Qi Yanmeng lay down, the scent became even more pronounced, a delicate aroma mingling with shampoo and body wash. To his astonishment, Qi Yanmeng was clad in alluring lingerie, and every aspect of her presence ignited a fiery heat within him. Finally, Duan Feng could bear it no longer. He felt compelled to suggest that Qi Yanmeng sleep, lest he be unable to endure the night. Meng, could you please stop moving? As soon as Duan Feng's words fell, a delicate white foot swept through the darkness, striking him squarely in the abdomen, sending him tumbling to the floor. The sudden assault left him stunned, pain radiating from his eye. Immediately, Qi Yanmeng sprang from the bed, mounting Duan Feng, her small fists raining down upon him. In the darkness, Qi Yanmeng, perched atop Duan Feng like a knight, unleashed her fury at Duan Feng. You scoundrel! Trying to take advantage of me, tonight, I shall make it clear that I am not to be trifled with. As her words echoed, one of her delicate fists descended toward Duan Feng's eye with alarming speed. Chapter 53. A word strikes. The ancients proclaimed that the word color carries the weight of a blade. At this moment, Duan Feng fully comprehended the profundity of this saying, that blade certainly cuts deep. On a crisp morning, Duan Feng gazed into the mirror, confronting the sight of his panda eyes. A wave of discomfort washed over him. The previous night, he had been ruthlessly beaten by Qi Yanmeng, who had mounted him like a conqueror. Reflecting on this debacle, Duan Feng felt a wave of frustration. How could a dignified man of 7 feet be bested by a mere woman? What a humiliation! Clutching his panda eyes, Duan Feng exited his bedroom, his mind singularly focused on a hasty retreat. Should Qi Tianhan catch sight of him in this state, who could fathom the repercussions? Descending the stairs, he discovered Qi Tianhan, He Caixin, and Lan Ningyan seated around the dining table, leisurely consuming breakfast while watching the morning news. Qi Yanmeng was conspicuously absent from the living room, presumably off to work. Upon hearing his footsteps, Qi Tianhan and He Caixin paid him no mind, but Lan Ningyan lifted her gaze to Duan Feng.
"Ah, brother-in-law, what happened to your eyes?"
Lan Ningyan exclaimed, immediately spotting the unmistakable evidence of his ordeal. Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat. His sister-in-law was certainly not one to be trifled with. The glint of mischief in her eyes made it abundantly clear that she was relishing this moment.
Despite her innocent demeanor, Duan Feng was acutely aware that Lan Ningyan was not to be underestimated, especially when she had previously teased him. He knew all too well that any misstep on his part would lead to a cacophony of accusations during a family inquisition. In truth, Lan Ningyan had initially deemed Duan Feng unworthy of Qi Yanmeng. He was merely a lowly fellow, while Qi Yanmeng was a goddess in the eyes of many men. The chasm between the two was not to be taken lightly. Thus, Lan Ningyan had been testing Duan Feng at every opportunity. Any sign of weakness would prompt her to side with Qi Yanmeng and regale Qi Tianhan with tales of Duan Feng's unworthiness and character flaws. However, after 2 such trials, Lan Ningyan concluded that her brother-in-law was not as insipid as she had presumed. Although he often presented himself as a lecher, upon closer acquaintance, she sensed that he was concealing something deeper. What precisely he was hiding remained a mystery to her. Upon hearing Lan Ningyan's inquiry, Qi Tianhan and He Caixin both turned their attention to Duan Feng. Duan Feng quickly forced a smile. "Good morning, Mom and Dad." With that, he promptly turned to leave, sensing the oppressive atmosphere that surrounded him. Remaining here could very well spell disaster. "Where do you think you're rushing off to? Sit down."
Qi Tianhan's voice cut through the air, his eyes narrowing at Duan Feng's panda eyes with a disdainful huff.
"Oh."
Duan Feng managed a bitter smile, obediently taking a seat at the table. Meanwhile, his mother-in-law, He Caixin, cast a sympathetic glance at him before fiercely glaring at Qi Tianhan. She swiftly served Duan Feng a bowl of century egg congee, smiling gently. "Don't mind him. Your father is just like that, grumpy with everyone. Don't take it to heart." Duan Feng offered a sheepish grin, cautiously savoring his breakfast. While He Caixin's words were comforting, he dared not disregard Qi Tianhan's evident fury, which was palpable from the moment he had descended the stairs. Then He Caixin inquired, "Fenger, what happened to your eyes? Did you and Meng Meng have a falling out last night?" Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat once more. His mother-in-law was more cunning than his father-in-law. At least Qi Tianhan stated his grievances outright, while He Caixin preferred a subtler approach, serving congee first before probing. Duan Feng, in comparison, preferred Qi Tianhan's forthright demeanor. Simultaneously, Qi Tianhan regarded Duan Feng with a serious expression, as if awaiting an answer. Feeling the weight of Qi Tianhan's gaze, Duan Feng hurriedly replied, No, I just, fell off the bed last night while I was sleeping." Lan Ningyan burst into laughter upon hearing this of brother-in-law. "That's hilarious.
Falling off the bed shouldn't cause such injuries, right?"
Duan Feng stood there, stunned. His sister-in-law was clearly sabotaging him. "Indeed, you can't treat me like a child. Tell me what truly happened to your eyes." Duan Feng wore a pained smile, contemplating how to explain that he had been unceremoniously kicked out of bed by Qi Yanmeng, who then swiftly mounted him and unleashed a flurry of punches. He could only surmise that if he were to divulge the truth today, he would undoubtedly face Qi Tianhan's wrath again, and Qi Yanmeng would suffer as well, with him caught in the middle. Damn it, the burdens of marrying this woman weighed heavily on him. Lan Ningyan, with a mix of fearlessness and curiosity, peered at Duan Feng and asked, "Come on, brother-in-law, what really happened to your eyes? You don't have sleepwalking tendencies or self-destructive impulses, do you?" At this moment, He Caixin shot a sharp glare at Lan Ningyan. "Enough, if Fenger is unwilling to share, you shouldn't pressure him."
He Caixin had an inkling of the truth behind Duan Feng's eyes.
The commotion from the previous night had been rather conspicuous. It seemed evident that they were not merely indulging in innocent fun. With a soft sigh, she felt pity for Duan Feng.
Qi Tianhan interjected with an authoritative tone, "Fine, I won't pry into your eyes' condition, but let me make one thing clear, you have 3 months to win over Meng Meng. Do you understand?" Duan Feng nearly collapsed at Qi Tianhan's demand, feeling overwhelmed by his father-in-law's audacity.
The old man was truly formidable, demanding that he secure Qi Yanmeng's affections in just 3 months. Did he not realize the extraordinary nature of his daughter? She was certainly not a woman to be approached lightly. Papa Qi, I believe a month should suffice for my brother-in-law to win over Meng Meng.
We should have faith in his charm.
Lan Ningyan chimed in earnestly. Duan Feng, feeling utterly defeated, slumped over the table. A month to win over Qi Yanmeng, he might as well resign himself to despair.
Qi Tianhan scrutinized Duan Feng's disheveled appearance and remarked, "Look at you, this isn't the time to lose your edge. Where is the confidence you once had, the skills you possessed in dealing with women?"
Duan Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He truly had no idea how to respond to his father-in-law's expectations. The techniques he had employed with women in the past would surely be ineffective against Qi Yanmeng. Lan Ningyan looked at Duan Feng with wide, excited eyes, her heart racing at the mention of his past exploits. However, her enthusiasm was short-lived.
Sometimes, a man must not only be gentle with a woman, there are times when one must resort to special measures, do you understand? Qi Tianhan shot a fierce glare at Duan Feng, imparting his wisdom. What special measures?
Force.
Qi Tianhan replied succinctly. Duan Feng was taken aback. His father-in-law was indeed a formidable figure. "Dad, have you ever employed such tactics on Mom?" As soon as the words left his mouth, He Caixin interjected, "He wouldn't dare. I'd turn the tables on him."
Upon hearing He Caixin's retort, Qi Tianhan's expression darkened. Duan Feng gazed incredulously at Qi Tianhan, realizing that despite his fiery temperament in public, the old man was surprisingly submissive at home.
This volatile volcano of a man could be fearful of his wife. It was a revelation that left him incredulous. Then He Caixin spoke up again. "However, your father's advice does hold merit. There are indeed times when force is necessary."
Ah! Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, utterly confused by He Caixin's mixed messages. Should he resort to force or not? Given that Qi Tianhan dared not use force on He Caixin, how could he possibly do so with Qi Yanmeng? Surely, he was not more formidable than Qi Tianhan.
"Mom and Dad, I'll think about it and figure out the best approach," Duan Feng stammered. "Brother-in-law, you must trust Papa Qi and Mama Qi. If they advocate for force, there must be a reason. Perhaps, with this approach, you could win over Meng Meng even sooner than a month," Lan Ningyun asserted, her eyes sparkling with mischief.
Duan Feng felt the sweat trickling down his back. Whether it was his father-in-law, mother-in-law, or sister-in-law, he felt utterly outmatched. He believed that at his current level, he could only manage women like Liniru. Anyone beyond that would be beyond his capabilities.
"Lan Ningyun, once you find a boyfriend, can't brother-in-law also pass down this technique to him? You dare!"
Lan Ningyun shot daggers at Duan Feng, her eyes ablaze with fury.
"If you try that, I'll make sure you know just how many eyes the King of Horses possesses."
At that moment, Lan Ningyun resembled a valiant heroine from ancient tales.
"How dare you speak to your brother-in-law like that?" Qi Tianhan reprimanded, glaring at Lan Ningyun. "He is your brother-in-law. Remember to respect your elders."
Upon seeing Qi Tianhan's stern gaze, Lan Ningyun shot Duan Feng a resentful glare before sitting down, sulking. "Papa Qi, I understand."
Duan Feng couldn't help but admire Qi Tianhan's strict upbringing.
It was evident that no one dared defy his authority, not even He Caixin in that moment.
"Mom and Dad, if there is nothing else, I'll be heading to work," Duan Feng declared, feeling an urgent need to escape the tense atmosphere. Who knew what calamity might befall him if he lingered? "Leave then, but remember my words, you have 3 months to win over Meng Meng, or else." Though Qi Tianhan's voice trailed off, Duan Feng grasped the unspoken threat that lingered in the air. Chapter 54. Do not mess around. By the time Duan Feng arrived at Huadai Group, he was already over an hour late. However, his tardiness had long become a norm for his colleagues, as he had been late on his very first day of work and had never once shown up early since then. In everyone's mind, Duan Feng must certainly have a significant background and status, otherwise, he would not have secured the position of assistant to Qi Yanmeng, nor would his lateness go unaddressed. As he walked in, everyone regarded him with expressions of bewilderment. Today, Duan Feng was particularly conspicuous. With his panda eyes, Duan Feng felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, thinking to himself that he had made quite the spectacle this time. He surmised that everyone was undoubtedly discussing his appearance. He had intended to keep a low profile, yet the circumstances compelled him to stand out. With a resigned sigh, Duan Feng made his way directly to the president's office, but as he reached the door, he was intercepted by Dong Xinfi. With a gleeful expression, she looked at Duan Feng and exclaimed, "Assistant Duan, what happened to your eyes?" Duan Feng could only sigh helplessly. "Last night, I was kicked off the bed by the president while I was sleeping, and then she sat on me and started hitting me, resulting in this."
His tone was serious, and his expression reflected the gravity of his words to get lost. Dong Xinfi shot him a disdainful glance. How could she tolerate such remarks about Qi Yanmeng, the goddess in the hearts of all men and her own idol? There was no way she would show Duan Feng any kindness after that. To Duan Feng, do you even realize what you're saying? Is the president's image something you can tarnish? Dong Xinfi's expression darkened immediately. Should I say it was you who hit me instead? Duan Feng's gaze wandered lewdly over Dong Xinfi's figure, sporting a mischievous grin. You. Dong Xinfi trembled with rage, letting out a cold snort as she returned to her desk, refusing to look at him again. Duan Feng chuckled to himself. He was merely speaking the truth. Even if confronted by Qi Yanmeng, he would not feel the slightest bit of fear. If necessary, he could even get a medical examination to prove his injuries. He pushed open the door to the president's office and strode in. Upon entering, he was taken aback, for he discovered not only Qi Yanmeng but also Lin Yiru and Susan present in the office. Duan Feng's arrival immediately drew the attention of all three women. Lin Yiru's eyes widened in surprise upon seeing his panda eyes, while Susan regarded him with a playful smile. Only Qi Yanmeng wore an expression of disdain. Duan Feng, what happened to your eyes? Lin Yiru inquired, her gaze fixed on him. Duan Feng forced a sheepish smile and glanced at Qi Yanmeng, saying, I was restless in my sleep last night and got. He deliberately elongated the last word, causing Qi Yanmeng's heart to tighten. What happened? I was kicked out of bed by my wife, and this is the result, Duan Feng lamented, marrying carelessly, indeed. She looked so gentle and beautiful, who knew she would be so fierce? Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, Qi Yanmeng's teeth ground together in irritation. The scoundrel, marrying carelessly, what about her? If it weren't for his deception last night, would she have ended up like this? Qi Yanmeng merely grumbled inwardly but kept her thoughts to herself. Susan smirked, who knows if it was really your wife who hit you? Perhaps you were out doing something bad last night and got beaten up by someone else. Duan Feng lazily raised his head to glance at Susan, retorting, did I go to your house and get beaten up by you? Duan Feng, you. Just as Susan was about to explode, Duan Feng hurriedly stepped in front of Qi Yanmeng and said, President Qi, don't you think my panda eyes are a result of my wife beating me? How would President Qi know? Lin Yiru looked at Duan Feng, then back at Qi Yanmeng. What I mean is, does President Qi believe my injuries were caused by my wife? After speaking, Duan Feng fixed his gaze intensely on Qi Yanmeng. Feeling the heat of his stare, Qi Yanmeng's expression shifted, and she hastily replied, I believe you. Both Susan and Lin Yiru stared at Qi Yanmeng in astonishment. Duan Feng grinned, you haven't met my wife, but President Qi has. She knows my wife is like a tigress. If she gets angry, no one can bear it, right, President Qi? Both Susan and Lin Yiru turned to look at Qi Yanmeng, as if questioning whether she truly knew Duan Feng's wife. Qi Yanmeng's face flushed with embarrassment, and she mentally cursed Duan Feng repeatedly at this scoundrel. Did she resemble a tigress? Her anger surged, and she cast a murderous glare at Duan Feng. Duan Feng, seemingly oblivious to her wrath, poured himself a cup of tea. Indeed, I know his wife, and she is just as he described. Qi Yanmeng gritted through her teeth. At that moment, she had resolved that once Susan and Lin Yiru left, she would settle the score with Duan Feng for daring to label her a tigress and forcing her to acknowledge it. See, I wasn't wrong, Duan Feng sighed lightly, marrying carelessly is indeed a calamity. Qi Yanmeng's expression darkened further, and she took a deep breath to calm her rising fury. She glanced at Lin Yiru and Susan, saying, Lin, Susan, please go and prepare for the meeting. Make sure to gather all the necessary materials. We must effectively counter those stubborn old-timers. Lin Yiru and Susan nodded emphatically. President Qi, don't worry. We'll prepare everything right away. Duan Feng couldn't help but marvel at the rapid transformation of the women's expressions. Indeed, women had an uncanny ability to shift moods faster than men. Qi Yanmeng waved her hand at the two. Susan left without hesitation, while Lin Yiru, as she stepped out, winked at Duan Feng, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Once the two women departed, only Duan Feng and Qi Yanmeng remained in the office. Duan Feng promptly reclined on the sofa, lit a cigarette, and casually grabbed the coffee from Qi Yanmeng's cup. Upon witnessing this scene, Qi Yanmeng was momentarily stunned. This scoundrel had taken her cup again. What about his? She looked down and realized that the tea he had poured earlier was entirely consumed. Duan Feng, Qi Yanmeng glared at him, her chest heaving with indignation. Duan Feng, hearing her call, did not lift his head and casually asked, What's the matter, Meng? Ever since Lin Yiru and Susan left, Duan Feng had settled into the office as if it were his own home, exuding an air of nonchalance. Stand up! Qi Yanmeng's fury intensified upon seeing him reclining there. At that moment, she deeply regretted not being harsher the previous night. If Duan Feng could fathom Qi Yanmeng's thoughts at that moment, he would be quite intrigued. Duan Feng sensed something amiss. A palpable aura of hostility enveloped him. He jolted upright, greeted by Qi Yanmeng's gaze, sharp as a sword. What's wrong? Duan Feng asked in confusion. What's wrong? Upon hearing those three words, Qi Yanmeng sneered. You tell me what's wrong. Now you'd better clarify to me today why I am a tigress. Otherwise, I swear I will make you regret it. Qi Yanmeng glared at Duan Feng,
her fury palpable. If he failed to provide a reasonable explanation, she would not hesitate to make the situation dire for him. Duan Feng glanced at Qi Yanmeng's face and immediately recognized the precariousness of his situation. The little tigress was about to unleash her wrath. Although not as formidable as the elder tiger, Shi Tianhan, her power was still not to be underestimated. Did I say you were a tigress? Duan Feng chuckled awkwardly. Last night, he had indeed not rested well. After being beaten by Qi Yanmeng for an extended period, Duan Feng had collapsed on the floor, panting. While it might be a delightful experience for a man to be dominated by a woman, it depended on the circumstances. Clearly, being subdued by Qi Yanmeng last night was not enjoyable for him. Moreover, when Duan Feng attempted to approach the bed, Qi Yanmeng had brandished a fruit knife, threatening him that if he made any inappropriate moves, she would chop him to bits. That had instantly sent a chill down his spine, and his little brother had promptly submitted, becoming very obedient. You. Qi Yanmeng's face darkened further upon hearing Duan Feng's words. Then what did you mean by that? Oh, I merely said my wife is a tigress. I never said you were. Are you, President Qi, my wife? Duan Feng smirked as he regarded Qi Yanmeng, determined to return the frustration he felt last night entirely upon her today, showing her that he was not easily provoked. You scoundrel! Qi Yanmeng was taken aback by Duan Feng's words, and in response, she grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it at him. Duan Feng quickly exclaimed, Meng, are you attempting to commit murder against your husband? As he spoke, his right hand shot out like lightning, catching the flying teacup effortlessly. Qi Yanmeng stared at him in disbelief. How could this scoundrel possess such remarkable agility? Was he truly a special forces soldier? But could a special forces soldier be this much of a rogue? Duan Feng, you better give me a reasonable explanation today, otherwise, this lady will make you regret it, Qi Yanmeng warned. Duan Feng donned a sly grin and replied, By the way, my parents told me that sometimes a woman needs to be disciplined, and you certainly belong to that category of a wife who must be disciplined. With that, Duan Feng strode boldly toward Qi Yanmeng. Feeling his approach, she instinctively took 2 steps back. My father said this method is the most direct way to manage a wife. I wonder if it works, Duan Feng mused aloud, seemingly to himself but also directed at Qi Yanmeng. With such a beautiful wife, I wonder if hitting you would break anything? Hearing Duan Feng's words and observing his earnest expression, Qi Yanmeng gazed at him in horror. Don't you dare mess around, I'll call for help. Chapter 55. The meeting in the grand conference room of Huadai Group, located on the 21st floor, the entire space was dedicated solely to this expansive meeting area, capable of accommodating nearly 1,000 individuals. At the front stood a podium adorned with a red carpet, neatly lined with tables, while red silk drapes framed the sides of the stage alongside 2 stereo speakers. The walls of the conference room were also embellished with speakers, making it an ideal venue for company meetings, business activities, or gala events. When Duan Feng entered the conference room, he found it already filled to capacity with shareholders and senior executives. He chose a secluded spot to sit, and it wasn't long before Qi Yanmeng strode in from outside, casting a cold glance around the room. Upon her gaze landing on Duan Feng, she swiftly averted her eyes. Observing Qi Yanmeng in that moment, Duan Feng could not help but admire her. She exuded an air of icy elegance, nobility, and an aura that demanded reverence, qualities that epitomized her essence. At that instant, Qi Yanmeng fully embodied the persona of a formidable woman. As soon as Qi Yanmeng approached the podium, everyone shifted their attention to her with utmost seriousness. She wasted no time on pleasantries and got straight to the point. As you all may be aware, the company is actively bidding for the Wanquan real estate development project. Unfortunately, progress has been stagnant. This is a crucial matter, and I would like to hear the opinions of the board members and all senior leaders regarding this issue. No sooner had her words faded than Vice President Li Yuhua stood up, asserting, President Qi, while the Wanquan real estate development promises substantial profits, all other companies are vying for it as well. Hongfa Group, Tianyu Group, and Zhengtian Group, none of them are likely to relinquish such a prime opportunity. Upon hearing Li Yuhua's remarks, a fervent discussion erupted among the attendees. He was indeed correct. The potential profits from the Wanquan real estate development were immense, which was precisely why the government had permitted all groups to bid. Moreover, it was widely known that Zhengtian Group had connections with the secretary of the Heluo City Committee. Given such circumstances, the odds of winning the bid seemed exceedingly slim, rendering it a waste of time and resources, not to mention the considerable expenses associated with entertaining and gifting. Indeed, what Li said is very true. None of those 3 groups is weaker than our Huadai, particularly Zhengtian Group. We have no idea what their trump card might be. What if the government is simply using us all to bid while secretly favoring Zhengtian Group? Operations Director Zhang Tiancheng chimed in. Hearing Zhang Tiancheng's words, everyone nodded gravely. Zhengtian Group was shrouded in mystery, leaving everyone in the dark about their strongest asset. Do all of you directors share this sentiment? Qi Yanmeng cast a cold glance around the room. If President Xi can ensure a successful bid, we would be in agreement, one of the board members readily concurred. Xi Yanmeng's expression shifted dramatically. She was aware that the members of the board were the most challenging to sway. Just as she was about to speak, a derisive laugh interrupted her. That statement is as absurd as flatulence. If one could guarantee a 100% success rate in bidding, why would anyone be sitting here discussing it? Everyone turned to see who had spoken, and upon recognizing Duan Feng, a moment of surprise washed over the room. Within Huatai Group, from board members to security personnel, not a soul was unaware of Duan Feng, Xi Yanmeng's assistant, notorious for his tardiness, his ambiguous relationship with Susan, and the incident where he tumbled down the stairs with Lin Yiru. It was no secret that he had connections with the three prominent women in Huatai Group, making it impossible for anyone to remain oblivious to his presence. Xi Yanmeng herself was taken aback. She had not anticipated Duan Feng would speak up at that moment. What do you mean by that? Li Yua's expression darkened immediately. During Duan Feng's tenure at the company, Li had attempted to recruit him but to no avail, fostering a sense of wariness, for if they were not allies, they would surely be adversaries. Vice President Li, please do not regard me with such hostility. I am merely stating facts. Duan Feng rose to address Xi Yanmeng. Everyone knows that the Wanquan real estate development project is a tough nut to crack. If we manage to secure it, the profits will be monumental, and I believe you are all aware of how much you stand to gain. Xi Yanmeng regarded Duan Feng thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. He was indeed correct. If they could capture the Wanquan real estate development project, the profits would be staggering. The real estate prices were soaring, particularly in Heluo City. Though I have only been at Huatai for a brief time, I am aware that only our 4 companies have the capability to bid in Heluo City, Duan Feng stated earnestly. You are all concerned that a failed bid would cast a negative light on Huatai Group, am I right? Everyone nodded. Duan Feng was correct. A failed bid would undoubtedly bring adverse repercussions for Huatai Group, especially since this bidding was sanctioned by the government, attracting numerous journalists. However, let me remind you, if we fail, we will not be the only ones. There are 2 other companies at stake. Duan Feng sneered. If others are unafraid, why should you be? Fearing wolves in front and tigers behind, if this continues, Huatai Group might as well shut its doors. What kind of company is this? Duan Feng lit a cigarette and, casting a cold glance at the assembly, continued, what you are saying merely aims to force President Xi to take a step back and heed your arrangements. But let me remind you, Vice President Li, Director Zhang, and other board members, it is President Xi who is the true president. This meeting is merely to gather your opinions. If she decides to proceed independently, what can you do? You would merely sit there, dumbfounded. Upon hearing Duan Feng's remarks, the room fell into a heavy silence. He was indeed correct. Xi Yanmeng's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Duan Feng, astonished by her seemingly inept husband's eloquence that left everyone speechless. Little did she know, Duan Feng's motivation for speaking was his discontent with the board's decisions. After all, Xi Yanmeng was his wife, and seeing her bullied by this group was intolerable. Now that he had witnessed it, he felt compelled to stand up, otherwise, he would not be a man. You make a valid point, but who will represent us in this bid? We have not conducted any investigations previously, and now to bid would be akin to cramming for an exam. Xi Yanmeng interjected, Susan, please distribute the information you and Yiru compiled to everyone. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Xi Yanmeng in astonishment. As they perused the documents in hand, Xi Yanmeng spoke again, I have already ensured thorough investigations regarding the Wanquan real estate development, and the bidding will commence in 3 days. Therefore, we must secure this project. Upon reviewing the materials, everyone comprehended Xi Yanmeng's resolute determination, realizing that no one could obstruct her. The moniker of Iron Lady was indeed well-deserved. Li Yuha and the other board members exchanged glances, each recognizing Xi Yanmeng's steadfast resolve, and the documents they held were exceptionally detailed, with clear annotations. This dossier was nearly flawless. Then what is President Xi's plan? Li Yuha, knowing he could no longer impede Xi Yanmeng, felt that any further obstruction would not only alienate her but also irritate the other board members and senior personnel, especially given the size of the opportunity at stake. Xi Yanmeng offered a calm smile, it's quite simple, we shall participate in the bidding directly. All were taken aback, and Li Yuha furrowed his brow, sensing that Xi Yanmeng had no intention of disclosing her plans. This woman was excessively cautious. And who will accompany us? Xi Yanmeng glanced at Duan Feng, a sly smile gracing her lips. As soon as Duan Feng noticed that smile, he quickly stood up. However, before he could finish, Xi Yanmeng interrupted, I know Assistant Duan wishes to join, and he is already among the personnel I have earmarked. Rest assured. Oh no, I've fallen into a trap. Duan Feng was uncertain of Xi Yanmeng's true intentions,
but he held no interest in matters of commercial bidding. Moreover, judging by the smile on Qi Yanming's face, she was undoubtedly up to no good. He quickly exclaimed in feigned distress, "President Qi, you misunderstand. I have a stomachache and need to use the restroom." Without caring whether anyone was watching, Duan Feng clutched his abdomen and dashed out of the room. Ah! The room erupted in astonishment. This individual was remarkably audacious, daring to openly embarrass the president in front of so many board members. Did he not fear termination? Truly impressive, beyond compare. Qi Yanming watched Duan Feng's retreat with no hint of displeasure. Rather, she wore a smile. "Assistant Duan will accompany me. If anyone else wishes to join, please notify me in advance." Everyone was taken aback. Accompany Qi Yanming, who would be willing? Their reluctance to support her bid stemmed not only from a fear of failure. After all, setbacks were commonplace in business, but also from the fear of encountering obstacles along the way. Such incidents had occurred before, with several instances of people being obstructed en route to significant bidding events, often by thugs who were unruly and even violent. These board members were accustomed to the comforts of their offices. How could they possibly contend with such ruffians? This was also why Qi Yanming had summoned Duan Feng. She could guarantee that the journey to the bidding would not be tranquil, and having witnessed Duan Feng's skills and his audacious demeanor, she sought to leverage his unscrupulous tactics to pave a smooth path for herself. Chapter 56. Come to my house tonight. While everyone remained engrossed in the meeting, Duan Feng seized the opportunity of a restroom break to make his way to the IT department. Initially, he had intended to saunter into the sales department, having heard rumors of its alluring women, known for their unabashed openness. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that was Susan's domain, and with her in a meeting, the last thing he wanted was to encounter her unexpectedly and face the potential consequences. Thus, he swiftly abandoned that notion. Duan Feng proceeded directly to Lin Yiru's office, and perhaps due to her prior instructions, no one hindered his passage. The journey was unimpeded. He took a seat in manager Lin Yiru's chair, lit a cigarette, and inhaled deeply. He had already assisted Qi Yanming once in the conference room, yet this woman still expected him to participate in some bidding process, a realm in which he was utterly clueless. Although he was uncertain of Qi Yanming's intentions, Duan Feng could assure himself that her ideas were far from beneficial, as evident from her gaze. He brewed himself a cup of the tea that Lin Yiru had prepared, lifted the cup, blew gently to disperse the floating leaves, and took a delicate sip. The slightly bitter flavor filled his mouth, followed by a delightful salivation in his cheeks, invigorating his spirit. With half-closed eyes, he savored the tea's subtle and refined elegance. One must never rush when drinking tea. Hasty actions result not only in a lack of flavor but also in scalded lips. This principle mirrors that of life. Acting recklessly and with impatience often yields the opposite of one's desires. Fine tea demands to be appreciated with all senses, and it necessitates a thoughtful heart to truly appreciate its essence. If one's heart is restless, the true profundity of tea remains utterly elusive. Human beings, much like tea, require thoughtful contemplation to discern their intricacies. In truth, Duan Feng was not ignorant of tea. He understood it well. During his years in the military, he had to learn everything: socializing, balls, tea appreciation, anything characteristic of high society, all in pursuit of executing his missions flawlessly. In Halua City, he feigned ignorance solely to conceal his past, not wishing for anyone to unearth it. Feeling idle, Duan Feng opened Lin Yiru's computer, only to be met with immediate frustration. Aside from office software, it was devoid of anything else. There was also a QQ application, which left him feeling quite vexed. The Huadai Group was one of the finest in Halua City, attracting many hopefuls. The standards within were equally stringent, as was evident from the computer's contents. At that moment, the office door swung open unexpectedly, and Duan Feng looked up to find Lin Yiru returning from her meeting. Upon seeing him seated in her chair, her expression shifted to one of surprise. "What are you doing here?" she inquired. Duan Feng offered a faint smile. "I merely wished to see you." Lin Yiru, upon hearing this, scoffed. "Duan Feng, I am not a child of 3. Do you think I would believe that?" Embarrassment flickered across Duan Feng's face, for he could hardly convince himself, let alone her. "Has the meeting concluded?" "Yes." Lin Yiru nodded, moving towards him. "What was the final outcome?" "All the board members compromised," she replied, looking at him with a hint of astonishment. "I did not expect you to handle the board members so boldly." Duan Feng took another drag from his cigarette. "They are merely a bunch of stubborn old fools, fixated solely on the present." As Lin Yiru gazed at him, a flicker of concern crossed her features. "Duan Feng, the board members are not keen on the company participating in the bidding process, not only because they are short-sighted, but also due to the fact that whenever government bids are involved, we often encounter thugs along the way who obstruct our path, and sometimes they can become violent." Duan Feng froze momentarily, realizing the implication of Qi Yanming's gaze. This woman intended for him to act as the vanguard. "You cannot be telling me that, following the board's unanimous decision, I am to be the vanguard for this bidding endeavor?"
Indeed. Lin Yiru affirmed emphatically, the safety of our journey to the bidding is entirely your responsibility. By heavens!
Although Duan Feng had surmised Qi Yanmeng's intentions, he had not anticipated such severity.
Who prompted you to stand up and challenge them?
Lin Yiru cast him a reproachful glance. Even if you had remained silent, Ms. She would have managed to make them concede, as she had already prepared everything, yet here you are, directly assisting her.
Duan Feng was taken aback. So, you mean to say you had a way to ensure their concession all along?
Yes.
Why on earth didn't you inform me sooner? Why should I?
Lin Yiru rolled her eyes at him. Upon hearing this, Duan Feng was momentarily stunned. After a pause, he chuckled, because I understand your depth, and you comprehend my breadth. Based on that alone, you ought to have told me. Initially, Lin Yiru did not perceive anything amiss upon hearing his words, but as she noticed his gaze wandering over her chest, her face flushed with realization.
You rogue!
Duan Feng gently grasped Lin Yiru's delicate hand, caressing it tenderly, a mischievous smile gracing his lips.
Am I wrong?
Perhaps, Lin Yiru replied, her face aglow with shyness as she looked at him.
Do you have time tonight? Duan Feng studied her expression and deliberated before responding. I do, but I must return home. You saw my eyes. Should I stay out overnight, who knows what might transpire? Do you truly have a wife?
Lin Yiru had always assumed Duan Feng was jesting, but his insistence on the matter began to instill a semblance of belief.
Indeed, just look into my eyes. It's true, a fierce woman. Duan Feng sighed softly. Then you could divorce her and marry me.
Upon hearing this, Duan Feng tumbled off his chair in shock, gazing at Lin Yiru with wide eyes.
Seeing his expression, Lin Yiru burst into laughter. I was merely teasing you, look at how frightened you are. You can't possibly be developing feelings for me?
Duan Feng regarded her incredulously, unable to fathom what could possibly endear him to her. Could it be that their previous encounter had left such an impression on her? Lin Yiru's expression shifted, a bittersweet smile gracing her lips. I'm not entirely certain, but I feel a unique connection with you.
Perhaps it's because you are my first man.
Duan Feng's face clouded, for he knew he was indeed Lin Yiru's first man, evidenced by the remnants of that night. However, at the time, he had been oblivious to her being a novice and unaware of her status as the IT manager at Huatai Group. Had he known, he would have steered clear, for entanglements with women, especially beautiful ones, often led to complications. With Qi Yanmeng already a source of trouble, he had no desire for additional burdens.
Observing Duan Feng's expression, Lin Yiru softly inquired, Do you think I am a promiscuous woman?
Duan Feng was tempted to nod in agreement, for her continual provocations could easily be construed as such. Were it not for his knowledge of her position within Huatai Group, he might have mistaken her for a woman of ill repute. Before he could respond, Lin Yiru spoke again, I know you must think I am a loose woman.
Duan Feng forced a wry smile, remaining silent.
Perhaps, before meeting you, I had never behaved this way with any man, let alone invited one to my home multiple times. Lin Yiru looked at him earnestly. I cannot quite comprehend my feelings for you, but I know that if I let go now, I might regret it later. I do not wish to live with regret, which is why I have been trying so hard to entice you. Moreover, your enigmatic charm intrigues me. I doubt there is a woman who would not be curious.
This curiosity is perhaps the greatest reason behind my attempts to draw you in.
Lin Yiru remarked, her tone self-deprecating. It is said that a woman's curiosity about a man marks the beginning of her downfall.
Maybe that is the root of my seduction.
Just as Duan Feng was about to speak, Lin Yiru interjected, had you accepted my invitation the first time, and we had become intimate, I would have refused to see you again. To me, you would have been just another man, a creature driven by base instincts, regardless of how much you intrigued me. Duan Feng felt a flush of embarrassment. Truth be told, he had indeed contemplated a second encounter with Lin Yiru. In hindsight, he was fortunate he had not acted on that impulse, for it would have rendered him nothing more than a man of base desires, a situation fraught with consequences. After my persistent attempts to entice you, I have come to realize you are superior to other men.
At least you can resist temptation.
Lin Yiru's face blossomed into a radiant smile.
You have not disappointed me, yet the more you resist, the more I desire to tempt you, to see how long you can maintain your composure. I refuse to believe that a woman like you would leave me unmoved.
As she spoke, Lin Yiru playfully licked her lips. Duan Feng could not help but feel a surge of assurance. Lin Yiru was indeed a match for Ji Hanxiang, both women exuding an irresistible allure. One sought to support him, while the other aimed to seduce him. What else could it be but an overwhelming allure? With that, Lin Yiru placed a folder on the desk, and Duan Feng regarded her earnestly, stating with seriousness, "Very well, 300 for an hour, and 1,000 for the night." Lin Yiru was momentarily taken aback, then retorted angrily, "Get out of here."
Chapter 57.
Lin Yiru's home. The consequence of a loose tongue was an unrelenting pinch from Lin Yiru, prompting Duan Feng to leave her office with a grimace. No sooner had he stepped out than his phone began to ring. Glancing at the caller ID, Duan Feng furrowed his brow slightly.
"Hello, who is this?"
On the other end was Ji Huanxiang, who had spent nearly an entire day restyling her hair and adorning herself with care, sitting primly on the sofa like an elementary school student.
"Old classmate, you haven't forgotten to save my number, have you? Ji Huanxiang?"
Duan Feng was taken aback. He had not anticipated receiving a call from her. As expected, he mused. The moment he thought of her, the call came through. With an awkward smile, he replied, "I'm sorry, I forgot."
"You've truly disappointed me," Ji Huanxiang's voice brimmed with dismay.
"I even brought a substantial business deal to your company, yet you haven't even saved my number." "It breaks my heart." Listening to Ji Huanxiang's lament, Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat. This woman was indeed captivating, exuding an enchanting allure that could ensnare any man. If he were to pursue her, she would certainly be an enticing choice. However, Duan Feng was acutely aware that this was a path fraught with peril. She was not Lin Yiru, a mere golden girl from Huatai. "Hold on, Ji Beauty, if you continue, I fear I might be dragged out and executed," Duan Feng quickly interrupted.
"How have you been lately?" "Not well,"
Ji Huanxiang responded with irritation. She had expected Duan Feng to reach out to her, but 2 days had passed without a word from him, leaving her in a foul mood, especially since she hadn't even gone to the office today.
"Ahem, what is troubling you, Ji Beauty?"
Duan Feng inquired, detecting her annoyance, and he couldn't help but smile sheepishly.
"How could I be well when you haven't called me for 2 days?" Duan Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment.
It wasn't that he didn't want to contact Ji Huanxiang, but rather that he didn't dare to. He recognized that her business acumen rivaled that of his own wife, perhaps even surpassing it. Even if he were inclined to pursue a woman, he would not choose two formidable women, who could withstand such chaos, let alone the immense pressure it would entail.
"I'm genuinely upset this time. If I hadn't called you, you wouldn't have reached out to me, would you?"
Duan Feng's lips curled into a smile. This woman was persistently challenging him. Although he detected a hint of resentment and sadness in her tone, he couldn't be certain of her true feelings. Perhaps she was playfully teasing him on the other end of the line. After all, their first meeting had been rife with flirtation.
"Of course not. I had intended to call you tonight to catch up, but I didn't expect you to reach out first. Who knows what you're thinking? Are you free tonight? I'd like to invite you to dinner, but I wonder if you'll grant me this opportunity." With a grin, Duan Feng replied, "If you're treating, how could I possibly refuse? However, I truly can't tonight. I have matters to attend to." "Then tomorrow it is. You mustn't turn me down again, or I will go to your president and tell her you've abandoned me. Or I might just show up at your home and refuse to leave, humph." Duan Feng's eyes widened. Was this woman serious? Either of those scenarios could not come to pass. Abandon her? She was certainly being ridiculous. "Alright, dining with G Beauty is a dream for countless men. I'll be there tomorrow evening." After exchanging a few pleasantries, they ended the call. Duan Feng wore a wry smile, pondering the potential chaos that could ensue from meeting Ji Huanxiang. She was indeed a rare gem among mature women, capable of igniting a visceral response from any man with just a smile or a gesture. The very thought made his head ache. He had no intention of courting trouble, nor could he afford to after work. As Duan Feng descended the stairs, he spotted Lin Yiru waiting for him below with a radiant smile. Upon seeing her, he realized he couldn't escape today. "What's the matter? Surprised to see me?" Lin Yiru approached him eagerly, wrapping her arm around his. Duan Feng felt a jolt of alarm. "Hey, can we not do this? We're still in the office." "I'm delighted to, and you have no say in it." "Sis, can we not play around?" Duan Feng pleaded. "I really do have a wife. If she hears about this, I won't just have panda eyes." At that moment, he was genuinely fearful. If Qi Yanmeng, his wife, happened to come down and witness this, or if word reached her ears and she embellished the story, Duan Feng would have no way to clear his name. Such a coward. Lin Yiru shot him a disdainful look before reluctantly releasing him. Seeing her contemptuous expression, Duan Feng longed to proclaim, "But my wife is Qi Yanmeng." He feared that uttering those words would only deepen her scorn. Lin Yiru retrieved her car and whisked Duan Feng away, leaving in a hurry. "You're not seriously taking me to your home, are you?" Duan Feng asked incredulously, glancing at her. What do you think? Lin Yiru replied, not sparing him a glance.
Her residence was a mere 30-minute drive from Huatai Group, situated in an upscale neighborhood. The luxurious apartment she lived in resembled a villa, and Duan Feng was not surprised. It was evident from her BMW that she was not short on funds, and those who worked at the upper echelons of Huatai were seldom in want. Following Lin Yiru inside, Duan Feng entered just as she kicked off her high heels. Her delicate, fair feet contrasted starkly against the red carpet, revealing the intricate blue veins on her foot. Lin Yiru's feet were not only smooth but also exquisitely shaped, devoid of any blemish. Noticing Duan Feng's intense gaze, Lin Yiru felt an undeniable shiver and hastily slipped into her red slippers, retreating to the first floor without even bothering to arrange her discarded heels. Duan Feng swallowed hard, reluctantly watching her depart, feeling an inexplicable flutter in his heart. Upon searching the shoe cabinet near the door, he found no trace of men's footwear. The cabinet was brimming with elegant high heels and women's shoes. Clearly, all belonged to Lin Yiru. Resigned, he stepped further into the house. The interior was exquisitely decorated, devoid of excessive opulence, yet every detail reflected the owner's meticulous planning. It was evident that the space was arranged with a woman's sensibility in mind, exuding a fashionable and sophisticated atmosphere. Near the floor-to-ceiling windows stood a small bar stocked with a variety of world-renowned wines. Duan Feng mused that this woman truly knew how to enjoy life. Without a hint of hesitation, he settled onto the sofa as if it were his own home, propping his legs up on the table while lighting a cigarette. His thoughts drifted back to the sight of Lin Yiru's fair feet on the carpet, especially the moment she noticed his gaze and hurriedly retreated into the kitchen. A smile crept across his face. He hadn't anticipated that this woman could also feel flustered. Wasn't she bold enough to invite him over? Initially, Duan Feng had assumed Lin Yiru to be a casual woman, but after hearing her words and witnessing her living space, he was convinced that she was anything but. This much he could guarantee. Furthermore, it was evident that she lived alone, otherwise, there would be no reason for her shoe cabinet to contain only women's shoes. Lin Yiru was an extraordinary woman, possessing a youthful delicacy akin to that of a 17 or 18-year-old girl, yet with a distinctly mature femininity that could easily ensnare a man's heart. As Duan Feng indulged in fantasies about Lin Yiru, he reclined comfortably on the sofa, stretching his feet onto the coffee table. Before long, he closed his eyes and drifted off to sleep. Having been worn out from a sleepless night with Qi Yanmeng, he had little rest to speak of. Meanwhile, Lin Yiru, having prepared dinner in the kitchen, began to regret bringing Duan Feng home. Though she had intended to entice him, that didn't imply she was promiscuous. She was merely a woman returning to an empty home, devoid of warmth and companionship, feeling weary and alone. Duan Feng happened to be the man she had set her sights on, yet at that moment, her emotions were in turmoil. Upon entering, she had distinctly sensed Duan Feng's lecherous gaze upon her feet. That moment left her flustered, wishing she could kick him out. Was she truly inviting him into her home for such purposes? Now that dinner was ready, that rascal was waiting outside for her. After the meal, he would undoubtedly. Chapter 58 Dinner together. The more Lin Yiru contemplated, the more her heart was in turmoil. She harbored feelings for Duan Feng, a vague sense of affection. However, when Duan Feng appeared in her home, her heart became even more chaotic. Never mind, he was already here, let him be as he wished. At worst, she would just let him. Lin Yiru's delicate face instantly flushed a deep crimson. Upon entering the living room, Lin Yiru noticed Duan Feng propping his smelly feet on the coffee table, his expression replete with a lewd smile that made her wonder what was on his mind.
What are you laughing at? In the dimness, Lin Yiru felt utterly uncomfortable under the weight of Duan Feng's shameless laughter and finally couldn't hold back her curiosity.
Duan Feng, jolted from his daydream upon hearing her voice, offered a sheepish smile. Nothing. Get up and wash your hands, come savor my cooking. As Lin Yiru spoke, she moved towards the light switch beside her. With a soft click, the dining room lights flickered on, not the glaring brightness of fluorescent bulbs, but a hazy pink hue that enveloped the entire living room in a dreamy red mist, creating an ethereal ambience. Duan Feng lifted his gaze towards the dining table, discovering 4 dishes and a soup awaiting him. Come eat and see if it suits your palate, Lin Yiru encouraged him. Duan Feng's appetite was instantly piqued as he beheld the array of dishes. He couldn't help but admire Lin Yiru's culinary skills, which were not only aromatic but also visually stunning. He was utterly clueless about the identity of the dishes. Swallowing hard, he remarked, with a beautiful companion and exquisite dishes, if only there were wine, it would be even more perfect. As he spoke, he cast a fleeting glance at the bottles on the wine rack, instantly recognizing them as fine wines, not merely expensive but also quite rare in the market.
There is. I'll go fetch some.
Lin Yiru sprang up at Duan Feng's words, eager to retrieve the wine. However, as she took her first step, her legs suddenly weakened, and she nearly stumbled. Duan Feng, witnessing this, swiftly stood and reached out, exclaiming, "Careful!" Lin Yiru found herself caught in his embrace, suspended in midair, feeling the warmth of his hand resting on her waist, the scent of masculinity enveloping her. Her cheeks flushed, and her heart raced.
How fragrant!
Duan Feng inhaled deeply, the softness of her body akin to water, overwhelming him momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, gently setting Liniru back on her feet, though he did so reluctantly.
I'll go get the wine,
Liniru stammered, her earlier boldness replaced by a flustered demeanor. Observing her bashful expression, Duan Feng couldn't help but smile. He recognized her anxiety. No matter how flirtatious a woman might seem during the day, the night could still evoke fear.
It was simply their nature. Returning to the dining table,
Liniru and Duan Feng sat across from each other. The table, though not expansive, felt intimate in the close proximity. Liniru poured a glass of wine for both of them.
Clink!
The two glasses met gently, and both Duan Feng and Liniru drank heartily. After finishing, Liniru's eyes sparkled as she looked at Duan Feng. You've waited so long, you must be starving. Go ahead, try my cooking and give me your thoughts. In that moment, Liniru fully reverted to her daytime persona. Duan Feng nodded, picking up the knife and fork prepared at the table, cutting a small piece of meat to savor.
How is it?
Liniru gazed at him expectantly, knowing this was her first time cooking for a man, particularly one she felt an attraction towards.
Claiming she wasn't nervous would be a lie. The exterior is golden and crisp, while the interior is tender and succulent. It's delightful, truly exceptional, Duan Feng praised without reservation. I never imagined you could master both the dining room and the kitchen. Upon hearing his compliments, a sweet smile graced Liniru's face. Well, I had to entice someone several times before managing to lure him home. Duan Feng was taken aback, his expression turning serious. Is that so? Then that person must be quite foolish, a beautiful woman inviting him over, with fine food and wine, and he fails to show up.
Liniru chuckled at his serious demeanor. Indeed, that fellow is quite the jerk.
Duan Feng chuckled in return, choosing to savor Liniru's culinary creation.
As Liniru observed him, her thoughts were a whirlwind. The food, the wine, the pink lights all combined to create an atmosphere reminiscent of a romantic dinner in a Western restaurant. Unbeknownst to her, Liniru smiled softly before lifting her glass to drink again. Duan Feng, while enjoying his meal, remarked, "A woman should drink less wine for her health."
Liniru set down her glass, shaking her head. "It's fine.
I'm accustomed to it, and besides, I won't get drunk." Duan Feng said nothing further but continued to enjoy his meal and drink. Before long, they had polished off most of a bottle of wine. After a trip to the restroom, Duan Feng returned to find that Liniru had completely emptied the half bottle of red wine. Moreover, she had mysteriously procured another bottle and was currently indulging.
What the hell? Duan Feng's face darkened upon witnessing this scene.
This woman, he understood that Liniru could hold her liquor, as her frequent visits to bars implied. How many women who frequented bars couldn't drink? Yet, none were like Liniru, who relied on alcohol to numb herself to sleep every time she returned home, as this empty room offered her no sense of security or belonging. Consider a woman who returns home each day after work to an empty house, devoid of any warm greetings. What would her heart feel? Loneliness, completely engulfed in solitude, and lonely women are prone to falling in love with alcohol. Liniru was clearly such a woman. At this moment, Liniru's cheeks were flushed a vibrant red, making her strikingly attractive. Duan Feng approached her, snatching the wineglass from her grasp. "Stop drinking.
Moderation is key for your well-being. Excessive drinking is harmful."
Liniru touched her face, feeling a slight warmth, but other than that, she felt fine. After much persuasion from Duan Feng, she finally relented and began tidying up the dishes. Initially, Duan Feng had offered to help, considering Liniru had consumed quite a bit of wine, but she declined, insisting he sit aside. Reluctantly, Duan Feng returned to the living room sofa, propping his feet up and turning on the television. Duan Feng sat in the living room for quite some time, yet Liniru did not emerge. He called out, "Iru, Iru?" After several attempts with no response, he pondered if she had gone to the restroom. After all, with so much wine consumed, she surely needed to relieve herself. Just as he had. Before long, a faint yet enticing fragrance wafted through the air, invigorating Duan Feng's senses. He turned slightly, captivated by the subtle allure. Liniru appeared, her face adorned with a rosy glow from the wine, resembling a flawless piece of jade. Beneath her elegantly arched brows, her enchanting eyes sparkled, dark and glistening, with lashes delicately curled, seemingly conveying unspoken desires to Duan Feng. Coupled with her enticing red lips, she exuded an aura of quiet seduction, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet, Duan Feng was abruptly taken aback, his expression turning serious, for Liniru held a bottle of red wine and a stemmed glass in her hands. What the hell, has she lost her senses in her drinking? Little did Duan Feng know, Liniru was intent on using the wine to rekindle their intimacy, as she felt a flutter of nervousness upon entering her home, and during dinner, though she was reluctant to let Duan Feng leave, she resorted to drinking. Alcohol emboldens the timid. With graceful steps, Liniru approached Duan Feng,
placing the wine on the coffee table before sitting on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck seductively. Am I beautiful? Absolutely. Duan Feng gazed at Lin Yiru with insatiable desire, his eyes betraying his possessiveness. Unconsciously, he reached out, slipping his hand beneath Lin Yiru's nightgown, exploring her form. Lin Yiru immediately sensed his movement and gently swatted his hand away. Not yet. Are you going home tonight, or will you stay with your wife? Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, glancing between Lin Yiru and the wine on the table. He realized that this woman was indeed sober and was presenting him with a choice between desire and his wife. Chapter 59 The Tale of Lin Yiru. Lin Yiru gazed at the hesitant Duan Feng with a charming smile. At this moment, Duan Feng found himself torn between two conflicting desires, his wife and the yearning in his heart. After a prolonged internal struggle, he finally made up his mind and gritted his teeth, saying, "Then I shall take my leave for now." Lin Yiru was momentarily taken aback by Duan Feng's words, before abruptly standing up and angrily commanding, "You need to leave this instant." Observing Lin Yiru's furious expression, Duan Feng offered an awkward smile and, without a hint of hesitation, exited the room. The sound of the door slamming shut echoed in Lin Yiru's ears, and in that instant, it felt as though all her strength had been sapped away, leaving her sitting on the sofa with vacant eyes. She picked up a glass of red wine from the table and took a deep swig, muttering, "You scoundrel Duan Feng, shameless Duan Feng, you bastard, you bastard." Her eyes turned crimson, filled with tears. She had gone to great lengths today, even going so far as to flatter Duan Feng at all costs, just to keep him by her side, yet, he had chosen to leave. A bitter smile crept across Lin Yiru's face as she pondered, was she truly so unworthy? Had she ever invited a man in such a manner? Had she ever taken the time to cook for a man? Had she ever seduced a man in such a way? "You bastard, if you have the audacity, never seek me out again," Lin Yiru spat out, her voice dripping with resentment. "Just wait, I won't let you off tomorrow." Suddenly, an unexpected voice interrupted her thoughts. "And just how do you plan to deal with me tomorrow?" "Ah!" Lin Yiru gasped, quickly lifting her head to find Duan Feng standing before her, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "What are you back for? Leave at once." Upon seeing Duan Feng, Lin Yiru felt a surge of joy, quickly replaced by anger. Duan Feng approached her, taking a seat beside her on the sofa, resting his right hand on her shoulder. "I had intended to leave, but then I heard someone cursing me and threatening to deal with me, and it was a beautiful woman no less, so I decided to return." As he gazed into Lin Yiru's captivating eyes, Duan Feng felt a tremor in his heart. Breathing in the fragrance of her hair, he felt a stirring desire, and one hand began to wander downward. After an intense moment, the room fell into a tranquil silence once more, with Lin Yiru wrapping herself around Duan Feng like an octopus. Duan Feng reclined lazily against the headboard, lighting a cigarette, his expression one of satisfaction, while Lin Yiru nestled in his embrace, savoring the warmth radiating from this man. At that moment, Lin Yiru relished the sensation of being held, lying against a man's chest, feeling a sliver of safety, as if this was the true essence of home. Duan Feng looked at Lin Yiru with a complex expression, saying, "Yiru, I am truly married, I cannot give you what you desire." Regardless of whether she believed him, Duan Feng felt it necessary to reiterate this point, lest Lin Yiru discover the nature of his relationship with Qi Yanmeng in the future, which could potentially hurt her. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yiru's body trembled slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. After a moment, she lifted her head and asked, "Duan Feng, do you think I am a promiscuous woman?" "Absolutely not," Duan Feng replied earnestly. If Lin Yiru were truly promiscuous, would her home lack a pair of men's slippers? If she were promiscuous, why had she bled on their first encounter? Though Duan Feng was unaware of Lin Yiru's past, he could ascertain that it had been tragic. Otherwise, she would not have dismissed the multitude of suitors from Huadai Group. In truth, Lin Yiru was a traditional woman. Although she had seduced Duan Feng, he was her first, and she was intrigued by his fervor. She believed that Duan Feng was unlike any other man. "Do you not think that my attempts to seduce you imply that I am promiscuous?" Lin Yiru said with a self-deprecating smile. "I do not think so." Duan Feng took a deep drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yiru. "Then I do not mind that you are married. If you are willing, I could choose to be your lover." Lin Yiru lay against Duan Feng's chest, feeling the strength of his heartbeat, her fingers tracing the scars on his torso, including the gory wound of a snow wolf across his chest. A shiver coursed through her as she pondered the events of his past. How could he bear such numerous injuries, each one seemingly lethal, especially the glaring wound inflicted by the snow wolf? Duan Feng was taken aback, staring at Lin Yiru in disbelief. He never anticipated that she would propose becoming his lover. This was utterly astonishing. With Lin Yiru's alluring figure and striking beauty, every man would be enchanted, yet she had expressed a desire to be his lover.
Could it be that the most effective way to conquer a woman was indeed through her body, to claim her as one's own? Observing Duan Feng's bewildered expression, Lin Ru slowly spoke, "Whether you consider me promiscuous or not, my first time was given to you, and you shall never rid yourself of me. Moreover, I have an engagement. I hope you can assist me in resolving it." Duan Feng was momentarily speechless upon hearing Lin Ru's words. It was evident that there were no free lunches in this world. So, she had trouble that required his assistance. Lin Ru chuckled at the dazed look on Duan Feng's face.
"What's the matter? Do you think you can enjoy the feast without making any contributions?" Duan Feng forced a sheepish smile. "How could that be? Am I that kind of person?"
In truth, Duan Feng was indeed that kind of person. Had he known Lin Ru had an engagement, he would not have returned, even if it cost him his life. Now, not only had he returned, but he had also crossed a line if he did not help her deal with her fiancé, who knew what she might do in retaliation. Moreover, who could guarantee that Lin Ru's fiancé would not come after him upon discovering the truth? He dreaded complications.
"Would you like to hear my story?"
Lin Ru inquired, her hand gently caressing the scars on Duan Feng's chest as she began to speak. Duan Feng nodded. "If you wish to share, I am more than willing to listen, and I am curious about who your fiancé is." Upon hearing this, Lin Ru offered a bittersweet smile, her thoughts drifting back to distant memories. Duan Feng observed Lin Ru in silence, understanding that she was contemplating how to articulate her story. At that moment, Lin Ru's gaze grew distant, burdened by years of suppressed emotions, and she found herself at a loss for where to begin. After a long pause, she finally spoke. "I am not from Hulua City, my family is from Fengyuan City."
Duan Feng listened intently as Lin Ru recounted her tale. "My story is rather kitsch. My family hails from the countryside. My father passed away early, and my mother remarried. My stepfather is a decent man, an honest person." Lin Ru slowly began to narrate her story to Duan Feng. Duan Feng, in a state of shock, listened intently to her words, which were few but succinct. Lin Ru was born in a rural area, her father had died under certain circumstances, her mother remarried, and her stepfather was an honest man. However, Lin Ru's natural beauty attracted the attention of many suitors, yet her mother and stepfather remained non-committal, neither agreeing nor refusing. Before long, Lin Ru's striking brows caught the eye of a wealthy young man from Fengyuan City. Utilizing his family's power and influence, he sought to propose to Lin Ru, but was met with rejection. Angered, this young man used his family's clout to cripple Lin Ru's stepfather, plunging their lives back into poverty, while also threatening Lin Ru that if she did not agree to be his woman, the consequences would be dire. The implications of his threats were abundantly clear. With Lin Ru's stepfather incapacitated, her mother would be next. Left with no choice, Lin Ru chose to compromise. However, she stipulated that she would marry him only at the age of 28. Now, at 27, she had a year to find someone who could alleviate her suffering, or she would have no choice but to marry this man. This was why Lin Ru had never offered any man sweet words. In her heart, all men were the same. Yet, Duan Feng's arrival had shifted her perspective slightly. He was her first man, and she had observed his fervent madness, rejecting her advances time and again. The madness that Duan Feng exhibited allowed Lin Ru to see a glimmer of hope. Someone capable of such fervor surely had a remarkable background and could help her escape her torment. More importantly, Lin Ru felt an undeniable attraction to Duan Feng. Chapter 60 of the domineering Duan Feng. Had it not been for Duan Feng's affliction with madness, Lin Ru would not have sought to entice him. If it weren't for the repeated rejections from Duan Feng, she would not have treated him in such a manner. More importantly, Duan Feng was her first man. Had they not shared an intimate relationship, her feelings would not have been as intense. Layer upon layer of reasons compelled Lin Ru to desire a union with Duan Feng. "Now that you know my story, if you wish to remain uninvolved, I shall not hold it against you," Lin Ru said, a hint of sorrowful smile gracing her lips. That smile seemed to see through the world's facade, radiating a sense of despair towards existence itself. Once, she had contemplated rebellion in Fengyuan City, only to be met with a silent slap. Though voiceless, it stung far more than any spoken word. Nevertheless, Lin Ru chose not to give up. She journeyed to Hulua City, hoping to encounter someone who would help her escape this nightmare. Duan Feng lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply, the smoke swirling around his face, obscuring his expression. Truth be told, Duan Feng had no desire to be entangled in any disputes. He merely wished for a life of tranquility. With his capabilities, the vast world held no place he could not venture, and no force would dare challenge him. Yet, here he was, residing within Huadai Group, reduced to the role of a mere assistant, all due to a promise made to a man who shielded him from bullets. After a long pause, Duan Feng spoke slowly. "Rest assured in Hulua City. Regardless of who the man is, I will handle everything for you." Lin Ru's heart raced with trepidation upon hearing Duan Feng's words. She looked at him in astonishment, having expected him to refuse. Yet, who would have thought he would acquiesce? Feeling the intensity of Lin Ru's gaze, Duan Feng smiled lightly. "What, is that not acceptable? You have no regrets.
Lin Yiru's voice quivered with emotion. There is no one in this world capable enough to make me regret, Duan Feng replied, his smile radiating a fierce confidence.
But you do not even know who the man is, and yet you dare to take me on.
It is difficult. Before Lin Yiru could finish, Duan Feng interrupted. What matters is that you are mine. I in this world, no one can harm my woman without my permission, be it a god, I shall slay. A Buddha, I shall extinguish, an immortal, I shall slaughter. His calm tone belied a fierce intent and an air of dominance. Seeing the expression on Duan Feng's face and the aura he exuded, Lin Yiru clung to him tighter, fearing that he might vanish if she let go. Simultaneously, she wondered if he could truly confront them. If not, she would not allow him to bear the burden. With his words, she felt content and resolved not to treat him poorly.
Regardless of what the future holds, let me be wild today. Let me indulge completely. The result of her indulgence left her body aching, particularly in her thighs, where a fiery pain lingered. As dawn broke, the horizon brightened, a rosy glow illuminating the city as if draped in rose petals, warm and vibrant. The air was imbued with a rare freshness, the subtle scent of earth, grass, and flowers cool and invigorating. Breathing in such air was undoubtedly a delight. Duan Feng, rather than sleeping in after their nocturnal endeavors, awoke early. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Lin Yiru nestled in his embrace, bathed in the orange-red glow. She appeared enchanting and alluring. Gazing at her serene sleeping visage, he felt an irresistible urge to kiss her, yet he refrained, not wishing to disturb her dreams, content to admire her beauty while memories of the previous night flooded his mind. Recalling the night's events, a smile crept onto Duan Feng's lips, revealing a hint of joy. Lin Yiru's captivating charm had ensnared him, and though he had intended to depart, her allure had kept him enthralled, leading to a night spent in her embrace. As he gazed at the beauty in his arms, Lin Yiru suddenly let out a soft moan, her cheeks flushing. Duan Feng tightened his embrace, unceremoniously pressing his lips against hers. In that moment, Lin Yiru resembled a languid kitten, nestling against him, her arms wrapped tightly around his waist, listening intently to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, her face flushed and adorned with a smile of bliss. After a while, Lin Yiru propped herself up, her bare body exposed to the cool air, its delicate hue appearing extraordinarily enticing. "Why are you awake?" she asked gently. "I shall prepare breakfast for you." "I'm not hungry."
"I can hear your stomach growling." Lin Yiru teased, drawing circles on his abdomen as she laughed. At that moment, Duan Feng felt a surge of desire rising within him.
"All I wish to consume is you."
With that, he pulled Lin Yiru back into his embrace, and she melted into him, breathing in his scent, succumbing to her own passions. Their entangled forms in the intoxicating atmosphere transformed the tranquil morning into one thick with sensuality. Upon entering the Huatai group lobby, the receptionist was taken aback upon seeing Duan Feng, who should have been aware of the time. Why had he arrived so early? Noticing the faint smile on his face, it was evident that he was in high spirits. Indeed, Duan Feng's mood was at its zenith, reminiscing about the passionate morning spent with Lin Yiru, her pleading visage bringing him a sense of triumph. For a man to elicit such a plea from a woman in bed was a source of pride for any man. Duan Feng had not arrived at Huatai Group with Lin Yiru. He wished to keep Qianming unaware of his visit to Lin Yiru's home and the intimate events that transpired there. Who knew what consequences would arise if she found out? At the same time, Lin Yiru appeared in the Huatai Group's lobby. Upon spotting Duan Feng, her face betrayed no emotions, but the fiery pain between her legs made every step a struggle, each movement drawing a sharp intake of breath. Recalling the events of the previous night and that morning, her cheeks burned crimson. How could Duan Feng be so formidable? Lin Yiru could not help but smile wryly, realizing that had she known his prowess, she would not have dared to initiate anything. Duan Feng's gaze held a hint of mischief as he approached Lin Yiru. "Good morning, General Manager Lin."
"Morning."
Lin Yiru felt his heated gaze, her chest feeling exposed as if she were unclothed before him, rendering her utterly uncomfortable. She couldn't even dare to meet his eyes. Internally, Duan Feng chuckled, well aware of her discomfort. He feigned seriousness. "Is General Manager Lin unwell? Your face appears quite flushed."
"Ah."
Lin Yiru stammered, caught off guard, shooting him an exasperated look.
I'm fine."
With that, she hurriedly walked away, genuinely feeling a twinge of fear towards Duan Feng. Unbeknownst to him, a striking woman stood behind him, exuding an air that warded off strangers. All employees of Huatai Group greeted her with utmost respect, calling her Manager Qi. This woman was none other than Duan Feng's nominal wife, Qi Yanmeng. At that moment, her eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Duan Feng, who had failed to return home the previous night without notifying her, and now appeared to be flirting with Lin Yiru. A nameless anger simmered within her. Suddenly, Duan Feng sensed a shift, turning to find Qi Yanmeng's icy gaze fixed upon him, causing his heart to lurch. When had she arrived, Qi Yanmeng's cold demeanor swept over him, but her attention fell upon the soybean milk and layered pancake in his hands, her brows knitting slightly, yet her expression remained unchanged. She maintained her cold tone. "Duan Feng,
come to my office immediately, I have matters to discuss with you. With that, she strode away, her high heels clicking sharply against the floor. Watching her retreating figure, Duan Feng could only muster a wry smile. It seemed she had an uncanny ability to notice everything. Duan Feng knew all too well that Qi Yanmeng summoned him to her office for an explanation, yet he pondered how to articulate his reasoning. The mere thought of it gave him a headache. This woman was not one to be easily placated. Chapter 61. The troublemaker Duan Feng hastily pursued her, fully aware of the uncontainable ire brewing within Qi Yanmeng at that moment. However, as he reached the elevator doors, they abruptly closed before him, and he noticed Qi Yanmeng wink at him. Damn, Duan Feng was certain that Qi Yanmeng had done this on purpose. The elevator could have closed at any other time, yet it chose this moment, and furthermore, the Huatai Group had exclusive elevators for the president and board members. Qi Yanmeng had opted to take the elevator designated for employees. If it wasn't intentional, Duan Feng swore he would gouge out his own eyes and use them as cannonballs, the kind that made a loud noise. In an instant, Duan Feng's mood soured immensely. After a brief wait, the elevator finally arrived. Initially, he intended to step inside immediately, but to his surprise, a well-dressed man in a suit emerged. He was handsome, donned glasses, and exuded an air of cultured sophistication, clearly a successful individual of notable education. Duan Feng intended to yield the way for him, only to find that as he moved left, the man mirrored his actions, and when he shifted right, the man followed suit. This back and forth continued several times, further aggravating Duan Feng's already foul mood. "Damn it, four-eyed freak, can't you find your way?" he exclaimed, causing the employees behind him to gasp in shock. They glanced between Duan Feng and the young man, their expressions instantly turning grave. They recognized Duan Feng as Qi Yanmeng's assistant, rumored to have significant backing, with alleged flirtations with Lin Yiru from the IT department and Susan from the sales department. Definitely not someone to be trifled with. However, the bespectacled man before them was no easy target either. He was Han Feiyu, the third in command at Huatai Group and the operations director for its overseas branch. Han Feiyu, at such a young age, had achieved the position of operations director due to his undeniable capabilities, having earned an MBA in the UK and successfully executed several major projects overseas since joining Huatai Group. His skills were well recognized throughout the company, and he was quite the heartthrob, with countless women vying for his attention. Yet, his affections were singularly directed towards Susan, and it was said that he joined Huatai Group primarily because of her, as they had reportedly been classmates. At this moment, he was headed out to negotiate a business deal when he unexpectedly encountered a carefree individual like Duan Feng. To his irritation, every time he moved left, Duan Feng followed suit. When he moved right, Duan Feng did the same. This back and forth continued, and before he could utter a word, Duan Feng had already started to provoke him. The remark about the four-eyed freak struck a nerve, and Han Feiyu's expression darkened as he coldly asked, "Which department are you from?" "Why does it concern you which department I'm from?" Duan Feng retorted, feeling increasingly frustrated. He recalled his first encounter in the elevator when Susan had asked him the same question, her tone equally frigid. Back then, Duan Feng had been captivated by her, but now he regarded Han Feiyu with disdain. The surrounding employees, upon hearing Duan Feng's words, broke into a cold sweat, taken aback by his audacity, as his expression dripped with contempt. What gave him the right? Did he not realize Han Feiyu's significance within Huatai Group? Han Feiyu had returned to orchestrate the Wanquan real estate project, and Duan Feng had brazenly offended him. If Han Feiyu were to become enraged and demand Duan Feng's dismissal, would his connections be able to protect him? Unbeknownst to Duan Feng, the thoughts of those around him were filled with concern. Even if he were aware, he would remain unfazed, for he was a shareholder, and Qi Yanmeng was his wife. Essentially, Huatai Group was his domain, akin to his palace. What did he have to fear? As long as he refused to leave, no one could compel him to depart. "You," Han Feiyu was seething with rage, "reveal your department, and I'll have you fired on the spot." At that moment, Han Feiyu was genuinely infuriated. In his time at the company, he had never endured such humiliation, especially from someone who bore no semblance to a Huatai employee. Rude and brash, he resembled a common thug. How had the HR department allowed such a person into the company? Duan Feng glanced at Han Feiyu, his irritation mounting. "What are you? You think you can just tell me to leave?" "I'll leave when I feel like it." "Have the courage to state your department." Han Feiyu's pent-up frustration reached a boiling point. Had it not been for his upbringing, which instilled a sense of decorum, he might have already resorted to insults. "I am the president's assistant. Go on, fire me if you dare." Upon hearing this, Han Feiyu was momentarily taken aback. He never expected this seemingly unruly man to hold the position of Qi Yanmeng's assistant. How could this be? "If you lack the capability, refrain from boasting. Watch your tongue," Duan Feng said as he gently pushed Han Feiyu aside and strode toward the elevator. Han Feiyu's fists clenched unconsciously, cracking ominously. Though he appeared cultured, he was also a skilled martial artist,
boasting a 5th-degree black belt in karate.
Go to hell.
Han Feiyu could no longer contain himself. First, he was insulted by Duan Feng, and then pushed aside. No matter how well educated he was, if he didn't retaliate now, would he still be a man? With a fierce roar, Han Feiyu unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a tiger pouncing on its prey. Duan Feng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated that the polished Han Feiyu was also a martial artist. After a brief moment of surprise, Duan Feng reacted instantly, swinging his right hand just as Han Feiyu's fist was about to connect.
Bang!
A cry of anguish echoed, reminiscent of a pig being slaughtered.
Duan Feng looked at Han Feiyu with disdain.
Your karate skills are lacking. Come back when you achieve a brown belt to show off.
Having said that, Duan Feng dismissed Han Feiyu entirely and stepped into the elevator.
To him, Han Feiyu's feeble prowess was nothing more than a fly he could crush with a single hand. Much like squashing an ant, the two were simply not in the same league and could not be compared. Everyone was left in a stupor, unable to comprehend that Han Feiyu would resort to violence, nor could they fathom Duan Feng's formidable strength. The others dared not approach Han Feiyu, fearing the backlash, and hurriedly squeezed into the elevator.
Moments later, the doors closed inside the elevator. A female employee gazed at Duan Feng with admiration. You are incredible. Duan Feng glanced at her and chuckled lightly. It's not that I'm exceptional, it's just that he is utterly pathetic. As he spoke, he looked down at the employee's name tag. Sales Department, Wan Yajing, a lovely name, and her figure was quite ample. He wondered if she had been well developed. What are you staring at? Wan Yajing quickly noticed Duan Feng's wandering gaze and blushed fiercely, turning her body away, shooting him an admonishing glare. I was looking at your name tag. Duan Feng quickly corrected himself. I know your name is Wan Yajing, associated with Susan in sales. Wan Yajing paused, pondering whether he truly was looking at her name tag, but his previous comment, my name is Duan Feng, before he could finish, Wan Yajing interrupted, I know you. Everyone at Huatai Group knows you're the president's assistant, perpetually late, and have an ambiguous relationship with our manager, right? Duan Feng was taken aback, his expression darkening. How had he become involved in an unclear relationship with Susan? He hardly knew her. Don't be ridiculous, I am not familiar with your manager, she's a crazy woman. TCH. Wan Yajing rolled her eyes. Who doesn't know that on your first day at the company, you made our manager embarrass herself in the cafeteria, and she hasn't sought revenge on you? If there's nothing between you, that would be strange. Are you perhaps our manager's boyfriend? Just so you know, Director Han has always had a soft spot for our manager. You may be under considerable pressure. Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat. He truly had no connection with Susan. If he had to claim a relationship, it would be with Lin Yiru. Who is Director Han? Wan Yajing looked at him in astonishment. No way, you don't even know Director Han? Is he more famous than me? Wan Yajing was left speechless. In Huatai Group, aside from Qi Yanmeng, Duan Feng was arguably the most prominent figure. No. Then it's no big deal, since he is not as famous as I am, I surely wouldn't know him. The person you just punched was Director Han. Ah. Duan Feng was taken aback. You mean that man is the director? Yes. Observing Duan Feng's expression, Wan Yajing discerned he was serious. What the hell? How does Qi Yanmeng hire people? That four-eyed freak can be a director, he'd be better suited as a eunuch. The others in the elevator shot Duan Feng scornful glances upon hearing his words. How could he disparage someone who had returned from overseas, having accomplished several significant deals for Huatai Group, but no one dared to voice their thoughts. Wan Yajing couldn't help but laugh, her chest rising and falling, making Duan Feng inwardly marvel. Did modern women consume fertilizer? Otherwise, how could they be so well endowed? Are you not afraid? Wan Yajing asked, regarding Duan Feng with curiosity. Why should I be afraid? Can he really force me out? He's just a little director. Duan Feng waved his hand dismissively. I am Qi Yanmeng's personal assistant. Does he have the authority to fire me? Besides, would Qi Yanmeng be willing to let go of such a dashing and charismatic assistant like me? Chapter 62. Duan Feng's fury. Upon hearing Duan Feng's words, everyone felt a wave of nausea wash over them. This man was utterly shameless. He was handsome, but where exactly was his charm? A tree without bark is destined to die, and a person without shame is invincible. The truth of that statement was undeniable. In this moment, Duan Feng was indeed invincible. Wan Yajing let out an involuntary laugh and remarked to Duan Feng, I have never encountered someone as narcissistic as you. Duan Feng furrowed his brow and replied, Xiao Jinger, your words are unjust. Narcissism is the essence of confidence, don't you understand?
Assistant Duan, before Wan Yajing could finish her sentence, Duan Feng interrupted, I sense a great affinity between us, you may call me Brother Feng. With that, he winked at Wan Yajing.
Brother Feng, truly, your confidence is astounding, Wan Yajing said unabashedly, showing no surprise at addressing him as such.
After just a few exchanges, Duan Feng had gained a new little sister in Jinger, which left the nearby male employees filled with envy and resentment, especially as the two continued their animated conversation in the elevator, oblivious to their surroundings. Every now and then, Duan Feng would elicit soft giggles from Wan Yajing, causing the others to wish they could smash their heads against the wall in frustration. What a master! Not only was he skilled in combat, but he was also adept at charming women. The male employees in the elevator wished to immediately take Duan Feng as their mentor. If they could learn even a fraction of his techniques, how could they possibly fail to attract the women of Huadai Group? Moments later, everyone disembarked, leaving only Duan Feng in the elevator, as he was the assistant to the president whose office was on the 20th floor. The other employees had no reason to wander up there, and none could compare to the carefree and relaxed demeanor of this dandy. After a couple of minutes, Duan Feng leisurely descended from the elevator. However, as soon as he stepped out, he was confronted by Dong Xinfeng, leaving him feeling quite vexed. Why was he so frequently besieged by women?
Secretary Dong, what do you want? He asked, looking at her. Are you hoping to show me whether or not you're wearing a padded bra? I must inform you, I'm busy today.
Dong Xinfeng's face flushed with embarrassment upon hearing this, and she retorted, pervert, shameless.
Duan Feng gently pushed her aside and said, I've told you before, your chest is ample. You really don't need padding. Duan Feng, stop right there. Dong Xinfeng exclaimed, grabbing his arm. What exactly is going on? Did you just strike Director Han downstairs? Duan Feng nodded, it wasn't me who struck him.
He struck me first, but his punch was no match for mine. A man's strength should be solid, after all. He feigned a look of tragic sympathy. At first, Dong Xinfeng failed to grasp the implication of his words, but upon reflecting, her cheeks flushed with anger.
Shameless. Just wait for your comeuppance. With that, she returned to her position as secretary. Duan Feng felt a wave of frustration. What had gotten into this girl today? Not bothering to dwell on Dong Xinfeng any longer, he strode into the president's office. Inside, Qi Yanmeng sat at her desk, her expression grim, as if on the verge of an explosion. Duan Feng immediately sensed a hint of danger, lighting a cigarette as he approached her and casually picked up a cup from the table. Upon seeing this, Qi Yanmeng spoke up, that coffee was brewed by me. If you wish to drink it, you must brew your own. Her tone was laced with frost. Duan Feng glanced at her and replied, but we are husband and wife, a united front. What is yours is mine, and what is mine is yours. He then leered at Qi Yanmeng, adding, and in the future, you will still have me. Qi Yanmeng was taken aback momentarily before quickly regaining her composure. You can go die, she yelled, throwing a document at him from the table. Duan Feng swiftly dodged. Bang! The document hit the ground. He placed the coffee back on the table, bent down to retrieve the fallen document, and set it back on the table. Taking a deep breath, Qi Yanmeng reminded herself to remain calm. Impulsiveness is the devil. After a long moment, she composed herself and said, don't you think you owe me an explanation about where you were last night? Are you concerned about me? Absolutely not. Then why are you asking? Duan Feng settled onto the sofa, reclining with a hint of nonchalance. At this, Qi Yanmeng's previously calmed demeanor reignited with anger. I merely wish to inform you that we are married, and I have duties as your wife. If my father inquires, what shall I say? Duan Feng instantly understood. It seemed that last night, his father-in-law had questioned Qi Yanmeng about his whereabouts, but she had no idea. Knowing Qi Tianhan's temper, it was easy to imagine he had unleashed his wrath upon her. In truth, Duan Feng's assumptions were correct. Upon returning home last night, Qi Tianhan had seen Qi Yanmeng alone and inquired about Duan Feng, but Qi Yanmeng had no knowledge of his whereabouts, and since she was not adept at lying, it was clear that her father had become furious, berating her for failing to fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. I simply returned home for a bit yesterday, Duan Feng replied, referring to Taoyuan Xiaoyuan as home. Upon hearing this, Qi Yanmeng's expression grew even colder. After being scolded by Qi Tianhan, she had gone to Taoyuan Xiaoyuan, only to find Duan Feng absent. Duan Feng, you may choose not to disclose where you went, but please do inform me in advance when you won't be coming home. It would help me understand that you won't be back tonight. Her tone was frigid, and her disdain for Duan Feng intensified. She could detect the lingering scent of another woman's perfume on him, leading her to believe he had been with someone else last night. Yet, Qi Yanmeng was not angry. As long as he did not touch her, he was free to trifle with whomever he wished. Duan Feng was momentarily taken aback, studying Qi Yanmeng's expression, and realized she might suspect him of lying.
However, he simply nodded. "Alright, I will definitely inform you if I go anywhere in the future."
With a cold snort, Shi Yanmeng reiterated, "Duan Feng, let me remind you once more, this is the office, not home, nor a place of debauchery.
You would do well to restrain yourself, or else." She did not finish her threat, but her meaning was clear. Did she suspect he had slept with Lin Yiru? Duan Feng scrutinized Shi Yanming's face, hoping to glean something from her expression, but saw nothing. This time, he remained silent, a typical sign of a guilty conscience.
Furthermore, should you not explain what transpired with Director Han downstairs just now? Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat. This felt like an interrogation. What could I possibly do? He is the director, while I am merely a lowly assistant. What could I achieve? At that moment, Duan Feng felt an intense anger welling within him. After all, he was Qi Yanming's husband, at least in name, yet she treated him as if he were not, scolding him repeatedly and now questioning his actions toward others. If it were not for Qi Yanming being Qi Peng's sister, Duan Feng would have seriously considered walking away. This was outright bullying. What is your attitude? I have done nothing to him, he struck first, foolishly inviting humiliation upon himself. If I had retaliated, he would be lying in a hospital bed right now, Duan Feng said, glaring coldly at Qi Yanming. After saying this, he abruptly stood up and strode toward the exit. Qi Yanming called after him, "Duan Feng, stop right there." But he ignored her, walking out without a backward glance. Watching his retreating figure, Qi Yanming stood there in shock, unsure of why Duan Feng had become so angry. Having been the center of attention since childhood, she had never grasped his feelings. He was a man with his own pride, and as her nominal husband, he deserved respect. Yet, how had she treated him? Duan Feng stepped out of the president's office and took a deep breath. Without another word, he headed straight for the IT department. In the entirety of Huadai Group, he only knew a handful of people, and the only one with whom he had a good relationship was Lin Yiru. Where else could he go if not to the IT department? At that moment, Lin Yiru sat in her office, exuding vitality and radiance. She appeared even more enchanting, particularly with the alluring aura she exuded, captivating the men around her. It is often said that age is a woman's adversary, yet there exists a type of woman who becomes even more dazzling after being nurtured by a man, and Lin Yiru was undoubtedly one of them. Such women require a man's gradual cultivation to unveil their beauty and the lethal allure they possess. Today, everyone in the IT department noticed Lin Yiru's transformation. Although she had always been beautiful, evoking a sense of awe, she now radiated a mature charm and a seductive essence that was undeniable. No one knew what had transpired, yet they all speculated in hushed tones. At this moment, Lin Yiru was filled with joy, seated at her desk, wearing a gentle smile as she recalled the intimate moments shared with Duan Feng last night and the morning. That man was ferociously passionate in bed, and she felt she could not adequately satisfy him. At the same time, she was curious about Duan Feng's wife and whether she could truly fulfill his needs. Chapter 63 An analysis by Lin Yiru. Although Duan Feng claimed to be married, Lin Yiru was utterly indifferent. Given Duan Feng's prowess, it was evident that one woman could not possibly suffice for his needs, and the state of his relationship with his wife appeared far from harmonious. The telltale signs were evident from the panda eyes he sported yesterday. His wife must be a veritable dragon lady. No woman is willing to play the role of a clandestine lover, and Lin Yiru was no exception. As Lin Yiru pondered these thoughts, Duan Feng casually pushed the door open and strode in. Upon seeing him, Lin Yiru was taken aback. What was he doing here? Did he not have work to attend to? Reflecting on it, it seemed he had done nothing since joining Huatai. Duan Feng nonchalantly lit a cigarette and, gazing at Lin Yiru, remarked, with that lecherous grin, "Are you pondering something unsavory?" At his words, Lin Yiru's cheeks flushed crimson, and she shot him a fierce glare. "Why are you here now? Aren't you afraid the president will be angry with you?"
Duan Feng chuckled, lifting the cup of tea Lin Yiru had just sipped and downing it in one go.
"What is there to fear? I've already gotten on her bad side." "What do you mean?"
Lin Yiru gasped, for Qi Yanming was notoriously known as an iron lady, cold and ruthless. Now that Duan Feng had crossed her, what good could possibly come of it?
Duan Feng took a drag from his cigarette, seemingly unfazed. "Are you familiar with Han Feiyu?"
Lin Yiru nodded. How could she not know him? He was the overseas operations director, holding a higher position than her and possessing exceptional capabilities, not to mention his deep infatuation with Susan.
"Don't tell me you got into a spat with Han Feiyu?" Duan Feng nodded vigorously.
"Indeed, we exchanged blows, but that guy was too weak."
"I suspect he has fractured something." "Ah."
Lin Yiru stared at Duan Feng in shock, her astonishment quickly morphing into concern. Others might not grasp Han Feiyu's significance to Huadai Group, but she certainly did. The fact that Duan Feng had managed to injure him was alarming. It was no wonder Qi Yanming would be furious. Countless corporations coveted Han Feiyu, yet he remained with Huadai Group, undoubtedly due to his affection for Susan. Were it not for her, he would have left, as Huadai's reputation was limited to Hello City and the entirety of Jiangnan, and on a national scale, it was hardly notable.
How could you resort to violence?
Lin Yiru gazed at Duan Feng with a look of dismay, her mind racing to devise a way to minimize the fallout.
He provoked me first. Otherwise, I would never initiate conflict, he retorted. Lin Yiru sighed softly. Though her time with Duan Feng was limited, it was clear that he was not the type to seek confrontation, that if he were, many would vie for his attention. Indeed, such was Duan Feng. If others respected him a foot, he would repay them a mile. If they dared to slight him a fraction, he would retaliate thrice over. This was the essence of Duan Feng. Though he had set aside a life of violence, his spirit remained proud and unyielding. What did President Xi say?
Not much. She scolded me thoroughly. I suspect she's now in her office, quietly shedding tears.
Lin Yiru was genuinely astonished. To scold Qi Yanmeng, Duan Feng must be the first in history to dare such a thing, and likely the last. You didn't really do that, did you? Would I deceive you?
As he spoke, Duan Feng approached Lin Yiru, pulling her up and settling himself down, while she found herself perched on his lap.
His hands began to wander restlessly. Lin Yiru shot him a disapproving glance, yet it was imbued with a certain charm, and she did not deter him. Instead, she looked at him and said, I feel you shouldn't have scolded President Xi.
Perhaps she merely wished to inquire about the situation? Duan Feng paused, recalling Qi Yanmeng's expression at that moment. It seemed unlikely she was simply seeking information.
Duan Feng, while I may not know your connections, I sense that as long as you choose to stay, even President Xi cannot dislodge you. Duan Feng broke into a cold sweat.
Her intuition was remarkably sharp indeed. If he chose not to leave, who could force him out? Moreover, even if they attempted to, he would not dare depart. Should he do so, Qi Tianhan would undoubtedly break his legs.
Observing Duan Feng's expression, Lin Yiru knew her guess was right and continued, if that is the case, then President Xi must have merely been seeking clarification. She likely questioned you with a frosty demeanor, did she not?
How did you know?
Duan Feng asked, astonished.
You've caused a ruckus.
Do you expect anyone to greet you with a warm smile? Moreover, Han Feiyu plays a crucial role in Huadai Group. If he were to leave due to this incident, it would be a significant loss for the company. I suspect President Xi was inquiring to see how she might assist you in damage control, yet you. Lin Yiru poked him on the forehead with her finger. Why don't you think before you act?
Upon hearing Lin Yiru's analysis, Duan Feng recalled the interrogation he had undergone in the office, where he had been grilled twice before losing his temper during the third. However, reflecting on Lin Yiru's insights, he began to see the possibility that she might be right.
You know how President Xi behaves in the office, you've seen it and heard the stories. Who has she ever treated kindly?
Duan Feng suddenly realized that he might have indeed misjudged the situation. Qi Yanmeng's inquiry had aligned perfectly with her strong-willed character, and she had never held him in high regard. If she were to show him kindness, it would indeed be remarkable.
You don't mean to suggest I should apologize to her, do you? Lin Yiru nodded.
In truth, President Xi has her struggles. As a woman, she bears the weight of Huadai Group and faces pressure from all board members. I am one of those she has elevated, and I understand her difficulties. At this point, a bittersweet smile crossed Lin Yiru's face. She had been groomed by Qi Yanmeng and was among her most trusted confidants. She knew more than most about the burdens Qi Yanmeng bore. The seemingly glamorous life of Qi Yanmeng concealed numerous hardships. Others might only see her current success, oblivious to the sacrifices made and the weight she carried.
Then I shall not apologize. She must be furious right now. If I were to confront her now, it would be akin to courting disaster. Even if I were to apologize, it can wait until tomorrow, Duan Feng declared, waving his hand dismissively. Lin Yiru sighed, choosing not to press the issue further. If Duan Feng had resolved not to apologize, what more could she say? Had she known the true nature of Duan Feng's relationship with Qi Yanmeng, she likely would have refrained from offering such advice. Meanwhile, Qi Yanmeng sat at her desk, feeling utterly wronged. Had she truly done anything wrong? How could that scoundrel treat her this way? She needed to clarify the situation, to smooth over the mess, yet the thought filled her with indignation. At that moment, Qi Yanmeng's phone rang suddenly. After glancing at the caller ID, she took a deep breath to steady herself before answering. Is the sun setting in the north today? President Xi actually deigned to call me, she said, her voice calmed. It must be noted how swiftly a woman's demeanor can change. Just moments ago, Qi Yanmeng had been on the verge of tears, yet in an instant, she appeared serene, as if the previous distress had never occurred. The caller was none other than Ji Huanxiang, a prominent figure in the business world. Unfazed by Qi Yanmeng's words, Ji Huanxiang replied with a laugh, Meng, I have exciting news to share. What good news? Qi Yanmeng could hear the excitement in Ji Huanxiang's voice. Have you found your Prince Charming? Yes, I have. We've arranged to have dinner together tonight. I'm so nervous.
Ji Huanxiang exclaimed, her tone reminiscent of a giddy schoolgirl. Qi Yanmeng was momentarily taken aback. Although Ji Huanxiang wasn't physically present, she could vividly picture her expression and felt a wave of nausea.
Ji Huanxiang, could you refrain from being so insufferable? If you're that nervous, I might as well jump off the building.
Ji Huanxiang chuckled.
I'm not nervous about that, I'm anxious about whether he'll make a move on me tonight.
Qi Yanmeng was momentarily speechless, her expression darkening as Ji Huanxiang's flirtatious nature was laid bare in just 3 sentences.
Then it depends on whether you possess that charm. Others may not know my allure, but surely you do?
My figure surpasses yours, and my moans are beyond what you could ever match.
Gee, do you ever tire of being so crass? Qi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. How am I being crass? You've heard it yourself, have you forgotten? Would you like me to demonstrate right now? Ji Huanxiang teased. Get lost.
Qi Yanmeng thought to herself that she must have committed grave sins in a past life to befriend such a woman.
If you wish to make a scene, save it for tonight. I'd love to, but success is not guaranteed, Ji Huanxiang sighed softly. Is there a man you cannot win over? Qi Yanmeng was taken aback.
Ji Huanxiang's reputation for flirtation was well known across the cities, with countless men vying for her attention, yet none had succeeded. If word got out that she was unable to ensnare a particular man, the gossip would surely lead to a frenzy of speculation about his capabilities.
Channel your seductive prowess. Use your skills to entice men, surely you can manage that?
You wouldn't understand, you're just a young girl who has never even been in love. Do you know what the 7-year itch is?
Chapter 64.
Being followed upon hearing Ji Huanxiang's words, Qi Yanmeng was tempted to reveal to her that her great-aunt had already wed, and questioned the significance of her 7-year itch. However, she ultimately restrained herself, knowing that if she divulged such information, Ji Huanxiang's inquisitive nature would lead her to pry incessantly, and even if she remained silent, Ji Huanxiang would likely visit her home to ascertain the truth.
You dare to talk to me about your 7-year crush? Do you even know how to spell embarrassment?
Qi Yanmeng scoffed. Upon hearing this, Ji Huanxiang burst into laughter. At least I'd had a secret crush. What about you, love novice? Qi Yanmeng's cheeks flushed crimson, as if someone had stepped on her tail.
Who said that? I've been in a relationship before.
Ji Huanxiang, reveling in Qi Yanmeng's fluster, laughed even harder. Indeed, you've been in a relationship, but it was akin to children merely holding hands.
At least that's better than you. I've held hands, what about you? He has sipped the same coffee I have.
Qi Yanmeng was rendered speechless. It was evident that Ji Huanxiang had reached a level of audacity beyond measure. At that moment, she thought of Duan Feng, feeling that he and Ji Huanxiang were akin to family, sharing an equally thick skin. Dream, once I take her down, I'll treat you to a meal.
If possible, I'll film it and share that passionate love story with you. Go die.
With that, Qi Yanmeng hung up the phone, knowing full well that if the conversation continued, Ji Huanxiang, who had never shied away from words, would undoubtedly utter something even more outrageous. After hanging up, an unusual sensation lingered in her heart, refusing to dissipate. Ji Huanxiang at least had a man she admired, but what about her? Suddenly, a figure appeared in Qi Yanmeng's mind, a face adorned with a mischievous smile, gradually becoming clearer. Duan Feng. When Qi Yanmeng recognized this figure, she was taken aback. How could it be Duan Feng? At that moment, Duan Feng had already left Lin Yiru's office, wandering aimlessly down the street. Reflecting on Lin Yiru's words, he bitterly smiled, realizing he might have been too irritable and unjustly accused Qi Yanmeng, yet, who could blame him when Qi Yanmeng had spoken in such a tone? Any man would have struggled to endure it, especially since he was her husband. Lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag, Duan Feng gazed at the throngs of people and vehicles passing by, letting out a heavy sigh. In his dull eyes, there seemed to be an emptiness. He murmured, Qi Peng, I apologize for losing my temper at your sister today, I too feel helpless. A hint of bitterness crossed Duan Feng's face. If it weren't for Qi Peng, he would have perished 3 years ago, leaving no trace behind. How swiftly time flies, Duan Feng sighed again, realizing that 3 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Time truly is a relentless blade that hastens one's aging. Suddenly, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, Duan Feng recalled he had a date that evening. After several rings, he finally answered, Ji Marin, I was just about to call you. Isn't it as if we are truly in sync? The caller was none other than Ji Huanxiang. Upon hearing Duan Feng's playful remark, Ji Huanxiang giggled, I too wish for us to be in sync, but it seems you are reluctant. Duan Feng broke into a sweat. Did this woman not realize he was merely being polite? How could I not want that? To share a connection with Ji Maran is a dream for countless men, and I certainly desire it as well. After a day of meticulous preparation, Ji Huanxiang appeared radiant and alluring, akin to a blossoming flower. Hearing Duan Feng's words, a glimmer of delight illuminated her face, enhancing her charm. So, what do you think I'm calling you for? To see if I'm planning to bail and to inform me of the dining location, Duan Feng replied with a smile. Rest assured, Ji Maran, I will definitely attend. Who could refuse a date with a beauty, and if something thrilling were to occur, that would be even more delightful. Ji Huanxiang chuckled, I too look forward to something thrilling happening between us. I just wonder if you have the courage? Duan Feng fell silent, realizing he could not outwit Ji Huanxiang in their verbal sparring. This woman was far too cunning and clearly had ulterior motives. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Duan Feng hastily ended the call, feeling a sense of trepidation about what might transpire if their conversation continued. Following the call, Ji Huanxiang sat on the sofa, her excitement evident and unabashed. Today, she had dressed provocatively in a cheongsam, her bosom prominently displayed, exuding confidence and allure. The rose-patterned fabric of her dress revealed glimpses of her curves, igniting a primal desire in any man who came near. This was the consensus of all in Jiangnan regarding Ji Huanxiang. Although she was not yet a married woman, she possessed the qualities of an exceptional one, waiting to be uncovered by a man. It could be said, Ji Huanxiang was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman in all of Jiangnan, without exception. Yet, Ji Huanxiang was a rose with thorns, beautiful yet dangerous. One could admire her from afar, but to approach would invite injury. She raised the coffee cup from the table and drank it in one gulp, a charming smile gracing her lips. Duan Feng, I will have you, I shall become your woman. Simultaneously, Ji Huanxiang vowed to uncover the truth behind her mother's demise and the peculiar circumstances surrounding Duan Feng's father's illness. She pledged to investigate thoroughly, determined to bring the mastermind behind these events to justice, delivering them to Duan Feng for atonement. Moreover, she was resolute in her pursuit of Duan Feng, for he had occupied her heart for 7 long years, a thorn embedded deep within her soul that demanded release. Now that the opportunity had finally arisen, she could not afford to let it slip away. To do so would be to cease being Ji Huanxiang. As Duan Feng walked down the street, a frown creased his brow. His keen instincts alerted him to the feeling of being followed. Who could it be? Was it someone from the Black Spider? He quickly dismissed the thought, having contacted the frog, who confirmed that the Black Spider had been eradicated. So who could it be, and why were they tailing him? Could it be the police? But he promptly rejected this notion as well. With He Putong in the police force, he would never allow his men to investigate him, as they were all too aware of his past. So who could it be? A look of confusion crossed Duan Feng's face, but it vanished almost instantaneously, replaced by a cold smile. Whoever it was, they would do well not to provoke him, lest they find themselves in hell, regretting their ignorance. The murderous intent within him surged and dissipated just as swiftly. He turned slowly, his eyes fierce and cruel. In a shadowy corner, a man clad in black trembled at the sight of Duan Feng's gaze. His instincts screamed that he was being hunted by a vicious predator. Any hint of movement on his part could lead to his utter destruction. At that moment, he felt as though an invisible force was constricting his throat, stifling his breath. His arms and legs grew weak and trembled, as if all strength had been drained from him. Yet, in an instant, the sensation vanished. When he looked again for Duan Feng, he found he had already disappeared, sending a wave of cold sweat cascading down his body. He must have been detected. In a panic, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Long. Long Xiao, I've been discovered. His voice trembled with an unexplainable fear. On the other end, Long Xiao was momentarily taken aback by the news. What did you say? I've been discovered. The man gulped, recalling Duan Feng's terrifying gaze, his heart racing with apprehension. He possesses remarkable counter-surveillance abilities and an acute sense of awareness. He can sense even the slightest anomaly. The man composed himself and continued. After a moment of silence, Long Xiao replied, Understood, cease following him immediately and withdraw. I will have others investigate who this man truly is. Understood. The man responded respectfully. After hanging up, he breathed a sigh of relief. While tailing Duan Feng, he had felt a constant sense of dread of following 2 failed assassination attempts on Shi Yanmeng, all orchestrated by this man, had nearly cost him his life. The first attempt, a shooting on the road, almost resulted in discovery, while the second, involving an assassin, ended in silence, with no one knowing how the assassin perished. This led them to suspect that Shi Yanmeng had powerful allies. However, as they investigated further, only Duan Feng's figure emerged, leading them to realize he was a dangerous entity. Thus, the day's events unfolded as they did. Is following me truly entertaining? Suddenly, a chilling voice broke the silence. The man, startled by the voice, quickly turned to find Duan Feng standing there, a cigarette perched between his lips and a subtle smile gracing his face.
Who are you?
The man asked, anxiety etched on his face, though he quickly attempted to regain his composure. Despite his efforts to mask his fear, Duan Feng detected a flaw in his facade.
You've been trailing me for half a day, and now you wish to leave while asking who I am? Do you not find that amusing? I will grant you one chance. Who sent you, and what is your purpose? Duan Feng's voice was soft, yet it resonated in the man's ears like the harbinger of doom. I don't know what you're talking about, the man stammered, panic evident in his voice. You will know, Duan Feng said, a cruel smile revealing itself at the corners of his mouth. Chapter 65 of the fierce Ji Huanxiang Yuelai Xiang, the premier establishment in Hulua City, offers a splendid fusion of Chinese and Western cuisine. Here, one can not only indulge in delectable dishes from both culinary traditions but also savor the finest teas in the city while being captivated by the most enchanting tea servers. The clientele who frequent this venue are either affluent or of noble status. The ordinary populace would find such indulgence beyond their means. The opulent decor of Yuelai Xiang is nothing short of extravagant, with private dining rooms adorning every corner. Duan Feng ascended to the second floor, guided by a waiter, and was immediately struck by the sight of Ji Huanxiang in one of the private rooms, rendering him momentarily speechless. Today, Ji Huanxiang had adorned herself with great care, exuding a beguiling allure that was irresistibly captivating to men. A single glance was enough to ensnare one's attention, especially as she wore a qipao that accentuated her alluring figure, showcasing her flawless legs and the enticing curves of her bosom. Each detail beckoned for male gazes. At that moment, one couldn't help but wish to draw closer, to taste the sweetness of her presence. Duan Feng, having encountered many women in his life, found himself momentarily entranced by Ji Huanxiang's irresistible charm. Noticing his unabashed gaze, Ji Huanxiang felt a thrill of delight rather than discontent. After a brief moment of astonishment, Duan Feng chuckled, "Fair Ji, your enchanting attire today, are you truly attempting to seduce me?" A playful smile graced Ji Huanxiang's lips as she replied, "Indeed, I aim to entice you. I wonder if you might grant me this opportunity."
Meanwhile, the waiter stood in awe, observing this stunning woman. Since her arrival at Yuelai Xiang, countless men had cast furtive glances in her direction, yet this woman, so breathtakingly beautiful that she evoked no jealousy, was now expressing a desire to seduce a man. What manner of man was he that warranted such attention from one so exquisite? Duan Feng offered a sheepish smile, refraining from answering Ji Huanxiang's bold statement, and instead murmured, "Fair Ji, I fear I cannot afford your company here." With a gentle smile, Ji Huanxiang gestured to the waiter, "Bring him a cup of Longjing tea, and 2 bottles of 1993 Chateau Cheval Blanc. Serve a sampling of your signature dishes, but keep the Western offerings to a minimum." Upon hearing the mention of the 1993 vintage, Duan Feng gazed at Ji Huanxiang in astonishment. This woman was indeed particular about her wine. Chateau Cheval Blanc, akin to Lafite, shares a prestigious reputation, though Lafite is often deemed the pinnacle of fine wines, and nonetheless, Cheval Blanc is not to be underestimated. Her choice of wine indicated that Ji Huanxiang was genuinely intent on captivating Duan Feng. The waiter dutifully noted her requests, but just as he was about to depart, Duan Feng interjected, "And please, add a bottle of mutai for me." Upon hearing this, the waiter couldn't help but glance at Ji Huanxiang. With a smile, she nodded, "His wishes are my own, serve him whatever he desires." The waiter acknowledged her command with respect, "Please wait a moment." As the waiter departed, Duan Feng chuckled, "Fair Ji, you won't mind if I indulge in a bottle of mutai, will you?" Ji Huanxiang smiled, delicately lifting a cup of coffee to her lips, taking a gentle sip, which made Duan Feng's throat dry. He almost wished to become a teacup himself. "I never claimed I would pay. Should you not exhibit some gentlemanly decorum for this meal?" "Very well, then perhaps I should consider selling a kidney to cover the cost of this meal," Duan Feng quipped, lighting a cigarette and taking a slow drag. "Agreed. I shall have someone contact the hospital. On my account, your kidney should fetch a good price, sufficient for this meal," Ji Huanxiang replied earnestly. Duan Feng was taken aback. "Fair Ji, you cannot be serious." "I need my kidney to support my endeavors." As Ji Huanxiang listened to his unabashed words, her cheeks flushed, and she shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with seductive mischief. Duan Feng found himself momentarily entranced again. This was no mere glance, but rather the captivating gaze of a siren. Drawing closer, their faces mere inches apart, she smiled coyly, "Today, you must grant me the pleasure of ensuring your enjoyment, Sir Duan." Inhaling the fragrance of her perfume, Duan Feng swallowed hard. This woman was dangerously enchanting, every gesture radiating a potent allure. "Then perhaps you could accompany me to the red light district to find a couple of ladies. I have yet to experience a double delight." "How naive." Ji Huanxiang laughed lightly, "Why not let me be your companion instead? What do you think?" "Ah." Duan Feng was momentarily stunned, her sharp wit left him at a loss.
Fair Ji, do not jest with me. If I were to succumb to temptation, you would find no place to mourn.
Ji Huanxiang observed his expression keenly, noting how his eyes occasionally wandered, though he quickly regained composure, maintaining his playful demeanor. This left her feeling somewhat disappointed. He would rather venture elsewhere than engage with her. Status and identity indeed posed an insurmountable barrier. They were classmates, yet their worlds were vastly different. Ji Huanxiang understood Duan Feng's character well.
He was not one to seek wealth. With a teasing smile, she remarked, I fear you possess the wicked intent but lack the courage.
Duan Feng chuckled, acknowledging the truth in her words. He indeed harbored such desires, yet hesitated, uncertain of Ji Huanxiang's true intentions.
Do not provoke me, you know my temperament.
Then prove your worth. Ji Huanxiang licked her lips, casting him a sultry glance. That glance sent shivers down Duan Feng's spine. The deliberate licking of her lips held an intoxicating allure, causing his heart to race. This woman was dangerously captivating.
Cough, cough.
Duan Feng recognized his own predilections, yet he was not quite at the point of losing himself completely in her beauty.
Just then, the waiter arrived with the Longjing tea and the wines Ji Huanxiang had ordered. Breaking the tension in the air, Duan Feng took a sip. How does the tea fare?
Quite passable, I suppose. I am but a simple man, any drink suffices, he replied with a grin, hiding his true knowledge of tea appreciation from her, as their acquaintance was still budding. Ji Huanxiang paused, regretting her earlier assumptions. How could she forget his humble origins? It was unlikely he would possess a refined palate. Moments later, the waiter wheeled in the dining cart, presenting an array of sumptuous dishes: a Peking duck, pepper-salted shrimp, sautéed mushrooms with seasonal vegetables, caviar, and a nourishing chicken soup with snow fungus and pears.
Duan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He vowed this meal would cost at least 600,000 or 700,000. Just the 2 bottles of Chateau Cheval Blanc alone would likely be worth tens of thousands. Such extravagance. He glanced at Ji Huanxiang, who appeared entirely unfazed. This woman was indeed a woman of wealth. Without hesitation, Duan Feng opened the mutai and poured himself a glass, immediately diving into the feast. By your demeanor, it seems you intend to finish that entire bottle of mutai tonight, Ji Huanxiang observed, chuckling at his eagerness. Duan Feng nodded. Indeed, mutai, the national liquor. Who knows when I shall have the chance again? It would be a disservice to fair Ji to leave it unfinished.
Ji Huanxiang poured herself a glass of red wine. She seldom indulged in white spirits, as the fiery kick was overwhelming, and too much would leave her feeling unwell.
Are you not afraid of becoming inebriated?
Getting drunk sounds delightful. That way, you could take the lead, but I expect you to rouse me when it's time, Duan Feng said between bites.
Ji Huanxiang was taken aback by his boldness.
In an instant, she regained her composure and replied, rest assured, should I take the lead, I will be ready with a camera to capture the entire affair for you to view upon waking.
Cough, cough.
Duan Feng nearly choked, his eyes wide with alarm as he regarded Ji Huanxiang.
Fair Ji, you cannot truly entertain such thoughts.
Or else what? She teased, downing her glass of red wine and licking her luscious lips.
The sight was enough to steal Duan Feng's breath away. Very well, but let us agree on a price of 5,000 for the night.
Duan Feng proclaimed, feigning nobility as he gazed at Ji Huanxiang, and remember to be gentle.
Ji Huanxiang's cheeks flushed crimson. Duan Feng, you must be joking. 5,000, do you truly underestimate my worth?
This time, it was Duan Feng who was left speechless. What manner of woman was she, to speak so boldly? It seemed she had transcended the ordinary. Observing his astonishment, Ji Huanxiang wore an expression of triumph, akin to a victorious general, her eyes gleaming with a hint of challenge as she regarded Duan Feng.